that conversation in just a moment. But here is that qualification process again for those of you guys unaware. We go towards the Toronto Open next weekend. That is going to be the top 2 teams from that event make it first and foremost, the first 2 of the 16 to qualify. Then beyond that, we'll be putting 10 teams from the regional leaderboards, and then of course those final LCQ spots to come through, 1 from each region. It's going to be great, Andy, mate, because honestly, towards the end of the season, those LCQs, that's really where you start to see those surprises come through.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, the LCQs are where we're going to all be focused on, for sure, when it comes around the corner. June 3rd is going to be the date for that bad boy. But I got my eyes focused as far as those 4 teams from North America and the 4 teams for Europe as well. Because now is the crunch time, right? Where you spent all of the season, all of the Modern Warfare 2 year, playing those cups. Whether it's one of those cups where you don't have the elite teams, or whether it's one of those cups where everybody is involved. All those pro points have mattered to this moment of time to whether or not you can qualify for champs, or whether or not you're going to be sitting out and be waiting for the next season.
Yeah, it's a very fair system. I think we're all happy with kind of how things are going to shake out here, especially with kind of the regional differences, the splits that we've got this year. A lot of improvements to be made. And of course, the fact we've got 16 teams instead of 8. It's going to be a banger for Challengers Championship. So keeping that in mind then, moving forward, this is a very important final season of Challengers Elite to try and kind of grab as many points as you can for that final dash towards the finish line. And for a number of teams, that final dash hasn't exactly gone as expected, I think it's fair to say. Looking at the teams, I mean, we'll continue to say, I think the biggest kind of blemish here that we have is the Atlas Lions, a team that has previously shocked a lot of people in the early season, dropping out at top 12. That is not good enough for them, and it is going to cause some problems in terms of looking for that qualification. Even beyond that, though, I think looking towards yesterday, Andy, Deviants and Team Notorious falling out in top 6, they're still looking pretty good for those final 4 spots, but it is going to maybe create an opening elsewhere as we look towards Toronto.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, upset city, you would definitely feel when it comes down to the rosters for both Deviants and Notorious. They've already clinched and solidified their spot to champs, but and yet they place top 6 and 4th respectfully here in the Elite. And yeah, obviously commiserations to the Atlas Lions, formerly known as La Nave del Mysterio. They made grand finals twice, went on a hell of a run as far as a lower bracket is concerned in the previous season too. They bow out at top 12. Very interesting season of the Elite that we have, but hey, it all accumulates to this one moment in time. Top 3, baby.
Yeah, absolutely, the top 3. And while 2 of the names at the very least might not surprise you as to who is in here, one of them more likely than not will if you haven't been paying attention to what's gone down so far. If you haven't, well, here's a little refresher for you. Wobbabobs are in the grand final. And Andy, I think the big thing for me, this is so reminiscent of that Season 2 run where they didn't drop a single map on their way towards the victory. Could they do it again?
Yeah, welcome to EU's new hit game show. Can the Wobbabobs lose a map in a finals in a double elimination bracket? Stay tuned and find out, because they are grand finals bound. That'll be a best of 7. When it all comes down to it, nobody has really kind of given them a big test. Yesterday, when they went up against Aphelion, I mean, their best argument probably was within the hard point. Obviously, went round 10 in the search and destroy, but then they completely shut them out in the hotel control. It just feels like no matter who goes up against as a Wobbabobs team, you can play them close. Yes, in the group stage, they may have lost a few maps, but when it comes down to crunch time of the double elimination bracket, they hit that playoff form. They are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. Playoff form is entirely different for Wobbabobs. They sit in the grand finals. They await the result then of the lower bracket finals between Aphelion Esports and Clutch Rain. I think the big thing is going in towards this season, looking over towards the group stages, Andy, Clutch Rain had already kind of made a name for themselves. They played like, what, second in their group. So ultimately, we knew they were capable of taking down teams like Notorious. They'd already done it in the group stage. But doing it in bracket play is an entirely different story. And the fact that they've once again made this bracket run, this keeps on happening every season, by the way. There's always some team that we don't expect to make a bracket run that somehow manages to make it happen. This time around, it's Clutch Rain. It's an impressive story. And again, we've got to loop it back to the point for potential contention for one of those auto qualification spots for Challengers Finals, even a good seed in the LCQ. This is a brilliant moment to shine for Clutch Rain.
Yeah, it sure is, right? Because, I mean, again, all these pro points matter, especially for these 4 players, and we'll get to the roster here momentarily, so that way they can try to either get a better seed going into Toronto, or even more so than that, maybe get one of those auto-qualifying spots and kind of negating the fact that they have to play through that LCQ on June 3rd. I think this Clutch Rain roster has definitely made a lot of good arguments, not only from the group stage, number 2 in the group like you were talking about, Brody, but now the time is more than ever that they have to show up on the day and take down the team that was right ahead of them in that group, and that's Aphelion.
For sure, and Aphelion were really the only team it gave them problems during the group stage as well. So it's going to be an interesting match for sure. Let's waste no more time though. Let's talk about the match in particular. Aphelion Esports versus Clutch Rain is of course that lower bracket final that we're about to get into. Let's start the conversation with the team on the left side, Aphelion Esports, a team that come into this season with a brand new roster, mostly I think out of their hands, but I think it's worked out pretty well. I certainly had my reservations, but so far, so good.
But it went from the core 3 of Denza, Vortex, and Harry down to the core 2. What was the shades of that Elevate roster that got top 2 all the way back at the Raleigh Pro-Am and through the open bracket as well. Definitely made a lot of good arguments when it comes down to what they were able to bring to the table. A lot of roster changes, bad blood. Beef being grilled up as well. Denza's now the SMG duo with Furious. Mythix is probably the one that stands out to me as well. He had an unfortunate ending to his Vanguard season. Now he's really popping off here at the end of the Modern Warfare 2 year. And what better way to have an AR duo than that of Harry, who is the #1 statistical player we have in that category across a lot of different game modes.
Yeah, that loss last night, though, will absolutely sting here for Aphelion Esports. It wasn't a kind 3-0, we'll say that much, right, Andy? So they'll want revenge, and they've got to get through Clutch Rain to get it. It's a big ask, though, because this Clutch Rain roster have been the lower bracket Reapers. We just showed you the preview of what that lower bracket looked like. I mean, look, Andy, this roster has shown they are capable of taking down teams like Deviant and Notorious. Surely they can take down a roster like Aphelion.
Well, the last time that they played didn't exactly make that argument for me, and it was interesting, right? Because, I mean, as far as group stage is concerned, you know, they finished off with just that one loss, of course, was to Aphelion, Nile, Twiz, Genesis, and Cruz are your Clutch Rain roster. And now I was honestly really shooken in my boots when they went up against Noctum White in that Winners Bracket 1. It went map 5, and then they ended up losing, and I was really just hoping, or not hoping, excuse me, I was really worried is the word that I was looking for, that there was just going to be a group stage Reaper, that maybe they weren't going to have the ice as far as playoffs are concerned. They get through VVV, they get through 5 maps versus Deviants, they showcase that it wasn't just a fluke in beating Notorious yesterday in 4 maps. I think that this Clutch Rain roster is truly the real deal.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, right? I mean, this Clutch Rain roster have come out just at the right time to really just to show up and show what they are capable of. And now, again, we talk about kind of those challenges finals, that looming over us here. Great time for them to show up and play. But the journey might not be over yet. They've still got to get through Aphelion and then, of course, a prospective matchup versus a Wobbabobs in the grand finals. It's a big ask. Let's look at kind of where the strengths and weaknesses lie, though, for these teams. I think let's start with Clutch Rain, because I think kind of there's some obvious conversations here to be had about Aphelion Esports and just how good they look in the respawns, or in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, excuse me. For Clutch Rain, it's that kind of classic conversation, Andy, of you're really strong at control. I think they've only lost it twice, and both times were to Team Notorious, if I remember correctly. But still, is control really, of the 3 game modes, the one where you want that to be your strongest suit?
I mean, it's going to have to be, right? They don't really have any other way around it. I mean, they've lost 2 controls. Yes, but one of which was against Team Notorious, both in playoffs, and then again back in day number 1 of the group play. But if you look at the star-studded statistics that are Aphelion Esports, it's really tough to try to gauge which is their weaker game mode, and it's a stretch to honest to say that even Control is their weaker game mode, considering even their differential barely suggests that it is the case. They've only been around 5 once. They could potentially play the upset to Clutch Rain, who arguably is one of the, if not the best statistical Clutch players and teams, excuse me, as far as Control is concerned. But man, I gotta tell you, that Clutch Rain team, as far as Hardpoint is concerned, has been lackluster. If they come out flat in this map number 1, Aphelion might just bulldoze right over top of them. We know that this Aphelion roster can get things hot when it comes out of their map 1s.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth saying they managed to take hard points off Notorious and Deviants yesterday, right? So we know they've been capable as part of this lower bracket run to take hard points. You know, maybe the group stages is kind of a reason why the hard point record doesn't look so hot. But nonetheless, that's kind of the lay of the land here between these 2 teams. What about players to focus on then? That's really the next question we've got to ask ourselves. I mean, we wanted to take a little bit of a different angle, I think, with Aphelion Esports and Clutch Rain beyond kind of the usual suspects, beyond the obvious kind of examples that we would normally go with. I think Nile, his story in particular, has been rather interesting over the course of the last year. This is by far and away his best look at anything of note this season. It's been a rather lackluster season, I think, just on the whole. And really, I would argue this is probably the best Nile has looked since maybe the originals back at the start of 2022 was the last time I could see Nile putting up these numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I really saw Nile drop as consistent numbers as what we're getting in the Modern Warfare 2 year so far was, in fact, on that originals roster. It was like a Berlin Hardpoint, a Berlin Search and Destroy back to the Vanguard year that I was like, okay, Nile actually coming to play, really boasting a lot of good statistics, and it kind of accumulates to this point in time. Again, down to the absolute wire. We got him going up against Mythix as far as a duel is concerned. And again, Mythix is that guy. He always puts in the dirty work, whether it's your hill time, whether it's to try to get that bomb down, or maybe be the first entry player to get that first segment of progression going over towards control. He has his work cut out for him. I mean, 1.03 KD overall across all 3 game modes is nothing to scoff at. Definitely look for Mythix on the map to try to make these routes happen and try to make a lot of influence on the map for the Aphelion team.
Right, and we said these guys had faced each other once before. Aphelion Esports were the only team in the group stages to fell Clutch Rain. That was a 3-1 victory, and here is a look at that map set as it currently, or as it did stand. It's not going to change. It's not going to currently stand, Andy. The only map they managed to take away was the control, right? And that's not surprising considering, again, they were a really dominant control team. I do want to kind of fly through this here because we want to kind of compare this map set towards the next one. There is only one map that remains as we go into today's map set, and that is going to be that Embassy Hardpoint.
Yeah, that Embassy Hardpoint is going to be looming in the distance if we end up getting there. Of course, it is going to be the map for yet again when we do end up taking a look at the current best of 5 map set. The vetoes have changed ever so slightly, and I mean that ever so slightly. You still have hard vetoes across the board as far as the Embassy search for Aphelion, the Fortress Search and Destroy veto for Clutch Rain. That has not changed whatsoever, and honestly speaking, I think that when it comes down to the veto process, it's much more of a pick your poison when it comes down to it. You bring yourself back to the statistics that we saw as far as a map win percentage across all 3 game modes for Aphelion. It's very difficult to be able to find what are their weaker game modes. And even some of the maps that we have not seen them play are still some of their stronger game modes. I had a good conversation with Roper about that just yesterday.
Yeah.
As we take a look at that best of 5 map set that is going to be happening here in lower finals. Again, that Embassy Hardpoint map 4 will be making a reprise. But most importantly, you look at that 2 and 3, man. Double hotel. Woo! That's not going to be fun for Clutch Rain.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, right? Because at first glance, this looks like a map set that absolutely does favor Aphelion Esports. They've got some of their strongest maps coming in towards this one. You talk about that double hotel and Tondre that's just there, 4-0 for Aphelion on Hotel Search and Destroy, 4-1 on Hotel Control. And at the same time, I can kind of see the logic as to why Clutch Rain have gone for those maps, because they're also pretty strong maps for them, and especially when you kind of bring Mikado Hardpoint into the mix as well. It's a strong first 3 for Clutch Rain. And you know, we've been talking about kind of that veto process, about what is the right attitude to take in these scenarios. Do you want to veto against the other team, or do you want to veto for yourselves? And I think in this instance, Clutch Rain, they've just gone for the latter, hoping that they can do what they did yesterday versus Deviants and Notorious.
You take a look at all 5 of these maps. There is only one map loss for Aphelion Esports, and it was on the Hotel Control. That is the only map loss that they have across all 5 of these maps across the entirety of Season 4 of the Elite. And I'll go ahead and I'll continue on with you as well, Brody. I'll echo that point that as far as the Mercado map number 1 is concerned, we can really take a deep dive into this one. It is going to be favorable for Clutch Rain. They have played this map mode combination 6 times across the entirety of Season 4 of the Elite. They are 4-2 on it overall, and honestly speaking, I think that it's going to be your best bet to try to maybe come out of the gates absolutely swinging. There are only 2 times that they lost it was in the first day of group play. They lost 143 to 250 versus Notorious, 185 to 250 versus the Atlas Lions, but ever since then, I mean, they've been boasting a emphatic differential as far as that map mode combination is concerned. You need your submachine guns to be hot on Mercado. We know how annoying it can honestly be when it comes down to all the different fixtures, all the different alleyways, the timings going against you as well. The same could be said for the ARs to be able to overwatch these places that are coming all the way through. You gotta have it on the day if you're one of these 2 teams. You know the Wubba are going to be a force to be reckoned with if you make it to Grants.
Yeah, for sure. Wubba here, that's the looming threat, right? It's just the fact that they haven't dropped a mat in the playoff bracket so far. Even for Aphelion, who are a roster that I think will still go into that matchup with, if they get there, of course. Still, we should probably put the if on that. They still go in with some air of confidence. Even they'll be like, well, hang on, Wubba are still a team that we need to, A, beat strategically in the veto process, and then B, of course, beat them in the matchup. So a lot to be said there, I think, about kind of that matchup and how it will go down when it does go down. For Clutch Rain, though, they've got to get through Aphelion Esports first and foremost. It would be their 3rd major team in a row that they're able to take down on this lower bracket run. And we talk about this map number 1 in particular again. It was a map they did face up yesterday, I believe, against Notorious. It was one of their hard points, and they managed to win that one, 250 to 170. That was a big map victory for them, especially against Notorious, who, historically speaking, were kings on Mikado Hardpoint. Like, that is a map where, I don't know, just facing up against that team, you didn't ever want to do it.
No, you didn't ever want to do it. I mean, especially for Mercado when you're thinking about just Notorious as a whole, as far as a roster is concerned. I mean, that entire team itself is just disgusting when it comes down to respawns. And I think that brings our conversation to the next talking point as well, when it comes down to the overall statistics for this Clutch Rain roster. Not exactly always boasting a positive KD across the board, but they're still eking out a lot of good hardpoint wins. A lot of the times that they're winning these maps, specifically in hardpoint, it's because they are the more fundamentally strong team. Not because they're outslaying their opponents, but because they're the first to rotate, to recognize where they need to be on the map, finding the right kills, generating the majority of the time, and boxing out their adversaries. I think it's going to be very tough when you think about this Aphelion roster, who, again, are just as strong as a fundamental team as well, not to mention how they're able to slay out with some of the best.
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of conversations to be had here around this first map as we're waiting for it to get underway. But while we're doing so, we know there's a lot of people here watching Call of Duty Challenges, perhaps for the very first time. Perhaps you want to get yourselves involved in the conversation. Well, we'll tell you right now, you can do so by tweeting us at WeAreClutchGG with the hashtag ChallengesElite. Give us your thoughts, give us your takes, perhaps on the grand final, perhaps on this lower bracket final, to see how you think this is going to go down. And we might, keyword being might, we probably will, to be fair, put your tweet up on stream. We'll let you guys get involved in the conversation, and you'll compare it to our trash takes.
Go ahead and talk about Brody's suit jacket, how he's only worn the same jacket all year long. You can talk about my vest, how I look like I'm about to be bartending a wedding, whatever it may have you, but it's neither here nor there. Let's get on into it. Map number 1, lower finals, the final day of Challengers Elite Season 4. Let's get into it.
Let's get it on. Aphelion Esports want to start this one strong. This is a map where they've, historically speaking, been pretty strong. We talked about it in the past, flawless on it so far, but Clutch Rain also pretty storied when it comes down to Mikado hardpoint. We'll see how they get on as we go in towards this one. To kick things off, though, it is going to be Aphelion Esports that are going to get control early on of Cantina. Double coming through from Harry, a.k.a. Lucifer. The devil is in the details, it would seem, here in towards this game, as now Genesis is trying to make his way over towards the next hard point, and unfortunately will be shut down there by Harry, who continues to start this game, by the way, casually on 7 in a row.
I mean, that's just the Lucifer moniker. If we've ever seen it, kill number 8, it's going to be gifted to him. Twiz is just going to swan dive his way over towards this open courtyard area, and he's going to get absolutely eviscerated. Now, keep in mind, Harry's the only player up here, and he is still finding kills. 9 in a row. He had some help there from Mythix. He saw it come through off screen, but, well, just as soon as... Okay, I was worried there. Woo, man. With all the internet issues we've been having, Brody, I just was not ready for that one right there. But we are back into it. We got game audio. Aphelion Esports had the rotation. They're soaking up time.
God, I can't at me next time, bud. Come on, man. Anyway, Aphelion, they want to get early control of this game, and so far, so good in terms of getting that one done. Back 30 here worth fighting for, and Clutch Rain are going to give this one last shout. Nile up top, 1 and 5 star for him. Wants to try and explode in towards this hard point. There's 3 players to contest with, and you can see with the caution which he's earned around that hard point. Just wanted to make sure there weren't any players sitting around those corners before approaching, but it's okay, he will fall down. And now for Aphelion Esports, a really good look, not just at the scrap time, but the rotation as well. Cruz at the very least will trade off Harry, so they've got a good look towards this elephant room control, and as Niall and Cruz there get the team shots on towards Denzer. Now this is going to be early control here at the next for Clutch Rain.
It needs to be talked about because it might be subject to change. Lucifer Harry is 12 and 3. He has more kills than the rest of his team combined. What? He was also trying to run the route to be able to get that influence going over towards the elephant room, but Clutch Rain found the transitional gunfights. Harry's actually kind of calling the cruise missile, and it forces Furious to press on up, but the returning gunfights are not favorable. Cruz inside the hill on 3 in a row holds strong.
Yeah, they really wanted to apply the pressure early on in this game, didn't they, Andy? You can tell as those kills do finally come through now for Aphelion Esports. This is, again, one of those moments, and Mikado, I think, just generally speaking as a map, it can very easily fall away from you. That maybe is the right decision to be made, even if it doesn't actually come out with much of anything of substance for Aphelion Esports. They do get the back 25, back 30 regardless. And now for Clutch Rain here, going to have to give up a little bit early to try and rotate over towards the next Barbershop. A big kill when it comes down to Mikado. Mythic's already starting to contest for that back alley control, but big gunfight coming through from Twiz. Furious will now trying to pick up slack where Mythic's left off. Aphelion now want to regain control of this area. First kill starting to come on through now. Cruz and Genesis will be laying in wait for these gunfights to start to come their way, but there's the first from Harry, now approaching around this back Harry area, and oh my goodness me, Harry just flies in towards the hard point and exterminates.
I mean, look, when it comes down to Mercado Hardpoint, Aphelion come into this, they are 2-0 on it. Harry, through those 2 times worth being played, has a 1.32 KD on this battle combination, and you're seeing exactly what? The wallbang shots are just absolutely sublime. Harry, I don't know what you had for dinner there, brother, or lunch. I don't even know what time it is over there. I don't care. Lucifer is absolutely frying 19 and 4 on yet another spree.
Dude! 20 and 4? 6 spree again? I mean, he used the streak earlier. He's got another one, by the way. This is Harry versus Clutch Rain. I'm not trying to admonish Mythics, Denzer, or Furious. I'm not trying to say nothing's going right for them here in this game. They're doing their jobs. But Harry is just the Slayer. He is just that guy at this point in time, and there is nothing that Clutch Rain can do, apart from maybe rotate early, get control of the next hill. Even that hasn't gone to plan. Denzer surely does not win this 1v1 against Twiz, and indeed, that will not go his way. But this should not be as shaky as it is. Aphelion moving over towards the rotation, and they get too good of a look there.
Dude, Mythics has 10 total engagements and almost 2 minutes of OBJ time because Harry is just running amok through all of Clutch Rain. Harry's also calling in the next cruise missile as well, I believe. Yeah, absolutely is going to be the case. He's going to drop it on Niall's head, and oh my god. If it wasn't already spiraling out of control, surely that cruise missile is going to continue on with it. Furious Chow's inside the elephant room. The rotation, all the gunfights going Aphelion's way. Clutch Rain, nowhere to be found.
It's just the confidence in which, I mean, Furious, even in that, like, one individual play, just the confidence of, like, yeah, I'm throwing that Semtex, yes, that will get a kill, and then I can just fly on towards the second and get that one as well. The air of confidence in this game at the moment for Aphelion Esports is so crucial, and Clutch Rain are just falling out of this game hill after hill after hill. You gotta start to get some momentum in your favor now, but every single time it looks to be the case. Aphelion Esports, they have some kind of response that is just way too strong. Gotta have it. Here over towards Cantina. This is a real point where you can really start to come back in towards this game. First with the gunfight's pretty good, but now players on both sides of the hard point to contend with. Of course, Harry will be called out. So Clutch Rain will be well aware of that fact, but now players starting to approach from hedge side. Mythic's able to open up proceedings with the first kill on the other side. Furious still hasn't been dealt with as well as he takes down Cruz. There go all the players. Final kills come through, and it takes 25 seconds. It's not quite record time, but I don't think they care.
I don't think it matters. Already Aphelion halfway through P6. We're about to be over 200 points. Clutch Rain are sitting at a measly 53. Harry is 26-7. Like, I just can't stop looking at that stat line. Like, what is going on? And they're also getting back alleyway control. I mean, if you're Clutch Rain, you're kind of forced into this position where you have to try to play for P7, and it's player number 4 for Niall. He has to hold on towards his back lot area. Does find 2. So the rotation over towards P7 is going to be there for Clutch Rain for the time being, and even finding more gunfights in the middle of the map are going to be good for Clutch Rain to at least get set up for the initial time here on P7, but you cannot, and I exclaim this, you cannot afford to get broken up quickly again.
Yeah, they're fortunate to even get this time, to be frank. I need to be on the rotation for this hill. And there's a very realistic prospect, of course, of teams just kind of rotating away from Cantina in towards this next one. The first wave of gunfights are looking pretty good, at least initially. You got to do more than that, though. You have to have every single second, as you say. Got to have good coverage, and this has to be some crucial plays, some crucial streaks coming out of these guys. Now over towards Warehouse. We'll be able to pick up a triple. That's a good start. Spawn coming through from Cruz should be enough to take Denzer down. I was going to say there's no way Denzer wins that gunfight, and the things are looking pretty good here for the first 40 seconds of this hill for Clutch Rain. Finally, they have something to talk about at the water cooler here for Clutch Rain, but this has really been it the entire game.
I mean, look, and even Aphelion, like, they're fighting for 13 seconds because they can. Like, you have such a massive leader's advantage that you can just afford to play wildly. Pick your poison if you're Aphelion Esports. You want to try to quick rotate over towards P2, try to contest for P1, you can realistically close it out in any of the upcoming 3 hills.
Yeah, and at the moment, the thing is as well, Clutch Rain haven't done step number 1 of trying to get back in towards this game. I don't know if there is even really a step number 1. Let's move over towards the next hard point. They don't even have control of the patio for the rotation towards Cantina. They are trying to grab it. Shots coming through from Twiz and Niall will be good enough, but Aphelion Esports with the spawns in towards the alley. Furious off that spawn will pick up the kill onto Niall, and now towards the middle of the map as well. Things looking just so good for Aphelion Esports. They're not even going to need that rotation. They could win it here off the back of P1. Just a few more kills will secure it. Niall from afar will be taking down Denzer. Shots are looking pretty good for that, but Aphelion, they've got a response, just looking for the final kill. And oh my god, it's AR power in the middle of the map. A powerhouse GO for this roster as Aphelion Esports annihilate Clutch Rain in game number 1.
Yeah, annihilate might just be the nicer word to use as far as what just transpired on that Mercado map number 1. You remember everything I said about Clutch Rain having a lot of good reps and went on a 4 Mercado hardpoint win streak after losing the initial 2? Yeah, I'm about to rip that page out of my notebook immediately. Aphelion Esports, or should I say Lucifer, Aphelion Harry Esports. What the hell was that? Like, he was undeniable. He went on 2 different 6 sprees. He finds value with 2 different cruise missiles. Not to mention how he was also forcing rotation, fighting rotational gunfights as well. I just don't know what more you want to say. I mean, I was always trying to put the envelope on that Clutch Rain. Don't necessarily have to find all the kills because they are a very fundamentally strong team. But you still have to find some of the kills, Brody. You still have to find some of the trades. That just was not exemplified by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, the P7 was good. But by that point, I mean, Aphelion were already over 200 points, and they just had the pick of the litter where they wanted to close out map 1.
Yeah, there's two things I think that kind of went wrong there, and pretty obviously so for a Mercado hardpoint. First of all, every single time they got the rotation for the first set, pretty much for the first 4 or 5 kills, they got broken with about 15 to 20 seconds, which is, again, mostly down to what Harry and sometimes Denza were able to do. And then beyond that, we always talk about kind of these money rotations in terms of this map in particular. There were 2 big ones, P1 to P2, and then P6 to P7. Both times, it was either a case where Clutch Rain were just not able to maintain those spawns for the P2 side, and that happened on both sets of rotations, or Aphelion just managed to break them on the P6. I think for the first set, that was a really big moment where Aphelion broke in with the first 30 seconds. And yes, as you said, Andy, Clutch Rain did manage to get the vast majority of time for the back of P7, but you needed both together to really even have a shot at the game. This was the Harry show. There's no other way to go about this, mate. I don't think it's worth talking about anybody else, any of the other streaks. It just doesn't matter. Harry did absolutely everything in that game. That is a monster performance. 31 kills. That is stupid.
Almost felt like the way that Harry was playing across the entirety of map number 1. He had a submachine gun in his hands, or I don't know, even bringing it all the way back to BO4. Almost felt like he was playing with a Maddox at times. Like, good lord. He was eviscerating targets as soon as they were crossing right in front of his screen. I mean, Nile did go 20 and 19. That is a respectable KD ratio for that scoreline that is a 100-point club, 250 to 90 on this map number 1. 29 kills were non-traded, by the way. Casual. Only 2 traded kills out of the 31 that Harry was able to find for 3,500 damage. Like, come on, man. Someone's got to answer this guy. He was also averaging 430 damage uphill. Like, what? Nobody had an answer. He was untradeable. I mean, there's nobody in this lobby. And again, nobody came close to the stat line nor the pace that Harry Lucifer was setting across this map number 1. Wow.
Yeah, I'm really glad that he's got the Lucifer tag back, mate. I'm not so sure Clutch Radar, but at least for us casters, gotta be a way to put on a show. Aphelion Esports coming out strong here with a 250 to 90 start to the series, and that is a big map for them. Granted, Clutch Rain, not the biggest hardpoint team in the world. That was not necessarily a map they needed to win to find a way in towards this series, but certainly it was an important one because next up on the docket is going to be a hotel search and destroy. And we already talked about kind of the way the veto process went down in terms of the search and destroy, how we maybe thought this might be a mistake considering this is arguably the strongest search and destroy map that Aphelion have in their cabinet. But for Clutch Rain also, they also are good for hotel search and destroy. So it's going to be a bit of a 50-50 situation. I do feel, though, Andy, Clutch Rain need to win this map to find an in this series.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you lose this map number 2 for Clutch Rain, I mean, you're going to have to try to reverse sweep Aphelion Esports, which, honestly speaking, I don't necessarily see anybody doing that, unless maybe it's a Wubbabubs. Again, that's the number 1 team. If there's going to be any team that maybe reverse sweep this Aphelion Esports roster, if Aphelion can somehow find a 2-0 lead over a Wubbabubs, it would probably be them. But regardless of the matter for Clutch Rain, it has to be done here in the Search and Destroy, especially in the hotel. They have a lot of good players that can make a lot of good headway when it comes down to that first blood ratio, to the overall flexibility, the adaptations as well. We've been seeing this Clutch Rain roster develop more and more as far as their Search and Destroy is concerned, keeping it close against a lot of top teams, but their adaptations and their flexibility throughout the entirety of the Season 4 has only gotten better.
Yeah, for sure. And we do want to take a look at some players here for the Search and Destroy before we get into it. We want to talk about the sniping situation, I think, first and foremost as we get in towards this matchup, because that's always a really big talking point in terms of drawing out first bloods. We talked about kind of key snipers across European challengers. And I feel like we have to talk about Harry to a certain extent, right? Because what he brings to the table from a sniper perspective, at the very least, is just insane. These first bloods are so crucial to so many rounds won in Search and Destroy for Aphelion.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Harry as far as his stats are concerned. 1.54 average damage per round, around 106. That's about averaging about a kill per round. His S&D, true engagement success rate, 66% of the time that Harry's getting into a gunfight, he's either walking away with a kill or an assist. Not to mention now he's boasting a 54% opening duel win percentage. And you're right to highlight just the overall utility belt that is Lucifer. You can either roll out with a sniper rifle, or you can have an AR. Honestly, you can pick up a submachine gun for all I care for what I just saw in that Mercado hardpoint map number 1. This guy could really do it all.
Yeah, I feel like Harry is like he's basically like a transformer. He's got like the sniper, he's just basically like part of him. You know, it's just part of his body. He is just the sniper at this point when it comes down to the search and destroy. It's a real problem, and as you say, you know, he's just so flexible. I think that he could just get aggressive with a sub, and I think we'd be perfectly fine. So that's one player to talk about for sure. On the other side, though, we should mention that there is Genesis to contest with, and he is also a player that I think is going to be a problem for Aphelion to deal with. If Genesis can kind of win some of those early snipe duels, Andy, things might actually be looking up here for Clutch Rain.
There's been a lot of different instances where we see Genesis kind of hold on to the sniper rifle for a little too long. He's kind of getting unlucky with a lot of with unfortunate hit markers. But on Hotel, it becomes a little bit less likely to see a lot more sniper rifle 1v1s. Even starting off here on Harry's screen, he's going to stun over to the middle of the map, has an AR.
This mid-map pressure has been crucial for a number of teams to garner early control of Hotel in round number 1. Furious trying to get in from behind these early flanks. Twiz should stiff him out here as soon as Furious opens that door, and that's exactly been the case. Oh, dicey gunfight for Twiz, but Furious is not going to come out on top, and that early play from Aphelion will not work.
Gonna quick rotate back over towards A. Via the Semtex is at least gonna find that trade onto Genesis. You still have so much space that you have to clear. Harry with that bomb is now gonna join the likes of Mythics, who's starting to clear all the restaurant crews as the sole defender of the site.
Yeah, this is the decision being made here by Aphelion Esports. Just get themselves over towards B. It's whether or not they'll see crews in that off angle, though. I don't think that's a position they'll ever really expect. It's activated on that side, though. That push is coming in thick and fast. Over towards A, Denzer might be able to catch the players off the rotation. That is most certainly the play as Cruz goes down. Yeah, Denzer now will be able to catch Twiz. There is the kill. Don't quite think they're going to recognize where Nile is going to be located. So that maybe is the secret weapon he has here in this 1 versus 3. But beyond that, not a lot to go off.
Already invested. Dead Silence is going to get a freebie versus Lucifer. Sees Denza down low. 30 seconds remaining, and Nile is chasing Ghosts. Denza is out of there.
Big first gunfight in towards the site as well, and yeah, just not going to win that in that situation. Great play calls from Aphelion Esports, right? We talked a little bit about kind of their strengths in search and destroy, Andy, those strategies coming out the playbook. That was one of them.
Yep, sure was. Again, that was immediately looking towards the middle of the map to try to find some information, play for that pick, but the slow roll for Aphelion Esports is to maybe get a couple of utilities on board, get some information on where Clutch Rain were located at, and just try to decide which was going to be the better of the 2 bomb sites to try to assault. Left Denza just to try to lurk over by the A bomb site. Recognize that Mythics can clear a lot of space through Restaurant. Lucifer was that guy to join the likes of Mythics to be able to push that threshold and get that bomb planted.
Sure. Here's these early snipes. We're talking about Genesis with his snipe in hand. Furious and Mythics will be the first players to potentially be on the hook. Twiz tried to fly across. He will actually manage to garner that real estate, and that should force Mythics and Furious back just to touch it. Maybe the space now required here for Clutch trying to get that bomb down.
Genesis with the sniper. Just trying to play for one of these first bloods. That way Nile can try to rotate back over and get that bomb planted. Mythics is snaking this head glitch. Bottom bedroom, a tough one to take if you are Genesis.
Being thrown out here. That will tag Mythics. That is a really nice nade. That's why sometimes we see teams choosing to utilize frag grenades over Semtexes. It is again enough to scare Mythics off momentarily, but the bomb still hasn't moved from Statue side, so even if this kill does come through, time is very quickly dwindle away from Clutch Rain in the moment. It will force Twiz to try and earn some more real estate down low inside bedroom. Yep, right into the open arms of Mythics. Now they've got to try and get the bomb down with Amanda's advantage, and if they don't go down from front bedroom, they might well go down from luggage as well. This is just not the best execution coming out from Clutch Rain. There's one final player left alive, Cruz. Even if he finds this, a penultimate kill, that last one will not come his way.
Nah, it's just exhausting the clock to the name of the game for Aphelion. I mean, talk about a standardized slow roll defense, because, I mean, hey, at Search and Destroy in a nutshell, the offense obviously has to make the play over towards the bomb. Little to no information was even given to Clutch Rain where a lot of these Aphelion Esports players are located at. By the time we reached, about like the 30-second mark, Denza was already quickly on the flank, all the way through the middle of the map, pinches up all these players that were playing over by that Godheady, over by the bar. It just does not work out for Clutch Rain. Genesis could not find a pick with that sniper rifle, not with the way Aphelion were set up around that bomb.
This has been early aggression coming out from Aphelion Esports over towards round number 1, if you remember. Denza was a big part of that play. 3-0 start for him overall between the first 2 rounds. Now wants to make it 4-0. Utility being thrown out early on is going to provide the coverage here. The smoke and mirrors are furious to fly across the bedroom, and he still hasn't been heard as well. The Dead Silence about to run out. Niall's just simply not going to expect him in that position. But the good news for Clutch Rain is that towards the middle of the map, Genesis has actually been pretty useful.
Genesis was able to find 2. Tough gunfight versus Cruz. Good damage in between both Denza and Cruz. That bomb being planted, though, surely he's going to get pushed. Yeah, Furious. I mean, if he doesn't find the kill, Denza would have been there for the immediate trade. Genesis. Sniper rifle, pistol combination, 1v2, needs a defuse. He's just going to hop it. There's the shoulder check. And he is just going to be dead to rights soon afterwards. Semtex late in the round, and yeah, all but done and dusted. The quick hit over towards his A-bomb works out wonderfully for Aphelion. They have their utility that they've been saving the past few rounds, and then they just completely run over all of this roster of Clutch Rain over by this A-bomb. Albeit, Genesis was able to find 2. It just felt like the map positioning was never retaken off of those first initial kills for Aphelion.
Yeah. Yeah, fortunate enough, I think, Clutch Rain, that they were able to find value off the sniper rifle, because if they didn't, that round would have been even more slanted in favor of Aphelion. Aphelion looking good through the first 3. Again, some of these search and destroy strategies, they might seem plain and simple, but the execution is where it counts, and Aphelion, they are making themselves look so, so good in that department. Clutch Rain need to be better here. Last time around, things were not good in trying to get this bomb down. And, well, as Cruz goes down and now gets tagged up with a stun, and then the follow-up nade from Furious. Yeah, that bomb's now going to be an awkward spot.
Furious getting his own trade there on Denial. Insane scenes. Twiz, 1v3. Gonna throw the Semtex, just gonna get run at. Oh my god. Aphelion can seemingly do no wrong. And albeit Clutch Rain, you saw it pop up there at the beginning for these 2 teams. Aphelion are 4-0, Clutch Rain are 3-0, respectfully on Hotel Search and Destroy. But this is Aphelion's playground in a nutshell when it comes down to Hotel Search and Destroy. Even when it was the Elevate roster in between both Denza and Harry, when they were playing with Gizmo and Vortex all the way back in Season 1 and through Raleigh, this was their stomping ground, and you're seeing exactly why. A combined 10-5 between Mythics and Furious.
Man, Clutch Rain just have to get something going now. This round has to be theirs, otherwise this search and destroy, in my mind, won't be. And once again, it's that exact same strategy coming out. Furious going all the way through towards bedroom side. Niall has adapted this time, though. They're moving out of position. Does Furious spot Cruz down low? Yes, he does. Straight back towards the bedroom side. And now for Clutch Rain, they've got a problem in their backside. It's going to be Furious all around the flank.
That silence invested. Furious is just making these players trapped elsewhere across the bomb site itself. Harry takes down Niall. Twiz, at least he's going to find that trade. Forces out the 1v1, pops Dead Silence.
And of course, he knows where Furious is as well, or more or less that Furious is very likely on this side of the map. Furious did exhaust his Dead Silence earlier on in this round. So we'll not have that to work with. His own Dead Silence, though, is about to run out. So now we'll find ourselves in a situation where these guys are going to do their best Weeping Angel impression. Sit there, super still, wait for some form of audio cue. Furious might be the first one to give that away.
Yeah, he's going to have to, right? Running out of time, 22 seconds, picks up the TAC 56. And oh my god, he made the right call. Furious is an S&D mastermind. He's going to try to quick rotate over towards B. No, he's going to try to play the kill. He's got an audio cue. He knows that Twiz is right above him as well. Sees him drop down. He's running out of time. He's going to try to chase this kill. He's not going to be able to plant the bomb in time. It's a foot race. Twiz, though, turns around, looks at the side door, is going to beam Furious as he enters inside the kitchen. What was looking like a really good call coming through from Furious. He got the audio cue that Twiz was, in fact, top bedroom. He was going to come across the top catwalk side. And Twiz, just with all the whereabouts of the world, was quite literally one bullet away from death there from Furious's SMG. We'll finally get Clutch Rain on the board.
That's unfortunate, isn't it, really? Just like, you think you've got that kill, you think you've got the 5th round in the bag, and then Twiz just flies away. And in the moment, you've already wasted so much time with the clock that you have no choice but to just fly and give away an order queue in turn to Twiz. So, round on the board here for Clutch Rain. We said they've got to have it, and then they do. But these offensive rounds still have been problematic for Clutch Rain thus far. It's been A both times. It will be for the 3rd. This time, they've got players across. 2 of them, as a matter of fact. Furious has seen both. Has to try and convert for the 1st, and not able to get it done. That bomb is down, and Twiz has to control a bedroom.
Planted over at A. Look at this post-plant setup as well. Genesis is waiting for the Chow to come through. Inevitably, the flank will soon be there, but not as quick as he thought. Denza finds 2. The retake is surely on.
Yeah, and the information passed to Harry as well as to where Niall's located. Twiz now the last one left alive, and as that kill comes through on towards Mythics, they know rarely, more or less, where he is located. It's going to be Denza coming on the flank to deal with him here. on the hunt. Always knows that his best weapon is to try and pick a corner. Hope for the best in this scenario. Time quickly dwindling down, though, and finally Denza locates him. Twist down for the count, and that is a big retake coming on through from Aphelion. Denza on the flank was the problem.
I mean, that is just copy and paste of what Denza always does on defense. Once he gets the information that that bomb is going over towards A, even if Clutch Rain find first blood, which they did keep in mind you, they also got that bomb planted over at A. Genesis was watching the flank that was going to come through over by Check-In, but Denza was already past P2. He was already inside a spa. That silence had to have been invested with how Genesis got little to no audio cue whatsoever of Denza's whereabouts. Goes to the drop shot, finds 3 in the round. The retake works wonderfully with Harry in the middle of the map. Denza 6-1 now.
And this Search and Destroy has not been kind to Clutch Rain, has it? Search and Destroy, they probably came in pretty confident on, considering they haven't lost one on Hotel. Aphelion now just one more round. Close things out. This one not going their way, though. Genesis through the middle of the map to pick up Mythics. Twist with the follow-up as well. As Nile takes down Furious very quickly. Harry for a 1v4. He's been a miracle worker this series thus far, but that one is just not going to come to pass. Clutch Rain, they have a good response.
Yep, it was just the overall tussle in the middle of the map, right? Just by proxy for Clutch Rain to be able to find where these players were located at for Aphelion, just isolate them, find the gunfights, the team shots, absolutely sublime. Hey, Search and Destroy, you don't always have to get the bomb plan. Sometimes you can just find the kills, win conditions on win conditions. Clutch Rain, quite literally 1 round at a time as they trail by 3. Aphelion still up on map point, keep in mind you. What's Clutch Rain's going to response be here as far as an offense is concerned? Denza has been a problem on this flank defensively for Aphelion time and time again.
Towards this offensive effort here for Clutch Rain. Last time around. Didn't work, but that was down to a retake. They've been getting better on every single offense, and this time it's going to be a big middle hit coming through from Aphelion to try and really start to garner some control. And as Mythics picks up that second frag, if he gets away there, that is a devastating play coming through from Aphelion.
Great response coming through. Look at Denza again, just quickly working that flank. He's already past Chandelier. Niles expecting it. Did he not see him in hole? Surely he saw him right there, right? He's going to invest that silence up on the 3 spree. He's expecting Denza to push all the way through, but keep in mind you, Nile has the bomb. Harry's going to see him cross, and Cruz is nowhere near this play. Denza, windy shots through the atrium, not going to be able to find the kill, but information galore.
Dead silence utilized for Clutch Rain here. Denza knows the importance of getting control of B right about now. Of course, Clutch Rain, they've got brains. They know that there's a player with Denza over by that side. Harry, though, in from behind. Again, these windy shots. First from Denza and now from Harry. Albeit it was a bit of an awkward shot to take. Will not result in the gunfight. Now for Denza again. We already talked about his dead silence has been exhausted. So in this play, you're going to have to just fly across the middle of the map. Being overwatched by Cruz here in the moment and should get taken down pretty quickly. Cruz, well, he's got a Vaznev for the play, so will at the very least not be able to get that frag just yet. So Denza stays alive past his expiry date. I'll try and want him out of the fridge. Oh, overwatching the bomb. Denza annihilates and does not get the second, not quite expecting Cruz to come from that angle.
And that was a great answer as far as what Clutch Rain have been looking for offensively. I mean, every single hit so far, Brody, has been this very quick hit over towards A. Aphelion go all through the middle of the map, try to stop that bomb plant from happening. But the response coming through from Clutch Rain once they saw a multitude of players through the atrium, once Genesis got overwhelmed through check-in, was just to back all the way up, going back over towards D1 and just expect more push-throughs to come out. And once they found the trades, once they forced out the 2v2, it was just about exhausting the clock and finding more information soon after, isolating both Lucifer and Denza across the board. Now keep this within 2.
Early on. Again, big early gunfights been going down towards the middle of the map pretty much every single round thus far. Furious now involved in another potential tussle with Twist. He walked straight past him, was more preoccupied with Mythics, the Spectre of Mythics through double arches. That Spectre will get away. Furious now potentially to do more damage, involved in another tussle this time around with Cruz towards the connector. Furious just going to fly across the doorway for more information. He is just keeping these guys away at this point in time. And Furious's just presence over here towards B is enough to make them think this might be a B hit.
It's going to be a rotating B hit. I mean, they know that Nile's going to be down low in bedroom. He's already thrown out a couple of shots, but the rotation was already there. Genesis has rotated back over towards the backside of Jacuzzi. He's expecting the push to come through, but the timing was not on his side. So this play, this defense, is going to come down to Cruz.
Cool on the timing. Cruz, he's ready for the first, not the second, though. Furious with a good trade there. 2 for 1 we go. Now again, big gunfight again for a Mythics who will take down Genesis on the retake in from behind, and now Nile in an awkward spot yet. They're going to know he's more likely than not rotating away from that A site. Where does he come from? Entry does he choose? Shots through the wall now. Element of surprise out the window, or rather through the wall. Nile's got time. 25 seconds in towards the site. He goes. Mythics on the other side for the first kill. Shots in towards the second. It is not good enough. Aphelion close things out. Clutch Rain, they find some resistance towards the back half of the search and destroy. It is not enough.
Nope, it is not enough. I mean, Aphelion just got that 4-0 lead just so quickly. It just, with how fast they were able to take their next few rounds after playing the initial so slow, and it kept Clutch Rain guessing and really just so doubtful as far as where this Aphelion roster was going to be located at. The one thing was always certain was that Denza was always going to try to hit that flank defensively. That remained true every single time that Aphelion were on defense, whether it was a 4v4, 3v2, whatever it may have you. If Denza was alive on the map defensively, he was always going to hit that flank. Clutch Rain's only response whatsoever was try to fast hit over towards A. And the moment that Aphelion had a response for that, just swarming in the atrium, it was an even better response coming through from Clutch Rain just to deny that space and to quickly rotate back to the atrium and retake over towards the backside of the parking lot. But nonetheless, I mean, this Aphelion roster, you get to see it just on your screens time and time again. When they go up against a multitude of teams, no matter the mode, they can definitely slay the hell out.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think those first 4 rounds are perhaps the most damaging of them all, coming out from Aphelion, right? I mean, I think for Clutch Rain, I think particularly on their offensive efforts through their first 2. The first one was completely snuffed out by Aphelion Esports, and then the adaptations were even that was not good enough from Clutch Rain. And I think, despite the fact that he got better and better through the back half of the Search and Destroy, it was that 4-0 lead that felt completely insurmountable as Aphelion do ultimately come out on top. And I think it's worth saying, it's not a surprise, right? Aphelion Esports, we talked about how strong their Search and Destroy is overall. It is arguably the strongest of the lot for them. And a big reason for that, again, you talk about kind of the coaching staff on side, how long they've been kind of paired together between Denza and Harry, players like that, with Roper and such. They're going to have good Search and Destroy strategies on side, and we saw a lot of that in that S&D.
Yeah, Roper and Senegal have been more or less a good coaching duo that has been helping out the likes of both Denza and Harry through a multitude of different seasons, a multitude of different team changes as well. But it's the Furious show that comes out 10-7. Didn't have all the damage in the world. Leading the lobby was Mythics, up to 1,300 damage. Even for those 6 assists that he also coupled along with Denza quite wonderfully for the damage to be followed up by Furious time and time again. Just felt like that there was no continuous response coming through from Clutch Rain. We saw a couple of attempts coming through, but I mean, Genesis was getting first-blooded quite a lot. I mean, 2 first deaths, 3 first deaths for Twiz, always trying to make influential plays across the connector, through the atrium, through line, whatever may have you. Even if you could find the first blood for Clutch Rain, it just always felt like the response for Aphelion. The trades were just that much better. Denza's flanks were so sublime. He'll end at 7-4 for the Search and Destroy, 4 non-traded kills to boot. It just feels like Aphelion, they've done their homework. They show up on Championship Thursday, as it may be, ready to play.
Yeah, and from here on out, the path to a Grand Finals performance, a Grand Finals appearance from Clutch Rain starts to feel a lot more narrow, doesn't it? Because, I mean, look, for a control team, Clutch Rain are up there, right? I mean, arguably they're the best control team in European challenges. Perhaps Notorious might well take that crown away, but certainly they're up there. And that's maybe the kind of the shining light they have in this series, but we already talked about it. I mean, looking towards the back half, the MSC Hardpoint doesn't exactly look kind to them. And then, you know, LSC, Search and Destroy, we've seen it from them in the past. It can be dicey. So, we'll start at step number 1 here. This control obviously needs to be a win. If not, they'll be out in 3rd place, which is, by the way, would not be a bad place to finish for Clutch Rain. There you go, guys. It's a best of 5 after all. But I think just more to the point here in terms of momentum, I would say this doesn't need to be just a victory, but it needs to be a dominant victory as well. I think they really need to come into this one, really just assert themselves and say, look, you know we're good at control. We know the only team we've actually lost controls team is Team Notorious, and they're, of course, the other big control team here in European Challengers. So this needs to be something where they really just come out, show their strengths, and we talk about kind of control and where a lot of that power, a lot of that strength lies. And, well, this is Twiz, right? I mean, he is just that guy.
Yeah, I mean, Twiz, even yesterday when you got to see him go up against the likes of Team Notorious throughout the entirety of this lower bracket run, throughout the entirety of the group stage as well, Twiz has surely stepped up for this Clutch Rain roster. On control, respectfully, a 1.07 KD. That's a lot of damage per 10 minutes, keep in mind you, mostly with the Vaznev. And 71% non-traded kills as well. Definitely want to look towards Twiz to be able to capitalize on any sort of AR pressure that can come through for Clutch Rain. Really try to put Aphelion on their heels when it comes down to this hotel control.
Yeah, Twiz, I think just even the entirety of the season so far on Clutch Rain, the various Clutch Rain rosters that we've had, Twiz has always been a really helpful player to have in control. So we've seen that in the past. We've got to see it now going head-to-head with Aphelion Esports, and this has to be a good start as well. First blood coming through from Twiz, but the reaction from Harry, it feels like we're back in that hard point as the double starts to come on through. Mythics with his second AR just brings more of that pounding down over towards bedroom side, and that's map control back in favor right off the rip here for Aphelion.
See right there on your screen, 4-1 for Aphelion. The only time that they have lost this map mode combination, funny enough, was yesterday for a Wubba and they got absolutely slammed. They didn't even take a single round, so could just be the warm-up potentially, where that could be grand finals. Nice stick coming through from Furious. He could just give up that angle. Let Twiz just die. As soon as Clutch Rain falter as far as that B push is concerned, they spawn parallel over towards Zay. Just got to get past Denza, and Genesis will do just that and start slowing down this clock ever more so as the second segment progresses.
For Aphelion Esports here on the defensive side, don't want to give anything away for free. Just try and be cautious about how you play this in terms of those transitional gunfights. Genesis looking to disrupt through the middle of the map. I believe they've spotted out Furious. Furious is going to win that one anyway. That's now for Aphelion Esports. They will look to stabilize through the middle, make sure no players do get back behind that jewelry side. As another 60 seconds now get added to the clock here. Big gunfight to be won off the back of the transition. Denza from jewelry for the double and trying to make it a triple. Will be denied for that kill on towards Genesis, and Furious unfortunately gets stuck in a mantle animation for the second. So Genesis able to double up now. It's got Train have some mid-map pressure.
Gotta worry about Mythics into the back. He's already been stunned up. Niall's going to be on that. Godheady versus Mythics will take him out of commission. Look at the lack of bedroom control that's coming through for Aphelion. These are great kills and great clearance coming through as Twiz confirms that bedroom is all theirs. Elsewhere, you can see Genesis 6-2 now, up on the 3 spree. He's trying to commit towards his flank to pitch with his teammates.
Yeah, Harry more preoccupied around the front. Furious will be able to take him down. Still, that pressure coming from the front. It's a double coming out from Furious that will clear the point alongside the third from Denza. So Aphelion do well now, and off the back of that wave of gunfights here, feel confident enough that they can garner some control of bedroom, but Furious still has work to do, and even despite the fact he is momentarily stunned, Furious picks up Genesis, and then Twiz on the jump down as well. 5 in a row now for Furious. One more, he earns the cruise missile, and those things are actually pretty useful when it comes down here to control.
Yeah, it sure does. Splash damage galore. Across both zones. Furious, that sound's about to run out. Oh, he catches Niall mid-Semtex throw. That's kill number 6. The cruise missile has been earned. Denza, Harry, able to find the next 2. 3 dead yet again. 15 plays up against 7. Clutch Rain have to almost play this flawlessly if they want to take this offensive round.
Yeah, and some of that early glimpse of hope that we saw coming out from that A push has kind of just scattered away here. We've got no map control whatsoever. They have to fight tooth and nail to regain it. 6 versus 14. Not a lot of room for error. Trades now coming bound in favor once again of Aphelion Esports. That double from Mythics might well secure this round, to be honest. All around the flank doesn't really have a ton of time to work with. At least there's no bedroom players to be concerned about, so you will have a path through the middle of the map at the very least, but you have to get those final frags to come through. Indeed, they just do not. As Aphelion Esports come out with a very strong defense to start things off. Clutch Rain, they had a couple of good looks, but beyond that, not much to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very easy setup when you're looking for Aphelion Esports. I mean, more often than not, when it comes down to the opening offense on hotel control, more teams will probably go towards the B zone first, and they'll probably stray away from it. Can't necessarily fault Clutch Rain for trying to go for the more difficult of the 2 zones first, but the opening break just was set up wonderfully for Aphelion, and honestly made it really expensive for Clutch Rain to even find that A control zone. The fact that they were able to walk away with 3 segments alone, you should at least walk away with a smirk. Not a full smile, but maybe a slight little smirk. But we'll have to see how they get on for their defense. Aphelion, again, going to be that team to try to go over towards the B zone first. Mythics takes down Lucifer, his teammate. Not going to help out in the cause and maybe try to get over towards this B zone comfortably.
Genesis with that double should secure it here for Clutch Rain. So mid-map pressure now. Looking pretty good, and even better than what Aphelion had on their defensive effort in the last round, because Clutch Rain actually do have some presence over towards the A zone. That's Twiz, who initially wins the initial gunfight versus Furious too. So things looking really good if you're a Clutch Rain. The problem, of course, is that Aphelion, they still are hungering for this B hit. And that nade, unfortunately, just not going to help, to be honest, for Harry, especially with now the Superman jump out towards the B point. Does get shut down by Niall, who will actually go down in quick succession. So there's an opening now presenting itself here for Aphelion Esports as those kills do come through. They're getting themselves on towards the point. Big gunfight for Furious to lose, though, over by D1 as Cruz will take them down. Look at players coming on the flank, though, for Clutch Rain. They're taking their time with this retake Twiz going to open up the proceedings with the first blood, and then the second coming through as well towards the middle of the map. And there is that final kill from Genesis with the nade. Niall will finish things up with the kill on towards Furious. This has been solid for the defense.
Yeah, it really has. And now it's going to force Aphelion to run with their tails tucked between their legs and maybe try to convert over towards this A control zone. Harry, 1v1 versus Cruz. This little snake off is going to go Harry's way. So that's a big kill to find for yourself, but the flank was not being looked at as Twiz pounces, finds 2. Give him number 3. Can't find number 4. Furious will find that trade. The clock stays stalled at 24 seconds.
Yeah, and even if Aphelion do get this, which they still well might, to be fair, there's a lot of time that's been eroded off the clock. Clutch will be happy with how this round has gone down so far. If that kill does come through for Genesis, which it does, that will give them the autonomy to actually try and defend this point. Genesis now flying on through. I think Cruz and Twiz are very much tempted to go towards this point. You have to be cautious, though, as Cruz goes down. If I'm Twiz in this situation, I tail it away. Look for exit frags. He's going to go down as well, and that's actually kind of dangerous here because Aphelion now have the movement here across the middle of the map.
Denza's going to get stunned up mid-statue as well. Gets hit with a nade. You might only think that it might just be one player. Furious is actually going to be rewrapping this. He's up to 17 and 8, by the way. I believe he still has that cruise missile in his back pocket. He's in a tough engagement versus Twiz at range. Now going to be coupled along wonderfully with Denza. 2 SMGs on the flank. They already lost at least one player. That's Mythix, so maybe be bottom bedroom. You got to play this pretty darn perfectly if you are Aphelion. You were trailing by 8 lives.
Big kill from Cruz. Hits the reload, though, a little bit prematurely. Furious there to pick things up. Should be dealt with by Genesis here. Should be? Yeah, okay, that's fine. I was going to say, I was worried for a second there that Genesis might let Furious get away. Although how long it takes to actually make that gunfight work, we'll put him out of position for the next gunfight versus Mythix. It's okay, though. He's there to pick up the slack. Bigger problem here, though, overall in the play. Aphelion Esports, again, with how long they took to get A earlier on, they just don't really have time. They don't really have the life situation, and that will just continue to worsen too. Harry and Mythix, it's time for the AR Superstars to show up once again, and I just don't know if this is possible.
Mythix.
Mythix! Oh my god!
He tried stepping off the zone and maybe try to make a last-ditch effort play. That would have been insane if he was able to at least walk away with that second segment. Numbers were never going to be on his side. Hey. Woo, boy, Mythix. I'll tell you, man, a really good argument for that last little effort coming through. That's a little bit of a fumble for me if you are looking for a Aphelion Esports side, right? I mean, you go over towards the B control zone first. It does not work out. You at least walk away with that first segment after the second attempt. But then even for the third, to still try to send more numbers to clear away bedroom rather than try to get middle of the map first and then at least guarantee that 60 seconds just meant that lives were not on their side. The clock never really on their side. Just Clutch Rain really were in firm control of that defense.
Clutch Rain now. The barrel towards B to kick things off. Initial trades in favor here of Aphelion once again. It's Harry for double, Mythix for number 3. Genesis the only one with really anything to say on those initial trades. And, well, that kill versus Denza is kind of inconsequential. Aphelion, just like last time around, did not have anybody, a contingency plan over towards A, so they're going to have to try and fight for regaining this control. Harry is here, though, wants to have something to say in the conversation. It almost makes that two-piece happen. At the very least, we'll take Cruz down, but no more than that. And for Clutch Rain here, again, it's kind of like the status quo has been completely reinstated once again, as they do garner control of A.
Oh, Twiz. I mean, that's such a tough head glitch to even spot a player out. Harry's just going to be locking down the back lobby staircase, but it's under threat, keep in mind you. Genesis is back here. Genesis finds 2, and that's going to allow Twiz, who's able to stay alive, to touch that B zone. 3 players are looking to stack. Yeah, this 3-stack is going to come through no matter what Aphelion wants to happen, to be honest. It's going to come thick and fast. You've got to go now if you want to defend this point. You've also got to be kind of careful about how much you put in towards this one as that kill comes on through. You might now be looking for exit fags. Furious is going to be the guy in from behind, though, to come and just ruin their day. There's the first kill versus Genesis. Mythix and Denza will clean up shop. They will save B at the very last second. But the big thing here for Clutch Rain, again, is just like previously, there was nobody guarding that back spawn towards Kitchen. It's a very fast hit straight back over towards A. Genesis up to 22 and 16 now. I can't remember the last time I've seen Genesis play this lights out in any Call of Duty. Need some more of that. The A zone's going to be chalked for Aphelion. They're going to try to play for a couple of exits. Nobody inside bedroom. Harry more than aware of that. Trying to find these wallbang shots through the curtain. Not going to be able to find much of anything, but it's going to be the trade game coming through for Aphelion. If you can find these couple kills, re-enter yourself inside a bedroom, you could really force Clutch Rain's hand to try to make a play around the flank.
Now, you've heard the phrase perfect hardpoint before. I think we're going to see perfect control coming out from Aphelion from here on out. That's a lot to ask for here on Hotel. Especially considering they don't have that bedroom control. But the moment here, Harry. tandem with Mythics, just keeping overwatch over this zone. Now flying across. Genesis wants a little piece of the pie as well. Genesis swinging out for the first kill, and why not the second as well? That's both AR players down. Now it's all on the subs to try and defend the point temporarily, and Twiz will just line them up, knock them down to close out the round.
A big offensive round to take if you are Clutch Rain for a multitude of purposes, right? Able to do it via segments. That's a total of 9 now for Clutch Rain's bank, even if they want defense, but I mean, a much better opening break. It kind of parallel to their defensive opening break where they were just playing a lot of good trade games. Obviously, you know, a team nade doesn't exactly help out anybody's circumstances, but regardless of the matter, I think for Clutch Rain, this is going to be your avenue towards success. Get your ARs into these very annoying positions, lay down the damage, let Twiz make these plays. He's now up to 20 and 14, up on a 4 spree as well. They need to have the response here as far as an offense is concerned, and I love this call. Do not play with your food. Just go over towards his A zone first, try to get middle of the map in your favor, get that 60 seconds as quick as possible.
This has to be a better exchange for Aphelion to kick things off. At the very least, they will shut Twiz down before I think he can get that sick frag. And now more kills following up here from Harry as well, starting this round off on 3 in a row. I don't think he'll be able to find any more than that, as he's not ready for the gunfight inside Jewelry versus Twiz. And yet still, things looking a little bit disjointed here. Aphelion Esports now have a moment of calm. They want to try and garner control of A. Furious might well have called that one player has gotten past the 50-yard line. That player will be Twiz, who now looks for the first, trying to find the second as well. Will not be able to get it done. So the second tick now not that far away.
Pretty good for it. Denza's just locking things down. Chal as you might through the host stand. Not going to be able to find much of anything. 2 more kills come through for Aphelion Esports. It'll be 24 plays up against 23 as Mythics is trying to get this rotation early, going over towards his B zone. He's going to get naded to Oblivion, the stun, the Semtex. He cannot move. He is stuck in the mud. All of Clutch Rain are set up around the lobby side. The player pushed up mostly is going to be player number 4. That's Nile, looking to maybe find a couple of kills bottom bedroom to keep Aphelion at bay.
Yeah, Aphelion, the only reason they're here is because Clutch Rain put those last 2 players in towards A, right? They'll be happy that that sequence of events has occurred, and now they might have a real good shot at B. Oh my goodness me, again, Harry comes through. Tenza, Mythics also there as part of the ensemble. This B point might well just be gone. Twiz is going to bring this cruise missile down. We talked about the splash damage before, how effective this can be. Has to hit it here for the 4. Is only able to find 2. Aphelion able to close out round number 4 and send us to round number 5. And the fact that that streak goes as well, the fact that it is used, is such a big positive for Aphelion to have.
Furious still has his streak, keep in mind you. I mean, you had to force Clutch Rain's hand to just invest that streak. The splash damage only reaches about half of the B control zone. So there's just a wonderful spread when you're looking for these players that were stacked on the B zone for Aphelion Esports to at least make sure that not everybody got total team wiped by the cruise missile. With those 10 segments in total, will force Clutch Rain to have a round 5 offense. If they want to start the reverse sweep, they're going to have to win 2 offenses in this hotel control.
Wow, how do we get here? Clutch Rain after that round number 3, they would have thought this one was in the bag. Indeed it wasn't though. Stun will not connect here for Cruz. It's okay though, because Nile will clean up the job. Denzer will be down for the count, and now A control firmly in the favor here of Clutch Rain. Aphelion just making sure that nobody off the back of that A hit is going to be able to get themselves some hold in towards B as well. But here they go. Aphelion on the defensive side now. Players on both sides of the point. Furious wants to start this round pretty strong. Has had a pretty strong game so far, and that's going to be both they and Denzer looking to get control from that kitchen side. It's trades galore. Furious off the back of all this pinstripe kill feed action is now the last one left alive. Tries to go huge. Shots are pretty good versus Nile, but not good enough.
Oh, no trades either. Twiz is going to pick up Denza, trying to recontest over by the wine hallway. Luckily enough for Aphelion Esports, you got Mythics. He's at 22 and 19. He's going to be that player that's going to be playing top or bottom valet. Trying to force all these players for Clutch Rain to continuously spawn parallel over towards the already captured A zone. And you're finding exit frags as well. Denza inside a statue. That's going to work out a pinch quite nicely. Yeah, the team nade doesn't exactly help things out, but the kills prior to that team nade are going to be emphatic for Aphelion to hold the middle of the map.
A is the easy one, right? I mean, that's the big thing here. A is the easier point to take. It's B that's the real task. And to do so, you've got to manage to get players in from behind all bedroom side. It's going to be the former of those 2. Towards the middle of the map, though, Harry will get exit from the middle on towards Twiz. So that's Good mid-map pressure to have, and Harry follows that with another one towards Twiz again, coming off the spawn towards the backline. Denza's done enough here to deal with Cruz, but his job is far from over. Genesis shots peppered up in towards him. That Semtex might well finish him off. I think a trophy system might have actually just caught that before it could go anywhere near Genesis. And for Aphelion here, a 2 versus 3 around the backline. Furious for the first. Twiz flying out for the trade, and Niall going to take down Denza around the backline as well. Aphelion now forced to reposition around bedroom.
He's been beaming with the AR all day long, 25 and 19 now. Forspree has another gunfight versus Cruz down low. The kill feed is going to favor that of Clutch Rain. They're able to get themselves on the P control zone. When does Furious decide to call in this cruise missile? You probably don't even need it, because Furious was already in the middle of the map over by the Falcon side. They're counting names. They're looking for numbers. Nile has not been taken down quite yet. He's just laying prone over by D2. Gonna get a free kill. Twiz finds 2 on the other side, and now you can start getting on this B zone.
Yeah, and they know where Mythix is located as well, more or less. Mythix just kind of needs to play a surprise kill. Furious decides now is the time to bring this streak down from the heavens. The splash damage might well be able to connect with at least one, and indeed it will. The numbers here looking pretty good, and they didn't find Mythix as well. So as Twiz goes down, that's going to be really frustrating for Clutch Rain here to try and save their tournament lives. A 6 versus 13 now towards the close. Niall able to take Furious down off the spawn, and Twiz able to take down Denza as well. So there's a chance here for Clutch Rain. If Niall can find Harry, hold on. They're going to jump the point.
6 versus 10. This is going to be Clutch Rain's potential last good effort to try to take this B control zone, but Furious, Mythix, Denza just light up the kill feed once again. 3 lives remain, 22 seconds on the clock.
And you don't want to count them out. Still 3 players strong. Time is really, I think, the biggest problem at this point. You don't really have time to think about how you're going to do this. You've just got to go and try to catch a 2-piece somewhere along the line. Furious just laying down in wait, ready to strike as he takes down the first. The trade's looking pretty good. Niall's able to find a double. He will stop the clock, but he needs to go flawless for the ace, and that will just not be Aphelion. Well, a clutch out the bag here in control. They join the likes of Notorious as the only team to take a control away from Clutch Rain, and what a time to do it.
What a time to do it, indeed. In a 3-0 fashion, this was convincing. I will say that much for Aphelion until the hotel control. It's what we expected as far as analysts, commentators, COD enthusiasts alike. Clutch Rain have been lights out when it comes down to control all season long, but it just was not enough to go up against this Aphelion esports roster. Again, did their homework last night, looking pretty darn good. Won in the veto process. Keep in mind, you getting rid of that LSU control. And you have the pick of the litter if you are Clutch Rain to either try to go for the gamble, try to face off against Aphelion on Expo, which honestly they have not played, but I hear that they're pretty good at it, or you try to take them down over towards Hotel. Last time, the control and LSilo went Clutch Rain's side. This time, you take them on their stopping grounds for Aphelion, they're on Hotel. It does not work out in your favor. The trade game, so good. Everything coming up all for Aphelion. Minus that opening offense. That was really the only big fumble for me personally. Clutch Rain had a really good response as far as their second offense is concerned, finding the trades, finding the kills. Twiz found a certain amount of comfort. He was in the flow state when it came down to that offensive round. Just being able to hit a continuous amount of routes along with Genesis and Cruz really put Aphelion on skates. But when a push came to shove there in the final round, it was all the Aphelion show, just slaying the hell out.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think it was that round number 3 where for me I was just like, all right, well, and now I feel like Clutch Rain, that's probably the moment where they've got this one in the bag. They've got themselves kind of back in a state where they're able to try and win things out. This was also one of those big moments, right, where we kind of normally see a streak be utilized as kind of that. This is a big kind of get out of jail free card, a big moment where you really can use it as a kind of lifeline, if you will. And that streak just did not go the way that Twiz desired. He ideally wanted a four-piece, like akin to, I think it was a Brezzy that brought out like, the streak and got that big 4-piece like a couple of seasons ago in that very same position. That's what he was aiming for. Didn't get it. That would have saved the game for Clutch Rain and kept them alive in the series, but it is just not to be. And as you say, it is a shame because Twiz went 33 and 26 with almost 3.4k damage on the board. Genesis, between his 29 and 31, did have 4k damage on the board. It is a shame, I think, for those players in particular. Despite those performances, not able to come out with a win.
Look at the offensive kills for Genesis. I mean, 20 out of 29 of those kills were all on the offense.
For an AR as well.
Yeah. That's crazy to me. But then you gotta give, of course, Mr. Klaus Furious. All right, we see you down there, brother. 36 and 25, 4,700 damage. 28 of those 36 kills were found on the defense, and 29 of 36 kills were non-traded with 18 assists to boot. Furious was an issue. If it was Denza on the flank contagiously on Hotel Search and Destroy, it was Furious in the control. And he just makes plays happen. He forces timings out more often than not. That was really showcased wonderfully through a lot of these rounds there in the Hotel control. It was a hell of a run for Clutch Rain. When push came to shove, they had to go against Aphelion Esports once again. They lost last time in 4 maps. It went to the Embassy Hardpoint where they got a 100-point club. We will not be seeing that again. They got a 100-point club in the map number 1, 250 to 90. Try to keep things close a little bit too late in the Hotel Search and Destroy. And the Hotel Control was a very good argument. I will say that much. But Clutch Rain, what a hell of a season out of them. They should at least feel pretty darn skippy about themselves for the season that they've been able to put together, especially ahead of the Toronto Open.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? At this stage in the season, that is a really big placement coming out from Clutch Rain. Ideally, they wanted to go further. Ideally, they wanted to get into the grand final. Perhaps ideally, obviously, they wanted to come home with a win akin to what our name were able to pull off last season, but it just wasn't to be. Nonetheless, I think just coming away here with a third place placement off the back of this, you've got Toronto ahead of you, you've got the LCQs beyond that as well. It puts them in a really good spot, and it keeps them, I think, that it's garnered them a lot of mindshare ahead of Toronto Ultra, their Open as well, because it's just going to be such a big thing for them as a European team to go to that event and say, hang on, they could really take out a lot of those North American squads and perhaps some of the international squads from Latin America and Asia Pacifics too. So a lot of questions to be asked there about Clutch Rain as we move out of this season. They finish in 3rd place. Aphelion Esports, though, they now have a shot at redemption, a shot at revenge against Weber Bobs as we look over towards the winners bracket, because that upper bracket final, like, I'll say this again, mate, it wasn't close. Like, maybe the Search and Destroy was probably the closest to a lot, but beyond that, it was just fully the Weber Bobs show.
And that's putting it lightly. I mean, the way that the hardpoint was concluded, just within 49 points, was a brought back from the depths from Aphelion. This Weber Bobs team is playing with a certain amount of heat, and they are certainly showcasing that. Obviously, spent some time away from each other back through Season 3. Did not exactly find a lot of value playing away from each other. That is your Season 2 champions of the 3 French plus 1 Belgian player for the Weber Bobs roster. Looking to do it again for Season 4, especially now more than ever at the end of the road.
Yeah, that would be quite a scary prospect, wouldn't it, for teams looking to face off against the Weber Bobs for the Toronto Open. I think it was Alan yesterday that called that the Weber Bobs might well just win the Toronto Open. That's who he's got. Yeah, it was a bold call. We were watching, we were like, Alan, man, that's pretty premature, bud. This is very early for that call. But you know what? I will be right there with him after what we've seen yesterday from Weber Bobs at 3-0 versus Aphelion. As we said, it wasn't a kind one. And Aphelion, they're out for revenge. Will they go in the best of 7 grand finals? Of course, you guys are going to have to wait a little bit longer for that answer as we send it to a very brief break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's time for the grand finals here in Call of Duty Challengers Elite for the final time in the 2023 season. Well, not technically the final time. We've still got North American Challengers later on during the day, but for Europe, this is the last time we get to say that. I'm Infinity again. Joining me on the desk is Proper and Andy. Again, I mean, we always say this. We do have a banger on our hands. And honestly, I feel like given kind of the performances of these two teams coming into this grand final, I don't think we could have asked for a better grand final as we get into it.
No, yeah, I mean, I don't think that even a cinema movie could write a more historical storyline that would end up being this grand finals. Of course, it had to finally be this way. For a Wubbabubs versus Aphelion in grand finals, the rematch from yesterday's winners finals. Break it on down here, brother.
Yeah, it wasn't kind, that grand finals yesterday. I think we said that quite a lot, Andy, and I think that, again, I don't know if we can undersell it. I don't know how we can sell it a little bit better. It was a dominant 3-0. We'll get into that later down the line. We'll talk about that very, very soon. But let's talk about these teams. Let's just get right into the thick of things here. Let's remind everybody who this Wubbabubs roster is, because you might have forgotten, given the fact that they were away from another for an entire Challengers Elite season. It was the biggest shock I think we'd experienced in Call of Duty Challengers Elite ever, honestly. I think just seeing a roster do what they did towards the end of Season 2. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him over towards the Texas Open. And then, of course, you know, Abuser leaving the roster for the new look, a Wubbabubs team. Again, it was kind of long-standing plans, I think, looking towards the future to try and look towards a spot for CDL, trying to get on kind of an English-speaking team. But the boys are back together now, and I think we're just so glad that that's the case.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Cobra, Abusa, Linz, Brezzy. This is your Season 2 Challengers Elite EU champions. Obviously, wanting to flex his chops, playing with a different roster was Abusa. It forced Cobra and Linz to play on what was the Clutch Rain roster. I believe Brezzy was playing with Deviants. It was scattered, and it did not work out for either of them. I mean, Clutch Rain were able to at least put up a good fight. Same thing for what was the Wubbabubs roster for Season 3. Deviants didn't look too bad either. But the boys are back in town and looking better than ever.
Yep, absolutely they are. And it's just back to that form, right? Season 2 of Wubbabubs. That's just where we're at again. They haven't dropped a map so far in the bracket. That is just insane to me. On the other side, though, Aphelion Esports, they are out for revenge after that 3-0 in the upper bracket final yesterday. We got a chance to just see them in the lower bracket final. They looked pretty hot versus Clutch Rain. But again, this is going to be an entirely different beast here in the grounds.
Yeah, it sure is. Stenza, Mythics, Harry, Furious. I mean, as you were talking about, did not exactly have a good showcasing there as far as winners finals is concerned, but you see their coaches, Roper and Cynical, definitely two masterminds when it comes down to coaching, have definitely put in the work behind the scenes to make sure that these boys are all but prepared for this best-of-7 grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. Just a lot of power on side again this season. Aphelion Esports, they've been working to try and regarner some of the notoriety that they had previously with the first iteration of this team. And I think they've definitely done that. Even with Mythics and Furious on side, they've been wonderful additions to the roster. So they go head-to-head with Wubbabubs here in the grand finals. Let's talk about the strengths then and the weaknesses of these two teams. Honestly, we always kind of say this at this point of the season, Andy. It's not really that surprising to say that these teams, given the fact they are very obviously the number 1 and number 2 teams in Europe at this point in time, don't really have any weaknesses to speak of. This is just, they're good almost across the board.
The Wubbabubs haven't dropped a single series. They have only lost 4 maps. I think that much is suggested as far as these win series are concerned, and honestly speaking, for Aphelion on the opposite side, the way that they have lost 7 total maps across 3 different game modes, 2 in Hardpoint, 2 in Search, 3 in the Control. It's very suggestive with how tight it truly is in between your number 1 team from Group B of Wubbabubs and your number 1 team from Group A of Aphelion Esports.
Yeah, for sure. It's just indomitable, isn't it, when you look at those kind of win percentages across the board. For Wubbabubs, they've only lost 1 hard point, which is just kind of silly. I think they've only lost a couple of search and destroys. Of course, as you say, I mean, they've only lost 4 maps, so that's spread pretty evenly between all 3 modes. What players we want to look at, though? For this one, well, let's take a look at Linz and Furious, 2 SMGs across the board here, and 2 SMGs, I think, with varying storylines. Linz is the rookie this season, right? I think all the way back towards the Breaking Point next tournament at the very beginning of the year, Randy, we were talking about him potentially being like Challengers Rookie of the Year. I know we don't have that award. We'll make one up just for us here on the casting desk. Honestly, he's put up a really good argument for it.
Yeah, he really has been, right? You know, obviously starting off the season, not boasting the same numbers that you see on your screen right here. Linz has a 1.31 through Season 4 of Challengers Elite for Europe. And he has just been consistent across all 3 different game modes. On the opposite side for Furious, though, I mean, very similar playstyles, I will say that much. Just Linz is continuously getting away with highway robbery when it comes down to these routes, these kills, these 2 pieces to 3 pieces. It feels a lot more consistent for Linz than it has been for Furious since this change going over towards this Aphelion Esports roster.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the map set then for this best of 7, of course. This is a reminder, again, if you're a newbie to Call of Duty Challengers, we go for best of 7s now instead of the double best of 5 format that we had in the 2022 season. Here's a look at the best of 7 for the grand finals. And the crucial thing, I think, the first look that we get here across this best of 7 is that all 3 maps from the 3-0 in yesterday's upper bracket final remain here in this 7 set.
Yep, the 1, 5, and 6 are the first 3 maps and the only 3 maps that were played in winners finals yesterday, starting off with that Hotel Hardpoint, ended in a 49-point win for this Awubabubs team. And man, I gotta tell you, they came out of the gates swinging. Hopefully their warm-up was very good because, I mean, this Aphelion Esports roster, what they've been able to showcase, even in that 100-point club that they had versus Clutch Rain on that Mercado, obviously is not here, as you see Aphelion getting rid of the double Mercado. Probably a smart call when you're going up against this Awubabubs team, who also elected to get rid of the double Embassy. Has been much more of a standing hard veto between these two for Awubabubs specifically, and not wanting to play LSU control. Can't fault them there. But this Hotel Hardpoint, I think, is going to be really telling to see what the pace is going to be like for this series. We know Awubabubs are going to come out hot. But are Aphelion going to be able to rectify what was a crucial issue yesterday as far as their hardpoint is concerned? The only player to drop above a 1.0 KD, of course, you probably guessed it was Harry. He dropped a 1.50. Next was Mythics at a 0.96. The SMGs in Hardpoint Hotel yesterday did not show up.
Yeah, and the thing I think we will always say here in regards to this best of 7 map set is it's very hard when you get to this stage of the tournament and when both of these teams have the very deep map pools that they do to actually win out in a veto process. So I don't think there's anything obvious here that's a blunder or anything like that. I think these teams have just done all they can in the map set to remove, as you said, those Mercados. I think those are probably the most crucial ban that we've seen across the board. And of course, the fact we don't have the LSC in control. But let's waste no time, folks. It's time for the grand final for the last time here in Europe this year. Awubabubs now looking to have a hot start in towards this Hotel Hardpoint, but things not exactly going hot. These are now the last remaining survivor off the back of the initial trades, but even Furious will take him down.
And 2-2 for Aphelion Esports have that loss versus Team Notorious, and then the loss yesterday by 49 points for Awubabubs. They are undefeated on Hotel Hardpoint. It was honestly surprised. Starting off very hot, though, are Aphelion looking on the side of the map, just trying to get themselves some P1 control. Still a lot of time to be soaked up here as far as P1 is concerned, and a very respectable setup. I will say that much for Awubabubs. Just playing all the way backside of lobby, making sure that they maintain that rotation for the money hill here at 2.
Big early rotation coming out from Awubabubs, even if they do give away the first 30 seconds of the back of P1. Now Aphelion looking to aggress around the backline here. Furious and Denza. Furious down. There goes Denza as well. Lin's just way too strong to be dealt with. As Brezzy and Cobra clean out the entire ban. Awubabubs, they're going to hold for the initial. A great start as far as this control over by P2 is concerned, but Aphelion now will be spawning out towards the middle of the map. Not that far away for another hit. It has to be well put together. Denza going down will not assist that. Players now approaching from all sides, and while Furious just never going to quite expect Abuser to be sat inside jewelry like that as he is. Abuser doesn't just find the first, he also finds the second. This has been a stellar kill so far from Awubabubs, and well, finally, Furious, or excuse me, Harry will actually offer up some kind of resistance. It's still not enough.
No, it's not. And this is at least being rectified comparatively for Aphelion Esports, who even yesterday could not break the P2 setup that Awubabubs offered, though where you were able to clean things up. At least a few players for Aphelion were trying to run some routes, but the Awubabubs setup around P2 is just so squeaky clean. Our feature player for Awubabubs, Linz, 6-1 now, up on this 5 spree, has an AR to be playing with. Good tags on the Denza. Can't lock down the kill. Aphelion gonna have the rotation for the initial time here at 3.
Going to be Aphelion to touch first. Harry watching around the backline. He is actually called out there by Linz, who goes for the gunfight, but will not win it. That's big for him to get into that power position. And Cobra, I think he thinks he might have penetrated the backline here. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. The way that Harry and I think Denza, I think particularly were playing on the cross, they might have an inkling that somebody has gotten behind enemy lines. Big 1v1 though. Cobra comes out on top. So Harry down for the count now. An entry perhaps around the backline here as Awubabubs now starting to mount this attack around the side door. Cobra with the first entry in, but the kills are way too strong. Mythics now on 5 in a row off the back of this play. This is a back 15 seconds that does go with Aphelions way, and just from the whole, Annie, that is a massive kill for them.
Much better P3 coming through for Aphelion comparatively to even yesterday. They hold on for just about the full 60, honestly speaking. That is exactly what you want to see for Aphelion. Also, the response that is Wubba over by P2. The rotation over towards P4. Hold on. Denza is just flying at them. Finally gets traded. Mythic still up on this 5 spree like you were talking about, Brody. The potential to get an early streak is on the cards. He will get kill number 6, but you still have the close spawns for Wubba's back spot.
Yeah, this has just been such a massive wave of gunfights coming through from Wubba for the first touch here towards the nuke. Got to be careful about those back spawns, though. That's why Cobra and Abuser are playing in the positions that they are, also being pretty useful in terms of that coverage being provided. Brezzy, though, unfortunately does get overwhelmed inside the hard point very quickly. It is all down to Abuser, who can only take down one as Furious comes through and cleans house for the triple. So it takes a bit of time, but Aphelion do find their way back on through. Wubba should give this one more look. It's still a pretty valuable amount of time to go for Kit. They're already starting to invest in towards that rotation too. In they go, down they fall. Denza with the double should secure it, and Cobra. One last little 1v1 here to try and garner some time away, but it is much better served here, I think, this rotating away. And Linz gets taken down in that rotation too.
Yeah, Linz, that route man, just trying to at least enforce maybe that rotation early on. Does set up his team for a little bit of space just outside of Chandelier. Abuser will clean up too. Still going to be worried about Denza. He is flying at you, and that's a tough head glitch to go against Abuser. Again, one of the #1, if not close to the top statistical players across both of the regions for Challengers Elite. Will garner a Wubba the initial setup here at 4. 5, rather. Where am I?
It's a lot of hills here on Hotel. At least it's not Mikado, mate, right? That's the one where you really just start to lose count of all the hills. But regardless, there's still more than norm here. Into P5 we go, in towards Restaurant. And Wubba going to be the first team to touch. A lot of time. Brezzy now looking to try and cover Rugs. Good job in doing so. And as that wave of kills comes through now, I think Furious recognizes that his role needs to be one an arbiter of the kitchen. Yep, does exactly that. But with those spawn outs coming through from Aphelion, Furious's job is far from over. They need to secure the middle of the map. Mythic tries to reverse it and will be shut down. Cobra bigging that play. Looking for the second as well. Does find it, but things will stabilize here for Aphelion. Yes, Wubba should be just about to take the lead, but this rotation through the backline is everything for these two teams.
I mean, that was just a massive pushback for Wubba. They got that split spawn for Aphelion that you were pointing at there, and they deal with it. They deal with the pinch so wonderfully, and then they find the kills all the way through Kitchen. Yes, Aphelion are set up around top Valet. A flank is also being manifested here for Denza around backside of Kitchen. He's got to find a kill for free. Good wave of gunfights to come through Aphelion to lock down the initial time here at 6.
Yeah, and that should be it. I think Cobra there just kind of stuck between too many players, to be honest. Not really much that he could do in that scenario. 4 kills now coming through from Aphelion again as they do want to garner control of this hill, but Bobs have managed to filter on through bottom roofs, and well, Linz did manage to get in from behind enemy lines, but Vipix will very quickly clean up shot and take him out of the play. So Aphelion actually getting a ton of time away on the back of this roofs rotation. It does just go to show how crucial and how back and forth this game has been thus far. Will be one last look coming through from the likes of Abuser and Cobra to try and take Lucifer out of the play. And indeed, Cobra, with yet another double, his countless amount of doubles that we've seen from him so far in this game, will remove them from the play. At the end of the first set here, Andy, we've got Aphelion up by about 40 points or so.
Yep, and it was really off the back end of what was about to be a full 60 there at P3, a successful P6 as well. The contest that they had over by P4 will garner them a 40-point lead going in towards the second set. It's got to be talked about. This is a much better productivity coming through from the SMG lineup of Aphelion Esports. Fears has been finding a continuous amount of 2-3 pieces throughout that first set of rotations. Denza shortly behind him at 12 and 16. Everybody for Wubba on the other side just putting in the work where it needs to be called for. Abuse is going to find a big one. Vince is going to be able to clean up one towards the second, and the kills are just damn near flawless for Wubba as they're able to at least stabilize P1 ahead of this P2 rotation.
Yeah, this is actually a really dangerous spot, I will say, for Wubba here in this game. This is the biggest lead that either team has garnered so far in this matchup. So last time around, it was a Wubba who were able to hold a pretty staggering amount of time with the back of P2. I want to do it again. Big gunfight happening over towards Jewelry. That's going to be Abuser down for the count now. Well, I say Linz as Brezzy goes down, or Cobra goes down, and well, as that nade comes on through, hold on here for a second, folks, because now Aphelion have managed to punch her in around the backline, and this could really be the dagger here in this game. Wubba need to break in right about now, and Brezzy goes a little bit prematurely. Now Linz needs to follow up and just cannot get it done.
It's the routes that set up the pinch play for Aphelion to work so wonderfully. They break that hard point within the first 7 seconds, and they are not done feasting quite yet. You gotta contest this if you are a Wubba.
Yeah, you gotta go right about now. As he around the front line, he's weak for the play regardless of what happens. Ideally, you'll definitely want some help. You do have it in the form of Cobra, but you need to win these gunfights. The trades in your favor. Able to take Aphelion out of this time. This is a big 25 to fight for Aphelion. They know it. They're still going for it with those jewelry, with those chandelier spawns. Abuser over the top to take down Mythics. One more player around the backline to contend with, and it will be Harry. But now you're going to see these purple arrows on the minimap fly. Linz has so much to do here in the play. Has to go huge. There's number one. 2 players on both sides to contend with. If you can get one, that'll be nice, but no more than that.
I was going to say that, I mean, the staggered spawn comes through from Mythics. He actually spawns all the way to the backside of the hole and gets some shots in his rear end, I believe, from Abuser, but is able to at least cross through the middle of the map, get back over towards his P3. Was very good for Aphelion Esports in the first set.
It's got to be a fast break coming through now. From Warbobs, you've got one player in from behind. Cobra, can he take these guys by surprise? Yes, he can. There's number one in Mythics, now turning the attention of Harry and Furious away from the fridge momentarily. And just like that, Linz is able to capitalize for the kills. Denzelo through the side door will disrupt and get control of the hill once again. Cobra cannot respond, but Brezzy can. He will find the double required now for Warbobs to get control once again. Big 25 fear. Aphelion could still close things out or more or less get themselves pretty close to the victory, but coverage now being provided inside the hill. Harry will find a double. And again, this is 15 seconds.
Oh.
You've got to go for it. Linz knows it, and even in the worst of positions, has to go for the fight. Will get shut down by Harry as part of a 3-piece play. Aphelion, so strong. They're looking to close this game out.
The tyranny of Lucifer continues on here in this map number 1. He's up to a 4 spree. Harry, 28 and 17 to his name. Forces a Wubba hand to try to rotate over towards P4, but they're losing numbers along the way. Brezzy, this is a great read, assuming that the spawns will be split across the east side of the map.
Yeah, first kill is good. And the ones over by the lobby are good too. So, Wubba cannot miss a step here. Everything has to be perfect for the remainder of this hard point. Linz needs to go huge around the bedroom. Now that's going to open up the floodgates for Aphelion to start to make the moves through. As Furious does go down, that will slow things up momentarily. Now just waiting for the pinch play to come on through from Mythics around the backline. Shots out from Harry, none of them connecting. It's a kill feed that is mostly dominated by here a Wubba. Aphelion just looking for that one chance to find their way through. Can Furious produce it? He can at least pick up the first kill now. 15 seconds left. This is still ample time to close out the game. Mythics flies through. Able to put some shots in, not after the kill, but Harry is there. Harry is there for the double. Looking to close things out for number 3. The last player will not be able to save the game. It was a tenuous moment to be in. If you're a Wubba, you had to get every single wave of kills, and you could not fall foul to a 2-piece like that from Harry. Nonetheless, it happens, and there you go.
Very close scoreline of what we had yesterday, but the shoe is quite literally on the other foot. Wubba lose the map number 1, and Aphelion Esports will take that lead with a smile on their face. Again, big stark differences in between yesterday to this point in time. One consistency, and that is going to be Lucifer, aka Harry. That guy is just slaying out. He is just playing lights out Call of Duty all year long in these elite seasons, but it's the SMGs that do it for me, Brody. Just constantly running these routes. That was what was missing for this Aphelion Esports roster on Hotel Hardpoint versus a Wubba yesterday. Just way too one-dimensional as far as their break attempts, specifically for P2. You almost saw some moniker of that, especially through the first set. They were trying to run some routes. The setup was way too good for a Wubba in the first set. But the second set was really the final dagger, wasn't it? Where they set themselves up for that bar push. They get past the double desk, and then they also had players pushing through the lobby and also through Chandelier side as well. It was just a 3-pronged attack that a Wubba, you felt like the setup was going to be good enough for them to be able to hold on, much like you have here in the beginning of the replay. But a Wubba just completely gets stampeded, and Aphelion walk away with the break. They walk away with the leader's advantage at that, and a map 1 to boot.
Yeah, I think you just encapsulated it perfectly there, mate, to be honest. It is just that break on the second set towards the lobby side that gave them control of the game and ultimately the victory, because that leader's advantage from that point on was just indomitable. And I think before that point, it is worth saying, this was a very back-and-forth game. And as you said already, Andy, I think the key differentiating factor between this Hotel Hardpoint and the last one that we saw last night in the upper bracket final, where the first set was all a Wubba, is the fact that that sub-pressure was there, clearing a lot of space for Harry to do what he just does best, and Mythics as well. It is worth saying, Aphelion, they come out on top. Here's a look at the stat lines at the end of the game. And, I mean, it is just a comparable performance to what we saw in Mikado Hardpoint in the last set. Different map, exact same performance, 32 and 18, 3.4k damage on board, 2 minutes inside the hill as well. That is insane.
I mean, Mr. Do-It-All. He is the utility belt. for Aphelion Esports. Mythics was also right there, 2 minutes and 9 seconds of OBJ time, 15 and 23, not the sexiest KD ratio, but if Mythics was allowed to stay alive inside the hardpoint, just furious Denza constantly running routes around the hardpoint as the rotating players as well. Just always felt like that if the Wubbabubs were able to deal with the SMGs, they just could not deal with that third devilish player, who is that of Lucifer. 32 and 18 with about 3,500 damage. I mean, to be fair, Abuse on the opposite side, that is a hell of a lot of damage for 42 engagements, 15 untraded kills over the 21, but man, is Harry just playing absolutely out of his mind through this season 4, really all year, to be completely candid with you. You're going to need that as a good cornerstone, as Aphelion will take the 1-0 lead here in the best of 7.
Yeah, I think if you're a Clutch Rain now, you feel a little bit better about the result of the last series, right? If Aphelion are coming out towards this best of 7 grand finals like that, and I think most crucially here, I don't think we've even touched on this yet, mate. They've just handed Wubbabubs their first map loss of the final season of Challengers Elite, at least in terms of the bracket play, in terms of the playoff bracket. They will not be flawless this time around, even if they do garner the victory away. A big hotel hardpoint for the variety of regions we just mentioned. They take a map away from Wubbabubs and they do it on a map that they lost in pretty indomitable fashion yesterday. That is a great setter of the mood here for this best of 7 as we move forward into a hotel search and destroy again. This is the map that we just saw from Aphelion Esports. They won it pretty handily over their opposition in Clutch Rain.
It's also only their second hardpoint loss all season 4 of the Elite. They lost an Embassy hardpoint to knock them white way back in the group stage, and they only lost it by 9 points. This one a little bit more emphatic in Aphelion's favor by 41 points. Crazy scenes as we set ourselves up for this hotel search and destroy. And again, as far as Aphelion is concerned, Hotel Anything has been their stomping grounds through a multitude of iterations of their teams. Whether you're looking all the way back towards the Elevate, the Orgless team, so many different teams that you can end up listing for Denza and Harry to be playing side by side with one another. That Hotel has always been very good for them. For this Hotel Search and Destroy in particular, does look very favorable for them, doesn't it? The way that they were able to manipulate the map versus Clutch Rain in the early stages of the map, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast. Furious and Denza were a true issue to be dealt with. Wubbabubs need to be aware of that.
Let's take a look at what the Twitterverse is saying. A little look over towards our social soundboard. And it's Cruz, our favorite Kiwi in America, saying that Harry might have actually sold his soul. You know what, Cruz, mate? I think you might be right, because it has been, and Austin noted this, I think, when we were talking about it right at the beginning of the season, right? Harry changes his name to Lucifer. Whenever that happens, he just goes, I mean, I was going to say God mode, but I guess it would technically be Devil mode, right? Would be the more apt label
goes full
to give
demonic,
him.
yeah.
Yeah, it's something for sure. And if you guys, of course, we'll remind you guys, if you want to get your message in to us here on the broadcast, we might put your tweet up if you tweet us at WeAreClutchGG with the hashtag Challengers Elite. But yeah, Harry, mate. Lucifer, can we call him Harry anymore? Is that like a misnomer? Are we like, is this like a Jimbo Lau situation where we have to kind of go by, he is Lucifer now?
It's like Siggy, Maple, like, I don't even know anymore. Like, everybody's had so many different names. I'm almost expecting even for Toronto and hell, even champs for Denza to start going by Sleeve again, honestly speaking, to Vortex and go by C. The list can go on and on. But, I mean, I think that when it comes down to playoffs, when it comes down to the end of the road, yeah, that is Lucifer, baby. And he is absolutely playing out of his mind. I mean, he is the #1 statistical player and across of so many different stat lines when it comes down to Challengers Elite Season 4. And it's a really tough bargain to shake when you are looking at it from a Wubbabub side, because you also have some of the highest statistical players on your team. Not to mention, in Search and Destroy alone, Cobra has been a monster to deal with continuously. Abuse has always been contesting for a lot of these First Bloods and rotating engagements as well. Wubbabubs, I mean, they have all the pieces of the puzzle, but it just comes down to who's showing up on the day. Yesterday, during the Fortress Search and Destroy, Wubbabubs were able to win in a round number 10, but it's a whole different battleground when we get down to this hotel.
Yeah, it is going to be an entirely different story again. And I kind of do have to bring it back to what we just saw there. The hotel search and destroy from Aphelion Esports, the way that they were playing. We talked a little bit about kind of the sub pressure that we like to see from Aphelion Esports and how important it was to actually just winning that hard point. The fact that it was even present at all was a key differentiating factor between the hotel hard point that we saw last night and the hotel hard point that we just saw just then. That still applies in towards this hotel search and destroy. Like, a big reason why Aphelion was so successful versus Clutch Rain is their ability to take control of the map by having a player like Denza go wild in the Isles over by the bedroom site. Like, just getting early map control, Denza is that guy. And when he is allowed to do that, it gives so much success to Aphelion.
Listen to this stat line. The 2 times that Wubbabubs have played Hotel, not only have they won it, Abuser has a 2.43 KD and 60% opening duel win percentage. I need a little bit of that plus some more. Wubbabubs up on offense first, trying to take this A bomb very quickly.
Yeah, we always know that a lot of this action is going to go down over by A. There's not a single presence or shred or slice of presence from Wubbabubs over towards B. That's going to give map control away to Denza. And, well, this attempt to get bedroom control goes awry here for Wubbabubs early on in this round. The bomb now stuck down on the site, and, well, Wubbabubs lose another player as well. This is worst case scenario here for the French and Belgium side.
Always got to note the one Belgian player.
Just a little bit.
He's got the bomb. He's up top, luggage stairs. Be wary about player number 8 in white, by the way. That's Denza. He's waiting for the go call to potentially flank all the way through. In this 4v2, look at how respectable a Failure are playing, even with the numbers advantage. They know Wubbabubs have to play for a pick or two before they can even plant the bomb. They're running out of time.
Abuser got to find some value up top in the bedroom, and that's just not going to happen. Unfortunately, performance wasn't that great in the bedroom there from Abuser. And Felian will flawlessly take that round. Again, mid-map pressure, indomitable, and just a lot of that bedroom control. Every single attempt they went for in bedroom didn't work.
That is cut, copy, and paste of what we got in the round number 1 from Aphelion defensively versus Clutch Rain. Again, they are just so good at just playing across these splits. They got mid-map control of Denza. You got players around luggage, top and bottom bedroom. The challenges come through to them, and, well, Harry and Furious absolutely collect as they find those 4 kills within the round. Bub's definitely finding some damage, but definitely could not find the kills. Now we come into round number 2, utility on the board.
Once again, very much a similar situation, a mirror matchup here as they now look to get control of the A-bomb site and significantly more successful this time around at garnering bedroom control. It is the sub pressure coming out once again. We already discussed it before we got into this S&D. Furious is just that guy. It's bedroom now for Aphelion.
You gotta have to somehow clear Furious out of there. His dead silence is gonna run out. Denza's up here as well. That door's gonna pop open. The timing's not favorable for Denza. At least he finds the trait. Next up is Cobra.
Great drop shot for the return fire there. Gonna bring this down to a 2 versus 2 off the back of that Abuser frag. It's probably their biggest adversary here in the play, though. They at least know somewhat where Denza is located. If they can get him fast, that'll be alright. But Denza, line in the corner, Cobra still somehow decimates him. And now Harry in the play. That kill versus Cobra has effectively solidified the round. And it will stick him for the final kill as well. Harry is just like, he's got like hundreds of tricks in his back pocket, mate. It's just like, he's a magician.
You're right in the face! Oh my, dude! He had to have sold a soul. There had to have been some sort of demonic contract signed by Harry towards the end of the season. I swear, it's just no shot. Oh my good golly me. He playing with a certain amount of fuego today. Gotta talk about Cobra on the opposite side. If there is ever going to be a snipe off versus Harry, it would be coming from Cobra's AR. They hefty amount of opening dual win percentage across all for the Hotel Search and Destroy, 57%.
Big player for Wubbabubs. They'll need him at the moment, and First Blood not again going their way. Mythic's responsible for it this time around. Linz is looking for the chase, and the follow-up just does not come through. Pays for that kill! No! No! Oh, no! That is unfortunate, and even more so, Aphelion come out with a win.
It's gonna be a yikes for me, Brody. That's tough. I mean, Linz had about he had to have hit about 5 consecutive bullets before Furious just turns around, has the TAC 56, obviously the better weapon, at least for that duel, but I mean, Linz had Furious dead to rights. Cannot convert the kill. Harry through 3 rounds, has yet to die, up to 5-0, 5-1 for Furious. Usual suspects showing up to play here for Aphelion in the opening 3.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing more to say about it than that is there, to be honest. And Furious open up this round. 6-1 now. Does get traded out at the very least. Abuser might be able to find the second as well. Mythix is peppered up. Making the great escape. Linz will have seen him on that exit. The fact that Mythix gets away is good enough. I don't know how long he'll last, though. He's just heard Linz over by Chandler's side. Shots will send him away here. Got to pick up the bomb, though. Indeed he will, but this 1v1, this little trade-off between Linz and Mythix will continue here as Linz now has control of Statue.
Mythix didn't see Linz. He swan dived out from the double archway. Linz is going to be on the flank. His Dead Silence is already invested in some premature shots come through. Now they know that Linz is on the flank. Both teammates, 4 Mythics and Denza, stacked around top and bottom bed.
Aphelion desperately searching kit for these players up top in bedroom. And they'll know where Linz is more or less. But Aphelion now taking some shots through the luggage. Linz is going to jump on the bomb. Someone's going to check this. They're not going to check it in time. They were very reliant on the shots through the doors. And it is just not good enough. Linz just finds the angle there, which they couldn't shoot him from.
I mean, some would call that a fumble for Aphelion. I would about 68% agree with you.
68%?
However,
specifically?
68%, yeah, specifically. Okay. But like, for a Wubbabubs, that's just really good clearance. I mean, Linz clears everything. Back spa, back double desk. Abusa clears all of top bed. These are the clutch positions. He also heard the door pop open, bottom luggage. Yeah, great call. Just hop it. Get yourself on the board.
Yeah, good start here from Wubbabubs, and that is just the round they require to get themselves in towards this search and destroy. The question starts to be asked, though, is that start too late? Aphelion already gone quite a lot of momentum off their early round play. Resi now going to find himself off the donut. 1v1 against Furious, and, well, still now starting to approach that 007 marker, 0-5. Linz now looking to follow up, and Furious is just on one. That bedroom is just his. He is in control.
It's a monster. I always tell you about those nightmare stories about the monster under the bed. I think that's Furious. 8-2. Finds 2. Cobra's going to plant this bomb. This is the Aphelion Esports mantra, though. They have numbers advantage. They're not going to try to press for this. Abuse is trying to make the play up for inside of lights. Has Dead Silence to play with as well with that bomb planted.
Yeah, but Cobra's down. This Abuser ace is just... It's not impossible. Look, we'll say that much. He actually has time. The fact that he gets that kill against Harry as early as he does makes this a realistic prospect. But you've got to make sure you get both of these players, and they're just doubling up on. And of course, the fact that he had to just go and check the bomb full stop puts him in such an awkward spot. So another defuse, another big round coming through from Aphelion. They don't allow any momentum for Wubbabubs. And it's just this early round play from Furious inside bedroom. I don't know. I don't think Wubbabubs have got any bedroom control the entirety of this S&D so far.
Well, besides Abuser just clearing it as far as that retake on the last defense. But, I mean, that is just such a small grasp of a straw, right? I mean, you almost always feel like it's a matter of time for Denza to hit that flank, even in what was going to be a 3v2 for that final retake. Denza hits the flank. Cobra not aware of it. Denza had to have had that silence popped. For Abusa in that final moment, wanted to break the glass, try to drop down maybe bottom luggage, get some wallbang shots. The moment he tries to contest, he's going up against 2 godlike head glitches. Brezzy, by the way, as far as opening duels, 0-5. Not a good look for Paul.
It can't be this map. Right? I might just be over. Either way, I mean, another one down for the count. 0-6 now is Brezzy. Kills just coming through. It's a flurry once again for Aphelion as they find their way in towards the kitchen, mate. They're serving up everything. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a fat L for Wubbabubs to go.
That's just... has to be like just this map alone, because I'm sitting here looking at the stats, and Brezzy on Hotel is 80% opening duel win percentage. That's clearly going to be flipped after this map number 2. Across all search and destroy, he's sitting up at 59.3%. So, yeah, it's just this map, as Brezzy is just having a really tough go of things. 0-6 now. Aphelion just with a commanding lead, a commanding pace. Furious, 11-3.
And then on the other side as well, Furious, 4-0 on those opening duels. It really does just go to show just where the sub-pressure lies at the moment here in this game. How many of those gunfights are going down in favor of Aphelion. Oh, Wubbabubs, you've got to get something going now. Your only round win has been off the back of the clutch. And beyond that, everything has gone against you. And even in this one, they've already had to take some premature shots, revealing their location, reveal their battle plan. And Aphelion, I mean, they've got players just sitting all around, over by A as well. There goes Abuser by way of Mythics. And for a Wubbabubs here, you just got to hope that this B hit works.
Furious was potentially trying to push through double arches. Cobra with a really nice positioning over towards top. Catwalk is going to find that kill. Harry's got a sniper. He's all by his lonesome backside of kitchen. Rezi. Linz. 1v2. Mythics gets the read. Good shots to keep them at bay.
Yeah, you're just not going to expect Mythics in that position, are you? Brezzy got to activate that silence here to try outplay Mythics. There you go. Finally, Brezzy here in this round has some kills on the board. does not choose to try and outplay the kill cam here. 1v1 and goes into the gunfight. Unfortunately, YYing just a little bit too much, a smidge. It's a 6-1 victory at the end of the search and story for Felion, but I mean, I'd argue, Andy, mate, that should have been a 6-0. Like, everything went right.
Yeah, everything was coming up all Felion right there, as far as that search and destroy is concerned. I mean, Brezzy just damn near did everything perfectly in that final 1v1, and we'll talk fully big picture here for this map number 2 here shortly, but I mean, when you talk about Brezzy in that final 1v-odd situation, 1v2, he finds that kill on the Mythics inside the double archway after he loses his running mate of Linz, but nonetheless, he tries to bait the kill cam by either trying to take a extra step out from the double archway, and he wanted to go back over towards B to try to get that bomb planted. You're not fooling Lucifer on this fine Thursday afternoon. No way, sirree. He finds himself another weapon to play with, and even saw there at the final few moments, Lucifer was honestly thinking about maybe trying to rotate back over to guard that B bomb site, but he doubles back down. He comes back inside a kitchen, over towards the cat room, catches Brezzy YYing, as you were saying. Brezzy thought he had everything this side of the Mississippi in his favor. This was not the case. As we go through a lot of these replays, I reckon a lot of these are going to be the Furious highlight show.
I mean, I think a lot of the plays are going to be Furious versus Brezzy in particular, right? Because I think that the production had it kind of nailed on the head when they brought those stats up to show where a lot of the problems laid for Wobbabubs, just generally speaking. They rely on first bloods just so often, and they just don't happen there at all. Also, stuff like that probably doesn't help. I'll level with you. Furious doing that, probably one of the more despicable turn-ons I've seen this season of challenges. But nonetheless, yeah, I mean, for a team that very often does win their first blood scenarios, to have Brezzy do 6 in a row, 5 or 6 in a row, I think it was. There you go, 5. Yeah. 5 first Fs.
Wow.
It's detrimental, and it just loses so much map control, where Wobbabubs usually rely on that.
Oh, we are so blessed to have this stat board. Finally looking at these first bloods. 7 first bloods for Felion, no first bloods for Wobbabubs. The fact that they were able to at least get away with that, I will call a spade a spade. It was a ninja defuse. Nobody checked the bomb for Felion there in the 2v2. It's a great call, at least for, was it both Linz and Abuser were the last 2 players alive in that moment of time, but man, those opening duels are going to come back to haunt you, especially for a Wobbabubs. So the winners bracket side, they have not dropped a single map. Now here in Grands for a best of 7, they find themselves down 0-2.
Man, I just did not think we would be in this position. I know going in towards this series, it was always felt like it might be a bit 50-50, but at Wobbabubs yesterday, they just looked so indomitable, just sneering over the opposition with the 3-0 that they got. I just didn't know how Felion were going to find a way in towards this series, but regardless, the fact that they've been able to do so has been highly impressive. So Expo Control, that is next up on the docket. A little bit different. We don't often expect to see these ones. We haven't actually seen it, I don't think, at all from Felion so far.
Nope, we have not. It's either been vetoed for or against for this Felion roster. And they try to call the bluff when you go back and when we were breaking down the veto and ban process versus Clutch Rain. They were trying to almost maybe force the Expo. Clutch Rain chose the, I guess, the lesser of the 2 evils by trying to get it down on Hotel. But man, I gotta tell you, not seeing a single Expo control, you almost feel like that Felion, either it's through scrims or through other certain instances, that they are just that team to truly beat. For Wobbabubs on the opposite side, previous to this Grand Finals best of 7, this is one of 4 maps that they did lose. It was an 0-3 devastating loss versus Deviants way back in the group stage.
Yeah, man, it's a big one, isn't it? Wobbabubs, I think, just on the face of it, at least, Andy, they look really good as far as kind of this Expo Control is going to go. But sometimes, you know, we always talk about this in regards to teams. If we haven't seen them before in this map mode combinations, sometimes they kind of keep them away for like the very final matches of any given season. It can sometimes work to their advantage because, again, there are coaching staffs for both of these 2 teams that will be looking for any morsel of information that they could possibly get to kind of work off to see what the strategies will be looking like, and Wobbabubs just will not have that versus Felion here for this Expo Control. So a lot to talk about in terms of this control. I believe we've got some stats to look at as well, specifically for Denza, because he's a player that we did want to talk about in control. And I think, you know, we've always talked about Denza flip-flopping between roles this season thus far. Sometimes he's played that kind of hyper-aggressive SMG role. He's like the first entry SMG. Sometimes he's more of a reserved OBJ player. This team, I think, can sometimes be a bit 50-50 with Furious on side, but regardless, I think the bottom line here for me, Andy, when Denza starts to play that aggressive role, when he starts to feel himself, he is a force to be reckoned with.
Denza yesterday in the 0-3 hotel control loss versus this Awebabubs team dropped a stinker, 0.67. Has a 0.92 overall for Season 4 of the Elite. 71% non-traded kills for 0.92 KD. That's insane. But even more so than that, I think it's more of a bigger picture for Denza, which is why I wanted to highlight Denza's in particular coming into these controls, because it really does feel like this could even transcend past control, that when Denza is on, when he's making these big brain plays that we know that Denza has been notoriously delivering on since his career even started, that it feels like his teams just cannot lose, that he's always hitting these very good timings, he's always finding these very obtuse angles to be able to take down players, working hand in hand with now SMG duo of Furious. Beef squashed in between the two, but they are looking absolutely stellar side by side, and that couples along nicely when you talk about Lucifer in that backline.
Yeah, it's just like, it's a nice mixture of players, isn't it, on Fellion Esports, where, you know, when they're all firing on all cylinders, it's a real threat to be kind of contested with. So let's waste no more time, folks. Let's get ourselves in towards this Expo control. Awebabubs now going to start things off on the easier point of the two to get control of, and with those first couple of kills coming on through, that'll be very helpful. But that team nade will at least slow things up, allow Fellion a potential entry here in towards this point once again. Players coming in from both sides. Brezzy, though, going to take two of them down towards that fountain side. Now a lot of this is just going to be on the other side of the stage. Furious has been snuffed out here by Linz early on in this play. He wants the skill.
Yeah, he sure does. Again, Awebabubs getting rid of the Ellis Silo. Only leaves two more maps to be played. We knew that it was going to be the Expo and Hotel in this best of 7. Nice retake to come through for Fellion Esports, though, just completely swarming all the way back through the stage. And look at player number 5 for Lucifer. He's pushed all the way past the staircase. Now he can pinch inside a globe. And Awebabubs might not be expecting it. There's the first. Brezzy, though, trying to jump to the side. Can't get the better of Lucifer. He tracks him down.
Yeah, this has actually not gone anywhere near as Awebabubs expected it to, right? Fellion Esports have gone full control over this B zone time and time again. Denza now on 3 in a row. Make it Thor. He is just flying across the map at this point in time. And Awebabubs, they're just sent reeling. They're looking for anything they could possibly get. The best chance they have at either of these points at this point in time will be Abuser on the flank. Linz and Brezzy now looking to get control of this point. Brezzy down for the count. Linz will be the last remaining player, and now Abuser can start to get some kills off the back of these spawns coming on through. But as he goes down, and there goes Linz as well. Once again, Fellion find a way to clean house, and Awebabubs are sent looking for scraps.
Down to 12 seconds, and there has been no answer whatsoever. Lucifer's position over by the pool A control zone is going to force Awebabubs' hand to try to go for the easier of the two zones. Over towards B is their focus. Abuse is the only player here. Has some assistance coming sometime soon, but Furious is hot on the flank through Globe.
Man, you cannot let these flanks just continue to occur. Finally, numbers on the point. Second tick of progression will just about come through. Abuser for the double. I'll trade things out as Cobra goes down, but his work is far from over at this point on the point. Brezzy also now there to join him, and there should be an extra 60 seconds on the clock here, so they will have a moment to recollect themselves. But still, Fellion have done such a good job at eroding so much time off this clock, and now Furious looking for the exit frags will actually not find them here, so Awebabubs have installed themselves in the flank.
7 plays up against an 11. Big 4 life lead for Fellion, especially for the setup around Diner, around the lounge as well. Furious off the respawn is playing for the exits coming out from said lounge, and he's going to be able to at least collect on 2, and the flank gets shut down. Cobra's in a very elongated trade battle versus Furious. Does find that trade, but you only have 1 respawn to play with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's not a lot of room, is it? And there goes Abuser. Brezzy 2. Just Linz now left alive as Cobra will also fall foul in towards the next round, as when we'll see him again. This would be spectacular if Linz could make it happen. A real special moment here in Challenges. And Lucifer just not allow that final kill coming through. Fellion will close things out. And honestly, it's just the battering that they gave through the first, minute or so? Andy, it didn't really feel like Awebabubs could get a foothold until the very last second. And by that point, it was just a little bit too late.
Well, Brody, you started off with a minute 30 for an offensive control round, and they didn't finally see any semblance of control over towards B until 23 seconds, and Abuser found a crucial 3-piece at that. Comes into 8 and 6, Linz at 8 and 8. Is he really having a tough go with things, man? 3 and 9, gets blooded 5 times over. Bubs with those 3 segments should at least feel some pep in their step. Fellion, though, up on their offense. Lucifer, double positive. How are you even surprised?
We're not. We're just not at this point. Oh, goodness me. Offense for Fellion. Looking at garner control of A early on. Free fire from Mythics, just trying to unseat Rezi pushing him into the Semtex, and indeed he will for that frag. So the first tick of progression now falling by the wayside here. Lin's enacting a flank, looks to try and turn the attention of these guys away from the spawn trap, and well, it does work momentarily here as now players being allowed out. Mythic's just a sliver away from getting control of that second tick, flying out for the kill, does find it, and again, even that is fine. You don't get that second tick through, but you've created space now for Aphelion to start focusing on B.
Dude, Furious is a problem around Globe, around Lounge. If there's a flank to be had, chances are Furious is probably either pushing it or holding it. Timing here for Denza could just be about everything when it comes down to this control, especially for this side of the map in Lounge, and oh my god, he's letting them have it. Probably not expecting for Cobra to spawn up super close to him as well. And I'm pretty sure Lin's just spawned right in front of Denza, and that's going to be the freest kill that I have ever seen. And that A-zone is just chalk. No, it's over. Oh my god. What?
So I blinked like 2 or 3 times, I want to say, in the last like 10 seconds there. And by the time that those 3 successive blinks were over, mate, the round was gone. Like, that is just such a ridiculously fast transition from Aphelion, and it's a stark contrast for what Wobbabobs were able to produce in the prior round, right? It's just such a successful transition. Early control for Aphelion over towards A, distracts them away from B, and as soon as they get control of B, it's just a very quick transition of all the kills over towards A as well. It really is that simple.
Dude, Lucifer and Furious have a combined 28 kills through 2 rounds. I am just marveling at how well Aphelion are just playing on this fine Thursday evening. 6 segments. Wobbabobs need a reverse sweep here in the Expo control, and they're trying to go for the A-zone first. And to be fair, it's a good shake for them. It is the more difficult of the 2 zones to take here on Expo. They're going to get some close parallel spawns as well. You just got to shut down Furious. Good damage to find, but not before he finds one. The trades are that much better for segment lock here at A.
Yeah, numbers not exactly favoring Wobbabobs here, though, and Cobra quickly realizes that, as does Brezzy too. They all go down. 1 tick of progression is all they're allowed to get. And this is, again, that difference that we're seeing between these 2 teams at this point in time. Aphelion, they get that wave of gunfight, and they immediately cut Wobbabobs off at the source. And now we find ourselves in this situation here where a spawn trap could potentially be enacted here by Aphelion. Ender does go down, so that alleviates some of the pressure. Give a Wobbabobs an opening to escape, but they have to check every single corner. This is going to be a very frustrating process of trial elimination for a Wobbabobs to make sure they take all of these players out. You sniff out Furious, but not before losing 1 player, and now they've got to find Denza as well. Denza, again, same process, takes 1 player down, now looking for more as he flies out towards Linz. That is a lovely nade from Linz to take Denza down.
Tough wide chow there with Vaznev. So where Denza falls, Lucifer's right there to pick things back up. Brezzy does find 2, though. That's going to be the B zone more than opened up. Down to 25 seconds. And the way that Aphelion are kind of positioning themselves across the map, I mean, if Mythics was going to be able to at least find 1 inside of Globe, you might be able to recontest this B control zone, but I reckon Aphelion don't want to lose more lives. Not unless Denza can produce something magical here, top projector, but losing his running mate of Furious should more than solidify the 60 seconds that's going to get added to the board.
Things are not terrible for Wobbabobs here. They've got that 1 tick of progression over towards A. They've got players in and around the back line, but they have to be more successful in actually installing them around this back line. That's the problem. 1 in that round number 1. It might not be again. Aphelion doing a very heavy defense towards that backside, but as Abuser will double up now. Those players have both been eliminated. Mythics and Furious sent towards the respawn screen. I think Lin's now opting to try and take these guys out at the source. Take them out before they can come off the spawn. Abuser up top in the bar as well. Very quickly run out of ammunition as weapon. Feels like a moment of calm across Expo here as the Wobbabobs still look a little bit disjointed. They're kind of looking for that heroic play to come on through to grant them space.
Furious and Mythics are just waiting for Linz to throw him a challenge. And finally comes through, but not before Furious ends up giving up the angle, goes back over towards Pool, and Linz is still alive over here. This is a lot of trust that the other 3 players can find value to get out from this spawn trap, and they will deliver on just that. 27 seconds left, and the Wobbabobs need to try to get on this A-zone.
Yeah, at least they've cleared a lot of the pressure. Furious, though, inside. A surprise, and it's not a nice surprise at all. Through the wall. That'll bring Cobra down to a very red screen. Not enough to take him out, though. Good for Denza, though, to try and clear things out. But Denza's got a little bit more work to do. Abuser just laying down inside the point. Players on the other side to contest with too, and Denza has just to find the perfect path to try and take these guys off guard because there are kills now being made by Wobbabobs. There it is. Denza going huge for that first kill versus Brezzy. Lin's down for the count 2, but there is still a player sitting inside. Abuser needs to be dealt with. Now coming from the side is going to be Mythics to remove him from that situation. 15 seconds left now. Cobra down for the count. Wobbabobs, they have been sent reeling. Flare now coming on the flank as Brezzy goes down. Everything will fall on that guy, and it is going to be Linz who is just not able to do anything. Aphelion for a second defense here looked to have closed out a very dominant Expo control.
It's the reverse Uno card from yesterday, Brody. They got 0-3'd on hotel control, and hell, if we can reach a map number 6, and we might just see it again, but Aphelion are playing with the Fuego today. It is Ghost Pepper level spiciness coming out from this Aphelion camp, and my goodness, are they just a force to be reckoned with. I mean, Furious, again, you almost feel like that when you don't see Aphelion play Expo Control the entire season of the Elite, when we get Expo into the map pool, whatever may have you, is probably a good reason why you want to try to avoid them, because Furious just looks right at home on that Expo map, man. He is just fighting route after route. He's always finding these kills, these crucial 2 pieces. He's setting up pinches along with his AR lineup, whether it's Mythics or, most importantly, for Harry. It just always feels like that Aphelion just are so squeaky clean, and enforcing that spawn trap, finding the trades required, is really the nail in the coffin for a Wubbabubs. Just the trades game, just way too strong. Aphelion just manipulated that map to a fine tee.
I just can't believe what we just witnessed, to be honest, mate. I mean, that the first defense was so strong, and they were barely lucky to even get anything going. Right at the end, they finally managed to capture B, and that was really the only positive you could take away from that round of 1. The round number 2 offense was super clean from Aphelion, then to follow things up, and then, of course, that final round, while probably the scrappiest of the lot from Aphelion, it's just nonetheless, the way that they're operating here in this control of just having so much trust in one another to set themselves up in these kind of advanced positions, send the subs forward to try and garner that space. And then, of course, you know, I mean, Harry just doing Harry things the entirety of the control, or Lucifer doing Lucifer things, I think we should more aptly say. Just a recipe for disaster for a Wubbabubs. I just don't know what's going on right now, other than just to say, in every single metric, Aphelion are just, they've improved from that upper bracket final, and Wubbabubs just seem to be completely stunned by that.
I mean, it's just got to be starting and stop with the conversation of the Slays, isn't it? Again, you know, I don't want to keep, you know, beating a dead horse here, but Paul Brezzy, he's just not having a good day, is he? I mean, double negative, 10 and 20. Comparatively on the opposite side, it's just continuously the tyranny of Lucifer. 22 and 12, 2,100 damage. He gets outshined by Furious. I mean, 24 and 16, 15 of those kills not traded with 2,700 damage. Like, come on, man. This guy is a monster. And I felt like we've been saying that for the past 3 maps. Yeah, didn't have the sexiest KD ratio in that map number 1, but good golly. That boy playing with a certain amount of heat today. And now the road for Wubbabubs to win their second Challengers Elite season has to come through in a reverse sweep in a best-of-7 going to the Hydra Hardpoint, a map that they have not played since Season 2 of the Elite, Brody, and they lost it to the Originals, 127 to 250.
Yeah, I got to do a, what was it, 2021 Major 4, Major 5, like Toronto Ultra Rocker final, wasn't it? Was that like a reverse sweep in the best of 9 or best of 7 or something like that? Sorry,
Somewhere
Austin.
Visions, yeah, I was going to say
sorry,
Visions
Austin,
is very sad.
Yeah, I feel really bad for bringing that one up. I know he's watching right now. I apologize, but at the same time, I don't care. Regardless, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep. Indeed, a best of 7. The road from here on out is going to be a rough one. Before we get towards that game number 4, though, a spicy Hydra Hardpoint, a very brief break. On the other side, what could be the conclusion here of the final season of European Challengers Elite? Welcome back, one and all, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite for what could be the final time for Europe here in the 2023 season. That's not the best outcome, is it, for all the Wobbobs fans out there? I know you're all in the chat there supporting your team, and, well, this series hasn't exactly gone as you expected. And I think that might continue as you get in towards this map number 4, Andy, because it's a Hydro hardpoint, and when we look at this across the board for a Aphelion versus a Wobbobs, the deck is stacked against the latter.
Oh, I was meaning VMix, but regardless of the matter, yeah, let's talk about the Hydro. I'll bring up that point later because it's a spicy one. Regardless of the matter, yeah, this Hydro is not exactly going to look good for this Wobbobs team. Given the simple fact they have not played it in Season 4 of the Elite, let's not forget a Wobbobs. They did not play Season 3 as a 4-player team. Season 2 champions, by the way, and that Season 2, by the way, was the last time that they actually played this Zarko Hydroelectric hardpoint map, a hardpoint of which they got absolutely slammed on, 127 to 250 versus the Originals roster. And that Originals roster at that time, Brody, well, Furious was on that team. And he was looking pretty darn good on it as well. I don't think that a Wobbobs wanted to be here. Obviously, they wanted to win one of the first 3 maps because now they got to reverse sweep Aphelion if they want to win a second Challengers Elite season.
And this is just such a huge ask. Let's get into it, folks, for potentially the last time. This has been a hell of a series for Aphelion Esports. They will start, technically speaking, on the disadvantaged side. And Wobbobs want to break in early on.
Opening breaks are just about everything when it comes down to the tussle in the middle of the map. And with Mythic's able to stay alive, he's able to push all the way inside of Ruins. Now Wobbobs are actually going to feel rather trapped on this side of the map. You got to deal with Mythics before you can even take a keen focus over towards P1. They're able to do the former, and now they can deal with the latter.
Things looking pretty hot here from early on. From Wobbobs in turn, just making sure they're on the right side of the map. Well, that P rotation, oh, Jesus. Denza just coming in with a central alt delete. Control alt delete, excuse me. Goodness me, I always say that with a key, but regardless. His kills are good enough here to create some space for Aphelion to move all the way through towards that P2 side. Bit of a wayward spawn coming out there for number 6 in Brezzy. So he might catch a couple of players off guard on this hit, and it depends kind of what his trigger discipline looks like. Try and catch those players off guard. Lynn's also looking to do the same thing by Dome, but he will get shut down by Mythics. Finally, Brezzy goes off for that 1 kill on towards Denza, but there's already players knocking at the door, and Furious is one of those guys. He's fed up a knock-in. Nobody's home. Nobody's ready to answer the door. He's kicking that thing in.
Oh my goodness. Wobbobs need an answer immediately. This is a lot of time to be giving up over by P2, and they're not even going to get a good shake at it, are they? I mean, Mythics already finds kills in the middle of the map. Look what that does for the spawns for Wobbobs. They're effectively spawning in over by P5. They should know that Mythics is on this flank, also on a 5 spree, looking for that cruise.
Would be big if they could get it done, but unfortunately Mythics will be shut down there. So that would have been a real dagger early on this hard point for Wobbobs, who have only managed to accrue 13 points off the back of the first 2 kills, and that is disappointing considering just how much control that they did have. Regardless, it will be hybrid French and Belgium side that do manage to touch kill first towards P3. Great coverage being provided by Linz over by P1, and able to get 1 kill, bringing Mythics all the way down towards 6 HP for a respective second. You will have to wait before he approaches Red for that gunfight versus Abuser up top, and I don't even know if you can really call it a gunfight with the coverage. Abuser manages to take down 2 players entirely uncontested, but now Aphelion starting to filter through. Furious managing to get right past Abuser and will take them down. Now Lynn's also ready to trade things out, and those trades are looking pretty hot.
Yeah, required P3 coming through for a Wobbobs. You could not afford to get broken up here like what you saw there over by P2. So should be bringing this back to a good, respectable scoreline ahead of this P4 rotation. And, well, Wobbobs, they've already played for the future. I'm not too sure if Brezzy spawned out over here or if he hit the route. Did not see where this purple arrow maneuvered, but he's all the way in the back. Lucifer, excuse me, more than aware of that, trying to fish out where Brezzy was located at. Not going to be enough to block the spawns quite yet. Still more to do in the back, and Brezzy's going to get scouted out. Aphelion Esports are going to have those close spawns for P4 in the initial time to boot.
Yeah, this is, we always talk about this hill. Andy, I'm a broken record, mate. You know exactly what I'm going to say. You've probably got a soundboard clip of me saying it. This hill, the hill, it's just horrible spawns to try and break. So Aphelion Esports is a really big moment for them in the game if they can hold on to one. These are, though, looking to break around the front line, and that's a double. That would be absolutely monumental. Brezzy around the back line as well will unearth those spawns. A huge moment here for Wobbobs to take control of the game. It takes 20 seconds or so, but they are in for the time. Won't be long before Aphelion looking to garner control once again, though. Harry through the middle of the map does get shut down. Furious and Mythic's the only ones to provide any value for Aphelion, but the Pinstripe field will not favor them, at least initially. Denza does come through for that scrap time, and Scrappy is probably the best case scenario for a Wobblebobs there, is moving towards the next one.
Dude, Linz's hip fire is the truth. What was that? That was crazy. 9-7 for Linz. 11-9 for Abusa. Cobra having a real rough things go at it. He's only 2-10 so far. Or maybe the immediate flip around, going in towards this generator hardpoint. Nobody touching the time quite yet. Still a big tussle as far as the spawns are concerned. Mythix is still back there along with Lucifer as well. And, well, that's just something the Wubba did not necessarily account for. Now they have to try to single file line their way in through the front of the door. And it's just not going to work out in the favor of Aphelion generating more time.
Yeah, and Linz has already been spotted out as well. He's weak for the first engagement. Somehow will actually catch Furious off guard and gets the second as well. What is that? Granted, it's a headshot, but nonetheless, this kill is good enough. Doesn't matter how you get it done, as long as you do get it done. Big 30 seconds here for a Wobblebobson. Big 30 seconds granted there for Aphelion as well. Furious from up top. If what Linz can do it, I can do it too. And Furious has to go down to the very last bullet in his magazine for the third in a row there. What a way to close out that hard point for Aphelion Esports. They go into the second set with a commanding lead.
Brody, the 3 times that Aphelion have played this map this season, their average score margin is winning by 93 points. It can come as no surprise that they had this lead going in towards the second set. Looking for an immediate turnaround for Wubblebobs. This is your Season 2 Elite Champions after all, but Furious is just a problem in the backline, and is also breaking the hard point single-handedly. What is going on?
Furious is going on, buddy. This is the Furious show. He's coming out, well, what is that, the second successive 3-piece? Now he's going to make it 4 in a row. Looking for number 5. He is just pinging around, looking for the 6th in a row. That would have been the cruise missile, but will at the very least be denied. But the damage is done. Look at where the white arrows are on the minimap right now. Aphelion Esports have successfully flipped the side of the map. Now Denza is the next SMG on the docket here to cause some problems. And for Wobblebobs, they have to just go absolutely ham. The kills are looking pretty good here in terms of garnering control for P1. Unfortunately enough here for the roster, they do have Brezzy over by Noob.
Yeah, Brezzy will be anchoring down those spawns for quite some time just to make sure that those come through comfortably. He's already throwing shots there onto Denza, who's 14-8, by the way. I mean, again, he has a 1.5 OKD on this Hydro hardpoint the 3 times that they have played it this season so far. Great transitional gunfights coming through, and they also found Brezzy all the way over by the God Rock, and now you're by yourself with your Abusa on a 3-3. Has 3 players in front of him. That's a great stun. Great first kill to find. It's buying time for reinforcements to come through Dome.
I feel like this is one of the most successful holds from the front of this hill that I've ever seen, to be honest. Abuser is just peppering players. There's number 5. If he could get number 6, this would be a really crucial cruise missile to have in the back pocket. Coverage is looking pretty good. Harry able to swing wide for the initial, but again, crucially, it is going to be Abuser that slays his life inside. Big 25 seconds to go for. Linz, the furthest player, pushed up here. Aphelion Esports might want to give this one last look. I don't think they've got a choice in it anymore, as Linz is able to produce that gunfight. And there is the 7th, the 6th actually, in a row coming out from Abuser. That is the streak on hand now for a Wobblebobs off the back of that kill. A crucial hard point to grab. And somehow, some way, Linz is able to put himself on 5 in a row off the back of it.
Script hasn't fully been flipped quite yet. It's about a half flip. Still trailing by about 40 points, and just look at the transition from 2 to 3. Aphelion Esports, they do have these close spawns in the back. Denza is trying to anchor them out. Furious looking to light things up yet again. 21-18 now. Has another player up top, has to favor for the reload. Linz will take him down, but the kills, the damage has been done. Aphelion will get the initial time.
Hey, just Furious. His just propensity to find stupid 2-pieces in just silly situations is so damaging to Wobblebobs here at this point in the game. Got to find a response. There it is from Abuser, who will find another 2-piece, make that 3 in a row. Lovely. These are now back in for this time. So it has that streak in the back pocket ready to go. But this is a pretty valuable 25 seconds to grab if you are a Wobblebobs. Aphelion now will continue to spawn up over by the back line here. They still look for this 10 to 15 seconds or so, but the kills are so strong. Now Denza on the flank. That will clear the point. Guarantee that last 10 seconds or so for the Aphelion side. That team name doesn't help, but it doesn't matter too much for them. And now Wobblebobs here in this game. 60 points down to Aphelion Esports. They need a really good hold off the back of this hill.
Abusa has a parallel spawn, so he's not going to be in the greatest position to try to help out his teammates as they lock down over by P4. Furious, you can see, already slips the net. He comes all the way through the water. Mythic shortly behind him, but Furious is already here. He's going to find the opening kill. He's going to start blocking these spawns, you would surely feel, and there it is. Cobra spawns all the way out, so does Abusa.
You can't let that happen. You cannot let this happen. This is a cataclysmic moment in the game. Linz goes down. Furious for the kill. Oh man, what is it, the phrase you always use, spaghetti all over the floor or something like that? I think that's kind of where we're at right now, because that is a monumental blunder in one of the most important heals we have in this game. It forces the streak coming out from Abuser, and he does find 3. There's no trophy system to stop it. I was going to say there's really nowhere to splash that again, so you got to hope there's no trophy system on the point, and indeed that will work out in the favor for a Wobblebob. So it's not quite catastrophic, but still that is a big moment.
Yeah, but the spawns flip at the utmost wrong time, and although the Wobblebobs were able to soak up the scrap time, with Abusa finding that 3-piece, he was the only player that was in a position to maybe try to assault it, but obviously you don't necessarily get that luxury when you're on your tablet there calling it the cruise missile. So the rotation for New will be here for Aphelion with this 50-point lead and growing ever more so. Brezzy can't lock down the 2-piece. Has the space been provided for a Wobblebobs to cut back through the middle of the map? You just got to deal with the players inside the hard point, and Cobra, better late than never, delivers on the good entry kills. Finally get a Wobblebobs inside the hard point.
Yeah, finally some resistance to be said here. Pro Wobblebobs, they need a perfect hold. Here on the generator hard point, though, has to have it. Cannot have the usual dicey heal that we come to expect when it comes to Jenny's. And there's the kills now coming through from Harry and Denza. Mythics to boot as well. That's all fall down. Aphelion could absolutely close things here. One more wave of gunfight, and they will be able to call themselves Challengers Elite 2023 Season 4 champions. There's resistance to be found around the backline. Mythic's able to find one. And now Abuser versus Denza inside. It's going to be Abuser winning the Belgian duel. And now Wobblebobs still fighting for this time. Aphelion can't finish things here.
No, they can't finish it things here, but I mean, Furious is going to continuously put more daggers into the back of the Wobblebobs, just fighting for 5 seconds. Lucifer finds his 18th kill as well on transition, going over towards P1. There's only a single player here to maybe try to contest it. It's going to be Brezzy inside the water. He has some help for Linz. That's a big 2-piece to find, but you got to contest the hill.
You got to go. Harry's sitting inside. He's sucking up this time. Even that 4 seconds is so frustrating for Wobblebobs. Just 3 points away now from victory. Our Aphelion Esports, they have so many win conditions. A Wobblebobs need to be perfect. You cannot let any of these players fly through the water routes, and Denza's going to try it right now. This will be the dagger. Big 1v1 for Linz. The read is good, and the kill is good as well. Massive kill. Great start.
They're over 200 points, but again, you can still close it here if you are Aphelion Esports, so you cannot find the luxury just to go all in for this rotation for P2. Furious is not going to hit the water route. He's going to try to cut these players down on the cross. Again, the multitude of win conditions is set in stone for Aphelion. They're going to try to play for the rotation over towards you, but a Wobblebobs can do no wrong, Brody. They are up to 224 points.
Yeah, can't finish things here anymore, can Aphelion. Denza, the player to try and break these spawns and get spotted out by Brezzy. There is simply no way. There is simply no way this can happen. Finally, they've got control of the money rotation. Cobra goes down there. 5 in a row will be denied the cruise missile. The Wobblebobs did use theirs early on, so that will be the get-out-of-jail-free card that's been utilized. But again, the AR coverage has been so sublime. Linz and Brezzy from afar. Aphelion just cannot touch. Mythic's able to take Brezzy around the back line. And now the floodgates have opened. Denza with another one as well. Furious are going to take down Abuser from high.
No way.
But Abuser and Linz will combine for 3. And the Wobblebobs from absolutely nowhere will find a way to survive.
I could count on a single hand how many perfect holds we have gotten on P1 on Zarqwa Hydroelectric. And it can't be more than 3, honestly speaking, but that is one of 3 to come through for Wobblebobs. Wow, did they absolutely rip the rugs out from Aphelion Esports' feet, man? That is absolutely absurd. Again, it simply cannot happen. It legitimately should never happen. You are 3 points within victory. You just got to contest the hard point for a little bit of time. You have players trying to play for the rotation, trying to win these gunfights, but the setup coming through for a Wobblebobs in that 1-2 in the final set of hard points was so good. I mean, you had Linz just staying up top dome for quite some time. He was setting up crossfires continuously, shutting down the middle of the map, along with the Buza inside the hard point. And again, when you look at the start, 60-point lead. Cobra is 2-8, 3-12 here. A Wobblebobs were getting their rear ends headed to them. They were getting completely outslain. These SMGs for Denza and Furious were a continuous issue. Mythics early on, also an issue. But in the final few moments, a Wobblebobs found a different gear. Abusa was the cornerstone, the catalyst, if you will, that opened up the floodgates for a Wobblebobs to make a Herculean comeback and to stay alive in Grand Finals.
I gotta see these final few moments. I'm waiting for it to pop up on the replay package again. I don't know what the exact scoreline was.
Dude, this hold here, man.
I mean, yeah, it's just simple things. And the thing is, it felt like the situation was getting continually worse for the Wobblebobs, right? Because there were moments where I'm like, right, they need to do this to try and win the game. I think that, like, kind of P4 hold was one of the big ones. And then that kind of doesn't go right, and it's like, well, surely, I mean, in our minds, we're getting ready to make the final call. I mean, like, Aphelion, at that point, should have won the championship. The fact that they don't is just a testament to the propensity for clutch that Awobabobs have. I gotta say it, I think Awobabobs were playing 3v4 for basically the entirety of that hard point up until, like, the final 60 seconds, where Cobra actually does something. That is... I'm mind-blown, mate. I'm out.
Yeah, the second most hill time on a scene. Come on, give him some... Give him a little something, something. No,
Sure.
he had 3 kills for, like, the longest time. Dude, Abusa's big 7 spree. Lynn's also goes on a Herculean 7 spree as well. Your usual suspects, as you like to call it, Brody, had a combined 69 kills and only 41 deaths. That is absolutely absurd. And honestly speaking, this, from a paper standpoint alone, you feel like should favor for Awobabobs with a triple AR setup, specifically for Brezzy to go back to that AR, something that he's been playing the entirety of the year until Season 2, and he made that role swap alongside Cobra. And what I was muted for, what I was talking about earlier, I don't think that we've honestly gotten to a map 4, albeit a single time, back all the way back in Season 1 of the Elite. Me and our observer of Ryan Switchy, we were talking about it last night after NA had concluded, and I believe that we went back and looked at it, that it's been 4-0 Season 2, 4-0 Season 3, it was 4-1 back in Season 1. Can we go the distance here? Still so much work to have for yourself going into this Fortress Search and Destroy. Again, this was the map 2 that was played yesterday. Awobabobs were able to at least win it out in a map number 10. But talking to Roper when I was yesterday, talking about the map set and why Fortress is there, he truly does feel like one of the coaches for Aphelion Esports, that a lot of people don't expect for Aphelion to be that good at Fortress Search and Destroy. But yesterday was a very strong argument for it on both different sides of the cards. But again, flawless Call of Duty, you feel like needs to continuously be exemplified for Awobabobs. They are not done yet.
I gotta be honest, I'm kind of surprised at that sentiment, right? Because you look at kind of the composition of Aphelion in Search and Destroy. You've got, like, the recipe for success on Fortress. You've got the AR control in the middle of the map. You know, over towards a Gallows as well. You've got the potential for the early flanks, just like we saw in Hotel, through munitions building from the likes of Denzer and Furious. Like, the elements are all there for a lovely meal. Not that you'd eat any of these guys. But, you know... Aphelion Esports, I don't know, I think they'd be a perfectly good Fortress Search and Destroy. And again, you look back to that scoreline, you know, back in the yesterday's upper bracket final, it was, again, the closest to the 3 maps that we saw.
And it's a map mode combination that they were savoring until playoffs, whether it was vetoed for or against for Aphelion Esports. The only times that they have played Fortress Search and Destroy is in playoffs so far here in Season 4 of the Elite. They won Round 10 versus Deviants. They lost Round 10 versus the Awobabobs. Surely it's going to have to go round 10 again here in Grand Finals. Sure. I mean, someone called Visions the scriptwriter for Challengers Elite, because I think that's where we're going to have to end up going. But I honestly think that for Aphelion, you're just going to have some semblance of success of what we actually got from that Hotel map number 2. You got to see the best 7 map set there on your screen. Do not adjust it. It was a 6-1 victory in Aphelion's favor, where they were just running amok. Fundamentally sound, I will say that much. The First Bloods were all in Aphelion's favor. They were dictating the pace through the middle of the map, whether it was slow and steady, playing off the flanks for Denza, playing off the First Bloods from Furious. It was absolutely sublime. But are you ready to rally behind this 3 French player, 1 Belgian player of the Awobabobs roster, all off of a crazy comeback on that Zarqual Hydroelectric?
I mean, just the momentum that gives you, right? To pull that off, like, you gotta imagine the hype in the comms, right? They're gonna be speaking, like, super fast, 100 miles a minute, like, just an incredible moment for them. They must be celebrating their butts off to even just survive. But I think celebrations, you know, a little bit far away at this point. There's still a very long road to go, as you say. The script would have to be written in such a fashion. Oh, I'm just thinking about, like, that, you know, the video of the guy, like, on the piano, where it's on, like, a fire or something. And it's just, like, where you've, like, dropped the hottest album and stuff like that. So I'm at with this, like, it would be just an incredible storyline. One of the best we've ever had in Challengers. And just given how tumultuous this season has been, really, for both of these teams, again, I have to keep on saying it. The whole thing with just Awobabobs splitting up in the fashion that they did is still the craziest thing I think we've seen in Challengers that wasn't, like, initiated by some kind of CDL roster change, right? Because that's generally speaking what normally happens. You'll have, like, especially in North America, we'll have, like, some kind of big CDL team that'll make a roster change, they'll pull up some players, and that will normally cause kind of the carnage of roster mania in North America. That's why it happens so often. In Europe, that doesn't really happen that much. It normally happens between seasons at best, and so that kind of roster mania doesn't happen that often. It was completely just like out of nowhere to see it happen like that. And just, again, for Wobbuffs to even be in this position, to come into Season 4 of Challengers Elite, to just look like they haven't really missed a beat in towards the group stage, and then go flawless all the way up and towards this grand finals in the playoff bracket. Again, like, I don't think we could have asked for a better story here. It's just incredible.
Yeah, I think that honestly, if Wobbuffs are somehow able to pull off this reverse sweep, I already had them potentially going to be a top 2, top 3 team, potentially grand finals bound as far as that Toronto Open is concerned. I might have to go side by side with what I Hold Shift was talking about yesterday. Let's go ahead and talk about Mr. Paul Brezzi, sir. Remember back in the day, Vanguard, he won like every single elite that he was in.
Yeah.
He was on that Texas Nation roster. All 3 of those players get picked up into the league. Brezzi relocates back over towards Europe, forms this Wobbuffs roster, and is surely looking 18 again with the SMG. Though in that map number 2, I think some arguments might be made. Dropped an absolute stinker in that map number 2. But for Search and Destroy, I mean, opening duel win percentage, again, the argument had to have been made when we saw him go 0-5 for opening duels. It is very uncharacteristic. I will say that much for Brezzi. Damage is all good. Search and Destroy KD 1.83, no easy feat versus Aphelion. This is from yesterday on that Search and Destroy. Definitely looking for Brezzi to constantly be that very good in standardized SMG to really catch the other team by surprise. He's got a bag of tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the story of the Search and Destroy in my mind, just given just how important getting control of munitions is to a lot of team success when it comes down to these Fortress Search and Destroys. Those First Bloods really does to dictate how much of success were found there for Wobbuffs in the Hotel Search and Destroy. Those opening duels between Brezzi and Furious way too often went in favor of Furious. That cannot happen again here as we finally get in towards the Fortress Search and Destroy. Brezzi needs, and it's funny because I never thought I'd say this, Brezzi needs to do better. He needs to find a way to not let that happen again.
It comes down to Fortress Search and Destroy. Really do feel like it's a one bomb site map, though yesterday we actually got a lot of interesting takes in the middle of the map. It feels like the meta's forever shifting ever since we started off this Modern Warfare 2 year, where it was really all just the A-bomb, but the middle of the map is where a lot can go down. Munitions to boot, offense first for Aphelion.
Pretty standard setups on both sides of the board. And that's surprising in terms of the first round, where, of course, we don't have that utility to work with. No Dead Silence or trophies to speak of just yet. There is utility. There is a lot of stuns and nades, and I think all that doubling up was at 4 different pieces of utility that went towards top single. They were hoping to get something.
They're going to come up with nothing. A lot of utility thrown. So all 8 players alive. Lynn's still expecting a challenge to come through top single. Not going to be the case not anytime soon. If he does get it, it'll probably be Furious. He's just watching that big door. Bomb in the hand of Denza. Trophy system finally going to come through. Cover's watching the angle. I mean, Denza is just playing with his food at this point. He's going to jump back and forth across. He's going to call for Brezzi to at least go for the challenge. Gets first blood.
Yeah, that's egregious, to be frank. I think Brezzi just felt like that was probably the best time to try and at least get the advantage somewhere along the line. Cobra runs out of bullets for the kill versus Furious. If he had a few more, he might have got it, but it's okay. Zabuza will clean up his mess. Now Mythix and Harry very quickly running out of time in this round. Mythix gets the kill versus Linz, though. Immediately recognizes that somebody's going to challenge from munitions. It's the right call to make. Now quickly it's a 1v1 between Harry and Abuser. But Abuser knows he doesn't need to make the move. Just needs to really check the very last second here. The bomb will not stop the plant from going down. Well, actually, yes, he will in the end. Going to go to the defuse. The bomb does go down, but it doesn't matter. Harry just does not have the time to make that one work.
Abuser, I mean, again, just waiting for utility. He was that player that pushes up over by the dub steps. He comes back alive through top rails, finds 3 in the round, gets his Dead Silence along with those kills, and then just re-wraps through the backside of the gallows. Unbeknownst to Harry, I mean, you just never would expect that Dead Silence included for Abuser just to hit it. Really, your only win condition there if you are Harry to recover the bomb. Found at least that kill over by the open staircase, or the closed staircase, excuse me. It's just one of those things, again, that just the war of attrition. Just there was a lot of utility thrown early on, especially for Fortress Search and Destroy. Aphelion were really hoping for that first blood. Denza jumping back and forth through the closed doors, just was able to at least find that opening kill onto Brezzi, but I mean, the trades were just that much better for Wobbuffs to keep Aphelion at bay.
Again, those first rounds can always be a little bit weird. Wobbuffs going to come out on top, and also going to come out on top early on towards this round as well. Cobra with the first snipe, and Brezzi will catch Furious off guard. We knew those kind of flanks or attempted flanks would come through. by way of a player like either Furious or Denza. It is the former of the two, and it does not work. Denza now needs to follow up the kill, and, well, indeed he does, but Linz with the posthumous nade will take him out.
Linz getting his own trade. Didn't know Martyrdom was here in Modern Warfare 2. Oh, and the snipe from Cobra. Downtown. That's, again, just, very standardized offense. I will say that much for Wubbubs. I mean, you get top boat control. You're almost expecting, especially in round number 2, for these players to pop dead silence, try to make the jump up through top boat, through top single. Well, it all comes through in delivering fashion. Silver platter from Aphelion to Wubbubs to find those first 2 kills. Continue on with a 2-0 lead in the search and destroy. Combined 5 spree between Abusa and Cobra.
Aphelion, gotta get the wheels turning now. A couple of rounds in, and Wubbubs have won both. This time they do have utility to work with, so A will be a more realistic bomb site to actually try and grab control of, and unlike Furious in the prior round, it will be a successful hit in towards top doubles here for Brezzy, and it is a first blood that he does win.
Before Denza has that bomb, and you can see he's at least toying around with the idea to maybe try to clear through top single, but he only has a nade to try to do it with, so wants to save that nade to try to go through the closed archway. It's not cooked up perfectly. Won't even tag that player on the opposite side. That's Cobra. He's going to be able to get that bomb planted, especially with Mythics overwatching him.
Hey, you're just hoping the post-plant chaos is good enough to convert into some frags. Linz, though, with the aggression straight through Gallows. Mythics was just not expected to have to deal with a player that fast, and Linz do not get that kill versus Denza. Okay. Denza around the backline. I don't know if they've located Harry. It's probably the only problem that Wubbubs will have here on this retake. And of course, Benzo in the power position to try and take down a couple of players, but not going to get the first. Harry trades out for 1. No more than that. Again, numbers not in favor for Aphelion. They did what they could to win the round. Not good enough.
No time wasted. Abusa pops dead silence. He pushes across the street side, knowing that that trade needed to come through off of Linz's dead silence push through the Gallows bomb site. Be able to at least collect on that entry kill, force out the 2v3. And then when he gets immediately traded, it's Abusa that picks things up with that silence of his own. Denza not aware that that push was even going to be there. That line of sight was blocked by a couple pallets, a couple logs on that truck. It's really good manipulation of the map for these retakes for a Wubbubub so far. What's the answer going to be here for Aphelion as they hold the middle of the map? Pretty standardized stuff. As the Wubbububs, again, immediate arc control, expecting the challenges to come their way. It's kind of a round 1 setup at the moment. Wubbububs here not giving anything away on a site just yet. No information at all. I don't think there's anybody even up top single. Taking a look out towards the middle of the map. Bit of calm before the storm hit. Trust me. Not a rain, not a wind on the way. Bob's now looking to get control of this site. This first cross is absolutely everything. Cobra going to swing across, but not quite comfortable enough to move forward. Hey, these nades are tagging. Or Lucifer. They're still holding all these angles. Harry wants to push up a little bit further forward, but I mean, he's pushed back. Cobra, good wallbang shots. Keep Harry honest as far as this challenge is concerned, but we're down to 27 seconds.
So many of these duels just not even really concluding, to be honest. And as you say, time is very quickly running away from Wubbububs here in this round. Aphelion now feel they've got the time to move all the way up, and that is going to be something they later regret. Furious and Denza will be cut down. Harry, great response from him. He will not stop the plant, but he has infiltrated the site, and oh, goodness me, not able to capitalize on it. So, pretty disadvantageous spot there from a Wubbububs, but somehow they managed to turn it around.
Hey, you can't necessarily fault a Wubbububs for that offensive take, right? I mean, they get themselves inside of art because the last defense for Aphelion, you had a player jump up through top single. Denza was that guy. You had Furious also pop dead silence, jump up through top boat. And Brezzy was just expecting those challenges to come through. When they didn't, by proxy, if you are Aphelion, or for a Wubbububs, excuse me, your flank just needs to be looked at. He's concluded that nobody was going to be pushing it. It was all going to be through the front. And Aphelion, just when push came to shove, found all the kills required.
Man, this search and destroy is so different to the hotel. It feels like exactly the same, but the scoreline is flipped. The Wubbububs have been indomitable, and it feels like that is continuing once again towards this round. Early warning shots for Cobra to follow up with a kill. And that leaves Denza all on his lonesome inside the Gallows. He does get away with the information, but Wubbububs now, again, they're feeling it's time to get aggressive.
Number 7, Brezi's going to be playing a very tight angle. Furious, tough gunfight down to 12 HP. Goes for the heat check. Need that trade to come through after losing your first blood duel and losing mythics along the way. Lucifer can find this pick. Tough shots versus Lins. Can't find the kill. They wanted to maybe try to rotate over towards B. Their next biggest problem was going to be Abusey. He's bottom maps. Aphelion have no entrance whatsoever to try to get this bomb down on either site. Yeah,
I mean, if they get Brezi, or if they get Abuser, or they get Lins, one of those 2 kills, that would have been nice, but that's just not going to happen. Once again, now trades in favor. Denza will eviscerate Brezi from the plate. Doesn't quite change the situation, though, to be honest. It's still a 2v3. You don't have the numbers to make this one work, and now Abuser's already infiltrated top munitions. Denza sent running away. Abuser can't actually find him. Sitting in the corner will be Denza, and oh no! Denza, hide-and-seek champion for 2023. And now Lins. Gotta try and locate these players. There goes Denza. Now a 1v1. AR versus AR here momentarily. And Harry's just spotted him out, not taking the premature shots though. And oh, Lins! Harry, he saw him, and yet still Lins just flies towards the bomb site and sends Lucifer scarpering away.
I don't think Harry saw him. I really don't think he did. We'll potentially see it there in the final kill. I highly doubt it. It'll be really, really tough. Because the way that Lins plays this, right? You find that first kill top boat, and then he busts open the door, the backside of munitions, and that causes Harry to turn towards the back stairs. You cannot fault him, but with Dead Silence popped, Lins resurfaces for the gunfight through the side door and catches Lucifer lacking, looking towards that back stair. 5 rounds. We have played 5 rounds for Wubbabubs. Furious is yet to find a kill.
Something has to change. I mean, obviously, they lose this round. It's a 6-0.
Yeah.
Again, what a mirror that would be, considering what happened over in map number 2. Goodness gracious, this has been everything. Wubbabubs. Early trades in this round will lead us to a 3v3. Quest to get this bomb down, and more trades going down. This way, by way of an aid from Cobra, and Mythics, of course, trying to trade things out. It's a 2 versus 2 now. Lins feels it's the time to get the bomb down. Coverage from Abuser will be good enough.
Yep. How do you retake this? Lucifer, Denza. Gonna have to be mostly through munitions, and the cheeky angle from Abuser. That's gonna confirm one player inside munitions. Now, Lins is also in here, but Lucifer's hot on the flank through streets.
Yeah, Lins is just keeping quiet here for the moment. Oh, no, never mind. Does get shut down. And now they know where Abuser is too. Abuser's got a lot to do here. Might be able to just double up on these kills. First kill versus Harry is good. Pops up for the second. But again, that gallow is like paper mache. You can just shoot straight through it. Denza knew it and will take them down. So finally, there's some redress here for Aphelion Esports. Finally, there's something to celebrate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're keeping their heads just barely above water. They got the Hello Kitty Band-Aid over top of a gash of a wound that has been this Fortress Search and Destroy so far. They lost it in 10 rounds yesterday, and it feels like a Wubbabubs have seemingly not skipped a beat. Their trade game was absolutely electric in that previous round that Aphelion just won, but between Lins and Abuser isolating yourself the way that they did, Lins just trying to hold the flank, gets caught by timing. Be cut down, and again, as you say, they knew exactly where Abuser was located at. Worst comes to worst, you probably expect him to be maybe in the open archway, but one round at a time here for Aphelion.
Yeah, so many of these early round plays have come down to, once again, a very flipping of the script in terms of these first blood engagements. Furious hasn't found any this search and destroy comparatively to the 4 that he found in that hotel search and destroy. Brezi has been much more effective on that front as well. Furious, at the very least, is doing his job here momentarily. Brezi about to go up, and there you go. Finally, Furious will find it.
Donut to a breadstick. It's the Pastry Championship. What more can you find here? Aphelion are expecting more challenges to come all the way through. You got Abuser that's playing over by the bench. Both Lins and Cobra more or less doubled up around the closed archway. And the way that Lins is playing, he wants to double up with Abuser, try to make this dead silent push around the streets. It's being watched by 2 ARs.
Yeah, Furious makes a bad situation worse here for Wubbabubs as well to find the second in this round. Abuser overwhelmed, finds one before falling. Doesn't make the situation that much more palatable, to be honest, for Cobra here in the plate. Down to 4 HP, should be dead to rights. As soon as he approaches Denza, making a ton of noise. Those shots will effectively confirm that they don't have anything to worry about in terms of this rotation towards it. I mean, Cobra has given away so many flags at this point in time. Furious just saw him on the rotation too. Engagement goes down. Harry has the better of him from up top. So Aphelion Again, they do find another round on the board here, and it is down again to just those first bloods early coming on through from Furious.
Yep, and again, that is shades of the Hotel Search and Destroy offensively for Aphelion. They find that first blood, but they don't try to press the issue because there's a lack of information that you have outside of the double archway. So they're still trying to find those continuous kills, forcing a Wubbabub's hands. Saw Lens and Abuse attempt to try to push through street side. That silence might have been available, but easier said than done when you have to go up against a 7 and 6 Lucifer in Mythics over by the dubstep side. 2 to 5 now. Back on offense are our Wubbabubs.
And first blood once again for Mythics. This is aggression coming on through. Furious is feeling himself now, but he will get punished for it. Lin's to take him down. That is not before another kill comes through for Harry in the middle of the map, though. And the Wubbabubs here still finding themselves somewhat sinking. Rounds on the bounce here for Aphelion, trying to make it 3, and Cobra goes for a wide challenge towards P1. That would have been a nice amount of space cleared. Now, there is no autonomy here for Lens.
It's looking like 3 rounds on the bounce. I mean, just look at the setup that Lens is about to bust through this door on, and well, I'd bargain you either want to probably stay alive, not give anything closer to streaks. Lucifer is on a 3 after all. Find 6-3 between the 3 players alive, and he's just going to bust through the door. Shots are going to come through. Just, maybe you can get some godlike centering. It would be pretty cool, but Lens, this round is all but chalked. Aphelion Esports, 3 rounds out on the bounce, breaking this within 2.
The amount of dumb stuff, to be fair, that Linz has done, and I say dumb in more of like a positive, like stupid that we even get to see it.
Yeah, so it's some silly dumb stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I was genuinely ready for Linz to just pop himself out that door, just like snap on both players and just exit with life. Like I'm mentally prepared for that at this point, to be honest, with just how silly Linz has been. But he does not produce it. 3 rounds on the bounce, as you say, Andy, mate. Aphelion starting to crawl back in towards this one. Harry on 4 in a row. And their offenses, again, last time around, came down to Furious, opened up with first blood. This time around, and Wubbabubs decided to try something a little bit different. Finally, we see aggression from the defensive side early on towards A, and it is immediately punished.
Yeah, Harry's shooting everything. Furious jumps across, gets some tags into the back from Harry, who's now up to 5 in a row. 10 and 6. They found first blood. And now you can just keep this A bomb site contested. Expecting for the next pick to come all the way through. Cobra's inside the open archway. What weapon is he playing with? Potentially a sniper. Harry needs to be careful with how he contests this.
Cobra's going to be the guy, if anything, to try and trade things out, and the sniper's just a little bit too late. Even goes for the reach out on. Well, I mean, fine, whatever. However you get it done, you get it done. This round should not have gone the way it has done so far, but for Aphelion now, they're about to turn the tables right back on. A Wubbabubs even with 1 man down, thanks to that little kill coming on through from Prezi. Furious is stuck inside bottom up, but the bomb will go down on B, so that'll give Furious some room to escape. Those players just fly straight towards site. Denza gets 1 on the re-entry, and we'll get the hell out of dodge. This is a perfectly winnable situation here for the 2v3. Wubbabubs, frankly, don't have the information, but they do have... I don't know where the bomb is quite planted for. It might be planted for the other side. Yeah, that's not great for Denza. Does not get spotted out, but it is just a little bit too late. There's the final kills coming on through. Normally, a B plant is a death sentence for the defending side, but Wubbabubs get the retake off the back of having the numbers. Furious just could not provide the value that they required.
What? I mean, that's just insane, the way that Denza even found the opportunity to get over towards the B bomb site, right? You found at least the kill over towards bench. All of Wubbabubs were so focused over by the A bomb site, and after they found the kill on a Lucifer, surely you had to have assumed, if you are Wubbabubs, that the bomb is going to follow suit, maybe try to find that trade, maybe try to get that bomb planted over at A. No, it's Denza, baby. He's just going to push over towards the street side, get past P1, try to get that bomb planted over at B, and... well, Brody, we were right. That bomb was planted on the complete wrong side for Denza to be able to hold it. That also gave the information to Wubbabubs that, well, Furious, he was bottom single. Denza had to have been around either top maps, especially after finding that 1 kill. So you just completely take that as if you're trying to break P3. You found at least the initial kills over by the Falcon side, and you just completely flip it on the opposite side. Cobra hops the bomb. The coverage is there. It's sublime. Brody, we are going to a map number 6.
Incredible, really, isn't it? You know, I've got to give Aphelion some credit there. You know, those 3 rounds that they did put on back-to-back were enough to at least give themselves some conversation points at the end of the search and destroy. But I do definitely feel, at the very least, that Wubbabubs for them, the vast majority of the rounds they won were down to those first bloods just being won. not allowing Aphelion to get some of that fast pattern of aggression that we know they're capable of, allowing players like Furious and Denza to get in behind enemy lines, because that's where Aphelion have found success in the past on Fortress Search and Destroy. Great reads and great first opening duels coming out from Wobbobobs to take those early 5 rounds on the bounce and go, I mean, what, still 3-2 down in this series, Andy, but now they've got some momentum on side.
5-4 first bloods was the tally in that one, comparatively to a Wobbobobs that didn't find a single first blood in that map number 2, where they got absolutely blown out of the water. Where it was the first 3 coming through for Aphelion, Wobbobobs against all odds, and I truly do mean that. They were down. If you're just now joining us, do dial it back a little bit after the series is completed and go watch that Zarqua map number 4, because it has set up a Wobbobobs for continuous amount of success. Though it needs to be said, you're going towards this hotel control, where, again, I will always stand by this. Hotel is a stomping ground for this Aphelion Esports roster. It has been this entire season of the Elite. They are 5-1 on hotel control. What's that one loss, Brody? Well, it's an 0-3 loss, none other than in winners finals versus this Wobbobobs team, as they are 3-0. Is history doomed to repeat itself? Are we going to go to map 7? I don't know. I'm here for it either way, brother.
Mate, at the moment, like, you're so nervous. Like, these players at this level, right? These are, like, not CDL players. I know we always kind of talk up, like, the differences with, like, challengers and CDL, right? Like, how much of a difference is there really between the two sets at the very highest level, which is where we're at right now here in Europe. But there is, like, I guess there's still an element of, like, being nervous in this situation, because you should have won. Like, this should be over. This should have been a 4-0 sweep in the grand finals. That Hydra hardpoint comeback should never have happened. And now we're looking at a potential story on the cards here. Now, granted, we've only seen 2 maps won on the bounce here by Wobbobobs. But we're looking at some story that, if you're a Wobbobobs fan, this is written by William Shakespeare. If you're an Aphelion fan, this is a Stephen King story. This is not nice whatsoever. Because, I mean, it's the way that you're looking at this now. You didn't ideally want to get to this point with the hotel control, just given how kind of things did go down in that upper bracket final, as you say. You wanted to get this done when you could.
It could potentially be a midnight summer's Wobbobobs affair, man. It very much so could. It'd be poetic as hell. Reverse sweep in grand finals. First time in EU grand finals. We're going past a map number 5. Boy. And we get the salty run back on the hotel control. Again, El Asilo was the veto for Wobbobobs on control. You get that pleasure on being on the winner's side. Knew that the Expo was going to be coming through, and Aphelion just blew Wobbobobs out of the water. On Hotel, though, yesterday, it was not kind. I'll say that much. Aphelion did not have a good stay as far as Greenberg is concerned. What's the opening engagement's going to look like? It will be Aphelion on offense first.
Aphelion, straight towards B. Would you believe it? Not a surprise at all, to be honest, is, of course, the harder the 2 points you want to get. Early jousts now. Mythic's going to pick up a double to kick things off. Abuser and Cobra, though, looking pretty good. Lins will pick up the 3rd kill there as the Wobbobobs do clear point initially. But Aphelion now, still got players hanging about in this bedroom side. You need to keep control of the bedroom ideally, and as Harry goes down, that might slip away from them.
That sure will. That's their 4th life actually lost. Mythic's Fury's able to combine for 2. They know Abuser is top lights. Some warning shots coming through over towards Furious. That's a tough gunfight either way that you shake it. Abuse it. Head glitched up. Gonna take down Furious, but that just means that Aphelion are gonna spawn parallel over towards A, where the clock has been stalled and the first segment has been locked. Yeah,
at the very least, Furious does enough here to keep a Wobbobobs at bay momentarily. Gives them a kind of grace period to capture this A point. A little bit of peace and quiet here in hotel control. Wobbobobs just going to be preparing themselves for some of these exit frags. Lin's going to get himself in an off angle. Yep, Furious is just not expecting Lin's to be playing from that position. Cobra over by Jewelry as well, finding a lot of value. Not just Harry, but Mythics too. Den's the last one left alive. Again, nobody's going to be blocking those close kitchen spawns, so it won't be long before Denza is joined by the rest of the gang. But Cobra, more than happy to just keep on putting these guys down. What is that? Furious just gets decimated. Cobra, I mean, it's team shots. It doesn't matter how you get it done, though. Cobra finds that 6th kill. And Cobra, you had so much potential in my mind, mate. And you're running score streaks.
Potential to get more on the table, though. 80% done. The engagements are just not going to come his way. I mean, even when the 60 seconds did get tacked over, it was 25 plays up against 21. There is the next kill, 93%. One more kill will do it. Or 2 assists. I'm not too sure. I don't really see too many score streaks actually get themselves a cruise missile. Regardless of the matter, Wubbabobs can seemingly do no wrong. Look at Abuse on the map. He has not died, by the way. He has not found an engagement in what feels like an eternity. Finally finds that kill number 6, and he's on kill streak, so he's going to have a cruise missile.
Yeah, potentially 2 on the cards here. If Cobra can find that 8th kill or even an assist at this point, he's like 90% of the way there. Does get shut down, and that's why you don't run score streaks. Felian now find the 3 kills, and this is a very quick turning of the tide here. Despite the 21 versus 8 scenario, it only takes the capture for a Felian to come out with a dub here in this round. And Abuser's going to string this streak straight in. It's a little bit too high up for the splash damage to remove Furious from the point as well, but fortunately enough, Brezzy is there to pick things up. That's a crucial streak usage and probably the right call, to be honest.
No, it is the right call. It's a great call, actually. I mean, there was nobody from a Wubbabobs that were in a position to either try to contest the gunfights going over towards that B control zone. You knew you have the life advantage. It is going to be a blistering 19 life deficit, barring Mythics has any sort of argument to say against it. Gonna have 1 versus Abuser here, and he's not going to be able to find it. So 4 segments are what Aphelion are going to be working with off of their offense. But with a 19 life deficit, this is all pertaining for the potential round 5 if it ends up coming on the cards. Let's not forget, Aphelion just got done with a map 5 hotel control win against Clutch Rain, one of the #1 control teams that we've had in Season 4 of the Elite. It's a different belly of the beast here versus the Wubbabobs.
Yeah, the positive I would take away from that round, if I am Aphelion esports, like, yeah, you got dominated. Let's call a spade here. That was not a kind round to them whatsoever. The streak was used, right? That is the best thing you can walk away from that round was, and you stop Cobra from getting a streak on the other side too. So you don't have to worry about those going in towards this next round. Problem is, of course, Wubbabob's very good at offenses here on hotel control. Got to have a good start towards this one. Denzer able to produce 1. That Semtex wasn't quite well positioned enough to remove Abuser off the plate. This first push on towards 8, solid so far, and Wubbabob's already starting to get themselves in these positions where they can cause more havoc around the backline too. It isn't just Abuser with that first kill, but also number 6 in Brezzy does take 1 down before falling himself. Wubbabob's well positioned here for this A capture.
I want to say a higher percentage than Lysol kills Germs. When you come out for your first offense, you're probably going to be looking for that B control zone first. This is why Wubbabobs are so respected when it comes down to their control gameplay. They're going to go for A first, and it's going to be captured. I mean, talk about transitional gunfights going in your favor. 13-4 for Abusa, 10-3 for Cobra. 60 seconds out on towards the board, and Denza, he's playing with his food. Cobra had a knife out. Denza's going to get the better of him. That's great to at least control the middle of the map, and they're going to clean up Brezzy towards the back lot side. The only player that might be a problem going forward for Wubbabobs would be player number 5 in purple. His name is Linz.
Yeah, for Wubbabobs here, they don't actually have that much to work off in terms of map control. Linz needs to produce at least 1 kill, and he's going to find himself in a Vastnef versus attack fight at the complete wrong range. Stunned up is Linz. Has to find the coverage of the help there. Carry with those first few shots should be good enough. Linz does not survive this. Linz does not survive this. Linz does not survive this. Okay, thank goodness. Harry, it took a lot longer than he would have desired. But actually, to be fair, Linz does enough here to draw the attention away. Allows the Wubbabobs to get themselves on the point for that first tick of progression. White will be good, though, from Denzer and Furious. And now Wubbabobs now 1 tick of progression down. They've still got 90 seconds to make this work.
First segment already locked there at B. Denza gets himself that 6th spree. He's on score streaks, though. Linz might just give him that chow as well. And there it is. 7th kill in a row. Denza's going to get himself the cruise missile. Let's not forget that Abuser had to use his in the previous round, just to be able to keep all of the Aphelion esports players at bay. But these gunfights have been excruciatingly good for Aphelion, just to keep a Wubbabobs packing, and they have so much space that they have to clear.
Yeah, I will say things look a little bit disjointed at the moment for Wubbabobs here in the last 20 seconds or so. They seem to be not as well synchronized as they usually are, but maybe they don't need to be. Linz over by Bar will pick up a double. And that should send Denzer to try and help things out here in the play. He's still on that 7th spree. They've got to deal with him. Abuser, I don't know why they haven't recognized that Denzer's still hanging about here. He was on the spree earlier on. You know you haven't killed him. What is he doing? Finally, they take him down, and that's a big kill to make because Denzer's got to wait for the respawn. Mythics has to go huge, is able to get the double, but that 3rd will not be there, and it was a big kill on towards Denzer because sending Denzer towards the respawn screen, making him wait before he can get back in towards the control, meant there was no cruise missile to save that round.
Yep. I don't know what more analysis you want from me there, brother. It's just a big, firm yep, all capital letters. I mean, Denza's still going to have that cruise missile, keep it mind you, and it could be an integral point to be made for Aphelion to potentially convert this offensive round. Surely we don't go back 0-3 versus a Wubbabobs on hotel control. doesn't exactly help things out when Lucifer, Harry's at 3 and 13, Furious at 6 and 14. Wubbububs are just slaying out.
And not a lot of room to maneuver. Furious will wiggle through to find a double though. Chooses to throw the Semtex at the complete wrong time. Cobra off the back of that will pick up a kill, but it will find it regardless. That pressure right off the start of this one has created so much space for Aphelion. This initial trade has gone so heavily in their favor. They're very content with the amount of space they have in the middle of the map, and why wouldn't you be? Because Denza is just idly capturing A, while his teammates are starting to build up that momentum over towards B. Furious is all on his lonesome, and he is dealt with in the latter part of a two-piece by Prezi. And again, while all that drama is going down, Denza is just sitting here, kicking his feet up on the couches, ready to be served a 5-course dinner inside the restaurant. He's capturing A.
Prezi was trying to make the long play happen. I mean, the A-zone would have been tacked over, maybe. What? Cobra from left field just throws a Hail Mary from Jewelry to take down Denza over by the A control zone. It's going to force Furious' hand. He's going to step on that control zone. 60 seconds out on towards the board. Life's not too far gone. Wubbububs only trail by 2.
Man. At least A is gone here for Aphelion, but they've got no map control just yet, and they're very scattered. All the pressure now coming through the middle of the map. Brezi's able to get one. That information should be good enough. If they can get Cobra around the backline, though, that will cause a problem here for Wubbububs, and that's why I think Brezi off the spawn should be kind of help out his teammate. Pre-fire for Furious on towards that gunfight will win it, and now Cobra forced out of position to try and trade things off. Will not be able to. Denza following up with number 3. This is the offensive hit. Linz needs to go huge to try and save this round. Not able to produce anything just yet. Harry and Denza both on the point. He jumped off the ladder at the complete right time, but it is not good enough for the kill. Trying to find their way back on towards the point. Cobra and Fuse are able to pick up kills. Denza and Mythics with the trade out. And that should be it here. You have to imagine maybe Linz can get something through the middle of the map, but it is a very small window of opportunity to get it done. And Aphelion, well, they refuse to die here in the control. They find a round.
And they didn't have to utilize the streak. I think that that's what's most important. And it goes back to what we were talking about with the Expo control. Ahead of that, we were talking about Denza. It feels like when this guy is on, that this Aphelion roster, especially in control, can seemingly do no wrong. Kind of fell a little bit short in those opening 2 rounds. It has been all the Wubbubub show as finally all 4 players get to double-digit deaths. But some more proactivity being exemplified in that previous round offensively from that of Furious. Need a response here on defense, though. Again, Wubbubub's going to go through the middle of the map for A first.
Oh, Denza. Oh, just out of position. Did not expect that, did they? Wubbububs right off the start. Denza looking for the third, and yeah, that nade will definitely stick until Abuser. Not much that he could do in that scenario. This is a very different look here on the defense to start round number 4. Aphelion in full control of the restaurant. To rewrite the menu here. Wins first blood. Pretty good here on the re-entry. Denza, though, right back off the spawn. Hasn't skipped a beat. Both they and Harry will combine for 3. Cobra the last one up, and very quickly, no longer the case.
And look at Mythic's positioning on the map as well. That's going to confirm for all of these Aphelion esports players that they will continuously spawn. Wubbububs will continuously spawn parallel over towards A. So as long as they can continue to go and win out in the trade department, going 2 for 2, 3 for 1s in certain extents, Aphelion esports should be able to hold on over towards the A control zone, but some kills finally come through. 5 life lead in favor of Aphelion. Lynn's going to get cut down by Denza as he was trying to cause a little bit more space past the host stand, but that first segment looking to be locked in.
Never mind, though. How has Furious got there? How has he done that? Does get taken down, and that's actually a bit of a risky play coming through on the defense. Furious, not only does he go down, but Denza are going to fall to the respawn screen as well. And that will allow the space here for not just Brezi, but also Lynn to start to make their way in from behind. 2Bs for Brezi, looking for the third. The shots are not good enough on towards Denza. Denza produces yet another miraculous double to clear the space. A is gone. That is no longer a problem here for Wubbububs. This is about to be captured. Another 60 seconds on the board, but this transition is still a little bit dicey. They want more, and yet another 2-piece comes through this time by way of Cobra.
I mean, what was a whole set of respawns that Aphelion had over Wubbubub's head has now been diminished to 2. And now the lobby is under threat. That's going to cause for Mythics to kind of push up a little bit further forward. He has some assistance from Furious through the atrium. Now you know, all 3 of these players for Wubbububs, they are around P2, they are around double desk. You gotta get these players out.
It's kind of an ever-present threat, right? That you're just like, you know you have to go and deal with that Spectre sooner rather than later. Unease is the problem. Lynn somehow manages to get that gunfight. I think Furious must have been a bit of a bad position there. Now Denza making the flank. Surely this doesn't work. Surely this doesn't work. In for the first. Harry on the other side to pick up yet another one. Denza has just been the sole reason, to be honest, that Aphelion have been in this round with the amount of clutch plays that he has made. Once again, a big contributor there to try and clear this point. Cobra able to find one. No more than that. 20 seconds now on the clock here for Bob's down by 5 lives. Got to find a way in the flank.
Another route looking to be run. That stun is going to delay that push for Linz all the way through the hole. Lucifer's going to be there to at least collect on the first kill. Has 2 more players to deal with on this flank. So much more work to be done for Denza, who still has that cruise missile, keep in mind you. And Mythics will deliver the assistance down to 12 seconds. 5 lives remain.
This feels like a round 5, doesn't it? At this point, just don't feed anything more. I don't really know if the Wobbabobs have a chance here. Just been spotted out. Denza spots out 1. Brezzy might have a chance to touch, to be fair. 0.3 seconds on the clock. Brezzy will at least give it a good look, but no more than that. And yeah, I think you say probably the most key thing about this entire moment here, Aphelion off the back of the last couple of rounds, off the back really of just Denza's heroics. Like, let's be clear about this. Like, Denza is just being silly at this point in time. He's the player that we called for. He still has that cruise missile that he earned earlier on.
Yeah, he does. He was about to lap it almost there at the end, but it's just crazy. With only finding those 3 segments, Wobbabobs are going to have a round 5 offense versus what was a star-studded B defense coming through for Aphelion in that previous round. Oh, man. What's the take going to be here for Aphelion? Are Wobbabobs going to call your bluff 3 offenses in a row? They've gone for A all 3 times. And of course, it's going to be, or all 2 times, I should say. Well, it is all 3 now. They're going through the atrium. Again, Denza's the only player over here on that force spree. Has that cruise missile. First blood found. Denza's at least able to find that trade. But look at the numbers transition for Wobbabobs, trying to find more kills and cause more ruckus through the map.
Oh, if he almost gets that gunfight, I mean, that's just game over, really, to be honest. I mean, not literally, but it definitely feels like it, right? That kills that Aphelion are getting away with at this point in time of the last couple of rounds. Really seem to have found a 7th or an 8th gear. Not too sure that exists, but we'll make it exist here for Aphelion. I want to try and get this a hit. You can see the way that they're kind of edging to get themselves on towards the point, and Furious will open up proceedings with the first blood. Denza also here getting the first kill far, and Cobra and Abuser, they will punish. And now you're going to see why sometimes those kind of defensive plays can be a little bit risky, because this is going to give a ton of map control away to Wobbabobs.
Look at player number 7, Abuser. He's all the way in the backside of the lot. I mean, Furious is aware of this. He's playing around the staircase, and you also have assistance from Lucifer that's watching that whole push through. But this gunfight in towards the back is about to be everything. Abuser's going to find that kill. No trade to find immediately. Now he's going to try to wrap back through Spa. You still have Cobra that is the only player attacking over that A control zone. The reason being is because the Wobbabobs are looking for further pressure across the middle of the map. Comes down to Linz. Finds the first. He's down to 30 HP. The trade should be in here for sure, and it absolutely will be. You got 60 seconds out and on towards the board, but Aphelion Esports have dominating map pressure.
You've lost everything. You've lost absolutely everything. You've lost Linz on the flank, another player too, and then of course you just lost that last player inside bottom bedroom. You have no map control of any of the power positions right now. And Denza, look at the way he's moving. Like, you just know Denza is feeling himself at this point in time. Here comes that push around the backline, though. Wobbabobs, 3 players strong versus the 2. It just doesn't matter when the ARs are this strong for Aphelion Esports. Brezzy looking for the kill against Furious. We'll find it with the headshots. With the snake on the stairs, I should say. And around the front, Cobra going to pick up 1. Brezzy, it should be long before he dies here. How has Brezzy played his life for this darn long? I don't think he saw Harry around the backline there. I think it was the smoke of the nade might have obfuscated it away from him. Regardless, though, good enough here for Wobbabobs. Now they've cleared all the way pressure around the front. Cruise missile now being brought down from Denza. Does the splash damage connect? No, it does not. Needs to be done by the kills. Team killing the kill feed for Wobbabobs, and ultimately the trades are good.
First segment was locked in. 18 plays up against 15, so have a minute left on the board. You already got rid of Denza's cruise missile. But now you're back to square one. Bedroom control here for Aphelion Esports. You have players lurking for Furious around double arches. Has another gunfight ahead of him inside of Wine. Next player to step things up would be Lucifer over by the chandelier. And he's just overwhelmed. Kills coming through for the Wobbabobs.
Yeah. The Wobbabobs now trying to regarner that position they got before. That was a really good look from them. Time very quickly running away from them. They have to win all of these crucial gunfights. Mythics has to go down inside bedroom. You got to take down Harry. And Denza on the flank too. Furious down for the count. Harry going to lose one of those gunfights, but Denza will survive and towards the engagement. Mythics is still a problem towards bedroom side, despite the second hit coming through. Brezzy's going to take him down. Furious and Denza win their gunfights, though. Now 25 seconds here, and it is just Cobra and Linz on both sides of these points. Cobra goes down, now all down to the rookie. Linz has to go big. 20 seconds, needs to create space. Finds the gunfight versus Mythics. Is that enough now for a Wobbubops to push forward? Abuser through the cut, he's gonna get shut down. Brezzy's the only one, knows he needs to stop the tide, and as his teammate goes down, there goes Brezzy too. We thought this was gonna be the French Revolution coming through from a Wobbubops. No, indeed it will not. Instead, the white flag has been raised, and Aphelion Esports will be our Season 4 champions.
It gets done there in a map number 6. Probably a whole lot longer of a series than Aphelion and honestly ourselves probably thought it was going to go, off of a Herculean ending for that map number 4 on Zarqwa Hydroelectric. You felt like that history might have been doomed to repeat itself here on the Hotel Control. It's a reverse sweep from Aphelion Esports in the Hotel Control to win map number 6 and to take Season 4 of Challengers Elite here for the European region. Absolutely absurd scenes. Again, I mean, you want to talk about a guy that is just never counted out of the equation whatsoever. Even when you have two players that are darn near double negative at the end of at least 2 rounds, in between both Furious and Harry Lucifer. Denza was undeniable. He was in grand finals form there in that Hotel Control, was running routes continuously, was walking away with zany 2 pieces after 3 pieces, and he held on to that cruise missile all the way until the final round. That is some veteran level usage of some streaks, man. I mean, you just have no way of knowing that that cruise missile was at least going to be held for Denza through an offensive attempt that needed to be won via gunfights. He holds on to that streak when it mattered the most. Didn't find the value, but it caused enough space. Your Season 4 Elite Champions. I know it says Season 3, but we're in Season 4. Is Denza, Mythics, Harry, and Furious. Congratulations to them. They get the job done as we take a look at the final stats. 32 and 17 for Denza? What?
Yeah. I mean, like, the start was, like, subpar, right? We'll say this much. I think we had, like, the 1 spree coming out from Denza. That was the 8 spree in which he got that score streak through. But beyond that, it was past that round number 2 where Denza, you could see it in his gameplay, and you know when Denza's really starting to feel himself. He just flies. Like, he just flies from wall to wall, snapping on a variety of different lanes. And it is just Denza's gameplay. You could see it there in those final 3 rounds. The confidence was flowing. It was producing results in the gameplay. You gotta give him credit there for that final game, picking up where the rest of the team were kind of like leaving, I think, through it kind of across the board. Denza just had a game. Oh, man. Wow. Wowee. Wobbubops will be kicking themselves, man. They were 2-0 up. They should have thought this was a Game 7.
And you know what's even crazier than all of that? You know, barring the Fortress Search and Destroy, Aphelion have rectified the 0-3 loss yesterday in Winners Finals. They took the Hotel Hardpoint by 41 points. They took the Hotel Control, where they claimed their prize as Season 4 champions in a Round 5, a reverse sweep in the Hotel Control. Map number 6, absolutely absurd scenes. The Wobbubops are still undeniable versus Aphelion for what it's worth on that Fortress Search and Destroy, but boy howdy, did this Aphelion Esports roster come to play today. They blew them out of the water in maps 2 and 3, winning by 5 in the Hotel Search. The Expo Control was the first and the only time we saw Aphelion play that map mode combination, and they just looked absolutely stellar. Harry kind of slowed down as far as the series is concerned, but man, if there's one thing that you can never count out, it's any one of these 4 players, when it matters the most, that they can show up and play absolutely lights out. Credit where credit is due for this Wobbubops roster. When you look at their road to grand finals, again, you almost felt like, again, history was doomed to repeat itself. They don't drop a single map versus VVV, knocked them white. They 0-3 Aphelion Esports in Winners Finals just yesterday, but they get tested and put to the brink, only taking 2 maps versus Aphelion today. They were truly the team to beat. It felt like they are just playing some really good Call of Duty. And talk about a ride of high when it comes down to momentum, especially ahead of the Toronto Open and then Champs.
Right, and something we haven't even really said here, this is 2 times champions now in a row for Furious and Mythics with Unnamed last season, right? They joined this roster at the start of Season 4. I think, you know, after Abuser jumped ship from this roster as well, right? So it's kind of like, you know, there's that to consider as well. that is an incredible thing for them, considering I don't think we ever expected those players to be in these positions coming in towards this season. There it is, Aphelion Esports. They walk away with $20,000 first place in this season. Incredible storylines all around. For Wobbabobs, they will be disappointed. I mean, they can't go home too disappointed. They walk away with $10,000. That's what, $2,500 a piece, I should say. But still, I think just for them, the storyline was almost completed. Like, they got to that point where they came back together. They were one series away from taking another Challengers Elite Championship and really cementing themselves as the best Challengers team in the world. I think Alan's call from yesterday is pretty respectable, to be fair. Had they won today in a flawless fashion, had they done what they did in Season 2 again, I think it would be pretty undeniable that this Wobbabobs team would be scary, considering we never saw them at that Texas Open, considering, again, we didn't have an Open between Season 3 and Season 4. Now, though, wrench in the works, Aphelion Esports, where do we put them? How do they look ahead of Toronto, man? God, I really can't wait for Toronto. It's going to be such a good event.
It's all going to go down in the 6th, man. I mean, your Texas Open champions of Team Notorious, they get top, 4? Definitely not where they wanted to place after losing to Clutch Ray not once but twice as far as the season is concerned. Your Season 2 champions of the Wobbabobs get upset in Grand Finals by Aphelion Esports, who, again, only lost a single series in a devastating way, and that one series was against the Wobbabobs team just yesterday, 3-0, but you gotta give props where props are due. For Coach Roper and Cynical behind the scenes for that Aphelion Esports roster, getting these boys right, the veto process, just making sure that everything was as squeaky clean as possible, whatever VOD review may have had, whatever discussions were there, obviously the players had to deliver on the goods. They executed it to a fine tee, staying up on map point for such a long time. Almost felt there for a second the reverse sweep was on the cards, but not today. Aphelion Esports, again, take your flowers where it is due. Excited to see what those boys do at Toronto.
Oh man, what an end to Europe here for the final season of 2023 Challengers Elite. We couldn't have asked for a better grand. I mean, if it went to Game 5, it probably would have been a better grand final, I suppose. But still, yeah, Game 7. You know what I mean. I'm still sitting here with my double best of 5 mindset. If it went to a Game 7, maybe it would have been better. You know what though, mate? I'm satiated. I'm happy. And if you guys aren't satiated with Call of Duty Challengers, well, don't worry, because in an hour or so, we'll be back with more Call of Duty Challengers, the North American region, Millennium 7, Anarchy, and Orbit fighting out for the title of North American Challengers for the final time for the champion title this season of 2023 Challengers Elite in North America. It's going to be a banger. You guys don't want to miss it. We'll see you then in about an hour for all that action.
What is up, all you Crazy COD fans? We are in our final ever day of Challengers Elite. It's playoffs for Season 4. We've got a lower final and a grand final to get through. My whole shift with me, I've got Austin Vision Steel. And brother, I'm not going to lie, I wasn't sure who to pick out as a potential favorite for North America, but after our first couple days of games, some of these teams surprised me in our final three.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's fair. Maybe not the expected three that we were kind of, hoping for at the beginning of the season, but this is the three that we got. And while these three, I think, are really putting up some great fights. I mean, we've seen the runs out of some of our squads through this lower bracket, man. It has not been easy, but it has been very fun to kind of watch this story unfold.
Look, there have been a number of major favorites over the course of the entirety of the season when it comes down to North America. So there were moments, I think, where we were looking at some squads saying, as long as they don't completely bottom out in this season, they should be good for champs. Maybe not the case anymore with some new threats that find themselves kind of in the top three. But as we start to talk about things like champs, because they're coming up almost immediately, it feels like, want to remind you guys all out there what it looks like as far as qualification is concerned. First and foremost, we've got Toronto coming up, the top two from either, well, I guess any of the four regions. That will be our first two teams to qualify. Immediately after that, that weekend of June 3rd and the 4th, we'll be going into an LCQ double elimination bracket for all four of our regions, where the champion in those regions also qualify. And then after that, you obviously tally the teams that have not qualified yet, who still remains, the top four from NA, the top four from EU, and then the next best from APAC and LATAM based on challengers points in their region will make up the final 10 squads. And I think for Europe, we have a pretty good idea as far as who will secure some of those top regional leaderboard spots at the worst. But for North America, this is what I mean. I think we've got a pretty open field right now here, Austin.
I think so too. I mean, especially after what could happen tonight with some more additional pro points. You have, Toronto coming up. So there is a lot on the line for as far as what you could do with these moves. But we take a look at least at our placements this far into our final elite season here in Season 4. And we've had to say goodbye to a lot of great teams so far.
Yeah.
Alan.
Yeah, again, it was kind of surprising. I thought coming after the first day of playoffs that Decimate and Convoy were looking like two of our strongest teams. They were not able to exit out of their next lower round bracket that happened yesterday. Then Amit, who also I thought could potentially be a champion in North America, they got beat up a little bit yesterday as well, not quite making it into the lower finals in our final matchup. So with that, we still have 36 grand to total out to these final three teams. And what are those three teams? Well, how about M7? I mean, best of 5 winner versus Amit, tough series. Best of 5 winner versus Decimate, maybe tougher of a series. And then they 3-0 NRK yesterday? I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, that 3-0, I mean, it was a close 3-0, at least in some of those maps that you did have. NRK put up a fight, but I think you were definitely expecting maybe a little bit more from NRK. Put some maps on the board, but M7, I mean, that ice, that clutch factor, it's something that we always talk about with this set roster, and we've continued to talk about over these last couple of years. It always seems to come true. They always seem to go big when they really need to.
Well, they're going to be in our grand finals, as they will have a small advantage when it comes to the veto process of that best of 7. But then in the lower bracket, again, I was surprised to see Orbit look as good as they did versus Decimate, but also then commit to that as they continued to impress when they beat down Umit, who took, again, a close 3-0 versus Convoy, but a 3-0 nonetheless.
Yeah, and then that first map, I think, other than that, it felt like Orbit were pretty handedly, taking out Omid, right? There was a really good performance, it felt like, from Gwyn, but that wasn't enough, and Orbit are now starting to put it together in the respawn. So, NRK, Orbit, losers final, man, not the matchup I think anybody really expects, but, I mean, it's the one that we're going to get here. It'll be a great one.
Yeah, I do have to give a special shout out to Gwyn, because we had a lot of focus on him a couple of seasons ago, but yeah, he was a shining star yesterday. Just did not quite get it done for the squad, because the rest of the team honestly just did not have the same kind of gusto. So with that, lower finals is set. M7 ready in the grand finals, and boy, these two teams I think square up really well against one another on paper. Let's get to know the teams though first and foremost, because we are getting close to game number 1 lobby status. So let's start things off by talking about this Orbit team that came out, surprised us, looked good over the course of the lower bracket run thus far, and I think it was just one of those things that we weren't really sure what we were going to get from this squad initially when they were playing in the group stage. They still put together good results, but man, they looked like they have risen to a new level after yesterday's run.
Yeah, they really have. And I mean, it still comes at a surprise because we haven't seen names, like Gravity, like Lau, or also known as Jimbo, up into like those top threes, like those top twos. It's been a very long time since these guys have been able to kind of make a run like this. And it feels like Wiz and Geo, was really the glue that they needed. They needed a little bit of time to get going. Now they're on that level, and it feels like these guys have really been putting in the work necessary to get to this point.
On the other side, I won't call him necessarily Captain Cruz, but it does feel appropriate to list him as such with a lot of spotlight on him coming from the Australian-New Zealand scene. He's now met with Lunars, Dak, and Gunzy. I think the biggest thing about this team, Cruz, Dak, they've been sticking together pretty much since day number one. Obviously, they played together at Boston. They've looked really good in a number of the opens, but they are looking like a different team with Lunars and Gunzy behind them now.
Yeah, man. I mean, Lunars has been just that guy for me, but Gunzy's also been kind of like the quiet slayer, I feel like, at times for this roster, right? Yeah. He has been kind of the X factor in a lot of these really close matches here for this squad, but I feel like you got a great lineup here, one that a lot of people underestimate, but after the run that they did in the upper bracket, you cannot underestimate this team anymore.
Indeed the case. Let's see how these two teams square up with one another as far as how the map modes had gone in the past. And I think in particular, you're really going to see not much difference. I mean, we're talking about two squads who have grinded through not just their group stage, but I think also here in this playoff bracket. NRK in particular, there was a moment in that group run where we were like, well, are they even going to make it to playoffs? Like, there was a couple of really scary signs from them, but they stepped back up, and I think a lot of that has come off of their respawn. They are moving with a different type of tempo.
Yeah, their respawn has just picked up tenfold from the regular season, where it felt like it was a lot more 50-50. The hard points, I think, specifically is where Orbit has really been able to capitalize. Like 2 hard point wins versus Decimate, something you have to hold close to the chest. On the other side, NRK, it really has been the S&D, right? That's the big weakness that these guys are going to have to find a fix for, because it leaves them very vulnerable if they don't grab a map 1 win. That pressure really starts to set in early going into that map number 2.
Couple of highlight players, though, for us to keep our eye on throughout, no matter what the map happens to be, nor the mode. I mean, Geo, I think he's been, again, talking about this Orbit team. Why have they found so much success here, I think, in the last 2-3 days of games? I think Geo's definitely one player to look out for. He has really, I think, brought this team into a level of competitiveness that, again, like we were talking about, you just didn't really quite expect initially, kind of combining off of the Gravity and Lau combination, but I think Geo has been a standout this season so far, and he will have to continue to be so if they want to try to get back to the grand finals.
And you take a look at Lunars, right? I said during the regular season, Alan, Lunars is looking like a top 10 AR. And I think based off of what we've seen, specifically in the respawns with that 1.12 KD and hardpoint, he has really lived up to a lot of that. And I mean, now you can see it, right? He is top 3. There's not 10 ARs kind of left in North America. So that point that I made kind of does stand, but he has to continue to prove it, has to try to shut down players like Geo and Gravity to continue to see success.
All right, well, that brings us to our map and mode series layout now for this best of 5 in the lower finals. And, okay, the Mercado up first is definitely one that I won't say I fully expected to see, because we really hadn't seen, a ton of it, I think, over the last couple of days, especially for Anarchy. I think they really preferred it when we saw it in the group stage, but for Orbit, I think they kind of get away with one here because their map pool is pretty dynamic as far as what they've played over the course of the hardpoint, especially recently, but this Mercado is going to feel like a steal, I think, for them.
I think so too. I mean, we can all remember back, to what happened with Boston, a couple seasons ago. These guys have been playing Mercado for a very, very long time, and oftentimes they lead it. I think they win by like an average of like 70 to 80 points roughly. So, I mean, this has been one of their bread and butters when it comes down to a good mode. You have it in the first map. I think that's great. Again, though, you have to kind of re-hit that point for NRK in this series, and the importance of trying to grab and almost steal away a map number 1 like this, because you go into a Search and Destroy, which is, also a really good map when you're looking at Orbit. They love Hotel Search, so this could be a really good kind of map 1, map 2 for them if they come out firing.
I think that's the exact com that I was looking for as well. 7 different plays on the map in particular. I think they're 4 and 3 on, if I saw my notes correctly there for a moment. And so, yeah, the rehearsal is there. Whereas for the side of NRK, I'm not really sure what they found in the Mercado or in the hotel. It must be something personal, because I think if you're doing the research on the other side, you're looking at this Orbit saying, we don't want to get them on at least the Hotel Search. The Mercado hardpoint, you could get away with maybe a touch depending on your vetoes, but it still feels weird to select either of those 2 maps. So definitely, I think based on the map set, small favor for Orbit based in the first 2 maps in particular, but the lengthier the season, or part of the series goes, maybe the better the chances NRK will have. Hardpoint, Mercado, Season 4 Challengers Elite. And, well, we're about to get ready to go with the lower finals. I'm just kind of curious to see who's going to really stand out, because for both these two teams, they're looking for a superstar, I think, to take main stage.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, you kind of want someone like that to come away with it, going into what would be the grand final, right? With the amount of superstars that are on that lineup from M7, you need someone to really shut some of those individuals down. But we do have a little bit of a break, I think, with the lobby, so we'll be getting that started back up. However, it gives us a little more time to kind of set up, what we would be looking for. You mentioned some of the key players, right? We wanted to see Lunars kind of, really go big here. Geo, I mean, Geo has put up a numerous amount of 30 bombs, it feels like, this season. His engagements and how fast he plays too, that is something that you don't often talk about, with an AR.
Yeah, I think the other side of it too is that we have on the other side Gravity and Lau. I think you could maybe characterize as being hot or cold. Which version of them are we going to get today? And that could possibly lead towards championship or an early exit. Speaking of, we were kind of catching up with the EU timeline on Twitter before we jumped live, and well, there have been some interesting takes coming through. For Harry in particular, I would have said he's lying. Has it really been 2 years since he's won? Feels wrong, but I trust him, obviously.
Yeah, I trust him too, right? I mean, he was in the CDL last year for a huge portion of it, so, London obviously not performing too well, came back to Challengers and was still looking for that same success he found previously. Wasn't able to do it, but yeah, he's got to be just over the moon when it comes down to finally getting that win. Make sure you guys are sending your tweets to us, but we got to jump into it, Alan. Map number 1 in the Losers Final, Orbit, up against NRK Anarchy. Let's get it.
Yeah. We've got an opening start here for NRK that's looking pretty solid. They locked down that back parking lot position, but unfortunately can't quite hold on to it. Orbit, nice little break. Gravity, Jimbo, the being components towards this potential setup for some significant time here. The kills are still coming out. Wiz not in the safest of positions, but good help from Jimbo. And how about it? Okay, that's the Jimbo we're going to get today. The one that starts 4-0, apparently. Heck of a start for Orbit. Just comes down to, will they stop this rotation down towards P2?
That's the big factor here. You got some numbers inside of Cantina. Geo's also going to pinch up this play. I love that teamwork between Wiz and Geo. Able to create a bit of space now and maybe force this rotation to the back alley for NRK Anarchy. And look who's here. Wiz is already a step ahead, but he's got a lot of gunfights ahead of him.
Oh, he's got literally the entire team in front of him. Decent nade support trying to get there, but Jimbo leaves it just a touch short, picking up on the pinch. Nicely done, Jimbo. Off to a hot start, 6-2. Geo, not interested in the gunfight for now. Knows he's got players above him, so he'll just kind of back out. Toss the utility. He does get a connection on towards Dak. So the defenders of this setup will know exactly where he's positioned, and the kill comes out. Now it's just down to following up, and oh my goodness, have they ever. Gunsy's the last one left on 1 HP. He somehow gets a double, but still Orbit hold the hill.
Yeah, a bit of a split spawn also comes through. We'll see if Orbit get a read on it. 30 seconds maybe could still be contested, but Wiz from the top ropes, able to get some good damage in, finds another kill. 20 seconds up for grabs. Dak has none of it. How about that double up? That is a key moment for NRK to make sure this lead is not huge going into 10.
And for Orbit, look, if their subs are going to be playing like this today, expect them to be able to keep flying. I mean, goodness, 8-2, 7-3 through 2 hard points. NRK, lucky that the ARs just weren't really in great positions to lock them out of the last hit, because we actually have pretty much a dead tie game here. Jimbo will open up the new hard point here at Elephant. Geo over the top, decent. Damage coming through, Cruz responds. Trade still good though for Orbit. They look good for the initial hold as trophies start to set up NRK for their next break.
Not an easy hill to break by any means. You need someone to fly through, try to get those baits in. You even have great control from Geo through mid, but Lunars does find a great opening, and there it is. That play from the front. Little bait and switch here from Gunsy and Cruz. Able to work their way into the point. Not fully secured just yet. One more player through the outskirts. They'll find him. Now NRK maybe set up for the back 30.
Yeah, and this is another moment kind of back-to-back to now where you start to say, okay, where's our ARs at? I mean, yeah, the damage is fine, but Geo's 3-7. He's the one trusted to lock down these positions as previously as the rotation through mid, and then they're kind of on the exit, kind of waffles on both of the gunfights in front of him, and now you've got Gunsy on 5 in a row, swapping between whichever tool is best for the trade, and he does get shut down. His barbershop will open here in a moment, but yeah, for Orbit, your subs are fine. You need your ARs to start locking some stuff down.
Yeah, it's going to be needed. Through the back alley. Great start for Gravity. Expecting a lot more members. I'm sure hearing a lot more footsteps. Not going to give them the secondary chow when they do finish off Gravity. While this is happening, you can see a play unfolding on the minimap right through mid. So this is a great pinch play for NRK. Now just need to find the kills around the point and in the point, but it's not looking great. Just one individual here. Dak has to hold the line.
Yeah, Wiz and Geo are just literally doing, it feels like, almost everything right now on this last hard point in particular. But still, not enough. NRK, breakthrough, Dak on 3 in a row. That's going to be good for, again, the majority of the time through scrap. So even though Orbit have looked good on rotation and continue to get lots of eliminations out of Wiz, the shutdown is definitely a bit of a miss right now. And there have been some shots that we've seen out of the ARs that just aren't quite centered. They need to start getting hot.
Gonna have to happen sooner rather than later. But Gunzy, great pickup on the Jimbo. Good control up top here from Gravity, who we said needs to get going, and there's some good team shots. So maybe a moment for Orbit to be able to kind of hold on to a bit of this initial time.
Gunzy trying to finesse over the top of the wall, not going to work out. Oh my goodness, Cruz completely bamboozled initially as he was trying to get the trophy system down. Still takes it away enough to get the gunfight. Jimbo now around the back, setting up the pinch. Transfer good. Double gets collected. Dak still at long range. Jimbo gonna test it out and will be pushed off. 35 seconds to fight for. NRK not really in a position to fully hit this immediately, but Dak has created an opening, and that's actually good enough for NRK to, at worst, neutralize the hill.
Neutralize the hill, a chance maybe to even get it. They've been so good on scrap time, as you mentioned, Alan, and Orbit really need to find a way back into it, and Cruz says no again. Another double up, and while this happens, Dak is just on the move. He's already threatening the new rotation. You don't have a setup intact here. The spawn's not going to be necessarily favorable. Dak's going to look for the second, but Wiz only able to come up with one, and now his teammates starting to make their way over too.
Jimbo caught, tries to go back to the gunfight. At least does enough damage to get Lunars traded out. Big gunfight win for Gravity as he also eliminates Gunzy, but watch out for the pinch. Number 8 in white. Dak is on the way around, but no, it's red, and how about that? Orbit saved themselves just a touch because they were about to get completely picked apart from Barber, but they deal with the play, and now there's still 42 seconds to fight while they chip away at this current marginal lead by NRK.
Back alley push. NRK so good at working back into the hill about halfway through. Will that change here in Cantina up top? Dak is just not in a good position to challenge this yet. We'll wait for his teammate to run in, and how about that from Gravity? Picks up a submachine gun, gets himself a double up. Cruz is going to also hit this from the back, and he will be able to come up with a good trade. So a good moment maybe to try to get some of the scrap time, but overwhelmed by Orbit, and they'll finally get the back 20 seconds here on the hill.
And NRK need to be a little bit careful here as they continue to try to play for exits. There are members that are getting a little far forward. The last thing you want is to lose an uncharacteristic gunfight on the other side, and all of a sudden you force spawns out. Little opening here through warehouse. Jimbo cutting through mid. Trying to get over the top of the wall. No, not going to happen. Gunzy's watching that the entire way through. Gravity also trying to work this angle. Not going to work out there either. NRK good for the hold for now.
I like that play from Dak to hit that old time and actually delayed some of those deep rotations there and deep spawns for Orbit. So they couldn't really get all their numbers together. But overall, have now got to the front of the point, have to win some battles. Wiz good on the first one, and now wants to work through the back alley. It would be a great pickup if he could try to deal with Gunzy. But Gunzy, I think, well aware of it, kind of waiting behind the car. Wiz has to make his move, flies out. Gunzy good for another.
I don't know, man. This is starting to get a little out of hand. I mean, I know the lead is not all that much, but the trends, they are continuous. Geo's 9 and 19, just cannot find a way to get involved. You could say the same thing on the other side. I mean, Lunar's just 10 and 19, obviously not doing much better, but it definitely feels like his presence is felt more on these rotations, even just gunshots that don't really end up in gunfights, because, man, I'll tell you, Gunzy and Dak are running rampant. Cruz is picking up some great alleyways, and NRK are kind of picking apart at long range this Orbit team, who do find themselves for the time being inside our new hard point as we rotate back to mid-market, but once again, there's Gunzy and Cruz, clear it out, get back on.
I mean, we must have caster cursed them before we even started the game, Alan, when we highlighted both of those individuals.
Yeah, may have.
May have done it, but time to get back into it. But overall, again, good moment here for NRK. Getting time, great moves on the rotation. They have numbers in the right places, and you can feel Orbit pressured to have to try to get at least this time neutral here on P1. There's still 20 seconds up for grabs. Cruz is on 4. He's going to fly out, but will be taken down, and maybe a moment for Orbit to try to flood through.
Yeah, I don't love that challenge from Cruz. I know there's a lot of time there, but wait for a little bit of help, because now all of a sudden, you've given up your life. You've given up an opportunity for Wiz around the back. Sure, he's by himself with good trades from Dak, but okay, there you go. There's the final establishment. But it definitely felt like a weird challenge coming out of Cruz initially. So, 190, 155. Back over towards Cantina we go. Cruz, big elimination over through Barbershop Alley. And actually, spawns for Dak are out. He's going to be able to pinch this play from one side, allowing NRK to focus on the opposite.
Yeah, not going to get a read on that. That's really going to hurt. One of your ARs, again, out of the picture. And now the collapse coming through around Cantina. 3 of the 4 players going to drop. All 4 players going to drop for Orbit. That is a clean wipe. The spawn's also not going to be great. They now have to flood through back alley to see this hill again. And Cruz starting to rip him apart. He's on 6 in a row.
Yeah, Wiz is the last chance to try to touch this, essentially, at the moment. He's going to wait for a little bit of help. Dak is just to his left. He's going to sneak by him. Pops in. Gunzy, no chance. There's the contest. Dak still making some magic happen. He gets 3. Not really sure how he's done that. I mean, he was kind of stuck in no man's land. Still pulls off a 1v3. Not enough for the hardpoint time, but it does allow a chance for NRK to have numbers, and Cruz absolutely demolishes Gravity. And of course, he lets him know about it because you should.
Yeah, you should. I mean, you know he was screaming after that kill. And well, Orbit, probably not screaming in the comms at the moment. This one might just be over. 10 more seconds, NRK Anarchy. They're set up inside of 10. One final attempt for Orbit to try to get someone inside. And oh my goodness, they double up. Gravity from the back, shut down. It is all NRK Anarchy in map number 1 on Mercado.
And for what it's worth, Lunars finishes on a 5 spree there at the end. Gets him to, I think, 19 and 24 is what I saw. So you want to talk about just being a key player when it matters to really put the map away. Lunar steps up for it, and you'll see a little bit of that right here on the final kill cam. Man, it's just, I hate to harp on it. It's map number 1, but this should have been a good map for Orbit. I mean, we talked about their continual success here, and kind of on top of that success, I felt like a lot of it just based off the hardpoint itself came from players like their ARs, and they were nowhere to be found, essentially, for the majority of the plays where you really needed to lock down lanes. So maybe a bit of a miscue there, but NRK reaped the reward of it. They looked good from start to finish, and eventually that pattern paid off for the dub.
Yeah, it definitely did. And I mean, it really is kind of not getting caught in that blender at times, right? Where you're rotating early, you're set up at the new hill, you know, you get the first 15 seconds, but then you get broken on like the second attempt, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're only sending one player to hit scrap time, you're then having to kind of rotate again. Really easy to get caught in that cycle on Mercado with 7 hills, so not the easiest to navigate, but like you said, you expect Orbit to be good here. This is one of their maps. Just could not get it going, and to be fair, there was also just a lot of clutch moments coming through for the subs. You saw Dak and Gunzy hitting scrap time and hitting a lot of it most of the time.
Yeah, I think that there was a speed that was set by Orbit, but the response from NRK was really well done. And I do put a lot of attention towards the ARs, which is weird because, again, the start of this map, it felt like it was sub-dominated, didn't it? Like, SMGs for Orbit were really popping off, good tempo matching from NRK, but yeah, I think there was something to be said about how the map had transitioned kind of in the smallest of ways as we got deeper and deeper into it, leading to eventually what we'll read as kind of a pretty significant and pretty staggering win here as NRK take a pretty good one. Yeah, 250, just about 164. So, yeah, really clean stuff for NRK, and now all of a sudden the script has sort of flipped because now we see why NRK picked the map, and look across the stat lines, and the players that we were talking about were the players that really kind of shined for me.
Absolutely. Cruz up there too. I mean, he's the reason that Geo and Gravity are only putting up a combined, you know, like 30 kills themselves. Like, he's got as much as both ARs and the other team. So if you wanted to know why there is no room for the subs to really work with, it's because of Cruz. 24 out of 29 non-traded, 3k damage, and the guy had 2 minutes in the hill. So guy's top fragging. He's doing the objective work. He's fighting 8 kills on the objective with the AR. I mean, Cruz wants to see that grand final, I think. I don't know. Just off the top. I'm just getting that vibe.
I have a feeling that he's one of those guys that's like, I'm due. Like, it's time.
Yeah. No,
after all the success that he's found over the last couple of years, not quite being able to break through things like the top 4, top 3. Yeah, it definitely feels like that's going to be a shout for him saying it's time. So, Mercado Hardpoint taken away by NRK, kind of going against their group stage statistics. But now we go to the hotel search. Again, this is the most rehearsed map as far as the search and destroy is concerned for Orbit. But that said, they're only 4 and 3 in the map, and they do kind of find themselves in tight matches every so often. So for an NRK team that struggles a little bit in search, do you find that there's maybe a little bit of a lifeline here, or do you think this is Orbit really trying to swing back hard in this series?
Well, I think naturally speaking, you're probably still going to have confidence coming in, especially after the map 1, but I have to imagine, you know, like, these individuals, like, all have the ability to make plays. You expect them to be a lot better at S&D, probably even more so, I feel like, than some of the respawns, just looking at some of these guys on paper and what we've seen over the years. So I think that their chances are still very, very high coming into this. And then, I mean, you have to kind of look at the other point. Sure, this is where, you know, the most reps are for Orbit. This isn't necessarily, you know, that great for them either, right? They still lose it a huge amount of time too. So we were kind of framing up like, listen, map 1, map 2, this is where you're going to have to try to find one of them. To be honest, they might be able to steal both of them.
That would be huge for what it's worth. But thing is, we need to see Gravity show up. Otherwise, it very well may be that point. Because again, it's just, I hate to keep harping on it, and I know this has kind of surrounded Tom in the past. It's just, which gravity are we going to get? I mean, we kind of saw that last year in Vanguard. Cold War, I would say he was probably the best AR in North American Challengers, but the Vanguard year, a little bit hit or miss. This year's kind of been a little bit of the same. And I'll tell you this much, when he's on, this team doesn't get touched. I mean, literally, he just keeps, he's probably got a straighter shot than just about anybody else in Challengers, but you need to see these numbers start to show up here in this Search and Destroy if Orbit want to get back into the series.
You have to, man. I mean, Gravity, like, he's a great shot caller. He's someone that's going to be the big voice on just about any team that he ever plays on, whether it's CDL level or whether it's Challengers level. You know, you're really looking for him to bring life back into these guys. And like you said, just be able to kind of put up a similar performance to what we're used to seeing here on Hotel. You know, 1.18, he's finding a lot of value here, getting a lot of damage per life. Like you said, we just need to see this Gravity show up before this series maybe gets too out of hand and we start, you know, talking about that reverse sweep in the map 3.
And I think especially, like, on this map mode combo, we know that there's going to be the possibility of Cruz taking those long... He wants those long-range fights, whether it's with an AR or with a sniper rifle. We've seen him kind of use both in the past. So, Gravity's going to need to really, I think, match up against that, because Cruz is looking like he's coming here, like you mentioned. He wants to get to a grand final. He's looking for a championship. I mean, still a lot to play for that NRK team as well when it comes to, I think, overall points, too, which is super, super crucial towards their longevity towards champs as well. So, yeah. Need to see what's going on, and, oh, okay.
Okay.
Not Hotel. It's a different type of hotel. I mean, really, what is a fortress besides a medieval hotel? You know what I mean? Like,
I like that.
Yeah.
You could probably lay something down up here, right? Like, these are like old rooms, you know, surely. You got a lot of scenery to look at, as you always like to point out. But
plenty of hay outside. You can make a hay bed real fast, all right?
Yeah, the back of B, I'm sure there's all kinds of things back there we don't know about because we never see it, but we'll see what happens on 8. Nice little aggressive move from Gunsy. I think he's just trying to bait up some of those shots. Remember, no trophy systems, no dead silence in those first rounds. So just trying to get maybe some of those tacticals and lethals out before they make their move.
And now that we have a chance to look over this map in a little bit of quiet, neither team has played a lot of this map, really at all, in competitive play thus far. In fact, for Orbit, they have yet to touch it. This will be a first look for us on Orbit, who are trying to threaten this A site right up and close and personal, and well, that's why Jimbo is sniping. He gets the shot, but Cruz sneaks through, tries to go map side, forces the defenders back, and that's clearance for Lunars to pick up the bomb and try to plant.
2 players back all the way up here to look for Cruz.
Wow.
This is going to be, I mean, Jimbo has to find something here, and he does, so he at least comes up with one. They know Cruz is still somewhere on the other side of the map, and now Dak trying to go a little rogue. And now this is a very tough spot for Cruz to try to clutch up here in a 1v3.
Oh, Jimbo, almost for the ace, like 2 pistol shots. He actually walked over a body and is like, nope, don't want that assault rifle or SMG. I would just prefer, thank you, to get this done with the pistol. Wow, okay. And to be fair, Jimbo on teams previously, we have seen him play this map, and he does like to get aggressive with the sniper rifle pretty often. So that is something for us to kind of keep in the back of our mind, and, well, especially for NRK, who just essentially lose the round to that exact same play.
Well, he has like that same style that like Sib has, right? And I mean, those two teamed together for a very long time too, back in Cold War. So like, it's all about like taking the ego chow, so to speak. You know, I'm sure a lot of coaches are probably like blocking out their ears right now, like not wanting to hear this, but like that's kind of like the play style that you see a lot of the time from those type of players. But it oozes confidence, right? Like that's the big thing when Jimbo's playing like this and he's chowing out at you. You know, he's doing it because he's likely hitting his shots. So we'll see if he can try to hit another one. He's going to keep that boomstick out into this round number 2 on the attack.
Well, the only one really in his way at the moment would have been Gunsy, but he's already crossed. Maybe a chance for late contact on the Dak. But end all be all. Orbit have some clearance to make their way up, and oh my, clean shots from. Was that just him by himself? Are you kidding? I mean, gravity? Okay, this is what we're talking about. Get to the first blood, chance to push back the defenders. Now we're on for the plant. No, we're not.
Peek, though. Gunsy in and out. How about that play? Nobody there kind of covering that right side. Jimbo, awkward.
Brother,
what? Runs out of ammo. They're both stunned. Not what you like to see. It felt like Gunsy had a freebie. But now Cruz, once again, another clutch situation for him. This time a 1v2.
Dead silence at the ready, though, this time. Jumps across, hits towards bottom art. Trying to check to see if anyone's on for the plant. Doors burst open, nothing there. Now, possibly through the window, it's being watched. Over the top, Cruz connects, but the bomb gets planted. Jimbo for the 1v1, trying to hit the dead silence, but Cruz catches him through the doorway, and Cruz will clutch it up. Oh, mercy.
Yeah, he hit every single bullet, I'm pretty sure, on Jimbo's head. I mean, in the magazine, it looked like he maybe had 11, but I think he ran out of ammo, and he hit every single shot there. Man, Cruz is just feeling himself. It's just moments like these where you see him clutching up, dropping big numbers in a map number 1 like this. He is just absolutely hitting it today. A great play, a great round to make sure that Anarchy do tie this one up.
That is unbelievable. I mean, like you mentioned, Gunzy, that interaction, not a fun one. He's probably sitting there like, brother, what just happened? But all of a sudden, your teammate like that pops off, picks you up, and you're like, let's go, Cruz, you're nasty. So now we're to a 1-1 tie. Jimbo doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Orbit in the first 2 rounds. Imagine that will change as Cruz will stun open the doors towards bottom art, and the rest of the offense will play pretty patiently. But that said, Jimbo flexing his muscles here, drops the scope, goes to the SMG.
Oh my.
And just gets picked up by his teammates. Frag, that's tough timing.
Yeah, it's tough. Jimbo, I think, wanted to make a play. Probably didn't comment in the moment. It's one of those kind of just, you're feeling it right then and there. And while that happens, Gravity was unfortunately throwing an A to top single. So Jimbo out of the round. Won't have that opportunity to make a play, and now Orbit obviously in a pretty difficult spot. Both ARs up. Have to work for some kind of headshots like we saw there in that previous round.
And I respect the patience here for NRK as well. Get a read, confirm the round, don't do anything wily. And Gravity, who's lucky to be alive by the look of it, will have to back off. Dead silence at the ready, though. He's got a lot of space to work with back here. Long-range shots over to Lunars, but instead finds the focus towards Gunzy. Still, Gravity by himself, trying to avoid the isolation. Oh, and goodness, I thought for a second Cruz may have not seen him, but kill comes out. Geo steps forward. He knows that someone's going to have to check eventually, but just picks the wrong doorway to look at, and NRK will go back-to-back rounds.
Back-to-back rounds. Unfortunate teammate. It felt like Jimbo was probably going to get, up top there, in top boat, probably find an eventual trade, maybe get one, potentially exit, but that teammate really, really hurts them. And like you mentioned, it really is the patience. And NRK showed us a lot of this in the round number 1, right? Where Gunzy crosses, he baits out that cross, jumps back. They're just trying to get the stuns and nades out and then trying to bait that push like, hey, we're planting that bomb. Come peek. Come right into us. But not the case. Very, very patient stuff. And now Cruz, he's on 5 in a row. He might earn himself a streak.
I mean, Cruz has been pretty unstoppable in the last 48 hours. Couple of tags out. Nade to follow. Jimbo in trouble, and he gets taken down by it. Oh, it's a combination, I think, of a Semtex and a frag together, so great teamwork. Cruz gets credit for the 6th kill. That's enough for his self-proclaimed missile. And that may be used maybe earlier than you'd think here, friends, because there are not a lot of trophies down at the moment. Semtex does land onto Gunzy. Wiz still flirting down low, but he hears footsteps. Just doesn't know if it's in front of him, behind him, above him. It's all about the timing.
Exactly. Quite literally all about the timing. NRK gonna move into the site. Gonna get a little control here. Might find Geo. Cruz in a spot to get a trade. Can he come up with a second? Snaps on the trophy. Gets himself out. Will reset. Getting a little bit low on time now. It was going to be Orbit down to about 30 seconds.
And the thing about this is Dak is in a great position timing-wise to get a read, but almost gets the jump on one, but not to happen. Gravity turns him away. Now just down to Cruz. Dead silence will fade, and they are going to wrap to be. Oh, boy. Oh, he's going to call the missile in. But there's a trophy system. There's a trophy down. Is this going to actually land? If he could stop this, it'd be insane. No, it will not. Whoa, that's a bold call. But what a heads-up trophy system placement late into that round. Now to the full 1v2, Austin.
Full 1v2. Oh, does he see a shoulder there? Wiz kind of chows out. Gravity going to double up with them. They just want to play simply off the trade. That's all they have to do. Cruz with shots. Gets damage into both. But won't finish off one. Big investment there in round 4, but Orbit still able to take it.
That's just two big brains battling each other in a mental game of chess right there, isn't it? I mean, yeah. Cruz knows the time's getting low. He hasn't seen either player. He says, all right, wager they're going over towards B. But in the exact moment he pulls the tablet, the field upgrade to the trophy system comes down and completely foils his plan. So, wow, how different that round could have been if neither the trophy got down in time or if Cruz maybe got it off a little bit earlier. Hard to say, but we go to a 2-2 tie. And how about this? NRK are going to 3-man stack towards P1. And oh my goodness, they're going to completely shred one. But the question here is, how do you get through it? Oh, maybe it's a frag nade. That will be cooked perfectly. Wiz will drop. Gravity try to challenge, and he does win a key 1v1. Dak try to follow up behind this. And a quick offensive wraparound leaves Jimbo now stuck in a 1v2.
The bomb still has to be picked up, though, so Jimbo could maybe catch a timing and come behind, maybe get one and exit. But Gunzy is kind of watching over Dak, at least was up to that point. Jimbo's going to take it very, very slow. Make his way over. We'll see if he can catch the timing. Doesn't have Daddy, but no, Gunzy. Not going to have any of it. Tough spot to be sure. Anarchy. Good for another round.
Yeah, super tough spot to be at. And, man, I'm not going to lie. There have been so many times that we've seen teams on the offense three-man stack over towards this first hard point, and it just leads to murder, like straight slaughter. But this time, they get good team shots to Geo. The trades on the opposite side of the map are just not fully good enough, are they? I mean, the nade that hits is perfect. Gravity does well to try to bounce back, but you can only do so much before he eventually gets pushed out. So 9-3 now for Cruz, 3-2 up, as you'd mentioned. On the other side, really, it's kind of sharing is caring for Orbit in the kill feed, and this time it will be let off as Jimbo collects first blood.
Yeah, it really has just been Cruz and Gunzy here thus far. Gunzy now gone with the first blood. Have to see some kind of participation from Dak and Lunars. Then the chow comes out. Cruz good for the first one. Lunars trying to follow up with a trade, but not finding a lot of favor with the wallbang shots. And how about that chow from Wiz? Knew he was going to do it at some point in time. And now Dak, another 1v3 here now in his hands. We'll see if he can try to clutch up.
Yeah, this one's very much so as difficult as Jimbo's 1v2 just around to go. Again, you feel not going to have time likely to get this field upgrade unless he can get a kill first. And, well, he's giving up his position. And, nope, no one's going to chow yet. Come into our web, says Orbit. And there it is. Wow. That is a cheeky little peek, isn't it?
It is. I love that from Jimbo. Finds a couple in the round, right? The first blood takes out Gunzy. I mean, once you find Gunzy, it feels like, you know, that is one of the key kind of, you know, aggressive playmakers that's going to be kind of running at you out of the picture. Gives you a lot more confidence to use numbers and get onto the site the way that they did. Very, very clean round. Just great engagements. Great gunfights coming through in the 1v1s. Still, only kind of seeing Cruz and Gunzy lead the charge here. And I mean, listen, we did talk about Lunars. We talked about, you know, how good he's been in the respawns, but this has kind of been his struggle point, right? It has been the S&Ds. You need to see, you know, something from him. We know he's got a beamer, but has to put something together.
And this would be two really rough maps kind of in a row for him, even though NRK is up 1-0.
Okay.
Shot lands. That could heat you up a touch, huh? Quick little transfer. Jimbo gets taken down after the aggressive defensive plague is ultimately unsuccessful. Shots through the door not going to land, and we'll stay 4v3. But Wiz, quick route, thought about it. Pushed back. Maybe even thinks more as Dak is continuing to try to put some pressure up. But no, we will stay neutral for now, and into a 4v3 we continue.
Oh, there it is. Good kill on the Wiz, and Cruz, look at that. As soon as that kill comes through, he flies up to P1. He now can threaten this play in from behind, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Gravity and Geo now forced to look at Cruz. Cruz just has to survive here, and that's going to give them time to get onto the site. And if they want to, they can play for the plant, but that's going to be a bit of a mistake. Going to lose Cruz now. Bomb has not went down. 30 seconds left. There's still a chance to clutch this.
Huge chance to clutch this. Bomb being planted. Double stack coming out. There we go. Team shots are out. That stops the plant. Gravity, 1v2. Bomb reclutched by Lunars. First shot's good, but not good enough. Wow, he got close to seeing a pretty even opportunity for a 1v1, though. So NRK, after the first couple of kills are tallied, they survive through round 7, and we go to a 4-3 count.
I've been really liking how NRK have been playing their offenses, man. It's just, you never really know when they're planning at the moment. And it's got to be so difficult to deal with, you know, from Orbit's POV. Just kind of like, okay, well, we have to chow out now. We can't give him the free plant. We're not really willing to play retake constantly on a map like this at A, but the reads have been decent at the very least to be able to get around here and there. Just haven't been able to grab full control of the map. Still 4-3 up here for NRK. Huge attacking round for Orbit.
And I think just to kind of finish on that point, you have to credit Orbit trying to get, you know, flexible. You know, getting Jimbo in with the SMG, trying to diversify their looks. Trophies galore all over the place as Jimbo once again finds an opening angle, taking down Cruz. Wiz still holding kind of a front line, if you want to call that, over towards the window side of the map. While Gravity will step over towards Gallows looking for a plant. Lunars inching his way closer. Sees the exit. Shot lands. Impressive connection. That takes us to a 3v3 retake.
Yeah, that is patience right there. My goodness. Wants to get a clean shot. Waits for the dolphin diving, connects. You can't really wait too long. Lunars does get his hands on an AR. Now the tack could be very useful for beaming a couple players at the back here, but he's still got the scope in the back pocket too. Looking for some kind of heads here at the back onto Jimbo. On the Geo, someone has to make a move, and Jimbo's the one that connects. Onto one, gets a hit marker, pops up with a pistol. That's the second for Jimbo. Can he finish off the last one? Not a lot of time left. And Gunzy will have nowhere to go. Gets the kill, but that's the round. Orbit able to respond again.
That is so impressive from Jimbo. Are you kidding me? I mean, the first shot is a snapper, but the second? Come on, little hit marker, swapperoo, get up the pistol. It all takes is a single shot to collect the kill. Impressive stuff from Jimbo. He is really playing well this series so far. Just comes down to, will it matter in the end? Because we're still slotted up at 4. And NRK are still playing with a certain level of gusto that Orbit have had a hard time dealing with defensively over the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, what are they going to do differently? You know, they've tried to throw some aggressive routes down bottom mid. They've tried to do this double stack through either corridor in front of A, but none of it's really been consistent nor successful. And I imagine NRK, how about this? They've thrown so many bait plays in. They're like, well, this time we're just going to go for the bomb plant right away.
And all it takes is just their utility to overwhelm the doorways. The trophies get denied. The bomb gets planted for free. Jimbo with the sub, looking to go quickly. Already tagged, has to kind of stop in his tracks. Cruz for first blood. Same angle. And Jimbo just does not have an opportunity to do too much here, you'd think. Trade on the opposite side of the map, but no. The entry just not going to work out. Dak holding this ground, making sure no one can touch for the defuse. And, well, hold on a second. That's your teammate. Don't give him a free one. 12 seconds on the clock. Have to either go for the defuse. I'm not really sure what. Yeah, that's what. I was going to say, you get to go to the diffuser, you lose the round. That's pretty much the point we're at.
Yeah, that's all you can do. No time left. Dak does make it a little interesting, though, for Orbit, doesn't he? He comes down, tags up his teammate a little bit. If there was maybe a chow coming through at that point, you know, it could have got frantic. Maybe you see a little lineup, little stack, whatever it may be, but it doesn't happen. Able to hold on. The numbers there are just so good, and I mean, that's the ability when you play so slow and so many of your offenses, you know, Orbit just not really ready for an aggressive hit like that. They don't want to play that risky that early, knowing what they know throughout this S&D. But it has been okay. They've been leading this entire map the whole way through.
And I love this. We have not, I was about to say, we haven't seen anyone try to go top window on a push through. Gunzy was going to go doubles. Dak was going to go single. That nade still allows Gunzy to push through, though. Oh, I love this call from NRK. Jimbo with a sniper rifle out. Is essentially useless for the time being outside of his pistol, which is actually pretty useful based on how he's used it. So, I mean, mark back by words as a touch there. Thing is, NRK have done their job.
Yes.
They have a forward defender. They don't have to challenge anything right now.
That's right. Gunzy just needs to play his life, stay alive, and just give them information. He hears footsteps. He calms it. That's all he has to do from this point of position here. But you take a look at even number 4, right? Like, you have Lunars watching the cross. So this is now going to force the play from Orbit to try to push through the right. They know Gunzy's inside. A is just not an option, but man, this is a tough spot for Orbit at the moment. They're low on time.
Yeah, they are cattle being led to slaughter right now. Sure, maybe Jimbo had a chance. You saw the glint of the sniper rifle. Could not quite lock things down. Lunars on the other side, though. Turned away by Tom. Hold on. Maybe a chance to rotate this bomb over. They will see the cross. But do they catch the second? Oh, boy. This is still a very winnable 2v3. Bomb down. Cruz challenging. Finds the kill. And now it's down to Geo. Can't get out. And NRK behind Cruz on 12-7. Dak finishes on 3 in a row. And Gunzy doubles up in the final round. They take the search 6-4. And now they're 2-0 up.
2-0 up. The two maps that we were kind of talking about that could be good maybe for a bit. Well, at least initially when we saw the map number 2, but now maybe not so much, but still, what a great bounce back. I mean, we already highlighted the fact that, you know, NRK have only found 3 S&D wins, you know, throughout this entire playoffs, throughout the regular season. So to put one together like that, led by Cruz, who's, let's be honest, he's looking final at the moment, man. Like, this guy is just shooting, and he is beaming, and he is leading his team back to grand finals at the moment.
Dude, how many times have we seen this, though, from Cruz? It feels like every year that at least in the Cold War year, it started off that way. But at the beginning of this year in Raleigh, I felt like he was really playing some high-level Call of Duty. So it's 100%. One of those things, it's just like, you know, this is kind of it, right? You have to kind of think, for a guy like him, how long does he have to be allowed to stay in the States? You know, if this doesn't turn out, does he end up going back? Does he stay here full time and try to transition into a different team? It's kind of, you know, it feels like maybe more crucially important for somebody like Cruz, maybe than the other players on the roster, or at least on the server for now, just due to the fact that, you know, he's kind of playing for his work application at a certain point.
That's right. I mean, that's a really valid point, right? There's more on the line for Cruz than, you know, potentially anyone else in the lobby who hasn't, you know, moved across the world to come and pursue the dream. Have to respect it, have to tip it, and well, we do after a performance like that from him. 12 kills coming through, a lot of sniper play coming in, and a lot of credit to his teammates, right? Like, I think at one point in time, Gunsy and Cruz, you know, had just about all the kills heading into like a round 3 or 4, but Lunar's brought it back, found a lot of really good snipes, and you really saw Dak, I think, find a lot of clutch moments there as well. He gunfights at the end, holding some of those setups, breaking some of those setups open on the other side for Orbit with some great entry skills. But that scoreboard, man, 7 of the 12. Streak earned, what was it, like round 4, round 3?
It was round 3, I think he earned it. He used it in round 4, yeah.
Yeah.
That was an impressive start. Also, I didn't bring this up yesterday because I wasn't sure, but I think we have the ability of saying this. Speaking of scoreboards, can we just get a mid-May round of applause for the scoreboard being fixed?
Oh, I'll give you one.
Can we just casually? I mean, come on.
Let's get it.
They always had our backs. So 2 maps through. El Asilo Control coming up for map numero Trace. And boy, I'll tell you, this is where things get really scary for Orbit. You know, I think overall, NRK have been great in the respawn. We framed it up at the top of everything. But that Hotel Search and Destroy is still there for map number 5. It just comes down to, can Orbit survive through an El Asilo Control and an Embassy Hardpoint to get there?
Yeah, that's the big question at the moment. And I mean, you talk about El Asilo, and I feel like I'm already, you know, thinking about a lot of the problems we were seeing on Mercado with the ARs, right? Like Geo, Gravity, you know, putting up a combined, I think it was like 28, 29 kills roughly, like somewhere around that point. So not very good, obviously. And on an El Asilo, if your ARs aren't shooting, well, I mean, it's, what can you do? Like, you need your ARs to be in position. They have to be set up. They have to be finding kills. It's an AR-oriented map outside of the middle. So this is where they need to come alive. It feels like Jimbo's been great, you know, so far in this series. But, you know, those players like Geo that we highlighted at the top, we need him. We need him if we're going to see more than 3 maps.
Absolutely the case. So with that, map number 3 coming up here in just a moment. We'll step away for just a brief break. The players are looking to jump in pretty quickly, so don't go too far. Map number 3 coming up for El Asilo Control right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We have ourselves a very, 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 very unexpected 2-0 as NRK Anarchy looking solid, cleaning up the hard point, looking good through rotation. Then the search and destroy. Woo-wee! Early cruise missiles for Cruise himself lead to particular advantages. So now for Orbit, time to put up or shut up, because map number 3, El Asilo Control, is not necessarily the worst case scenario for them, but if NRK are playing like this, I mean, come on, it feels like it's going to be one of those very difficult reverse sweeps to think it's going to be plausible.
Yeah, I mean, it's feeling that way at the moment, right? We just have not really seen enough production from all 4 of the members. There's been, great moments from some individuals in map 1 and map 2, but we have not seen it from all 4. That has to change, flat out. If we're going to see more than, 3 maps here, like you said, we need to see some of these individuals, this team as a whole, just come together.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been one of those things that we kind of talked about the possibilities for who would stand up, but really, we haven't really had those 2 players be the forefront of our conversation yet. I mean, Cruz in particular obviously has kind of been stealing the show for us, but the rest of his team has put together a really solid level of play to where Lunars isn't needed to put up those all-star numbers that we kind of framed at the beginning of this series. So you kind of look over to the players that I think we need to kind of keep an eye on, Cruz being one of them. And how about Gravity on the other? We talked about him being hot or cold. There were some great moments in this series so far, but we need big boy Tom to show up here.
Yeah, it's time to really get going here on the side of Gravity. I mean, right now, for as far as, what you see for a 0.93 on Cruz, it feels like, with the performance so far, like that's going to go to like 1.2 or something after this map.
For real.
It's just been insane to see what he's been able to do. Maybe not, the most consistent throughout what we've seen, but, as of late, through playoffs, his team's been getting better and better. The more reps are coming in, I imagine those KDs will certainly be going up. But these are the 2, right? El Asilo, ARs. I mean, we know the name of the game, Alan.
Yep.
It really is dictated by that.
And the interesting thing about it, though, is I'm also kind of curious because we had similar reserves about saying the same things about Mercado Hardpoint, but think about how fast the subs got to work on that map. Maybe there's a chance just with a little bit of trust here from your AR saying, yep, I got you. And with Cruz playing the way that he is, I would imagine that anyone with an SMG in front of him saying, all right, I bet you do got me. Let's go to work. So that's a lot to ask, I think, here for Orbit. But yeah, it's got to start, I think, first and foremost, Mr. Tom Gravity. Show up. Find a way to get your team some inspiration here. Lock down some lanes. I mean, come on. As we talked about in the Mercado Hardpoint, that starts to happen. Orbit definitely have a chance to extend this series. But we'll find out as they will start on the offense. And it will be Gravity playing up top. Long-range shots to Lunars. Likes the damage, but ultimately doesn't need to play for the kill, so he'll back away.
And Dak, I think probably one of the most annoying players you'll see at times on this map. He will always be up top. He'll always be down low in this position. He'll constantly threaten the respawners. So they do a good job of at least dealing with Dak early. We're looking, trying to get something going over towards B, and maybe they might be able to. Those are good, clean kills. They got some numbers on the point. They might be good for 1 tick so far.
Yeah, Cruz coming around the back, though. He's going to have to try to get a couple of kills because he does not have any defenders to actually contest the zone itself. Now that his position is known, this will be very difficult, you would assume, for Cruz to do too much. He does get one. How does no one look back towards him? Trades do come through. Orbit looking good for the second tick of progress. Wiz is kind of on it by himself. Jimbo trying to zone in front. There it is. Second tick gets locked. Now the defense trying to play recovery. Can they get the kills they need? Oh, Wiz gets tagged up heavily but stays alive. Jimbo turns that into a double. That's going to be the B zone.
Yeah, that's the B zone. Cruz just going to try to spam through the fence, but he can't touch. He can't get there. Wow, what an opening here for Orbit. That's what we wanted to see. The team coming to life and already making some early moves over to A. The setup is not necessarily here, but that is a clutch gunfight for Gunzy to make sure they stay in control of the top, but Jimbo looking to threaten it.
Yeah, Jimbo is playing with some tempo right now, setting the pace. 4-1. Taking over the high ground. Long-range shots to Cruz were decent. Didn't quite get through the window as intended, but ultimately, Cruz cannot follow up. So Gravity, maybe a chance to touch. Thought about it. Brofist isn't down to keep him safe. Nice read towards lockers as Dak drops. Long-range shots from Cruz. Not quite able to connect to the player topside tower. Fortunately, Lunars follows up, but can he hold for long enough? The answer, no. 2 Orbit members now on for the stack.
Yeah, not looking good. Deep spawns here for a lot of the defenders. NRK struggling to get an angle back into the point. First tick is locked. Still time to play retake, and Jimbo is actually kind of, hoping to catch someone on rotation through mid. That's going to really cost them. Cruz is going to take out a teammate, but Jimbo through the back. Can he try to reopen this play? Good on the first one, and will just touch the zone.
Oh, good prediction, but Gunzy still wins the gunfight. Denied. Trade comes out. Wiz kind of follows up in towards lockers. Chance for him to touch, but look at the defenders. They are all over the top side of the map. Tower control coming through. Wiz denies Cruz's angle of approach. Nades keep Wiz off for now. And the defenders, they're going to continue to reinforce tower. You need to get someone over towards the actual zone itself. Second tick of progress is looking pretty guaranteed here. Back on the cross, held by Jimbo, and now the third tick can come through. Cruz trying to touch. Stun comes out. Wiz for the kill. And how about Orbit? They're going to capture both zones pretty darn quickly with a lot of lives to spare to get their first round of the board.
Yeah, it's a great first round from Orbit, man. I mean, the aggression coming out in the very first round here over towards B, you know, which is not what we normally see. Sure, teams maybe get there with a couple members, they stack, they try to get that first tick, then they turn their attention back over to the other zone, but the kills just kept coming, and they kept on coming, and they just said, all right, let's stack it. Let's play for the zone, and they're able to capture it right away, and it felt like NRK then were just a little frantic when they got over to A. It spread really thin as well when they were trying to defend A.
Yeah. It was just kind of peculiar to see all three members play that bottom ridge or that bottom out of bounds line in the minimap.
Yeah.
You don't often see that kind of a stack. Jimbo, thought about it. He had a lot of damage on the Lunars, but still the trades look decent for Orbit defensively. NRK trying to battle back. They will have an exit from spawn here early. Just a couple of opening kills. Not really leading to too much influence on one side of the map or the other. Although, Geo, a little bit of trouble here. Does get assistance down low, and that was a potential threat for NRK over towards B, but the early offensive play largely stifled. Cruz last one left.
That teammate might actually cost them at least maybe one tick. Geo is kind of threatening up top of the window, but he won't get an angle. Cruz able to actually finish him off. So yeah, that first tick locked in. Dak now on the zone. Side by side with Cruz as he tries to pick off some members, but runs out of ammo. That's going to hurt. Lunars now, the last one up.
I don't think anyone in the world would have expected that Jimbo double shell. He gets tagged down to like 5 HP and then immediately bounces out, still secures the kill to the fence line. 2 ticks, not fully locked here at B. Not a chance yet for Orbit to deplete, but these eliminations should surely allow them to jump on and do that. Thing is, the offense has now shifted their attention over towards the A zone. Jimbo to the knife, trying to expect Gunzy to do the same thing, just running around the boxes. Second tick now being worked on. Help on the way, double stack in. Trophy let up top. Orbit trying to find a way to get this defense going, but they are really slow on this roll, and they may not get here in time.
They might not. Oh, Geo playing for exits. That could cost them. Take a look at the spawns here. Will anyone spawn on the left side of the map? No, looks like everyone's going to spawn up behind the zone, so they can still play defense, but Lunars is threatening it. Looking for the second tick. Shots over the top are good. Lunars now 3 in a row. Geo has to get something done. Second tick is now locked.
Third is looking like it's good to be on the way as well. Split spawn situation for Orbit here. They're going to have to get these nades to land, and there is no trophy down for Lunar, so he will eventually be taken care of. But a huge life lead here for NRK. 16 playing up against 12. Gravity trying to work back some key defensive ground, and he's pretty successful in his initial endeavor. NRK is looking for a stack. They've got Gunzy trying to work their way through, but Orbit defense is starting to get in place.
I think the biggest problem we see when teams are in this position where they just need one tick on B is sometimes they play a little too slow. They let too much time slip away. We'll see if that will end up costing NRK Anarchy. There is a nice play in the back from Gunzy trying to open something up, but he'll be shut down. And now Dak feels the pressure, gets challenged, and just obliterates Jimbo in the 1v1. Says, come to me, I dare ya. And now Dak alive, looking to put together a second piece here to try to enable something on B.
Oh, great help from Cruz over the top as well. He's going to completely bamboozle, but runs out of ammunition again. How many gunfights like that have we seen just in this round? Lunar's up top at party. Teammates looking to go the long way around to join him. Oh, and a huge win from Wiz. Shuts down Lunar's position, and now all of a sudden we have a 9v11 with 45 seconds, and NRK are kind of empty. They don't have a lot of ground to work with outside of this top window position.
This play through the back has just not been successful. You've seen them try to send like one member. This time they're going to try to double up a little bit and see if they can maybe get all the way around Pride Rock. I like it, but the problem is it has to work.
Yep.
Now low on time with 30 seconds left. This play needs to be successful. Cruz good for one. And what will happen in the back? Dak does find one, but he's got a sub, so it's going to be a tough spot to try to make something happen on the zone.
Oh, little pinch from Gunzy, but Geo stays alive, takes his focus back towards Dak, keeps him trapped behind the tree. 14 seconds on the clock. Here comes help. Cruz gets the trade. 4v8. Numbers for NRK, but they have to stop the clock. Cruz, Lunars jump on. Third tick being worked on. Clock continues to kind of go back and forth. 9.1 on the clock, but the defense starting to find some success. It's just down to Lunars. Here comes the opportunity to take him out. Contest in. Lunars drops. 6 seconds on the clock. Nade connects. Just down to can they get her to stop the clock or find the kills before the clock expires? The answer is going to be, whoa, almost. Oh, not quite though. The nade lands and I thought maybe that gunfight was going to come through in time, but not quite. Orbit will go up 2-0.
I think there was maybe 2 lives left. Like, it came down the wire.
These are the last 2. Yeah, those are the last 2.
Yeah, like, that was so close. Another 5 seconds or just another moment throughout that round where you're able to contest a little bit longer, they would have done it. But, I mean, you have to praise the hold there from Orbit. That was about 2 minutes where they had to lock down B and make sure one tick did not go over. That takes one good wipe, one good stack, and now Orbit are 2-0 up.
Oh, man. That's one that will definitely hurt the confidence for NRK. I wasn't sure initially if that nade at the end landed onto where Geo was positioned or if it took down Jimbo just right off the instant reaction. But yeah, that nade took down Jimbo, not Geo either. So even if they got there to touch, they still had to deal with another defender. Dak, early flank, Cruz helping out the pinch. And that's good for the first 2 kills. Orbit are a bit stuck right now, I'd say. Not really much ground to work with here as they're kind of forward, but also not forward.
Yeah, a lot of members kind of around the map too on, you know, the defensive side, but yeah, not really in the best position to find kills or make plays. We'll see if Jimbo can in fact do that. He has an option to go to either zone. Looks like based off of what we're seeing on the minimap that A would be the target, but they can't even really get their ARs to A to enable Jimbo for this position, so he might just be forced to try to run out and do something.
Wow, I mean, they've lost a single life.
Yeah.
Orbit are looking for some desperate plays. Jimbo may have provided an opportunity for, but this offensive approach hold on very well. Maybe Cruz pops it okay. Orbit now play forward.
Jimbo for 3. Have to try to make a move, and well, it's going to be Gravity that does manage to get on A. 7 seconds to work with, not a whole lot of time for Orbit. And well, the kills aren't looking too good either. Gravity would have to come up with 2. And Jimbo, he will get here for a touch, but Cruz will make him just about 1 shot. Not a whole lot he's going to be able to do for this position, you would think. Let's get some damage back in. Teammates may be starting to get here. Orbit trying to keep it alive, and they will be able to do so for now.
Shots coming out. No, how about it? Wiz doubles up. Jimbo now here to assist. They get the full team wipe. That will be the A zone. Oh, man. So 2.2 in the clock. Add 60 to it. Orbit's still going to be down 6 lives, though. And there's not a lot of time here. They essentially have to break this open and at least be able to stop the clock off this hit.
Yep. Jimbo, AR in hand. Able to find that first one thanks to Wiz. Jimbo thinks he's got enough time to cut across, but Gunzy with an off angle and a half through the back and then a good snapper for the front. We'll stop half of the team here from Orbit. And now you need something to come through the back again. You have at least Geo here, and you have Wiz. What can you do?
Have to be successful. And he's such a tricky bot. I mean, from position. Trying to get in the back. G. Up there.
Yeah.
Out.
Has not been good so far. And it looks like it will finally be a round on the board for NRK. We'll have a chance to get on B, but Gunzy's in a good spot to likely stop it. One more touch there for Gravity, but for the low ground, it's a tough chow. And I mean, Gunzy might just pick them all up. There's 3. Gunzy looking for the final one, and it's a trade kill, funny enough. But Anarchy, good for the round. And that's going to be a big one to come back into. I mean, they were able to hold. That's the first time we've really seen them be able to do it here, Alan.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think we had a little lag spike on this side, but I think everything's okay now. But yeah, I mean, wow. Talk about just a tale of 2 offenses, right? I mean...
Yeah, literally.
The first one's so darn convincing. That one barely got off the ground. So now all of a sudden NRK start to think, all right, we can compete. We just got to, you know, be, what, 0.8 seconds better than what we were last time?
0.8, 1 or 2 kills, right? Would have probably played the difference, but...
Yep.
Here we go off the break again. All right, over to B, just seeing what they can get away with. Lunars will at least stop Wiz from making a play down low. Where do they go from here? Mid control being fought for. Jimbo just being annoying as usual. He's now up to 24 and 14. 2 in a row for him. Dead Silence still active, looking to get involved in the back.
At one. Play out. I'm Jimbo.
Oh.
Not gonna quite catch.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. I mean, a great moment again where you're able to find some kills and Lunar's able to get away just barely. And look at what this has enabled. Cruz and Gunzy now both on the point. Shots coming through the fence, but Jimbo able to get the best of Gunzy. Still have Cruz here though. What can he come up with? First kill there. Dak also going to be able to find another through the map. But they'll clear off B. They'll deplete some of that second tick. And that should turn the attention for NRK Anarchy back over to A, where they have a few of their numbers, but are not safe. Back there for another. I think we may have lost down for the time being, but we'll see what happens here on the second tick. As it's now looking like NRK Anarchy in a position to try to bring this one back. Get that extra minute on the clock here. Could be huge for them overall, and might be one more contest from Orbit. Yeah, Wiz and Geo gonna give this a look, and Wiz is there for the kill. Huge pickup, but Lunar's gonna keep it alive. Now 17 and 18 for this individual. Will they just run over to B here? That looks to be Lunar's call. He wants to try to make something happen on the B zone, but it's being read. Gravity there to find another one. It's just absolute chaos. NRK Anarchy just kind of bouncing between either zone, but they will eventually regroup on A. They will get that extra minute, and Dak, he's going to call in the streak right away to see if he can find value. It's going to force everybody inside. Will it work out for any kills? NRK struggling to get positioning. Gunzy a little bit low in the back. Has the cruise missile himself. So expect that to be used if NRK Anarchy are able to find any kind of a successful play through the front. And this could be it. Lunar's there for one. Can he put together the second? Jimbo, they know where he is. He was just tagged up. That should be a kill, but no. Jimbo able to put one down. And NRK starting to get a little bit low on lives. That's what you have to consider here with 45 seconds left. You can no longer just kind of go rogue, throw your life away. Have to be a little bit careful. And, well, more importantly, you're going to have to find something pretty quickly. Lunars has found an angle through, and he has an SMG. He's going to be great up close here. And, oh, there's the snapper. He's going to find Geo. Dak finds another. This play could still come out successful for NRK. Dak puts together another one. Now they're on the zone. Look at the respawners. Look at the streak from Geo. Geo needs to find value, and no, the trophy. Able to keep them safe. The stack is in. NRK Anarchy trying to hold on, and the stack is there. Unbelievable stuff. The resilience once again to force it to a final round. My goodness. Woo. What a great control we have. And I mean, you look at a situation like this where Orbit, down 0-2 in the series, have to find a map win here. They were 2-0 up in the control. And now they are forced to go big in a round 5 to try to extend this. Not an easy task. And it's going to be Orbit on the attack. Woo. We'll see what happens here. Alan, are you back?
I hope I'm back.
I think you are. Welcome back, my man.
Dude, I saw bits and pieces of that. Are you kidding me? But hey, we said it. Just 2 kills or 0.8 seconds better. They superseded it. So now we go to a round 5. Orbit find themselves on the offense. And you just got to get out of spawn at this point. Okay, much better start here to this attack. A-Zone already under threat. NRK dealing with it, and Looters is already on a quick flank here. This is still very plausible that he can pinch this up, and they can get a lot of kills in the process.
Yeah, Lunar's going to come all the way through the back, but Jimbo's going to see him, and that should be an easy calm. Almost a kill. A good look there from Wiz. A chance to get on the zone now. Dak able to keep one clear, gets a pre-fire off, but Wiz, he's been so good in these moments. Another big 2-piece for him, and now a chance for Orbit to capture the zone.
It's going to be a lot of time here for Orbit to work with. They even have NRK kind of stuck trying to play through into the offensive side of the map. That's not working out. So now Gunzy, he may need to think about when he wants to use his cruise missile a bit sooner than he'd like. Good follow-up, though. NRK will get their defense through. Same breath. Dak still holding on through. Hey, they didn't even get the full A zone. They rotated too soon, and oh no, not like this. The Jimbo will come back and catch it, but Orbit loses a big chance on transition.
Another one for Jimbo. How has he found that? If Cruz wins it, they don't capture the zone. And now Gio's gonna fly to the back here. Look at this position. He's gonna have the cross cut. Lunars flies back. That's the first. Gio snaps for the second. Numbers looking good for Orbit. Trying to stay alive at the point, and Gio is still frying in the back.
Cruz can't find him. Cruz can't find him. He's gonna be off region. Oh my goodness, Cruz. Almost got put on a highlight reel. But he does secure the trade. Doesn't matter though. Wiz was still on for the first tick of progress. Gunzy's gonna call in the cruise missile here, and he does lock down one attacker, try to make their way through B alley. Dak, you can see he wants to get into tools. They want this interior back into their possession, but Orbit are not gonna give it away so easily. Wiz pops out, shut down by Dak immediately. No follow-up, no trade. 17 plays 14, still an advantage to Orbit.
NRK playing very, very tight here on the defense. So if they get pieced up, it could all go wrong very, very quickly. You're not going to have a player in from behind to kind of threaten what could be that flank and that clearage of the zone. But kills looking pretty good so far. There's 3 down. Last one up here. Going to be Gravity. And he's in a position where he's just going to have to play his life.
Yeah, Dak, whoa, not going to allow him to. Almost gets another. Decent exit, 13 plays 13. Cruz up top. No, not going to be bamboozled by Gravity's play. Gunzy shut down, though, in the same moment around the back, so kind of a 50-50 battle. 60 seconds on the clock. 12 playing 12. Lunar's surprised. Jimbo comes right around the side of Kegs, and now Wiz is on to stop the clock, start working on some progress.
Look at Dak. Dak again from the side door.
Wow.
He puts together 2, and he doesn't commit for more. He just plays his life. He's done his job, and will it be enough to kind of buy time for his teammates to get back? Big 1v1 for Lunars, the only one pushed up right now. Trying to also put together a second kill, but he's going to get wall banged out, and now Orbit, second segment is now locked.
They still have Gravity on for now. Wiz holding the cross. Sees Gunzy on transition. Third tick being worked on. There goes Cruz and Dak. Kills. Not fully there, though. The point gets cleared out. Gunzy for the double. Lunar's caught by Wiz. It's down just to Dak. And on the back, he gets shut down. Wiz for the kill. Can anyone get her to touch? Cruz is nearby, but it's a 7v3. These are the last 3 defensive lives. First kill in. Cruz, can he find the second? No! Capture comes out, and Orbit survive in the series with a thriller here in El Asilo.
Oh, man, do they ever get tested, though? They still got some fight left in them in this best of 5. A must-win map, a must-win round. They come up clutch on the attack. Wiz just playing his life. Maybe doesn't have the sexiest stat line, but finesse so well there in the end. But how about Jimbo? I mean, it's just, we got it on repeat at this point. It's just, how about Jimbo? How about this guy, man? He's just cooking. 40 pounds for the kid.
I mean, and the thing about it was, again, we find ourselves feeling a little silly because the 2 players that we wanted to see pop up were kind of empty. It was pretty much 3v3. If we look at, we're going to look at the final scoreboard, you're going to see the numbers are significant across 6 of our 8 members. None more, though, than from Jimbo, who, like you mentioned, playmake after playmaker. I mean, it just felt like there was never a situation that he felt that he was going to lose. In fact, more often than not, it felt like he was going into 1v3s, 1v4s sometimes, and still finding a way to make things work. And how heroic was he in the effort to come back to the zone in the first place to even allow that to be a B chance?
100%. Wow, man. So many just electric plays out of the subs. I mean, not what you're used to seeing consistently on a map like El Asilo, but happy to see it, that's for sure. And, I mean, this was also, a 2-0 up for Orbit, right? So NRK fight back. They get themselves so close, man, down to the wire, but you also have to credit Orbit for winning what felt like, a lot of the engagements in the kill department in a lot of these rounds too, right? Like, 3 of these rounds, I think, came down to, like, single-digit lives where it's, like, 2v4 or, like, 3v4 coming down to the final point.
Yeah, I mean, these were lengthy rounds of control, to be sure. I mean, we saw, again, the clock becoming an issue in a couple of different moments as well. But, yeah, look at the tallies. 40 and 26 for Jimbo. 26 non-traded. So, I mean, he was getting picked every now and again on those sprees that he was trying to find himself on. But 33 kills for Gio, nearly 30 for Wiz, nearly 30s across the board. But except for Lunars and Gravity, kind of, on the lower side of things. So once more, those ARs are just kind of put into a back seat. And that's not really to a point where, again, I feel like I'm really harping on this. It's not really like one of those things like, oh, they're just playing really poorly. It's just these SMGs are playing super fast, and it's catching the ARs off guard to where they don't have a chance to really even battle back, it feels like.
Yeah, look at the captures from Wiz, too, right? Like you want to talk about someone who is selfless and is willing to put it all on the line for his team in a game like this where it could be, the last game he plays with this elite here, in Season 4. and just absolutely plays his life very, very well in a lot of those situations. Always the first one to hop on B, you know, just throw in a couple snakes here and there, play his life, finesse, take the damage, rely and trust on his teammates to come up with the kills. And well, it was mainly Gio and Jimbo that were able to do that, man.
Yeah.
Not out just yet, Alan, but still have to put together some more success. But that's going to take place on the Embassy hardpoint, where once again, maybe we talk about the ARs, but the subs are doing fine from long range, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm just not going to go to the AR conversation. And watch, we're going to talk about the subs now, and the ARs are going to pop off.
The ARs are going to cook.
It's just going to be the way it is. I don't know. Here's the thing, though, about this particular map mode combination. Anarchy have played this map twice, won it twice. It's been one of their go-to selections by the look of it, because the margin of victory has been pretty high. We're on the other front, 2 losses for the side of Orbit, but the losses have been pretty darn close. And kind of looking over the statistics, it has been the ARs for Orbit that have kind of carried them through this map. Where on the other side, it's actually been the SMGs that have done a lot of the lefting for the side of Anarchy. So it could be one of those situations where we're going to get maybe just, can the ARs for Orbit stand up, or are we going to continue to see opportunities for these subs from NRK dominate the conversation again for the 4th straight map, essentially?
I mean, at that moment, it just feels like this, you know, it's just so weird to say over and over again, especially just with these larger maps, but it's what we're getting, man. It's what we're getting, and, well, you have to imagine it's going to continue. Jimbo, Cruz, almost just feels like it's like these two kind of really battling out each other at the moment for as far as who's going to top frag, who's going to perform the best. And, well, let's talk about Jimbo. I mean, hard not to, especially after this series so far in these first 3 maps, but, you know, 1.06 HP KD. We just always see it. Like, this guy flies. He was flying in the map 1 despite losing it, and, you know, he was still picking up a lot of kills, Alan.
Yeah, man. And the thing about Jimbo is, you know, I feel like he gets caught, and that's when he starts to look like he's not going to be, you know, a major threat. Like, when he's trying to make these huge plays happen, the space was not there in the first place, and he gets a little over egregious. Like, we saw that kind of in the beginning of his CDL career. And he did learn. You know, there were moments, I think, throughout the Vanguard season where he looked at Jimbo, it's like, all right, he's finessing his life a little bit more. He's able to turn 1 life into 3 kills. Like, that's where Jimbo, I think, becomes someone more special in the SMG category, especially when it comes to North American challengers, if not potentially also things like the CDL. So the presence that he's already had and kind of utilized on maps like that LSCLO control, that has to be here once again in the hard point for Embassy, because NRK, I think, as a full squad, are looking like potentially the better team, but I mean, you got a monster on the other side that's been hard to deal with so far in the form of Jimbo.
Have to try to shut him down if you want to end it here. First map, not really close. Need a great rebound. As Jimbo already on the time, just trying to soak up what he can. Had a little bit of cover fire, but starting to lose some of his teammates, and there's some of that control now going the way of NRK. Big battle up top. Gravity will hold on to some of this bridge control.
And that's all you need from Tom. Just lock down a lane, hold it, get involved if you need to, and so far so good as far as that mentality is concerned. Dak still trying to get himself on towards this open atrium, though. Shots from both sides alert him. Good help from Gunsy. Back up top, Gravity tested, but no. Both players will back up to their respective corners. We tally what's happening on the minimap. Orbit have gained control of the bottom side of the minimap over towards P2, and that's what NRK are working to dissuade.
Yeah, Cruz picks a really good moment here to get over to the back truck, but Wiz will follow up with a better play. Gets there before he's even really able to get to position. Gunsy now able to find some good shots alongside Lunars. Could be great to see Lunars firing like this. How about it? 5-2 start. Your other AR is now picking it up, but maybe Gio is as well. He's on 3 in a row, ready to challenge out 4.
I mean, I told you, we just had to talk about the subs and the ARs would start to show up. Jimbo's got an 0-5 start. Even after the 1.2 KD across his last 3 hills, or pardon me, hard points rather, and that double will start to get him feeling a little bit better. 30 seconds to fight for here on the old time. Jimbo already threatening new, and that will cause some question marks and maybe some exclamation points here for NRK. They need to figure out what they want to do. They want to go over towards old or play towards new. They're going to do a little bit of both. This could get dangerous.
Yeah, it could. I mean, you have to start to rotate here, and Lunar is going to be surprised by Jimbo, who's already sitting up top. 0-5 to 4-5, and will continue to play his life down low now, as he sees if he can maybe just kind of get a little mixy, play for exits. That's exactly what he's going to do. Flies that Guns. He's going to wrap around the back. Jimbo's on a mission at the moment, but it does cost him a bit of that rotation, right? Giving up the top and not really able to kind of hold off the defense down low.
But a chance to at least play through orange here, especially if they can clear Dak, which Jimbo's got the read, but no, Trigger gets help. Dak wins the kill. Okay, so now, like you mentioned, things become very one-dimensional here for Orbit's break, and this is what you're afraid of. Cruz popping in and up. with attack. He's going to tally up 3 straight kills. More to come. I mean, Orbit are just... They're running a conga line right down bridge right now. Lots of damage coming through, but still the nades, the team shots work out. Orbit a chance to neutralize, if not break. Gunzy stepping forward, but no, will not be able to do anything, and the break will be secured.
Yeah, they're able to spawn up enough times where they throw, like, it felt like 20 Semtexes and like 20 stuns. So eventually they're able to deal with the trophy systems, get all the subs off the hill itself, and then get in for some of that time. Gonna make sure Orbit do maintain that lead. Dak trying to get a read on this push through. Geo, man, he's starting to piece him up a little bit. He's weak and almost actually destroys Lunars from long range, but Lunars will hold on and make sure the back does stay safe.
Lots of contest here, though, for Orbit. I mean, Wiz is already playing up top and towards lobby, or office, rather. Picks the wrong direction, though, as he goes to Chow. So Dak gets elimination, clears out a lot of this Orbit potential early threat. And yeah, first 15 seconds will be done and gone. Geo trying to take care of the back. That will work out. Trophy to enforce. Long range shots, though, not going to work out. And NRK still with numbers to the point. Jimbo trying to change that. And okay. Jimbo now on to 3 as he single-handedly secures at least a chance to break.
Oh, man. Jimbo is just cooking, dude. Doesn't matter how he starts. He's going to throw a Semtex at the plant, and that's going to finish off the elimination. So it's a little too mixy maybe in the moment there inside of office, but it will maybe still result in a chance to get scrapped. Wiz is going to give it a go. 1v1, the stun connects. You have to imagine he finds Cruz, just barely gets over the top with it, and, well, Jimbo takes him out. So no one gets the scrap time, and now we look to do.
Dead tie game. 50-50 battle over the new hard point. Lunars changes it, swapping over to the Vaznev. Jimbo in the corner, denied. And with that, NRK will see this hard point open up in their name. Orbit spawning right side of the map. Looking to stack, and largely, you'd assume, trying to hit this from the front. Dak is in a pretty solid position, though, to read at least this initial hit from the staircase. Yeah, he's going to see one on the cross. Geo turned away. Semtex down to cover. Dak right back up top. Couple hit marker tags. Trying to surprise, but okay. Orbit a couple of kills. Chance for them to try to get it.
A good push here. Have to now find the bait and switches. Looking decent so far. Wiz again, the objective man. Finding some critical kills inside of the hill. Has to continue to hold Jimbo. There's no way he does it again.
Wow.
Get some good damage out. Dak just barely surviving with about 8 HP. 18 seconds up for grabs. Both teams still sending numbers.
Yeah, this is just both teams absolutely throwing punch after punch at one another. Are you kidding me? I mean, this is as close as you could possibly want. Cruz looking to get the exit. That will also turn into a couple of seconds of time here. Not the biggest deal in the world right now, but could be with this game being as tight as it is down the road. Back to our first hill. Opens up. No one nearby. Orbit trying to play for the right side of the minimap, but they're getting shut down. Dak on forward. Almost gets a chance for the gunfight out of Jimbo, but no, Jimbo is just absolutely destroying everything in sight.
Oh, man. Hip fire connects and now has a chance to kind of do whatever he wants to. He's got dead silence. He's going to pick apart another one. Tags up Dak. Dakary Chowls and Jimbo easily grabs kill number 5. Almost up to 20 kills now. And I mean, he is the reason that Orbit are still in this game.
Oh, yeah, without question. I mean, he had an 0-5 start and then said, never mind, I'll go 5-5 in the next life. Like, he turns it on so quick. In the blink of an eye, Jimbo's kill leading the lobby. 8 seconds of scrap time. Goes the way of NRK. But they are going to be tested here towards P2. Dak kind of eyes lonesome, hoping he's going to get at least some reads from his teammates on rotation. Cruz watches his back, but Cruz gets stunned. Still wins the gunfight, trades out. Dak holds his life a little while longer. I mean, this is not just a little while longer. This is the longest 1v1 in the history of COD Modern Warfare 2. Gravity eventually gets the kill, and with that, Orbit will stabilize.
Yeah, Dak hits one shot, I think, like 3 or 4 times there, and finally gets taken down, but Orbit still haven't really been able to get control of the hill just yet. With that kill in the back, you have to imagine should be good for a touch, but Cruz looking to play spoiler. Good shots coming through over the top. Trying to finish off Wiz, but it'll just be damage. However, you feel like it might be an easy setup for Lunars. There for one. Geo going to give it one last go to see if he can fight for some of this time.
Yeah, it's important time as well. This is a lot of seconds. 20 on the clock still. Yeah, they're going to commit a second member to it as well. Gunzy's still playing in the back, though. He actually may kind of hit this late, but no, he's turned away. So, small edge here for NRK, reduced to, again, a dead tie game. Cruz that knew already early. Gunzy on the rotation over, trying to lock down bottom orange, and that will work out. But as Cruz falls, NRK still looking to set up, and that elimination will allow them a chance to.
It's a scary moment. Gunzy's starting to push out through the front, and everybody for Orbit's going to come through the back again. Dax getting a read on a player down low. Good snap onto the first. Have to find a trade here, but Dax able to come up with 2. That's going to delay this push and at least put more pressure on Gravity to try to come up with big kills. Lunar is there to shut him down. Cruz for a couple more. And this is looking like all NRK Anarchy on this B3 hill.
Yeah, huge spree in the kill feed right now for NRK as a squad. And Orbit, I mean, you don't like giving up 25 seconds, but they're in a really tricky spot because if you commit across tennis, Cruz could pick you up, and then all of a sudden, you could be a little bit of miss on your setup towards new. What happens to the spawns here? They should be bottom, and yeah, they sure are. Orbit in a big scramble, trying to get back over towards admin. Good save from Wiz, takes down Dak on the initial, but we're going to have a really scrappy fight here for the initial time at 4.
You have to find a response if you're Orbit. This could very well make or break your run here in Season 4 if you do not hold. Cruz, is he the one to break it open again? 5 spree for him. Opening the doors, looking for angles inside the hill, and that's now the go button for Dak and Lunars. They break in, the sub is gone, and NRK Anarchy looking to put it away potentially here in Office.
These last 3 hills have been so clean from NRK. 5 in a row for Cruz in the process of this one. In particular, there's kill number 6, up to 20 and 15. Oh boy, Jimbo trying to single-handedly do it himself. Oh, I mean, come on. He just keeps providing the heroics Orbit needs. Gunzy, the last one left. Wiz will say, Jimbo, you've done enough. I'll take care of this one. Let's rotate.
Still big scrap time being fought for, and it will be won again with the knife from Wiz. Jimbo on rotation, trying to get some early groundwork, but he is cut down. Lunar's now first one inside of kitchen, trying to get some trophy system set up. Orbit have to move quickly.
Trophies on both sides of the back doors. One will fade off. Gravity looking for the test. What? There's no simultaneous hit there whatsoever. Wiz through laundry. Lunar's trying to trade. Only gets one of the 2. That's a little bit better for Orbit. Yeah, just wait for each other. Geo gets the final 2 kills, and now Orbit can reestablish some presence inside the hardpoint. Gravity swapping to the Vazdev. Follows up off this next respawn, and numbers looking good as Orbit trying to get this thing back to a tie game.
Look at Wiz. Oh, Wiz was cutting up this play, but he's going to be red, and now it's a moment for NRK to overwhelm Orbit. Everyone gonna drop down, and now Dak, chance to fly out, puts together 2. Orange control being held by him at the moment. The stun might be able to finish off the elimination, but no, Dak's still alive. Finally taken out in Orbit again. Have to find a quick break.
Yeah, but you need to chow this. I mean, there's just, you can't let this all go. But look at the kill feed. It's just another full squad wipe again after favorable trades had already come through. So Orbit are reeling. 243 to 189 will be the score. Kills through mid-map could allow NRK just to step on over towards new. No one's really in a good position to watch this except for over towards top paper window. Lunar's on 3 will not have a good look at it, so he'll back away, and things will stay neutral for now while Orbit try to gain control.
Orbit have to now play that perfect hard point. Have to at least make sure P1 goes neutral here. Gravity position up top for the high ground is everything. Gunzy looking for an angle to throw himself on the point, but can't do it safely. And you can see the pressure from Gravity right now with someone coming behind me. He knows he can watch over his teammates. This is a good spot right now for Orbit, but they have to continue to hold.
You can't get too cute with this if you're NRK, thinking you can just jump on, get a second, maybe die. Jump on, get another second, maybe die. There you go. Dak has to clear the space, and he does. Now the focus, going back down. 247, 248. Kills, though, for Orbit. Allow them to break through. 15 seconds still at old. And, oh, NRK are going to try to win it maybe right here. You can't get baited into this, though. There's still a chance for Orbit to lock this down and win rotation. Big 1v1 for Gravity. Also glints the trophy off reload, though. He gets cut. Hardpoint will open. No one will be in it for now, but the kills are all turning up for NRK. And all they need to do is step in for the last couple of seconds, and Orbit will be eliminated. But easier said than done. Orbit aren't done yet.
Wait, they're not done? Oh, finally. The second comes in. And you thought for a second it was maybe going to be a chance to touch. Oh boy, 250, 204, Anarchy put Orbit away in 4. They show us a bit of fight, but it just happens a little bit too late.
Unreal. I thought for a moment, they were about to get that final kill, extend it just a little bit further, but no, that full team wipe, just too much to deal with in the end. Oh man. This NRK team, dude, they're playing really, really clean right now on the hard point in particular. Lots of great moments, I think, and especially on rotation. That's where I'm really seeing this squad put it together. Something that I think we could both agree that they were kind of missing through the group stage in comparison to the really strong hard point teams right off the rip in Season 4. But boy, try as he may, Jimbo gave him a workout, and I mean a workout there in the final moments.
Yeah, it's not going to be a pretty scoreboard, I think, when you look at the end of it here for Orbit, because it really was, you know, just a couple of the members continuing to try to, you know, pull a lot of the weight, you know, that was missing here from players like Gravity, right? Like, I think here at this moment, like, he's 5 and 7, but, you know, he ends just about double negative, and it's tough scenes. It just never really feels like when we watch this Orbit squad, we don't get all 4 members kind of all on at the same time, but can't take anything away from NRK Anarchy. All 4 members on their side did show up when it really mattered. A lot of key moments coming through for Dak and Cruz as usual, but it was just a great team collective effort.
And what a thriller of a series as well, by the way. I mean, this was as tight as we've seen in a while, it feels like. Maybe outside of the first hard point where it was pretty back and forth. Well, the famous saying is until it wasn't. But, you know, I think the thing here is that Orbit now have a chance to go back, relook at some of the VODs, try to clean things up. I think there's going to be a lot of conversation of what can we do to get Gravity, you know, a little bit more locked in and just a secure position. Because when he was in good spots, we saw moments like that in that final kill cam where he was able to take down 2 a couple at a time, shut down a lane. It always felt like overall, Orbit were getting outpaced. And there was never a chance for the ARs to collectively get locked in. And you kind of then have to look to Jimbo and say, I got to run. I got to go and essentially meet the pace. And even though he was able to do that, it still would not ultimately be enough. So, and then on top of that, look at that share of the hardpoint time for NRK. That's some selfless hardpoint right there.
Everyone's getting involved. Everyone's got a lot of objective kills, too. Love to see that. But how about the 4K damage from Dak with a sub? Like, how about that statistic real quickly? This guy is just shooting anything that moves on the map. And he is getting a lot of assists there in the process. You can see 11 there for him. Puts up some great numbers. A lot of non-traded kills. Gunzy, Dak, both stepping up big here in the map 4. And man, oh man. I mean, those are pretty decent score lines when you take a look at it, right? Especially on the Mercado, like the 250 to 162. And, you know, arguably could have been even bigger when you talk about that Embassy hold that we saw there from Orbit at the end. They're looking primed and ready for M7, especially in the respawns. I am ready for that matchup.
Ooh, but that is, you know, a tall opponent on the other side. I mean, M7 yesterday, we're looking final form levels, and that is terrifying. I know Mama Spart's going to be in the chat, giving it our all, as Spart and the gang are going to get ready to go for a grand finals run after a 3-0 yesterday in the winners finals. That the guy has a really tough Anarchy team now right in front of them. We need to step away, let the players do the picks and bans for the best of 7 series set, and then we put a conclusion towards season 4 of Challengers Elite when we finish off this grand finals coming up at the backside of the break. Welcome back, everybody. We've got the grand finals. Season 4 Challengers Elites. We can only crown one more Challengers champion, at least in the online phase. I'm Michael Jift. With me, I've got Visions, and we have two unbelievable teams ready for your COD enjoyment. This is going to be a solid one. M7, this is a rematch. They 3-0'd NRK last time around, but this NRK team is not messing around today here, Austin.
Oh, they're not messing around at all, man. It's great to see all four players kind of step up at their own moments, but it feels like we've been getting a little bit of a different level maybe from some of them that we'll talk about. But it's been a great run, man. They lose yesterday to M7, but, you know, to be fair, like a lot of those maps were fairly close. You know, one or two rotations go a little bit differently. Could have been a different outcome, but it's back in their hands. They have a chance to rewrite history and see if they can get revenge versus M7 today.
And as we sneak down to the lower bracket here in a moment, I think one of the big takeaways here in what you had mentioned in that kind of recap and synopsis of the winners finals is the things that were causing concern for NRK, maybe missing out on one rotation here, one thing there, one decision-making thing on this side. They cleaned that up, like in a major way. Think about how they won the 3 maps that they did, and even kept the control super, super tight. It was all about these small little adjustments, figuring out how they can break the pattern and trend of what's going on and tilt it to their favor. So that's going to have to be, I think, a key for this particular series as they continue to learn, improve, and hopefully find a way to get themselves crowned as a champion here today. So that's what's on the line for us. We want to hear what you guys have to say on social media, though, of course, about it, because we have had some absolute bangers. I know you guys have been hitting me on Twitter as well, talking about my current setup. I get it. It's definitely different, but hold up. Let me cook real quick from the kitchen, all right? I get it.
Okay.
It's one of those things, man. We just got to get it done. That's it. Let me have it. Let's go.
There it is. Yeah, let us know your predictions. Let us know your hot takes. I mean, this is the last elite, so let us have it, man. We only got 8 players left here to see who's going to be able to come out on top, man. Let us hear it.
Love it.
You know we're here for it.
Yes, sir. Hashtag Challengers Elite or at WeAreClutchGG. Let's take a look at our rosters, though. Get us going, spun up, and ready to hit this thing running. We got, of course, for M7, the very veteran roster. Prelude, Neptune, Mohawk, and Spart. And, well, I think we had a couple of questions on what would it take for this team to get into prime form as the group stage was coming through. We got our answer pretty quickly in the playoff run that they put together so far, Visions.
We sure did. I mean, M7 is a team I think that we know over these last couple of years, you know, this core 3 of Prelude, Mohawk, and Spart will always turn up when they need to. When the pressure's really on, that's where, you know, that switch is, so to speak, kind of flipped. And with Neptune in the mix, this team, it's just been getting better and better. They're the previous elite champions, and they have obviously a very good argument to go back-to-back here.
Indeed they will. I mean, all of these players at some point in time have been in this position, rounding up a Challengers year, being at the top of the ladder, seeing if they can replicate once again. On the other side, of course, we just saw NRK and the Anarchy squad go up in the lower final. And, well, the stars are starting to really shine brightly in the potential for these 4 guys, because we saw all 4 of these boys play super, super tight and super solid. In particular, of course, Cruz, I think, is one of the big players to keep an eye on. But I'm actually excited to see if Lunars can kind of meet that, because he's been the statistical leader for this team, just didn't quite have the same type of series that he's hoping for normally.
Yeah, I think that's a fair shout. You know, Lunars hasn't maybe been putting up the biggest numbers, did bring it back here and there throughout the maps, but you feel like if you get that same Cruz that we just got in that previous series, you know, paired up with Lunars, doing what Lunars does best, which is just slay, you feel like they're probably in for what is going to be a great series, because Dak and Gunsy have been right there with them. They also come off of a really nice embassy, so these guys are firing, man, and they're off very, very hot, and they might have a chance to maybe, you know, steamroll this M7 roster, you know, through this first map and kind of get everything rolling here for them.
Well, let's take a look at the maps and modes and how these two teams had squared up against not just each other, but also their other mutual opponents, maybe not so mutual opponents, over the course of this season. 75% win rate for M7, of course, perfect here in these playoffs. And I think the biggest thing about it is their search, their control has not wavered, but their hard point has gotten better, especially over the last couple of days of playoff action.
Oh, man, their hardpoint's been elite. We just touched on the fact that they're putting up a lot of big numbers. They're ahead on the rotations. I mean, they're making a lot of great adjustments. But, again, I feel like you come back to what's going to happen here in the S&D. You know, will M7 still be as dominant as we've seen? Or will we get that NRK that we were kind of seeing a lot of great plays from them in that Fortress S&D just previously?
Yeah, good columns right there. So with that in mind and some foreshadowing potentially here for Mr. Austin Visions Neal, we'll take a look at our best of 7 grand final series layout. I think the big thing here is that M7 will get the chance to essentially kind of dictate what the control map pool is going to be. That's really the only advantage you get coming out of the winner's bracket, it feels like. So how about this? Hydro Hardpoint to start us off. Double L Asilo after that. This is a very interesting first 3 maps. Kind of walk me through your thoughts here, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, coming in, it's obviously the Hydro, I think, that they played yesterday. And, you know, to be fair, I talked about the fact that a lot of these maps were very, very close from what they played yesterday. But they lost that by about 40 to 50 points. That's one rotation on Hydro. So coming in, I feel like they're willing to kind of run back a lot of what we've seen throughout yesterday, try to make that adjustment, you know, try to bring in what we've been seeing, which is just a lot of overwhelming pressure and using that teamwork to really kind of work these ARs out of power positions. We'll see if that continues. This is a massive moment here for NRK to try to eliminate M7, build up that hype going into LAN. This could be just an absolute game changer for them if they can come out on top.
This is the definition. Putting Hydro in the map pool first, this is the definition of grudge match. Like, flat out. This has got to be NRK saying, okay, we see you. We know we did wrong. We know how to beat you. Let's get this one right off the get-go. Here we go. M7, NRK Anarchy. It's the Season 4 Challengers League Grand Finals. Let's get it on.
Final series of the year for the elites. Man, oh man, does that ever carry some weight with it? We'll see what can happen off the break. So far, so good for M7, able to get some early time. Dak's just been patiently waiting, though, and will wait to pounce on the hill, try to keep it neutral. It will be eventually dealt with, and while this happens, you can see Spart already trying to flip out the spawns.
Yeah, Mo just trying to lock down the window, see if he can keep this hard point neutral. Nade's coming his direction, staying okay. There's that rotation from Spart. Being watched by Cruz. 50-50 battles elsewhere, but Spart, key win, and oh man, look at it. Proload spawns right up in place. M7 off to a great start.
And that's why you talk about Spart, you know, in a lot of those big moments there where he just waits for about 20 seconds. He gets Cruz kind of guessing, and it's going to create a bit of a snowball effect here. 23 seconds off of P1. Look at how far some of these M7 members are already pushed up. Spart will be dealt with, and now this Ruins push slowly coming through for NRK.
Yeah, this is tough. Golly.
Oh boy.
Oh man, it's just as soon as you turn this trend around, it's so difficult throughout this first rotation of hills to reset the pattern, right? Like, that's the biggest thing we always talk about. Yes. Hydro Hardpoint, you lose that P2 side, and now all of a sudden you can really feel the sweat dripping. Opening kills looking good. M7 still trying to finesse eliminations, and gosh, the lockdown is just so darn good. You even got Mohawk cutting off bridge. He's now looking for rotation, and this is what we're talking about. M7 coming out swinging early.
Swinging, but at least a little bit of a good moment here for NRK. Maybe even a chance to get some of the scrap time. This is kind of best case scenario. Spawns look to still be at the back here for M7, so no one's really going to be able to fly across the map to new. So not too bad. We talk about, you know, bringing it back, having a good moment here. We'll be set up for P3, and they got good mid-map control.
Have to have this set up, though. You cannot waver in any form if you're NRK. And Mohawk may have a chance to kind of get around the back. No one is watching for this at the moment. Dak surprised over through the L turn. And now Mohawk starts to kind of throw some shots in towards the hill from the side. Lots of things for NRK to think about. And M7 aren't really looking for the flip at the moment. They're just looking for the kills first. This is so disciplined from M7. Are you kidding me? 3 for 1 the trades. NRK will still spawn up, but the play works out as intended for Millennium 7.
And you can kind of tell over these last couple of hills that Cruz hasn't really been involved in these plays, right? He's anchoring really heavily. He's getting his teammates the spawns, but they're struggling to break inside of the hill and hold. There's one more chance to try to battle it again for some scrap time. Spart lingering in the water, and Lunars will get the best of them. So a chance at least to move in for 15 seconds. Those are good kills, but now it's time to fly.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is as they're trying to rotate out, Spart actually spawns old. He's kind of behind this rotation now as Neptune is playing over towards New by himself as well. So a chance for a little bit of assistance. Cruz actually kind of gets an audio cue on towards Spart, but it doesn't matter. Both the individual gunfights are won. The hard point opens up, and M7 will have 3 members large already ready to go. All
right, time for a big break here. NRK Anarchy cannot let this game get out of hand, and if they do not break on this first or second attempt, it will be a little out of hand. Probably in a good spot to try to collapse on the play, but he will be punished and shut down. Gunsy great on the first one. Can they find the kills in and around the point? So far, Dak able to say yes. Lunar's over the top for 1, and they will at least let the hill go neutral, but Spawn's still in the back right now for M7.
Not terrible, though, for NRK. Going neutral is a serious net win. Just because, typically speaking, you just don't expect that M7 are going to give up that much control. So still 17 seconds of scrap time. If you can find a way to go neutral again here for NRK, that would be a huge positive. But no, they will not be able to. Lunar's the last one left. He's trying to watch these players on rotation through ruins, only gets one, and uh-oh, Dak spawns out. M7 are going to have a chance to hit this hard point just as it opens. We've got a conga line behind this 2v2 right on top of the hard point.
Finally a moment there for Cruz to actually kind of, find some kills in this kind of anchor role he's been playing. They got a good nade up front, just kind of keep the back safe. But what will M7 be able to do from the front? They've been great on a lot of these breaks, and will Neptune get around the back here? Yes, he will.
Man.
He'll take out Cruz, and now the collapse around the hill about to take place.
Yeah, it's a huge miscue from NRK, just kind of giving up too much space. Neptune slides out, like you mentioned. Dead Silence is a part of that play. Lunar sub in hand, last one standing essentially. His Cruz will drop next to him, and then Wolf. Let me just look at it. It's just, that just reminds you of like Gen G BO4. Everyone just runs at you. Team shots come out. Everyone's gonna get credit for an assist, and M7 are gonna break with still 15 seconds to fight.
Yeah, I like that call right there. It does feel that way. It's always double chows. It's always together. Spark gonna give it one last go. Teammates will be cleaned up, and NRK Anarchy. As much as, this has felt like it could have been a lot bigger of a lead here for M7, they are keeping themselves in the game, getting a lot of this scrap time, but you have to look for a chance to try to flip it. Prolute's got members all around him, left and right. He'll deal with the first. Cruz trying to get a trade, but Prolute just gonna back down, just continue to finesse.
And now he can finesse a little bit longer. He's got a teammate with him. This is gonna be a double chow. Neptune comes out. Prolute keeps his life, and while this is all happening, NRK haven't really even gotten onto the hard point yet. So again, those small little advantages that M7 are building is starting to grow to a pretty monumental status. NRK, can they find a way to soak up this back 30 and maybe flip the map around again? Good kills here. Maybe there's a chance. M7 have kind of backed off just a touch, allowing NRK to get this thing back to essentially level terms of the scoreboard, and they've got kills to continue to keep pushing forward. This is the time to go.
Yeah, you can find a lot of good trades here. Neptune, last one kind of inside of Dome, and Lunar's there to find another one. 3 in a row now for him. Prolute down low will get the best of him. And Prolute trying to combine for a second won't happen. And this time, at least, you don't have as much pressure, through ruins right away for M7. So there is a chance to break this open, and they're going to start this push through the ruins.
Yeah, M7 is much more bottled up in this setup compared to where they were on their first rotation. Spart is still obviously very alert that his responsibility is right here at the ruins side. Good help on the way as the team shots will allow the easy first kill. Spart looking for more. No, turned away. Lunar's Gunsy, couple of kills coming through. Maybe a chance for NRK to break on open. Neptune only getting one. Spawn start to flip. Prolute in trouble. How does he sneak back? He blocks spawns with this play. Now the Dead Silence is out. NRK are going to just allow him to be back here, and the kills come through. Prolute just one more to find. There's the spam. Dak gets absolutely slipped on, and well, he does at least provide the double, but boy, that was just too much of a problem for too long as Prolute stayed alive for an eternity.
I mean, Prolute did it all there. He was blocking the spawns. He gives them a chance to get back in. It's just the gunfights aren't won, and now it's actually going to cost M7. 3 members not going to be at the new hill. The only one is going to be Neptune, and he's just floating away in the water, just trying to buy time, tread it as long as he possibly can. Teammates starting to make their way over. Gunsy unfortunately takes a couple shots there from Dak. He's been shooting his teammates quite a bit of the day, but we'll see if he can turn it into a double. Won't be there for it. Mohawk there to hold, but so far so good, at least through the front.
Yeah, and they take care of Neptune on the back. They knew someone had slipped by. It just took a while for them to find him. But the kill comes out. NRK stabilize. Just down 10 points. Here comes M7, though. Prolute, first blood. Off the regen. Looking for more. Gonna have to essentially do it by himself. AR's locking things up, though, for M7. How about this? NRK getting a lot of time here all of a sudden. Dak just kind of peeking and poking, finding eliminations, and they will get the lead. Brilliant bounce back here for NRK.
Cruz bringing it back too. He had a really slow start at 3 and 10, now 13 and 17. A lot more involvement, and that's really played a huge effect on the scoreline that we're seeing at the moment. Dak making his way over to the new, just trying to be a slippery snake, and we'll just wait for Spartan to give him a chow. Does he put together a second? No, Prolute there to make sure they maintain a bit of control, but through the back, spawns are not locked here just yet. Gunsy the only one through the back, and he will be dealt with. Prolute just continuing to go huge in these 1v1 gunfights.
Dude, Prolute has been showing so much awareness of what his role is at every given moment in time on these rotations. Neptune drops, hit coming around the back. Dak should be able to block. Shots out, not going to connect. Semtex clears off. M7 from the point. NRK now through mid. And they hold themselves here on trail. Lunar's tagged up. Prolute trying to get in, denied. And NRK, chance for them to keep finding time as Gunsy stays up. Dak's still there for support. Spawns are still in. M7 completely bounced.
Mohawk, though, 3 kills in a row. Actually, 4 kills in a row, but puts 3 together on that little spree there. Neptune just going to throw himself in the point. Just delay this rotation. Those are all great kills to try to slow down NRK as they make their move throughout the map. You're going to take a look at Dak to, again, try to come around the back and potentially threaten out the spawns. But this is a good setup so far. M7 have a chance to really hold on and lock in some time.
Yeah, they sure do. Prolute, caught. Not going to quite get back towards safety. Dak trying to play around the back. Nade out for Neptune as he's really the only defender of this hard point for the time being. Mohawk kind of just working with him. And wow, they're going to find every single moment and every single member of this NRK Anarchy team. It's just Dak left. He seems to think he's got a timing to jump out into the hard point. He can't find the kill. Now he's going to get finessed to just touch. Steps away. Teammates trying to work their way back in. Shots all over the place. Still now a 1v2, but Dak will eventually drop and M7 will regain the lead.
Dak was looking at every single entry point into that hill, just trying to get into a gunfight, but never got a clean look. And now the spawns in the back means that NRK Anarchy kind of need to push through this whole time and try to gain control of what is that P3 hill and then P1. Spart trying to throw a little slide in, but won't find anything. Lunars combines for 2, and it is a 8-point game as we see the new hill pop.
Dangerous moment here, though, for really kind of on both sides. M7 were split spawn. They've got a 2-2 split at the moment as they try to get back over towards P1, but that could be advantageous for NRK if they can just pick them apart, and so far they have. Wow, great reads here for NRK. Gunzy from inside the hill just kind of hoping he could catch a timing. 200 to 206 the current count. And NRK are kind of getting away with murder here. No one's really contesting at the moment for M7 as they continue to try to survive with Prolud in the back. This is great time for NRK.
It sure is. They take a lot of time. They're trying to set up the map and, you know, think a step ahead as always. They want to get control of P2, but they're letting a lot of P1 time go over. Still 18 seconds up for grabs. And now Cruz in the back. You said it. Spawns are out for M7. You have to hold here.
Ugh.
Neptune. I mean, he's the right guy for the job. He's got a sub. He can get close. He can try to see if he can go big, but it's going to be a lot.
The spawns are out for both teams. It's going to be chaos trying to cross over towards his P2 side. Neptune, dead silence in, gets the first. Help from Mohawk. Can they find the other? Dak on the inside. They know he's behind the doorway. Here's the shots. Neptune gets the kill. One more, though, in the back. Cruz will drop. Oh, my goodness. It's beautiful. It's just chaos. It's murder. It's lovely. Gunzy now around the backside. 227 to 217. Chance to try to break up the spawns, but no. M7 still hold. Last player to deal with this Dak, and he gets traded.
All right, 30 seconds left on this point. M7 just going to be a couple seconds off, so not going to be able to end it here. NRK, I'm sure, don't want to give every single second over. They're going to send a couple of their resources to try to at least hold dome and maybe push through. And with those kills, maybe they could actually contest some more of this grab time. Mohawk, the only one left on the point, just trying to survive and play his life, but Gunzy's getting some great time.
But Neptune on the other side of the map is for a kill. This is all kind of insignificant gunfighting going on right here in the old time. Oh, Lunar spawns up. That is massive. Neptune now has to essentially go 1v2. Deals with the first. Cruz heads back towards the water. 236, 236. Neptune still fishing. He knows Cruz is somewhere back here. Still, NRK spawning from behind. But the problem is M7 have numbers on the hard point. They have to find a way to break. They have to go right now.
Gunzy's gotten through. Look at Gunzy in the back. Can he get here in time? Has to find Mohawk. Shots over the top, not going to be good enough. Mohawk there to shut him down. NRK, no time left. Dolphin dives are not there. And M7 take away map 1.
Brother, I mean, are you kidding me? That was some of the most fun Hydro hardpoint you're going to see in probably some time. Those last 3 rotations, oh my goodness. You can't put the thinnest piece of paper between them. It was individual play after individual play. Neptune, definitely, I think, the key there kind of near the end. You mentioned Gunzy. He almost does the exact same thing right back to him. Doesn't quite work out the same way as it was intended, but boy, did NRK give themselves one heck of a chance to get back into that game. They held their lead for a while. They forced M7 to have to make plays. Thing about it is, they did.
They did. Man, if there was like ever like a definition of how to play your life, like I feel like you'd see like Prolut's name right next to it as well as Neptune's. Like That was probably the best, like highest level I've seen in Modern Warfare 2 and Challengers when it comes down to playing your life, valuing coming up with teammates, and baiting out a lot of those gunfights. Like how many times did we see Neptune and Prolute just kind of pop over the top, get information, wait for the regen, or wait for their teammate to play off that info? It felt like it happened so many times throughout this map, and in a lot of cases, you know, it really felt like the difference maker.
And I think the other thing to really credit here, and there's a couple of, I think, really key moments where, you know, I think the average Challengers player or competitive aspiring player will miss out on is when you're in a position where you have to finesse your life, do it to a place where not only do you become untradeable, but you're also still, at worst, in a position to block spawns. How many times do you see Prolute do that? Versus like, I'm in trouble, I'm in trouble, let me go over here. Oh, my teammate spawned with me. Then you start to execute in that perfect kind of bait and switching that you were just alluding towards. I mean, it's just, it happened on both sides. That's the one that sticks out in my head in particular, but it happened on both sides. It's brilliant hard point being played right now between both these two teams. I just think it's just one of those moments where the individual prowess of Neptune and Prolute, they finessed those, I think, just a little bit better than NRK were able to, which kept those spawn statuses in favor of M7 more often than not. But boy, did NRK give themselves a lot of 1v1s to possibly flip the script.
Yeah, and it's this moment that we talk about, right, where Neptune finds that first kill, and you see all, like, 3 arrows of NRK, like, turn. So they stop watching the front. They let that push through dome come through, right? It's just that finessing, man. It plays such a difference. Love to see it. Great hard point, high-level hard point coming through to kick off the best of 7, but same story so far. M7 still able to get the best of NRK on the Hydro, but this one a lot closer and a lot more moments that NRK had to really close this one out.
Oh, absolutely they did. It's, I mean, again, we talked about the scoreline from yesterday. I think we saw the issues pop up. You know, we talked about one bad rotation, one miscue, one 1v1 doesn't go your way. The scoreboard flips and you won 250 to 236, or in yesterday's condition, 250 to like 213. But not here, not now. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. And whoa, Prolute went 26 and 20, 21 non-traded, 3,100 damage, minute in the hard. I mean, everyone had a minute in a hard point. I mean, these are some tight scoreboards. Are you kidding?
Very, very tight. Like, everyone was involved in the objective. I think the only one that wasn't. You can see Cruz really taking more of like a backseat in this map compared to what we saw, right? Yeah, like very, very, like almost too focused on kind of the anchor role at times, where maybe M7 get a read on that and they start like flooding a lot more of their numbers through the front. So it felt like Cruz was not able to get as involved from what we kind of seen previously, just the 16 seconds, but still 14 seconds away from the dub, as I said. Crazy scoreboard. I mean, crazy non-traded kills, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Okay. So that's just map number 1. Best of 7 series. We head over to the El Cielo Search and Destroy. Then we get the El Cielo Control, which is a repeat from yesterday. If we do get that Hotel Search, that is also the repeat map from yesterday as well. That was the map 2 when we had seen it when they were playing in the winners finals. But the El Cielo Search, take me kind of through your thought process here, because you know, again, M7, I think, holds a significant advantage typically when it comes to search and destroy. Not necessarily as maybe significant as we've seen in the past, but they are still very prevalent, I think, across every single map in this mode in particular, which makes them a huge threat when it comes to the veto process.
Yeah, I agree. I think outside of, you know, if we get to a map 7, this is probably one of the more important maps that we have here through the set, at least off the start. I mean, it's been a problem, I think, when you look at NRK in some of their S&D, but when we were watching over them previously, it felt like they made some good adjustments. Like, it felt like everyone was on the same page compared to maybe what we were getting through the regular season. So my thought process is, you know, coming into an El Cielo, I think you have to try to enable, like, the playmakers like Dak, right? Just try to get him into good positions, let him do what he does, which is just find kills, get away, escape, and just keep you looking. Not easy to do that, though, versus M7. I mean, these guys... These guys are the S&D squad that we have in Challengers, right? So not an easy one, but I feel like if there was a map that they're likely to win, it would be an El Cielo based off of some of their success.
I like that call. It is one of those that you kind of look towards the history and you don't take necessarily away the results, but like the reactions to the actual gameplay itself, because there were a handful of rounds in the past that I could think of for Cruz and company here for NRK where it's just like, really cool idea, just didn't quite have it all the way put together. So now that you've gotten a chance to try to go over those things again, will you have the opportunity to try to polish some of that up, execute at the fullest level, and show that, you know, those are the things that makes a champion when it comes to Challengers. Like all of those different little playmaking calls that we often kind of calm and call out, Those are the ones that really stand out in the difference makers between two high-level teams, which we definitely have here. El Asilo Search. Come on, let's get it on. Records, just for reference speaking, this is a 2-1 overall win-loss count for the side of M7, but they don't win or lose by much. They've all been really tight, whereas for NRK, kind of the same situation here. They're also 2-1 on the map with very similar statistics.
Like the last time, though, I saw M7 play this map mode, Spart put up some crazy numbers, so we'll see if that maybe happens again. But here we go, man. Map number 2, a huge one to find a response. NRK Anarchy do not want to suffer the same defeat as they did yesterday. See if they can get themselves on the board early and start here.
Oh, Neptune's already putting together an early threat. Topside cash. And no reason for him to do too much from this position at the moment. This is all about just denying any post-plant positions. NRK feeling things out for now. Proloot watching over the A site, and then you've got Spartan Mohawk watching opposite angles. So as far as the defense is concerned, you can kind of see exactly what the game plan was and how they're trying to execute on it. Proloop jump out, not going to work. Neptune tried to use that as a chance for a distraction play, and he gets shut down, beautifully received by NRK now in a 4v2.
Gotta praise the patience. We saw it in the last series. We're getting it already in round number 1, just kind of waiting for those pushes to come through from M7. That's going to leave them pretty vulnerable here between Spartan Mohawk. That bomb will go down safely. But what can happen for the back here? What can Mohawk do? He's going to bang open a door, and, well, he lost his teammate. They know where he is. Tough spot.
Yeah. Very tough spot. Nothing to happen here. Wow. That is brilliant from NRK. Just flat out get a read. I mean, the defensive position was great. I thought for sure that M7 were just going to hold there and just wait for the offense to make a play, but they're the one to kind of call chicken first, right? I mean, they hop out right into the play, and NRK are in perfect positions to deal with it. Yeah, really well done there by NRK to get the opener. But now we've got dead silences in play, including trophies, I think, for the majority of players that are on the field. So who's going to make the gut check call to do something crazy first? That's what I'm kind of looking forward to.
See what we get. And will we just get another standard hit from M7 kind of over to A? Will they work through outskirts? They are going to look through courtyard here, and Neptune might be able to get a stun off. Oh, how about that? Neptune opens the door. Proloot there for the collapse. Gunzy now not in a good spot either, and Proloot there for the collapse. They have completely taken control of this entire side of the map. Cruz just barely gets away with his life.
Those have the dead silence. Oh, just doesn't wait for the regen. Oh. I mean, half a second longer, brother, and you have a chance to possibly take the gunfight, maybe make a play. But tried to beat the timing, gets caught, punished for it. Lunars, wow, great shots to Mohawk. Looks for someone trying to play for a trade, and he may get one. Nope. I was gonna say, this is a well-cooked nade. He's got a good idea on it, but unfortunately, too much pressure coming around the sides.
Yeah, definitely hurt him down low, but just like a hard counter strat. Basically what M7 kind of did, you know, up top, try to get into that small room, see if you can get control early. It's just matched with pressure. Just another one of those. You've seen that lot, you know, specifically on LSU, right? One player opens the door, the other one's already pre-aimed challenged. And that's exactly what they're able to do. So pretty simple round overall. Proloot's the one to get it done. 3 kills in the round number 2. See if you can try to keep it going.
Heck of a start. What's the comm here after a very passive opening offense? NRK looking pretty frisky as they try to throw a lot of early nades in towards A. That stun does connect. Double stack inside the site. Doors are open all over the place. Gunzy's got a really well-cooked nade, but it actually doesn't get all the way into the doorway. Oh, that can be tough because Proloot is getting littered with utility. Neptune able to at least provide in 1-for-1 opening exchange. He will still hold on to the site. Tough gunfight with Gunzy. Nade goes out, but Neptune still holds on to A, and with that, actually, the nade does bounce to confirm the kill.
Yeah, that's huge, right? Because they used all their utility already to try to get inside the site to deal with Proloot. Neptune just took his position. Lunars, though, he could still break things open. He'll get around the back, just kind of searching for information, and Cruz is going to do a bit of a play himself. And now, what does this do to Spart? He's not ready for this gunfight, but still almost gets it. Into the SMG. Great up close, and wow. 2v3, great for NRK Anarchy.
And I love the fact that they just decide to play that together. I mean, I feel like so often when we get these odd man situations from the offensive side, you see one player with the bomb trying to stretch a play, the other player trying to help focus from a different side of the map, getting kind of cute with it. But this time, I think they get a really solid read that we know Neptune's isolated himself inside the site. Let's just go see if we can find 2 different 2v1s before we deal with him. And that's exactly what comes true. That's a brilliant idea from NRK. Maybe it's a great read on what the M7 defense was kind of positioned anyways. But committing to playing that as a duo, that worked out absolutely perfectly. Nades now out. NRK looking to kind of stay aggressive here. Shots will deny any further entry. Now Gunzy's a bit stuck as he gets pelted with nades.
The nade stuns all raining through. Neptune about to throw one out of 2, and well, he almost comes up with a kill. Most you could ever ask for in a situation like that, but not gonna matter. Feels like it's mainly been all offense. And now a chance to likely get a free plant off. Dax working through the back, but
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be hard-pressed to make anything happen here, especially with noise.
I mean, the thing is, honestly, Lunars just needs to make some noise here. Because Dak's going to have dead silence here in a moment. Lunar's feeling pressure, though. Backs away from the angle. Dak now with the dead silence coming through. Bomb not planted as of yet. This timing could be actually really good. Dak checks down below him. Oh, could be deadly. Instead, here's Spart. Plays for the kill.
Chow.
Wins it. Big chow. Big win. Lunar's in a little bit of trouble, though. He has not been able to help yet. He's going to have dead silence soon.
Yeah,
Dude,
but
what?
Dak's able to find another one. He's starting to move around with his AR in hand. And now it's down to a 1v2. He'd have to get an ace in the round. Gets a really good look at Neptune, but Neptune with a snapper won't have any of it. And that's another response round here for M7.
I mean, if he finishes off that kill, it's doable. Like, it's very doable. Wow, Neptune, okay.
That's a snapper.
Impressive double to finish off right there. A little snap from high ground to high ground. Didn't realize that's what that looked like, but we're happy to see it. With a little bit of slow motion after effects coming in. So 3 kills in the round for Neptune. Dak shut down after what was almost a single-handed win for his team, but can we keep this all offense going? Looks like NRK are going to get their first true look towards B with this opening stack. Cruz and Lunar is working together. Bart going to be tested here. But all he'll do is just throw counter nades, and they actually are connecting. Here comes M7 to the defensive rotation.
A lot of great info. No trophies look to be down here for NRK. Have to be a little careful with the nades. Doesn't look like anything's really connecting. Berlin definitely wants to flirt with the idea of searching for a little bit more, and he will start to press up, take away some of the space from NRK, but has to be careful going too far.
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily need to read how many players are here. You still have Neptune watching that cross on through kegs, and I don't love that idea. I mean, you're kind of in a position where you're trying to call out the bluff, right? Like, oh, they're just throwing nades, they're not here. Maybe I can catch a timing on the flank, but not to be. And that's just another nice little kind of spin-up trap from NRK. You know, we're tossing our nades. We're not going to put a trophy down. You're going to connect onto us. We're going to pull you towards us, and then we'll just collect the kills with the patience that we have. And this is looking like another flawless round. Spart will deny that, but it still would have to be a total 1v4.
Okay. Bomb just got planted. It's time to reset here. No one's going to run at Spart. The problem, both players are going to be on the site. So Spart's going to have to beam one, slowly reset, or just kind of predict the other right away. Not going to be an easy chow. He'll find the first. Oh my goodness. With a 1v4. Oh, one more bullet. He might have got it.
Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? That is unbelievable from Spart. Dak tries to play around the door, and oh yeah, he's bleeding.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
1 to 2 more, man.
Wow. Wow. But again, relish in that near 1v4 for sure, friends. But NRK played that round like a fiddle. And wouldn't you know it, they grew up in bluegrass country because they were looking real tight with how they were trying to spin M7 into their trap. And it worked out absolutely perfectly.
Yeah,
So-
sure did.
Another offensive look that turns into an NRK advantage. 3-2. M7 stacked up in billiards. Maybe looking for a quick hit here towards A.
Yeah, just going to kind of sit and watch the cross. There's the first stun. They're going to realize pretty quickly that no one's in the sight. And it really is kind of playing point of contact here for Dax, saying, listen, I know what they're doing. They're starting to clear the site. They might be looking to make their move. Doors open, bombarded with nades and stuns, and Gunzy's able to find Neptune. Mohawk gets one back, tries to snap for a second, and instead, it's Prolute that actually finds a kill into Gunzy.
Dude, that is... Are you kidding me? I cannot lie. That is an unbelievable cool call from NRK. Let them have A, get a read, and then toss all your nades. And it nearly works out, but Mohawk shuts it down. Prolute and Neptune also a part of it, but Cruz now on for a potential 1v3. Hold on. He gets the first two pretty nicely. Baits the kill cam, but caught with his pistol out. Mo, not to be bamboozled here. But boy, NRK, this is what we were talking about. they're putting together some really cool set play ideas. It's just the execution hasn't quite been fully perfect at times.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But you can definitely see the playbook. I mean, they're coming out with the creativity, but still in the end, a good play from Mo as well. If there's something we'll highlight for Mohawk this year, it's the 1v1s in S&D, right?
Oh, yeah.
Always rely on Mohawk, it feels like, in a lot of these key situations. Another big one there. A lot of players probably wait, do a little bit of a bomb check. Funny Mo just sprints at him, takes the chow head on, doesn't give him any time to reset.
3-3, all offense. NRK, what do they have now? A couple of wall bangs. Pro takes a bit of damage. Wants to make sure he's not getting pushed through the window. Done out. Oh, careful. That was a really well tossed nade by Cruz. Doesn't quite connect, though. Everything stays 4v4, but Neptune's on a quick potential pinch.
Oh,
wow.
Spark, how about that peek? And yeah, Dak is now kind of left out to dry. Oh, trying to use that courtyard once again as, a potential playmaker here. NRK, though, just can't get it off the ground. Spark just collapses at the perfect moment.
Yeah, and I don't know what gives him the information that he can make that challenge, but I have to imagine that someone tossed a stun or something and got a read that there was a player up top over there. Because Spartan not really played towards towards tower side. So that peak looked very well premeditated, and I have to imagine someone connected on some intel. Maybe Spartan himself tossed a nade and got some connections. But it's perfectly played. Neptune from one side, Spart from the other. First kills come out, and the defense, for the first time, takes a round. Now it forces NRK to have to respond on the defensive side of the map. Early nades over towards the backside of A. There are members here for NRK. Dak actually gives up his position for the early play on Catwalk just to make sure he doesn't get tagged by any of those utility.
Neptune, look at Neptune here.
Nice.
Oh, they'll find the kills. I was going to say, Neptune maybe has a chance just to get through and come behind the play, but he's going to clear the A site. It's going to give a chance for Prelude to get the bomb down. I guess the saving grace here is that both players are subs. You have dead silence available. You could try to finesse.
Yeah, they have to kind of scramble here, though. Try to catch this defense on rotation, which, oh my gosh, Neptune almost does, but Lunar's perfectly cooked grenade. Prelude in trouble. No, he's not going to get out of top money. That's good enough for now. Defense for defense. Okay, how about this? We stay tied up at 4. KDs are pretty even. You really can't be upset about what you're seeing here. This is definitely Grand Finals caliber search.
Oh, it absolutely is. And I'm going to be honest. Usually we don't see teams like put this much influence on this courtyard control where you see Cruz, right? But right off the break, NRK actually sent 3 of their defenders over to this side to gain control of it. And, 2 players down low. We're not ready for that full man push here for NRK, just heavily stacking this side of the map. And just trying to make sure M7 have no playmaking potential down low, working through the doors, working through the top windows, or coming all the way around the back. And how about this from Lunars? He's going to bring out the scope here in what is going to be a game-deciding round here, potentially.
Yeah, good point. We've only seen him run it on the defensive side, so this is a bit of a change. Looking for a player top base C. Oh, goodness. Oh, he's been seen. Did Spart see the glint, though? That's the question. Nades are out. This bomb's going B, baby. M7 are not in position to deal with this. Spart has to back up super, super far, but the more that utility's tossed, once again, this is going to feel like the opening defense for M7. The more they're going to want to rotate over. It just comes down to will they get a catch on to Gunsy? No! Big kill to open things up for NRK.
Yeah, that's really going to throw a wrench into the setup here for the defense because they have no idea where Gunsy's gone. Mohawk tracks him down. That is just a huge kill. And, well, simultaneously, Neptune also able to grab Cruz. And Dak, well, he's pulled out some special things. They are kind of giving it to him, running at him, but won't be able to get it done. M7 still good for another round, and they are now on map point.
I think I get what NRK are trying to do. What's Prelude they get for first blood? Prelude's been playing inside or around the A site every single time. So I think you get that kill and you say, they're rotating off of A, we're going to get a free plant, but that wasn't the case. I would have rather have seen them just kind of hold on to tools, keep Spart isolated under cover of the sniper, and then just try to force him out to isolate into a 3v2 situation. I think that was an interesting comm. I think it had to have been an audible saying, oh, we got their A-site defender, let's go plan A, but they misread the situation behind Bob site itself, and now M7 find themselves on map 2 point.
Yeah, and they get it done. Aggressive position for Dak. This is why I love players like Dak. It doesn't matter if it's the last round that you're going to play. I'm still going to try to get aggressive, take away space, and Gunsy's got a nice little crossfire, but you have to watch your legs, and Neptune. He hit this route again. He got through free last time, and now it's a 2v4. Should be an easy plan.
Yeah, NRK were trying to commit a lot of resources to keeping Dak alive forward. They miscue on towards B alleyway. Cruz has to win this fight. Wait, hold on a second. Mohawk's in trouble. The kill does come through. This is still doable. 2v4. Nades get exhausted. Cruz close to a dead silence. His teammate down low, Lunars. Also moving pretty noisily at the moment. Cuts the corner. Double stacked, waiting for him inside the doorway. Has to pop it. No, he only gets one. Good trades coming out. Cruz trying to confirm, but no. Can't quite get the job done. Help from Spart, I believe, to tally the final kill, and M7 will take the search 6-4.
NRK, man, they keep getting so close. We saw it through the winners final yesterday, and we're already getting a glimpse of it through today. Just a few points in the hard point, few rounds here on the S&D. I mean, like you said, Alan, they throw a lot of creative plays, but it's just the execution in some of these rounds. And even good for a lot of those first bloods. Like, I think you take a look at that at the bottom. I saw briefly like 4 from one player. So you're getting a lot of production at the beginning of the round, but it really is like those mid to late adaptations coming through for M7. Getting some good routes, I think, over and over again from what we got out of the subs. Neptune being that playmaker. Love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing that you're always going to get out of M7 is the ability to kind of just have everyone be a quarterback at times. Like, if you see something, call it, go. That's kind of what it feels like. It happens pretty regularly for players like Neptune and Prelude on those little pinch plays that we often see kind of foil the setups of NRK. Whereas, I think that there's a lot of really cool things going on for NRK in that round, or that series, rather. It just comes down to, like you mentioned, that mid-round change kind of right there at the end. I think you commit to B next time in hindsight, and you probably win the round. And then the other time around is kind of deciphering how do we break down the remaining members. Like, I think the most beautiful round we saw from NRK was that 2v3 where they were like, hey, we know we've got players isolated. Let's just stack as a twosome and run through them individually. Like, I don't think they're just overthinking a couple of the moments when they're in reserved numbers. But that 2v3, I would like to see them try to do more stuff like that, because I think they ultimately would have found more success.
Neptune, 4 first bloods, man. He was on fire.
Wait, I didn't even see
right?
that.
Like that is a huge stat. Like, he is just gaining so much production for his team at the beginning of the rounds, and a lot of that did come through that right side. You know, halfway through that S&D, I talked about how NRK were really putting just so much focus through the courtyard, you know, putting a lot of their defenders there, 2 at the very least, and Neptune obviously picking up on that, right? How many times did he hit that right lane on offense? Like, probably the last 2 to 3 offensive rounds. So he was finding the gaps, he was making sure he was executing, and because of it, M7 now 2-0 up in this best of 7 out.
And we go to the LCLO control. This is a repeat map mode combination from the winners finals. It was a 3-2 count then. And I think we kind of talked about this a little bit in the lower final, but we had a lot of attention in that series towards the assault rifles. How do you lock down the lanes? How do you create space for your subs to work with? Those will ultimately be the question. It's going to be a fun one, man. I'm pumped about this. I think that, you're down 0-2, but NRK had chances to win both those maps, flat out. So I don't think you ruled them out yet. They could definitely bounce back, take a control, go to one of your better hardpoint maps, and then see that hotel surge clump that you so desperately wanted. There's a chance they can win the next 3. Don't put them off of it.
Yeah, don't put them off of it. I mean, we saw what they were doing in the control previously. They brought it back versus Orbit, who's, you know, really, really good at LSELO. So they've already got a bit of a rep on it today. Just have to come through with a dub. It's getting over the top versus this M17, right? Once they do it once, you feel like, okay, like there's no longer any kind of a mental block. You don't have to worry about talking about that. It's just kind of getting that first map on the board, right? That's sometimes the toughest thing to do, especially, I mean, against this roster, right? For M7, not always easy to grab a map off these guys, clearly. But if you can put together one, you can start to build off of it. We saw a lot of great things, I think, watching over the LSELO. A lot of players firing, and we got a lot of it in the last map, too. It's just final hurdles in those, like, last moments.
And that's what separates great from champion, I think, at this point. You know, usually it's the good for great comparison, but this is great teams playing for a championship. Speaking of, I believe we do actually have the opportunity to kind of take a moment and to think about over some of the top players that we've had and how they've matched up in the past. I know, you know, talking about that upper final in particular, there was a lot of attention shared between Cruz and Mohawk. That, I think, was a key 1v1 across just about every single mode. Here are their statistics as they kind of went through it. I mean, you talk about what had happened for Mohawk. I think this is just from the winners finals, so I'm not mistaken. I mean, he dominated in the hard point, but he let up a little bit in the search and the control. That has to be something that comes back once again here if Cruz and the NRK boys want to find a way to get back into the series.
Yeah, 1.41. That is a crazy statistic. Obviously, Mo not really finding anything. Couldn't get himself going, I think, yesterday, but was still able to come out with the dub just barely. That one coming down to a round 5 to close out that winners final. So yeah, rightly so. Call on Cruz again. He was the hero, it felt like, in the losers final. He's been somewhat of a hero, through some of these rounds that we saw in the S&D, but not maybe getting like that same takeover mode that we just saw. Need maybe some of that to come through, or at least a little bit, to see if they can get something going.
Yeah, have to have it right here, right now. Because I think the opposite side of the story here is if they do find themselves down 0-3, this series does not necessarily give a lot of confidence for them to win 4 in a row. I think it's just there's so many lifelines in the map layouts when it comes down to where M7 could finish a series. So this one definitely feels like a must win. And it definitely is a plausible one to think that they could, again, because it went 5 rounds yesterday. And again, we talk about it this time and time throughout this entire broadcast so far. It's about the amount of considerable adjustments and adaptations that NRK have already proved that they made overnight. So have to have that little bit of cleanliness, tighten up the screws just a touch, and they definitely could get themselves back in the series. But I think they do have to win this match.
I think so too, right? Like, they have to get on the board here. They need to build off of it. Like, the big problem I talked about through this series in general is probably going to be the S&Ds. So, you got a couple more coming, and it's going to be a little bit difficult. So, have to get on the board. It's a great map for them. You've seen so much reps from it, over these last couple days, and maybe even, throughout last week a little bit too, playing LSELO. So, we know they can. We know they can do it. We know they can stand up and fight. They've gotten so close. We just need, a big moment to get over it, something to build off of, so we can start talking up that story. It just takes one. It just takes one map.
Well, we'll find if we can get the cover off the book here in map number 3. We'll step away just for a brief break. Players still loading up, so while they do, we'll be off just for a moment. We'll come back as we're loading in map number 3 LSELO Control after this. And welcome back, everybody. LSELO Control, map number 3 on the way. M7 enjoying a 2-map lead, but both maps have been competitive and tight. My Whole Shift, live from the Beige Kitchen. With Austin Vision's deal and a much more normal setup. Let's go, baby. Map 3 underway. It's NRK on the offense first.
They're going to run away with that one, Alan. And Austin for the Great White North, but it's okay. Very early aggression, though. Cruz and Gunzy already going to put together a tick. Prelude's going to have to get a read on multiple players, and Mohawk will assist. But Cruz will stay alive, and he is still getting some progress done on the second segment.
Chance to still work through it. Defense trying to come back through. Second tick locked. Oh, Gunzy was going for the slice and dice. Didn't quite work out, though. Sparty still holding on. Neptune follows up. Last one to get his looters, and they collect. And in the meantime, Prelude's cleared out this A side of the map as well. This is very significant for the defense, who will deplete the third tick and now just have to kill off 55 seconds with lives to spare.
Yeah, it could feel taxing just because you have to clear out a lot, and you might burn a bit of time doing it, but Now it's just really one player, top tower, that they need to get a read on and need to get a kill on, and it looks like they already know. Mohawk's tag, pushing to come right to him. Dak's not going to waste any time, and, well, Cruz, once again, he is alone on the point, just trying to get segments for the squad.
Yeah, his teammates are coming through, though. A couple of shots up top. Pro Loot tested, but no, Cruz gets the kill. Neptune trades and then gets more. What? Neptune? Oh, my goodness. Nearly got all three. Offense, still a chance to fight for this A zone. Time becoming an issue, though. 21 plays 20. Dak trying to get on towards the zone, but he's by himself. This is a split focus for NRK. They're actually going to head over towards B. And Prolut's in position for this, though. Pushed off. Kills will come through, and now Lunars has a chance to get the extra 60 here at B.
Oh, take a look at the spawns. There's no chance anyone's getting here. They have to chalk it. And, well, that initial play will pay off for NRK Anarchy. The 2 ticks coming on through right away. We'll give them the extra minute as the third segment follows. And they've already got about that second tick halfway through, but that's a big win for Neptune just to try to keep the bottom safe. However, Lunars still in a big position to see if he can maybe break up and open the setup.
Another cheeky strat from NRK. This time it works out. Defense getting stabilized, though, all around the tower. I mean, they have got a perfect cube around this A zone at the moment. Dak trying to flush players out up top, trying to win this party position. Mohawk down low. Oh my! Oh, he had help. Okay, he had help. I thought Mohawk just blew him off the map, bro.
It looked that way. That's Bart. He's getting tagged up pretty heavily. That's good kills for Gunzy. He's opened up the point. There's no one that can threaten from behind just yet. Just kind of pro loot down low, and Mohawk still fighting for that back rock. Good nades over the top will keep Gunzy a little bit low, and Prolute will get some work done on the point itself. Still trying to limit NRK to 1 tick, but Gunzy just won't stop, and he is still alive. 3 in a row, now 8 and 2.
Dude, Gunzy is pixel hunting right now with all 3 of those last kills. Are you kidding? Cruz top tower. Neptune plays down low, and he will stop the offense for now. 12 plays 9. Dak, next one in. Can't get anything there. Defense starting to put themselves back together again. Lunars. Over the side, through checkers. Danced around with, oh my, who gonna see who first? Lunars, big win. Chance for him now to contest. He may have to. Help is on the way, but they're being held by Spart up top. Gunzy pops up, but no, doesn't win the gunfight. Still, though, there is a 2-man stack on towards A. Second tick gonna get locked.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of progress, and you have to go and play retake now if you're M7. They will force Dak off here as he's taking a little bit low. Lunars on the other side trying to make it happen. Dak there for 3! What a play individually from Dak! And, well, M7, they're spawning in Narnia. They can't get here. Dak wins the round for NRK.
It's the only play they had available. I mean, there was help on the way pretty quickly, but this setup was all about trying to get the double stack first from opposite doorways. Everyone looks towards the left. No one was there to flush out Dak. And he walks away the victor with 3 kills, saving the offensive round. And boy, we told you not to sleep with this NRK team. You believe it now? Dak here to show up. He was, what, 2 and 9 before that very impressive 3 spree. And NRK take the opening attack.
Yeah, sometimes you need moments like that when you're down and things have not been going your way. That can sometimes breathe life back into the squad. We'll see if it happens on the defense here now for NRK. Trying to hold off what is looking to be a decent push here for M7 right onto the B point. Gunzy, a lot to look at, and he's going to get some good tags in just about every single play. And picks up another AR and smokes Mohawk and clears off the point, and, well, takes out Lunars in the process.
Get out of my way! Shooting everything that moves. Oh, my. 11 and 4 start for Gunzy. Locked in. Dak playing forward here as a defender over towards the A zone. M7 having a hard time getting out of spawn right now. Trades will allow them some sort of reprieve, but now Dak's at the flank up. Gives up the play before it can really come out, though, unfortunately. Back up top. That's fine. That'll work. Prolute trying to hunt him down. That's not going to work out. And my goodness, between Dak and Gunzy, what else could you ask for?
Not much more. They're producing a lot right now. But maybe you can ask for a hold on A. Don't let them get anything. Neptune, too many angles to look at. Just swarmed, overwhelmed. Mixie on the point now as Spart tries to get involved, but the control's been great. Prolute's the only one now really alive and pushed forward. He does do a good job of picking up 2, and that might be enough to try to lock in this 8 point, but Lunars just trying to peek around, see what he can get.
Yeah, this is all about Lunars just trying to contest as long as possible. Defense is spawned all the way top left-hand side. So it'd be hard-pressed to think that there's going to be much of a contest, but that shot through the door opens things up. Mohawk trying to help out through tower. Prolute keeps his live. Second tick. still being stalled from the third. Gunzy, don't want to just solo chow him. Almost don't want to double chow him. Are you kidding? Nearly gets the collat lineup, but M7 clear out the defenders, and with that, they'll add an extra 60 seconds, down 4 lives.
Good collapse from Mo, just kind of giving up the top tower position, knows it's not important anymore. We just need to secure the extra minute. And it is good. Proloot now good for 5 in a row, too. He's got an AR to play with. Dead silence going to be popped. Plays about to be made through the back for M7. But they do have to be wary. It's a 2-2 split here on the map right now defensively. If NRK lose numbers on one side, the zone could be opened up to a play, but so far, doing a decent job.
You can see M7, they want to try to get to Pride Rock. They know Lunars is up here. So you're going to have Mohawk watching one side, Neptune the other. And a long route from Spark, which has been read, but the gunfight still comes out. Okay, this is where M7 can start to do some damage on the spawn manipulation, and you can see exactly why. Mohawk in the kill feed, locking down these kills. NRK's defense just largely have to play this from behind, but the flush out's coming through. They're going to get the kills they need, and uh-oh, here we go. This is exactly what you predicted here, Visions. M7 all over the zone.
Yeah, and they know where Dak is. Dak takes shots from the back, so he can't make his position work out. It's all going to have to be retake from the front. It's just a single segment so far. Still time to get here, but Neptune piecing them up, trying to see if they can stop it right there. Alive at the point is going to be Proloot. Mohawk trying to work angles in and around the point. He's getting a lot of damage off, but eating a lot in return, and will find Lunars through mid. He keeps the play alive for now.
9 plays 5. Keep an eye on those lives. It will likely be all about these eliminations. M7 trying to work their way back on, causing some threat towards the zone. Second tick was not fully locked. This time, though, it looks like it very well should be. Cruz caught in the back. Neptune. Oh! Absolutely spit on. Cruz gets the double. Proloot now down to essentially one of the last legs of hope as he's the only one on towards the zone. Comes around the corner. Steps aside. Dead silence out. Help on the way, but no. NRK's kills too clean. Mohawk can only do so much. It's a 1v7. And also 1v about 18 seconds on the clock. And NRK are going to go back-to-back rounds.
There's a really scary moment there for NRK. Anarchy. You saw Dak get removed from the back. There was also a player, maybe Gunzy, I think, there through the top where Mohawk was. He got eliminated, and all of a sudden you have no one that can come around and take out the players on the point, but they're able to hold from the front. Couple huge gunfights taking place there to make sure there's no overwhelming swarm from M7 just to stack it, force that deep spawn. And 2-0 up now is NRK.
And there is something to be said, I think, about M7 preferring to play for the kills off the spawn trap rather than have one player trusted to watch the cross and then let everyone else stack from behind. And maybe some of that is just due to the fact that, again, we talked about the ability to finesse lives. NRK's defenders that were stuck over through soccer just never really fell. So now we get back over to round 3. Dak trying to chase down these defenders that were getting aggressive. He eventually tallies Neptune. Cruz follows up, and now an opportunity for NRK to make an early play over towards B again.
Proloot spotted. Oh no. Take a look at where the numbers are. Everyone's in the back except for Mohawk. Finds a big one on a Gunzy. They have to continue to watch the back now, and pushes can come from either side, but you have to do it pretty quickly. Lunars and Cruz both were on the zone, and they only get that second segment to about halfway. However, kills are still coming on through for NRK. Gunzy's able to find another, but Neptune, he shuts it down. They'll finally clear the point and just limit. Just do that first tick there on B.
No depletion yet, but it should be coming through anytime. Neptune now on 3. He's really starting to heat up. 20 and 14. I mean, he's doing a lot of the legwork for the squad here. Everyone else from M7 having a tough time finding their way on the right side of the kill feed. Back on. Stops the clock. Working on the first tick of progress. Avoids the nades on the... Whoa, never mind. I was going to say, it looked like he was avoiding the nades on the way in, but Spark puts one nicely into the corner. We stay even on lives as NRK. They're going to transition right once again back over towards B.
Neptune stopped shooting there. He would have been good for one. Maybe get damage on the second, but oh no. NRK, they're just going to get this. Once again, same situation as last time. Remember, M7 just don't have the big spawn in the back to kind of get to the zone quickly. Forced to set up at new. They will deplete that first tick at the very least, but they have to be careful through the back.
Yeah, you just cannot get moved around in the spawns. Gunzy taking a super long route, trying to clear things from Pride Rock's perspective. Now down over towards those trucks. Shots on both sides. Cruz still winning up top towards Party. And this is very damaging to M7's defensive lives. 19 plays 17. Mohawk kind of stuck up top as the contest has already started over towards A. Dak winning a gunfight now sees the progress starting to move, and Mohawk is essentially kept pushed back. And Lunars will get the kill after some good nades come out. But as the follow-up comes out, M7, they will still stand defensively.
There was a good moment again. They get Mo out of the tower, but everybody from M7 gets there. Make sure the trades will follow. So back to square one here for NRK Anarchy. 45 seconds to try to work with for 3 ticks on B or 14 eliminations. And Neptune is once again on a spree, 4 in a row. Doesn't see Gunzy in the back and will be punished for going a little bit too far. A moment here with numbers, maybe for NRK to get on the point.
Looking like that's definitely what they're trying to do, but Prelude in towards checkers. Make sure there's no safe contest from these double doors. Has to be around the boxes. Spark clears that. 13 plays 11. 24 seconds on the clock. Mohawk starting to get a little frisky. Moving forward. Trying to take away this outer lane. Sees Cruz at range. Deals with him nicely. And M7 defensively looking like they're going to be good for this one. Pending, of course, they get a read on this NRK rewrap all the way to the backside of the defensive side of the map.
Like the idea. Throw a Hail Mary deep into the round. You have more rounds to play with. If it doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world, but Lunar's only one here. He is quite literally going to have to do it all, and he won't be able to find more than one. And M7, they get themselves on the board here with the first round.
You got to remember that their offense did come pretty darn close to coming all the way over towards full capture or full kills. So yeah, it's a 2-0 start, but this map's not over yet, friends. NRK cannot let off the gas. I think that's the biggest point here. You know, they got defenders forward last time through. They kind of kept M7 at bay for quite some time, forced them to make some pretty, I won't say desperate, but some pretty needed plays in certain regards. So can they find a way to do that once again? Because you're getting Neptune really heating up. I mean, he's now 28 and 20, so he's got to get stopped. Otherwise, this M7 team could really open up the back door.
Yeah, he's got the same amount of kills as Prelude and Mohawk right now, right? So he's giving you everything. True. He's giving you everything at the moment. Just need a little bit of help along the way. I like this play, though. Prelude and Neptune are going to take full control of mid. A chance to push through. Prelude's good on the first kill on the DAC, and now Cruz doesn't really have angles to work into the site, and they could also still bounce over to B, but Gunzy finds a good kill on the Mohawk to make sure that might not be a possibility.
Yeah, a little mantle here from Lunars as well. He's watching one side, the other. Shots come out absolutely well, broken down. NRK, perfect on their retake. Barely even let M7 get much progress done whatsoever on A. Now the quick rotation defensively to B. They've got a read on this as well. Neptune does get across, but it takes a lot of his life. Gunzy thinking that this is going to be a free kill, and he would be correct. Spart, the last one in front of him. Good prediction from Gunzy. Gets the 24 and 17 at NRK, defensively looking strong.
And you better be buying Gunzy dinner after a play like that. Not only did he win 2 big battles, but he found the first one on the Mohawk to make sure B was not a possibility. And it's going to force the attention now back over to this A point. Time to work with. 37 seconds, but you'd really like to be successful right here, right now. Gunzy back in the pocket, looking to make another big play. Almost combines for a second, but the trade should follow once again. Spart is low, and Lunar's looking to take advantage.
Oh, and he will. Nice shot over the top. Good quick mantle, 23.17. Lunar's not done now on 4 in a row. Last chance Falloon for M7. I mean, they are completely stifled on all of these offensive attempts. Down to a 6 life deficit. Not fully stacked. Spart is the only one on, as M7, I think, are very aware they need to be playing for kills while this clock is stalled out.
Winners also wants to earn that streak. Just a little additional insurance in case this retake doesn't go well. Challenge from Mo. He shrugged off the angle, and, well, Gunzy finishes him off. Prelude, though, able to throw himself on the time alongside Neptune. One more play could come through for Lunars, but he is still working for the streak, so we might not give it a go. We'll just simply look for exits.
Yeah, I don't mind that call at all. Same. I think it's probably the right one, just to make sure, like you mentioned, you've got that extra tool just in case things start to go a little bit wonky. 60 seconds on the clock. M7, 5 lives to the negative. But this play from the inside is looking pretty decent. They're clearing off the second floor window, and they're in a position to try to work over towards B. Lunars is trying to find a timing to get behind this, but he's just kind of completely amiss from where the M7 offense even is. Neptune, good scout on the DAC. That's good for the headshot, but Lunars did get his 6th kill, shut down as he gets the cruise missile. But he may have done enough here. 33 seconds to play. He could just pop this if he wants to right now and maybe just win the round off of it.
Yeah, there is a possibility for it. Cruz is also still finding respawners, so M7 now very low on lives. Neptune is dealt with from the front. The only player up on the map is going to be Spart, and he could play for spawn kills. Problem the time. And you got to find Cruz here. You got to find him cleanly as well. There it is. Neptune will take him down. But there's the call for the Cruz. Lunars wants to try to make the big play. See if he can end it here.
Spart will drop. Cruise missile lands at a Prelude. So now an 11v5. Mohawk backside Vans. Dak tag dealt with. Mohawk gets the kill. Clock will stop at 3.2. 2 members on. First tick gonna come out. Gunzy with 1 elimination. Cruz on the cross. Spark trying to deal with them. Kills come out. Can anyone touch? 0.1 seconds on the clock, but no. No theatrics in this one, friends. NRK deal with it just before it started to get a little bit tight. And NRK now on the board with the map 3 win.
They're on the board. I said they just needed to get one. You know, just a confidence builder is what that first map really is. And they're able to get the job done off a back end of just a lot of huge plays coming through for Gunzy, especially in that final round there that we just saw. He was like single-handedly stopping that B play time after time. Felt like there was never, you know, a chance for any respawners to kind of sneak onto the point so that they could kind of use their resources through mid to bounce between either zone, right? Like that was never really an option, nullified off the back end of taking out the ARs trying to make that push.
It felt like this was the first map where we really got a good handle on what NRK looks like when they're playing proactively. Lots of good forward moves across the map. A lot of it done individually as well, mind you. So that's going to be really inspiring, I think, when you look towards the depths of this series, especially with the next hardpoint coming up. But before we do that, I mean, you really have to give a lot of credit to, A, how Gunzy was shooting to start. But on top of that, how exactly they were using Gunzy's success to take over the map. Like, look at the mini-map right now. You've got all these lanes being pushed at the same time because Gunzy's locking things down and forcing this defense to have to look towards them. That's when you start to get players like Dak involved where he can just run and gun. That's when NRK looks the most deadly. And you have to give a lot of credit, I think, to them playing proactively from start to finish on this map to try to establish that.
And also a really big shout out for Dak in that final kill cam play, right? Like he was already off to a bit of a tough start, but like that 3-piece, like I know that one got everybody amped up. You know what I mean? When you listen to this team play, whether it's, you know, online, on land, like these guys scream, you know, dead. You know, that's what you get out of these guys constantly at this full volume. So, you know, that was a really big moment to kind of get the gears going, make sure they're able to snowball it into the other rounds. And there it is, man. What a play. What a game. 31 kills for Gunzy, 30 kills for Lunars. You wanted to talk about, you know, 2 other individuals stepping up other than Dak and Cruz. We get it.
Yep.
In that map 3.
How about Neptune, 33 and 25 with 4K damage for the L? Not often you're going to see that from a submachine gunner on El Cielo. I'll tell you that much.
True.
Wow. This is just, man, these two teams so evenly matched at the moment. But NRK, we said at the beginning of this map, had to have it, and they provide. God, it's nice to see full scoreboard.
It makes sense.
Wow, we're here.
At 0 damage after 5 rounds.
So now the Embassy hardpoint. This is what I was alluding towards. Again, we talk about this map often just being kind of controlled by ARs. But here's the thing. This is a great map for NRK. They're 3-0 on it. They got a lot of help from, they usually get a lot of help from their ARs. If that can stand, if Gunzy and Cruz and Lunars could all find ways to get the same type of participation done here, I don't know. We could tie up this series really quickly going to a hotel search destroy.
Yeah, the way I would put it is I think like a lot of players on NRK have a lot of great awareness when it comes down to like an embassy hardpoint and understanding of, okay, like we could hit time here and still send numbers, you know, to the next rotation. I think they have a really good idea of, you know, when to make some of those decisions, right? That's where I really praise this squad for. That's what we kind of looked at previously, you know, versus Orbit. They were ahead on the rotations. They were just, you know, very, very proactive, like we were kind of seeing throughout the LSE though. Just right place, right time, great read on the spawns, set up, making sure that Cruz is in a good spot or Lunars, just to find a lot of those, you know, freebies, as I like to call them, coming off of spawn, making their way over. I felt like they were, you know, dictating a lot of that really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just for what it's worth, I think we've got the ability to look over towards Lunars in particular from what he did in map number 1. I mean, he's going to have to play to the same all-star levels that we kept framing him up as throughout the regular group stage. Because, yeah, he played fine, but it took him a while to really get going in map number 1. Cruz was the one that kind of, you know, had this biggest struggle, but off the get-go, I mean, think of how fast M7 were off to the races because they were just running through the AR lanes that needed to be held by NRK. So this has to be, I think, the 1.0 is fine, but you need to see like a 1.4 Lunars here, I think, if you're going to handle this M7 team on this map.
Yeah, it'd be great to see. I think, you know, the map 1 just kind of shaking out a bit of the jitters. Probably weren't ready for M7 to bring it the way that they did with like those opening 2 hills. And I think it took them a little bit to adjust. And that's kind of why we saw that rough start for Lunars. But yes, you're absolutely right. He is one of those X factors, especially on maps like this that are, you know, dictated by what the ARs do, where they are, where they're forcing, you know, more or less the subs to actually run to in order to get across the map too.
Yeah, that has to be key. Because in a lot of effects, the way that M7 played Hydro is how they're going to play this embassy as well. Like, there's just no other ways about it. They're going to, like you kind of mentioned, pressure everything kind of all at once. So where we saw NRK, I won't say get away freely with running that kind of same setup that they saw versus Orbit. They are going to be played the same way here by M7, where they get a favorable kill feed, they're going to stress you on the exit, or put a lot of extra pressure with more numbers than you expect towards new on rotation. So those are things that I think if you're NRK, you can't let your comms fade off just because you've broken a hill or held a hill. You have to be maybe even more so engaged while you're moving between them, especially when they're on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, going to be a critical factor coming in. But hey, listen, you win that map the way that you just did. Who knows what happens in this series now going forward? It is the respawns that we kind of expected them to really square up versus M7 on. And, you know, you start talking about the rest of the series and how important a map like this would be. It's extremely important. S&Ds, controls coming up. And you do not want to be down, you know, 3-1 versus the team like this that can put you away in almost any map mode combination. So have to have it again. I said the first one sometimes can feel like the hardest. Now that they've done that, maybe NRK fall into a groove. Maybe they start bring this one back.
See if it'll all come together. Because at times it definitely feels like you need that perfect storm to take down M7 when they're clicking. They can, whoa, that engine starts to purr at a certain rate when M7 starts to frag out. Here we go. NRK. Oh, good first blood from Dak. Gets a read on the Neptune. Lunars follows up, and this is okay. Near picture perfect for NRK early. Yeah, nah, good follow-up. Prolit was looking for a timing to come through bathroom. That's going to be denied. Now Dak will take the space away. I think you heard the doors pop. Mohawk's on the hunt. And they just keep missing each other.
Yeah, a little game of hide and seek. Like, I know he's there, and well, the comm will come through. Dak is once again able to survive, and Mo he just can't catch good timing on the Dak right now. He's holding the pre-aim. Dak's not giving him anything to work with, and he's gonna now pressure and re-threaten the point, but Spart's there for the quick pickup. However, some time, right, for NRK. There's still 14 seconds to get here as well on P1.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, this is a lot of time for NRK. Now, they won't necessarily have the early rotation to new, but they're trying to pressure it. Okay, not going to work out. All three members trying to hit around the back or through mid will drop, and even, again, that's what I'm talking about. Neptune even goes over towards the old time and says, you're not allowed to exit here for free. So they've now forced NRK to spawn all the way on the other side of the map. Neptune trying to cut them through the fifth hard point. Dak falls to that position, and now they've got a new problem they need to put the solution towards.
Yeah, have to find Neptune before you can worry about the time. And can he find another? Oh, that would have been a big one, because he could have bought more time just playing his life in the back. So they deal with Neptune. Now they got to find the kills on the point and around the point. Lunar's really the only one up to kind of do this from the front, and he does come up with 2. And you ask for more? Lunars comes up with 3.
Wow.
Last one's Neptune through mid, and Lunars gets all 4. That's one heck of a way to break open the point, and he's not done.
Wow, dude, just giving an AR in his hand, and now he finds 2 long-range shots. That's good for his cruise missile 9-2 start. We said we wanted to see him go like a 1.4. Well, he's 1-upped it. Bio actually is like 5-upped it. Looking real solid. There's kill number 7. Sees Prolut on the cross. Good information transmitted to his squad mates. And M7 are not going to find the early rotation this time to servers.
But scary for M7. You know, typically we see a team like this really be able to hold bunker down when they're set up first. And now starting to find themselves on the back foot. Good nades do come through. Trophy systems maybe not active just yet. But taking a lot of time to work through the map. Tough gunfight for Prolut. Not going to get immediate trade. Now Lunar's just cutting the map. Are you kidding me? They can't move. They can't breathe.
Dude, 12-3 start for Lunars. I mean, come on. Spart's trying to hang. He's at 9-3 right now, but the lead is so insurmountable early here for NRK. Gunzy's still hiding in a corner. Prolut doesn't want the smoke. Waits for Neptune. That's red, but not dealt with. And Prolut will be able to get this back 10 seconds or so. Thing about it is, you're absolutely right. M7 got crumbled on their setup. Now they're a little bit late here trying to get themselves set up over towards Edmund, even for a break attempt. First couple of the kills, though, are good on their way forward.
And they're trying to play catch-up at the moment. It's a tough situation to be sure. Have to break the cycle with a quick break. Well, Lunar's just not having any of it right now, man. He is 14-5. Won't expect that gunfight up close versus Neptune. Catches them off guard with a dead silence. And that could maybe be a play. Coming through, but no, Crew's able to now play his life quite wonderfully. Good for another kill. Spart's looking for peaks, and now slowly but surely they're working their way in, and they will finally get the break halfway through.
Yeah, Lunar's the last one standing. Dude, what did this guy
Is this Vanguard?
do? I mean, maybe. He's doing something. He's doing something. 17 and 5. Oh my goodness. He got a huge piece of Mohawk where Gunzy and Cruz say thank you very much. Break is in. NRK now up 60 with still some time to soak, and they're already at new again. This is perfect timing from NRK.
Oh, this is unbelievable. I mean, this is an MVP performance out of Lunars at the moment. Trying to bring it back, trying to keep his team into it. And look at the other side, right? Mohawk's only gotten 4 kills now going into the 5th hill. So he has really struggled versus Lunars, and there's another moment of it right there. Lunars takes down Mo to try to enable a play instead of Kitchen. The setup is here for M7, but they're low on numbers.
Yeah, they have to be able to get some help here from Mohawk on this cross, and they do get one. Neptune watching the back door. Nades not getting hit by trophy systems. Kills clear out the front, though. Neptune trying to find timing on the jump across. Prolute following up. That's good for 4 in a row for him. Off the reload. Try to get the regen in. Has a little bit of assistance from Mo. Off and tries to go hunting for guns. Spart there to at least hold the zone for now, but he's got Gunzy on his backside, and that will be enough to flip the hill for the time being.
Oh, Gunzy does take himself out there. Trophy system really coming up clutch for M7, and this has been a pretty solid hill for them. Cruz trying to fight and battle for the remaining 10 seconds. Prolute, though, there for 1, not there for the second. Very scrappy in the remaining 20. And it will be NRK. They get the final couple seconds and do come out with a marginal lead now heading into the recess.
20 kills in one rotation for Lunars. Spart, who is trying to hang with them, has not been able to, not fully at least. 14 and 9 from Sparty. Opening eliminations for M7. Allow him a chance to get onto the hard point for a little bit, but Cruz is right there to contest. Neptune looking for timings. Long range shots clean versus Lunars. Not that it was really versus him, just kind of caught him from the side, and the second kill. Whoa, okay.
All right.
Peek,
all right.
prod, do other things from a distance. Finishes off back, and with that now, M7 hold numbers around mid.
That's a great moment for Neptune, followed up by a great double from Spart. So numbers, once again, a bit of a problem for NRK. Not really getting full team hits in. But okay, Gunzy from the top window will make slight work of Neptune and Spart, and maybe even Mo. But Mo will make sure he's able to collect a couple more kills here, slowly picking it up here. As Cruz will make sure the back is safe. Rotation looking great right now for NRK.
Yeah, you need Mohawk in a big way here coming into P2. Just to open up some space for those subs to work with. A little double hit out. Dak deals with the first. Finessing with Spart. Oh my goodness, nice read. Spart still survives. Cruz backside trucks. Has Lunars in front of him. Nades to try to keep him safe through mid. One stun Lance, but here comes the hit from the subs. Gosh, Cruz. Just dodging bullets like Neo in the Matrix right now. And the help from NRK through mid is exquisite. Last one standing is Spart. He gets traded. Hardpoint's still neutral, though. No one able to step on yet.
Yeah, a lot of this time going neutral. And still neither team really with full control just yet. 50-50 battles going to continue to come through. But Gunzy's position, you feel like it should be a lot easier for NRK to get numbers to that hill, and that will be the case. Neptune going to battle back. Big 20 seconds that M7 cannot afford to lose, and they will overwhelm. They will break, and now can start to look towards the rotation where Spart's already here.
This is where M7 can start to get a foothold back in this game. You get the exit. You've got players on rotation. It's going to be about a 50-50 battle over here at new. Prolute watching the cross. Mohawk, Spart up top. Help possibly in the way from Neptune. Kill's good for NRK for now. Here comes the help, though. Neptune thinking about diving on in. Waits for the regen. That is a trophy system right in your face, young man. Actually, it blows up before he even tosses it. I have no idea what that interaction was. Still, though, Dak wins the shots, and that'll be enough for NRK to try to get reinforced through bridge.
Yeah, I guess the trophy expires. I don't know. It just decides to stop working, I guess. But either way, it opens up a huge opportunity for M7 to still get numbers onto P3. And one of those weird moments for NRK, right? We have to kind of send one of our numbers here, make sure not all of it is given over for free. Lunars with a huge task, huge 1v1 versus Prolute. Gets help from Gunzy, I think, with a stun over the top. And that is huge scrap time here for NRK.
Yeah. Massive scrap time for NRK. Kind of re-puts them back into a little bit of a cushion. Neptune trying to hold the backside spawns for admin. Prolute cut down inside the hallways. Gunzy's nade flushes out Neptune. Can't even get one. And NRK will go scrap to initial here from 3 to 4.
Back shut down. Good moment for M7 to get here with numbers and swarm crews in the hill. It doesn't have all the support, but Lunars.
Oh, Lunars.
Lunars on the pitch. Oh, he's picked the moment beautifully. Almost there for a second, but Mo fires back. He's starting to get himself back into the game now. 16 kills to his name. M7 back in the time.
Okay, sitting at the pinch though. Read well by Neptune to start. Mohawk picks up the opposite. Hold on a second. 3 straight kills. Lunar's last one left. Has to play his life. There's no other option. He's not going to be able to. Neptune pushes forward, gets the kill. Oh boy, here Austin M7 are back, and they're looking to take their first lead. Neptune on 3. Dak stuck inside bathroom. Gets bamboozled. Another little dive shot comes out. Mohawk with the help. And M7 get to 181st.
It's a lead change deep into the map. Not what you want to see for NRK Anarchy. They're currently in that cycle where they're having to give up the remaining 20-25 seconds. Have to rotate to do, but doing so, it gives a lot of freedom to move across the map, and you're seeing that now for Prolute. Doesn't really have the right weapon for the job, but will take out the trophies and maybe try to flood the tacticals and nades inside.
Just trying to bait and switch with Neptune. Doesn't quite work out as intended, though. Mohawk trying to catch Lunars. Finds him just underneath the table. Prolute off the regen, denied, but follow up from Mohawk now on 5. Neptune here with him, and oh boy, 3 straight kills come out. M7 hold on to their lead, and now a chance to grow with Mohawk one-off streaks.
That was a very fast break. Beautiful coordination, and NRK Anarchy gonna take a bit of a route to come away from what is gonna be this back parking lot area. They have to break it. Cannot afford to give any more time over to M7, and here we go with the hit. Dak just trying to toy through that side door. Mohawk getting a read from the back, still on 5. Multiple players to shoot at, able to put himself on 6. Neptune with the trades. M7, they continue to hold on to Kitchen.
Starting to get scary because now Neptune can work first streaks. There's no one really going to challenge him here for the exit, so he can determine how he wants to play for this with this dead silence that he's got in hand. Trying to go around their mid. Spart in a little bit of trouble. Gunzy on towards the courtyard hardpoint. Nades and stuns from both sides start to litter the middle of the map. Gunzy denied. Prolute gets another elimination for free. But up top, Lunars locking everything down. Neptune still searching for kill 5 and 6 just inside the cafe doors by mid.
Lunars, you can feel it right now. He knows players are looking to try to get him out of the top of the office. And Gunzy gonna be able to help, but Neptune still on that spree. 5 in a row. Does die, doesn't earn the cruise. Prolute now trying to surge forward to see if he can get something done inside of admin. But it's not gonna work out for him. Now to Neptune to do the same.
Yeah, all quiet on the western front for the moment, but M7 do have a little double stack, looking to see if they can bait out Dak. Whoa, what a set of shots that is from Dak on 2 HP. Looking for more. Mohawk turns them away. But the trades are good. 239, 199. NRK are going to have rotation, and M7 are spawning way outside the map right now.
If you can bunker down, you could still win it here. We'll see if they can try to get it done. A great spread throughout the map. It's going to funnel everyone now inside of admin, and maybe even all the way around. You can see routes being taken from players like Spark.
Missile.
We'll see if it can happen. Mohawk gonna get a lot of information, wants to break it open. We'll find Dak. Now a chance to try to flood into the point, but Lunar's gonna respond with a cruise of his own.
Oh, but the thing about it is, I was worried about this. He kills one of his teammates on it. Not great news overall. Spart was safe on the interior. The timing with the kills going the way of NRK. Lunars just needed to essentially forfeit the cruise missile towards the outside because now Spart's got high ground control. He could try to overwhelm this. Gunzy can't do anything. Gives away his position with the contest. Doesn't want M7 to get closer to winning, but he needs help. Cruz is here to assist. Cruz gets the first. Over the top of the heady. Cruz gets another. Neither team now able to win here. It's all about rotation.
1v1 up against Dak. Mohawk gonna fly, but he is shut down. Dak continues to stay alive up until Prolute gets a nade over the top. 243 to 226. Gunzy in position to stop the push through bottom orange. Can he come up with another one? Yes, he can. But Mohawk has found 2, just trying to keep them off the point.
Yeah, Spart's dealing with the trophy system, so nades off spawn will start to land up top here. Neptune moving quickly. NRK currently on the hard point. Oh, Neptune down low. No, he's denied. He was one of the only threats that could come through. Now the double stack from the doorways. Mohawk turned away. Spart, the last hope. 243, 243. 3 NRK members nearby. Lunars over the top of the heady. Spart denied, and NRK with that kill takes the map. We're tied at 2.
What a map it is, man. NRK, they go to war in this embassy hardpoint. And there's moments where it feels like it's going to be a closeout. They have a full hold on P2. They win the rotation on both fronts and make their way over to P3, win those battles, and force the deep spawn from M7. That is an unreal win. incredible dedication to stick with it and never give up on it, man. That was a great map.
Dude, unbelievable series right now between these two squads, flat out. I mean, so many winnable moments. I was really hoping, just bias caster, that cruise missile that kills teammate doesn't turn the game, because that was a barn burner, and the last thing you want to see is, well, something that we had seen way back in Cold War when this team was also kind of a thing. I don't remember that.
Oh,
That brings back bad memories. Just didn't want to bring that up.
We're in a good space right now.
I know it. But if you know we're talking about good for you, if you didn't, you missed out. Thing about it is, these two teams are literally dead even in skill, it feels like right now. The way NRK opened up that map, absolute poetry. They played it so darn well, essentially beating M7 at their own game that they established on Hydro. So that just again goes to show that the film that had been done, the amount that they were talking through after the loss yesterday to this M7 team, NRK have improved upon where they feel like they've missed out the most, and they turned this into an unbelievable little late bounce back, so to speak, after M7 was starting to really put the pieces together.
This is the first time I think we got to see Lunars from like the regular season, right? Like This is a great game out of Lunars, man. Like take a look at what we're seeing right now. Like he is 18-8. He ends on 20 kills going into the reset of the next rotation of Hills. So this is one of those maps where we said he can come alive. He can be, you know, that X factor. And it felt like we really did get it. So many key moments, man. I mean, they had to battle back too. Like this moment right here, I think is where it started to turn.
Oh, absolutely it did. It's just one of those things that you can only allow M7 to be down for so long before they start to put it together, right? I mean, Lunars was all over the map, but like you mentioned, through the first set of hills, he was at 20 kills. We're into the light moments, and now he's only at 30. So, like, he went a full rotation, only getting 10 eliminations, and a lot of that was because the subs for M7 started to take away ground for him to work with. But here at the end, I mean, you saw the crossfire up top towards Office. Mohawk and Spart were doing what they could, but when called upon, they just could not quite get into a position to shrug away these NRK members. And I think a lot of that is, again, just good credit to NRK. They kept M7 spawning into weird spots in these last couple of hills.
And if that gunfight isn't won by Gunzy and Prelude's able to get to the top with cover fire here, like, different story. Just, like that's the incredible thing about Call of Duty, right? Like so many of those, like, 1v1s can play such a massive difference in what the outcome really is. And man, oh man, the hold is good. Spart loses all of his teammates. His only opportunity here is to 1v3. And obviously isn't able to get anything done. Wow. I mean, what an ending. 199 to, what was it, 241 going into P2?
Yep.
I mean, come on. That's some Call of Duty right there. Come on.
That is some Call of Duty, my friend. Prelude, 20 non-traded of his 23. Mercy. 21 out of 24 from Cruz. You want to talk about some AR stepping up? You got it right here from NRK.
Yeah.
Hardpoint time, nice and shared evenly, pretty much across the board, except for Dak, who had 64 engagements, dude. Oh man, that's crazy. 10 assists as well. Credit to the boy. But we got ourselves tied at a 2-2 map count now, brother. And that means we go into a map 5 with what, double dose of hotel coming here. Hotel search. Back to a hotel control after that. Yeah, my memory's not that bad. But this hotel search, man, this is, wow. I don't really know where to react, because for NRK, they have not found a lot of success on it, including their match versus the M7 team yesterday.
That's right. Yeah, they did struggle. I think they lost 6-3 yesterday. So, you know, didn't really have the best of time on it. A lot of those situations really did lead to, I think, M7 working them on the map, and they didn't look comfortable, I think, watching back over a lot of those rounds where they were losing numbers. They were taking, you know, a couple of, like, questionable gunfights, kind of forcing their way into the site, which is, you know, very difficult to do. You have to start forcing plays versus M7. I think that's when they're really going to take advantage of you. But on a hotel, after winning, you know, a couple maps the way that they just did, I mean, this very well could be totally different for them, right? It's got to be a different feeling. They got to be just absolutely on top of the world, knowing they've clutched up the way that they have. So have to put it together in S&D. And let's be honest, based off what we saw in the last S&D, Allen, and what we just got on the El Asilo, it feels like the playbook is there, the creativity is there. Now that they're winning gunfights and they're winning maps, I think the execution might be there too.
Definitely could be. Map 5 coming up. It's a 2-2 count at the moment of this best of 7. It's hotel search. We'll step away for just a brief break. When we come back, we'll continue on with this thriller to finish off our Challengers Elite regular season. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are just about ready to go. I've got myself some extra water. I know you guys can see it. Yes, I did have ramen here earlier. I'm hungry, all right? Let's deal with it. This is why we've set ourselves up in the kitchen, because we've got barn burners left, right, and center. Your boy needs to be satiated. Let's talk about Hotel, though, because we've got it back-to-back here. We know for a fact we're obviously going to see both of those. I think you're onto something, though, before we went to break, talking about the fact that NRK have showcased a lot of versatility, a lot of flexibility, execution, sometimes let them astray, but you got to be feeling good after that embassy comes throughout.
Oh, I think so too, and that's kind of where I went with my point. You just come off of a couple wins like that. I just feel like you're on top of the world. You're playing with more confidence because you got to remember who you're playing up against. You have to remember this story of not really anyone expecting NRK to do anything like this. Like I think a lot of people had expectations of top 6 that would be solid. No, they're not settling with anything like that. They might actually very well get the job done in full. We'll see. This could be 3 maps in a row, but like I said yesterday, didn't see a lot of patience. I think a lot of forced plays. That's not what you want to see up against an M17, but so far on the day, this has looked like a different S&D squad.
Oh, it absolutely has. I mean, it just comes down to the simple fact of the matter is they've showcased they've got high-level strats built, and on top of that, they are executing some really cool ideas. Just comes down to finding the kills needed. Oh, well, that's not a great start. Neptune just pops out defensively from the elbow turn. That works out for an opening double. He does get traded, but the defense control the vast majority of this map now.
Yeah, I like the idea. I'm just trying to get the bomb down. Don't let, Millennium 7 get too much map control. And that bomb will get planted. They're just going to get at least eyes on one. Excuse me. We'll see if ProLuke can make something happen from the back. Good tag. Stun does not connect. Just has a chance to reset the fight.
Oh, not going to quite be able to get the elimination. Cruz now has to finesse time. 1v3. Shots. Oh, he had a real good look at ProLuke, but now ProLuke comes up and says, not to be. Let me have that. Thank you very much. Mohawk will defuse the bomb, and M7 will take the first. But once again, man, you could see it. NRK, decent attempt to try to battle back. Just a couple of shots missed leads to the overwhelming numbers eventually taking the round.
Yeah, and I think something you can expect from M7 a lot, especially in this map on the defense, is taking mid-map control, right? That's kind of something that they like to do. Fight through mid, gain that control, and then give themselves options based off, where they're getting info, where they're hearing stuns and nades. That's kind of how they like to play a lot of their maps here. Rather, a lot of the rounds here, excuse me. But we'll see what happens now. Coming into what is going to be the first offensive play for M7. Going to bring it right over to A. They love to get the bomb down. ProLuke got 4 in the last S&D. We'll see what he can do now.
Oh, and I love this idea. It's a double stack that comes through with the early dead silence. They have a read on these players down low. Gunzy, there's no way. Well, he actually gets out. Dak does it. Gunzy in trouble, though. Neptune threatening. He does catch him on the cross. That is just immaculate decision making. You got, hey brother, you got dead sounds? Yeah, you got dead sounds? Yeah. Let's hit that and throw nades. Okay. Wins for the round. Looking good as Cruz is once again in a 1v3.
Yeah, 1v3. And Neptune might get the last 3. Doesn't want to stick around and chow. Wise to back down, but not sure if it's a nade or if the van was on fire, but either way, doesn't matter. Cruz blows, and that's another round here for Millennium 7.
Whoops. That must have just been... Dude, yeah, that thing is red hot smoking. I don't know where Cruz thinks he was going there, but...
The van's in your kitchen, Alan. What's going on?
Left the oven on overnight. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know. That's too funny. Neptune now to 3 in a row. 5-1 start. And, well, NRK having a tough time getting off the starting blocks here. Still early, though.
Yep. And
looks like Cruz will be the one to kind of feel things out towards B. He does have dead silence, so if he does feel there's an opportunity to cut the map, he will be able to do so. Meanwhile, NRK, he gets stunned at the cross here, but Mohawk's going to get pushed back. Dak on the chase. Oh, but Neptune surprises. He wasn't down low this time, and that will be enough for first blood.
Another first blood, right? From Neptune. From anyone else. Oh, Cruz. Almost there with the knife to find ProLuke around the corner, but doesn't quite come through. And those same problems that I mentioned coming into this map seem to be plaguing them just very early on. Good kill from Gunzy. Still a chance here. Trying to play for a bomb plant, but getting this down safely and getting through Neptune. Yeah, that's the biggest problem, right? He's now on 5 in a row. 1 more for the streak.
And Neptune's all over the map right now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Lunar's by himself 1v3 for the 3rd straight round for somebody from NRK. They're just getting a pretty decent read at this. Spark does get a couple of pot shots to land, though, and there goes Neptune. He does get the final kill. Oh, mercy. Travis is having himself a map through 3 rounds. He's at, what, 7 kills?
7, I
8
think.
kills?
Yeah, 8 kills.
What?
Like, do we just start guessing what it's gonna end at? Like, what is this? This Neptune is just running through everybody on the map right now. There is no one able to shoot back to take him down. And he has been good for already what is so many first blood. Streak now in his back pocket. I mean, my goodness, NRK, they got to stabilize here, right? It's got to be here.
Got to cauterize the wound. I mean, by any means necessary at this point. I love this idea. Head on over towards mid. See if you can catch them with nades. No connections, at least not by Neptune's POV. ProLoot may have had more success. There's the cruise missile. You're going to send Spart in to fuel things out.
That's a big win.
Yeah, Dak gets the back. Wait a second. There's not an exit here. Dak could foil this entire round.
Yeah, they got to deal with Dak, and they got to do it cleanly. Spart does find 1 in B, but does Dak get 2? ProLoot. Oh, no! Dak does find another one. 3 in the round for him. Oh, man. Does he get another? No. Almost the ace. Spart looking for an ace of his own, but it won't happen. He can't get away. Anarchy find their first round.
That is such a heads-up play from Dak. Not just because, obviously, he gets the round win by essentially getting around the back, but it's the timing at which he gets to move around the back. As soon as he gets that shot and the kill on the Mohawk, he says, I can move through here. I mean, think about how many nades came through that mid-archway. Literally at least 6. So you're counting and saying, okay, that's a lot of nades. They have to be in rugs, or at least on Chandelier's side of the map. Dak is able to escape from the cruise, get the pick on the Mohawk, and says, I can win the entire A side of the map by myself. That's a heads-up play in the face of chaos coming your way. So, big round from Dak. Now, NRK, this is bold. Gunzy's completely stuck here. Nade's trying to save him, but that's not going to work out. Lunar's not going to be able to get the final trade, and it once again rests with Dak for another 1v3.
Like, I've said that a lot of times this year, and we've seen a lot of these 1v3s, but look at this setup right here. M7, not going to give him anything. I mean, these are either going to be like long-range battles that he's going to find himself in, unless ProLoot decides to push up. But time to work with. Chance maybe to, like, isolate ProLoot. Try to escape with your life. Reset. See what he can do.
Oh, he's going to sneak one. Oh, never mind. Spart was watching the back the whole time. Just kidding. He would have gotten away with it, too. Weren't for you meddling kids and that pesky Spart. No Scooby-Doo references out of you?
I know that one.
Me?
I know that one, but come on. It's been used quite a bit.
Golly, has it?
It's been used a little bit.
I don't think I've ever said that on a broadcast.
Well, not you,
Maybe we
but
should
like,
keep it that way.
for the last...
My bad.
Well, 4-1 up right now. They try the mid play, right? They say, listen, let's try to work through mid a little bit, contest with the nades and stunts. And it's just the opening engagements. I'm seeing just a lot of the same problems I think I'm seeing from yesterday when they played on this map mode right now. It's just not good on the first bloods. Hasn't really kind of seen a clear set plan. It's just been heroic so far.
And this is another defensive stack for NRK. They kind of go back to what they tried to do last round, but the cruise missile stopped them from making this play happen. The nades were just so well done. ProLoot even getting away with the plant, at least for initially. That's the case. Gunzy going to be in trouble. Neptune, he is behind the play. Gunzy hears this? Whoa, it doesn't matter. Neptune's just shooting different right now. Lunar's now by himself for, you guessed it, another 1v3. I mean, M7 is just running away with these rounds. Every single one of the round ones have been 1v3s at the end.
This has been the biggest blowout we've seen through any of the maps so far. It's just no trades. Engagements are great. And Neptune, I mean, he really is just like a ghost right now. I feel like he's like on one side of the map and then he's just like flying through walls and he's on the other side of the map. So he is a significant problem. And Mohawk doesn't even have a kill, which I think is the funniest thing. He doesn't need any kills. And, you know, I'm not trying to call him out, but he very well might end with no kills and a map win, which he'll take.
Dude,
like I said, that would be nothing.
We've seen some crazy scoreboards this season of Elite. Shout out Boston Academy. But this may be the craziest.
Yeah.
I mean, Neptune and Spart are just doing it all themselves. ProLoot drops, but you still feel like M7 very well may win this round due to those two boys being up.
Yeah, it might just happen. Spart in a interesting position is read by Cruz, and Bart's now forced to back away. This is all a bait play for what will be
really
likely a good plant. Unless Mohawk can make big moment happen. No, still yet to find a kill. Tough to be sure. Dak had the SMG up close, and, well, looks like we will see at least another round. Anarchy. Find number 2.
I love that play from NRK, dude. I think that's so clever. They did something similar on Elisilo as well, where they're like, hey, like, that was when they were trying to hit over towards B. Look at all these nades we're throwing. We're not even going to put a trophy down. You're going to get some nade confirmations on us, too, but look at us. We backed you up, and now all of a sudden we're going to hit you on the other side of the map. It's just, it's really, really cool aggression on the exteriors of the map. Or extremities of the map, rather. It's not outside. 5-2 the count. Lots of work to be done here for NRK. They're going to need a lot more stuff that looks like that. But first and foremost, they need to win a defense.
Yeah, they need to win a defense, and you got to make sure they don't get blooded, right? That's been the biggest problem. They get a great first blood last round, but defense, it's been a problem. They're trying to go for peaks. They want to keep them off the bomb. It's costing them lives. Lives you can't afford to throw away. Lunar's down low. He's going to get a read on this push, but Neptune and Pro, I mean, they've been so menacing when they get to this position.
Yeah. They really have been. Dak aware of the threat. Gone up. Gets the first. Predicts the second. Not going to happen. So we go 3v3. Prolute looking for a plant. Trying to stretch. Nades are out. Shots are in. Lunar's tallies the kill. And now it's just about Mohawk staying alive while Spart hits the super flank. And look at them. They're already ready for it. Spart gets red. He's got to bail. And he may be stuck here at mid-map. Mohawk's going to have to get active and make a play here.
Probably going to be the one that has to make a move for the bomb. He's still looking to get on the board. Shot's going to come through. Mohawk's hoping to finish off the tags. He gets good damage onto both, but Sparta's just not in a position where he can move for any of those kills and finish them off. Lunars is also just waiting to pop open those doors, and yeah, there it is. Anarchy, starting to put it together.
Yeah, sure are. And just good patience that time through. It's a 3-1 stack defensively over towards that A site, and that's obviously where M7 we're trying to get to. But the reads, really well done. Just holding that top bedroom position just in a different way, right? Like, you just go prone, you just got a sub on the door, you're playing pretty close to it. You're not going to get setnated, you're not going to get stunned. You may get tagged a little bit through the wall bang, but you can reposition pretty quickly. That ends up working out really nicely for NRK. Dak shuts down that 1v2, essentially up top. So M7, still on map point. NRK aren't going away, though. And now it's going to be hit over towards this A site. You've got Cruz watching over towards B. Mohawk will defend through the doors. And Neptune will be down low on the cross. He has seen Gunzy go. Now, the thing that's different here for M7, they don't have anyone on this second floor balcony. And that could be problematic for Mohawk. He's going to need some help.
Yeah, Gunzy's through. He's going to find Mo, and Mo's like,
to
guys, where is he? Oh, no. Gunzy, does he get away? Yes, he does. Neptune doesn't get the trade. And look at how many defenders need to back up just to deal with Gunzy. You might have a chance of getting a second. Oh, what a chow. Rips Neptune apart. This is all brought to you by Gunzy, and that should lead to a plant, but Spart's in a position to stop it.
I just tagged up too much. Prolud's got an AR in hand. The bomb's going to freely rotate over towards Cruz. That is... I mean, Neptune surely saw that cross from Gunzy. Surely he saw that cross. I don't know if Mo just thought maybe he could stop the bomb plant first and then there wouldn't be an aggressive push through, but I mean, I feel like at that point, if that was a comm, Mohawk has to give up that play. I mean, there's no one up top. You have to hold on to top bedroom.
Yeah, it's a gamble that you can't really afford to take in a lot of these situations.
I agree.
And, I mean, Mo usually is the guy to play up top. I think, like, almost every round we see him go up top, throw a peek, throw a shoulder, doesn't chow, backs up, repositions, right? But that's the only round I think he goes bottom. And I guess they just decide to call the bluff, and, well, they call wrong. He's like, oh, Mo's not up here, I'm going to hit it. Says, thanks for the round, finds 2. And Anarchy from 5-1 down are bringing it back.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Hit over towards B. First time Cruz will be tested in this position, but Dak is already kind of getting a read that we have not seen a lot of nades over towards A. I'm going to go ahead and help out. So a little leaner defense moving over towards this B site. Bomb will be planted. How do you set this post-plant retake? Do you trust Gunzy and Lunars, number 4 and 3, to hit through mid? Or do you start this from the front? And actually, Gunzy and Lunars are going to try to join them. That must be an observer bug. There's no way that door's closed. Okay, perfect. Back on the cross. Neptune seen. Isolated in the corner. Good nades. That's a great first blood. Here we go.
Lunars for 2. Oh, no. Letting him 7. They're falling apart. They're even reading the pinch play. And oh, my goodness. It has just all fell apart. Bro, it won't find anything. It is a perfect retake inside of B. That is just ridiculous. Not a single member is dropped. They don't even need to bait and switch. Everyone gets in cleanly.
How has this happened? You had post-plant crossfire in the site and then 2 players through restaurant, and everyone just runs on it. And the nades were well placed. If there was a trophy down, it didn't last for long. There were a lot of nades being thrown. And now you've got Gunzy and Looters who get to 6 sprees. They're going to have double cruise missiles to pull off the near full sail. Mohawk's on 0-6. And Neptune's got to be thinking, bro, I had 8 kills in 3 rounds.
Yeah, Neptune is slowed down. They have dealt with the First Blood King here. He is not finding those same aggressive routes, and, well, he's not in a position to maybe to throw in that same risk to a round 11. But here comes the streak. Gunzy's earned it. Gonna get a lot of value. Tries to bang it off the wall, but in the meantime, Lunars is actually gonna drop. And there is a lot of time for M7 to finesse this map how they want to.
Yeah, I'll say. Cruz, if he can get to the cross and find one, or if Dak can tally a kill here, though, everything changes again. And M7, I think, are aware of that. Here comes Prelude and Neptune. Stacked up, there's the cross. Oh, and Dak gets hit hard. He has to back down. Cruz is trying to watch the cross, but instead decides to play for the flank. This is risky. I think Mohawk's seen him. Cross on the way, potentially.
Neptune got
There's
through
the check.
too.
Mohawk doesn't see him. Mohawk didn't see him.
Oh no, Neptune, he's through, but the door's gonna open. He finds one. Does he read the second in the corner? No, Gunzy's there. But look at the clock. Prelude has the plant. Has to get this bomb down safely. Anarchy. Can they get here in time? Bomb's gonna go down. Everything's gonna reset in the 2v2.
Prelude's still playing on top of the site. Mohawk is not here to assist him. Mohawk's watching the flank. Now he joins it back over towards Bar. Prelude's position's now known. Cruz from the high ground. Gunzy from the low. Mohawk gets the first, and whoa, what a time to get a kill. Oh my goodness. I mean, we haven't seen, we had one full sale in the CDL, I think, this year, but not very many others that were like 5-1s. That one had a lot of legs to give us an option at it. But Prelude, Mohawk get the final 2 kills just when it started to get a little hot in Hotel. And that puts them now on championship point.
Listen, if there was ever a time to get a big kill, it's in a round 11 in a 2v2, am I right? I mean, it was not looking good up to that point, but if you get a big kill and you win the map, who cares? You got it done. So, great job, but, I mean, I'm sure Mo probably shaking a little bit maybe in that 2v2, as much as we call that man the Iceman, known for his 1v1s, just really struggled to get it going, and, well, that did really cost them, you know, the 4 rounds in a row. So, great map. I mean, what was looking to be a blowout in maybe 6-1, 6-2 fashion, Anarchy bring it all the way back, just not enough, once again, to kind of get over that final hurdle.
That takes an amazing amount of resilience, if we're being honest with one another.
Oh, of course.
All 5 rounds that you lost, you were stuck in 1v3 situations. And you're down 5-1 overall. And then you all of a sudden start pulling some cool creative plays that end up working. You stop the, obviously, first blood that you kept, mentioning. And I think that this round right here is maybe the most important. Like, M7 try to double stack you again towards top bedroom. That doesn't work. And I'll be honest, their offense kind of looked a little lost for a moment there until this final round.
A lot of explosive plays from the subs in and around bedroom. Neptune, man, he's now up to 9 first bloods in this series.
That's
Take
ridiculous.
That in. 9 first bloods. Like, come on, man. Like, some people are probably ending, a best of 5 series with, like 10 kills total in the S&D, 11, 12. Like, he is almost up to that just purely through the first kill in the round. That is kind of wild to say it loud, but he is a huge factor on why we see M7 get up to that point, and, well, he's also a huge pivotal factor in making sure they get that final round too.
Yeah, the further details, that's 9 first bloods and 21 rounds of search and destroy. We still may have another search.
Yeah, very true.
I mean, come on, brother. Yeah, that's unreal. And for M7, I think you have to kind of give your pats to the back and say, thank you very much, Neptune. When's your birthday? I'll send something in the mail, because, wow, there is no other way that M7, I think, pull through that without Neptune, without question. Maybe the 1 kill from Mohawk helped, too. Hard to say. But with that, we stay on hotel. We got control coming up next. Bad news here for NRK, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, this has been by far M7's best control map. They have been dominant here. They barely give away round wins. This is not where you want to be going, and this is where the upper bracket advantage comes into play. You got a chance to play both your favorite controls out of the three.
Oh, yes. I mean, average rounds, against 0.5. Like, take that in. These guys are 3-0ing everybody on hotel control. So it doesn't sit well, just because I think after like those LSCLO control and the NBC hardpoints, like they're bangers, they're gruelers that you were able to edge out in, and then you go all the way to what was around 11, bringing it back from 5-1 and lose. You could feel a little deflated now going into a hotel control, but you got to get that energy back up. And I mean, like, the biggest thing I feel like when you look at M7, when it comes down to hotel control, it really is dealing with Neptune and Prelude, right? As much as we praise the ARs on this team, I feel like those two are just specifically so slippery. I mean, we saw it a lot in the S&D and how slippery they were. Like, a lot of that's going to take place, basically the exact same routes, the exact same plays over and over again, in and around the bedroom area.
Absolutely. That's the biggest key, is that they dominate that bedroom space from both the high and low ground, and it often turns into huge flank potential from the defensive side, where you're really getting buttoned up and closeted in that back top left corner when it comes down to where your spawns are. But even on the offensive side, it never really feels like they ever lose control of bedroom. That's I think the other big point about it is anytime you get Prelude or Neptune alive, they'll finesse for long enough to where the defense on the other side never actually contains that entire space. So it's a tricky position, and it's made even more tricky just off the fact that, like you mentioned, Neptune and Prelude are so good at finessing their lives and just kind of avoiding being traded for so long until help arrives, especially from the offensive side of the zones.
Yeah, and that's even more valuable in control than hardpoint, arguably, right? Just because you're just taking time off the clock, you're sending resources your way to come and find you. They have to deal with you before they even get a look at the zone and see what else is on their plate. So it can be very costly, very taxing to try to deal with these two. And I mean, you got to either find great usage with the dead silence to kind of fish them out, or you have to just make sure you're holding hands in and around that bedroom, because it's just going to be the key. It's what we're going to look at. But we take a look at Gunzy. Man, Gunzy's been great in the control. He was like the pivotal factor and why I was praising him, like in the LSCLO. He shut down a lot of those B plays. He was, just absolutely gunning with the AR, and he put up some very nice numbers to finish that map number 3.
Yeah, sure did. And you need that here coming into this map in particular, I think, just to kind of have something that you can rely on. Because as much as we talk about Neptune and Prelude, if you can find a way just to keep them out and keep them at arm's reach, you don't have to worry about it as much. So, yeah, if Gunzy can continue to put together the kind of sprees that he did in the LSCLO here on Hotel and dominate complete areas of the map, then that's where you have to, again, you have to be able to communicate that, transmit it, and get your subs into play to where you can now be the ones being the aggressors. Because one of the things we really, regaled for the side of NRK was the fact that they were playing super proactively on that LSCLO control. That has to be there again. If the moment you see these guys kind of get onto their back heels, just their heels, they're always in the back, or they start to play on that, reactive side, that's where I think things could get out of hand, because you're trying to, look to see where the information is instead of necessarily causing the problems of your own. I think that has to be a big key here for the side of NRK.
Well, look at it, man. I mean, have to really pull themselves up, but they have been bringing the clutch factor. The first control looked good. You just have to bring a lot of, like you said, what we just saw there for previously. Bring that in, have the slaying, shut down Neptune Prelude. Those are kind of the keys to the checklist to get this to a Game 7, which, to be honest, we all want it to go the distance with the way these two have been playing versus each other, especially after the round 11. I'm sure it'd be great, but definitely the hardest task probably of the entire series out in front of them.
Oh, without question, just based on, again, this is where the advantage of the upper bracket comes from. You get a chance to pick both of your two control maps that you want, and then I think the second one is the one that they get to pick. So this should be their better one overall. So yeah, it's a tall ask without question, but we do know at least the big players and pieces of the puzzle that need to come together to allow a chance for it to happen. And hey, we've already seen some surprises in this series already from the side of NRK when it comes to A, how tight some of the maps have been even in losses, but B, also how convincing they can be at times to obviously get us into a position to even be in map 6 in the first place. So there's definitely, we're not trying to count them out by any stretch, but we would be doing a disservice, I think, to this matchup if we didn't say how stacked up against the deck this particular map is in the terms of NRK, just because of how good M7 have been historically, not just in this season, but even in times past.
Well, double dose of Hotel. NRK Anarchy don't get the best of M7 on the first one, but can they do the impossible here in the next one? Hotel Control, Millennium 7 again, only give up about 0.5 rounds against when they're playing against teams on this map mode combination. There was ever a time to have a map of your life, to have somebody go big. This one would be it to try to get us the distance, Alan. I am ready for what could be our final map.
Yes, sir. God, I'm right there with you, though. I don't want this to be our final map.
Don't either.
But who knows? We'll find out. Opening shots, decent. NRK looking to get aggressive through mid. Neptune, though, puts together 3 of the 4 kills. Last one to find would be Dak. He's trying to get the entire team wipe on his own. Dak is stuck right now at Rugs, by the way. Still comes to the gunfight, but it looks like there are some issues. So we will back out, figure out what that is, and then start over and do it all over again. I imagine this is probably a player problem, though. So instead of us going on with our Challenge Elite podcast, which you may subscribe to on all of your favorite podcast platforms. Just kidding, we don't have a podcast. We're going to set over to just a brief break, and when we come back, we'll be loading on in for the reset here for map number 6. Could be the last one, like Austin mentioned. You don't want to miss it. You're back. Welcome back, everybody. Just a small player issue, but we're back in, ready to go, and we're going to do it again. M7 right over through mid. NRK trying to respond. Both teams learning about one another, I'd say, in that opening break-off, but really, at the end-all, be-all, M7 still end up on top, and the offense gets on to B.
Yeah, they kind of take note that everybody went mid, you know, previously in the break-off, and no one was really kind of watching that initial touch on the B, so it gives a chance for M7 to get here, and Mohawk's going to try to push for a little bit more space. Won't be allowed to stay alive. Lunars is just bombarded with stuns and nades. No trophy systems just yet, and M7 still attacking, but starting to lose numbers and might be forced to go to A.
One thing that we know about this M7 team in this map is they are very headstrong about continuing to play for B, continuing to play for B, continuing to play for B. It's only when they absolutely have to they send anyone towards the A zone, and often it kind of keeps the defense a bit, I would say, curious to where exactly the hit comes from. But NRK very prepared for this clean team wipe coming out. First tick of progress at B denied, and you've got numbers here to try to stop this rotation A.
Dak, just one get out with his life. I love plays like this, and now they're a little bit worried. You know, is he flanking around? It's just not as much confidence trying to push out through the front. Mohawk does find a great nade to try to enable the play onto A, but someone's going to have to start to make a move. They're dropping one by one. There's only 15 seconds left.
How about this from NRK? I mean, everyone popping off. 19 plays 14, 9 seconds to the clock. Cruz is on 5, and now all of a sudden M7 are really stretching thin. Not just to even get the extra 60, but how do you take B with 13 lives, you might be wondering. I don't have a good answer for that, so we'll come to see if that actually ends up being the case. It looks like NRK may forfeit this zone in order to play through over towards bedroom.
Have to do this, you know, as clean as possible, just not giving too many lives, as you mentioned. That becoming a bit of a factor. No one's going to give this a go for the remaining segment. NRK simply going to start to set up. Looter's going to cut the map. I like that positioning. He can back up now and try to reinforce bedroom. And well, this control on the exits has just been perfect.
Neptune does take down Gunzy, though. He's on 3. A little slow start for him, but a chance to do what we were talking about. Finesse, play his life, be a problem. Thing is, 10v14, there's only 42 seconds on the clock. And oh my goodness, Gunzy just sat there and took a look at the fit, tailored it, sent it to the side, found the kill. 8v12. Last chance here for M7. Neptune has to play on, and wait a second, the map is kind of flipped here for a moment. Spark can actually watch the cross. It's just down to how much can Neptune actually get by himself, and a huge shutdown from Looters up top. He actually gets 2.
Yeah, he gets 2. Prelude's going to funnel right into Cruz, and well, Mohawk's the only one that can try to make a play. Nade's going to really stop him from making anything happen with 5 lives remaining in 15 seconds. I feel like Anarchy could have this first round locked up. Just a couple more kills, and they are good. Almost a snappy one coming through there for Dak. But Prelude will try to find something alongside Neptune. Just not going to work out. Not enough time, not enough lives.
So just the 3 ticks of progress tallied. That's a huge opening defense for NRK.
Yeah.
It's like I was mentioning, dude. When we see M7 play this map on offense, they just continue to hit B until eventually they just out-trade you. But NRK had none of it. Not interested. Try again later. So 1-0 up with a really solid defense. Prelude still is on a single kill.
I'm we're used to seeing from the man, especially, I mean, this series, he's just been...
Oh, yeah.
He's been on fire, to say the least, but we'll see what happens here off the break. Anarchy gonna flirt with the idea of trying to get something done on B early, but opening kills are very convincing for M7. Cruz able to play his life, just try to maintain some of that control through mid, but so far looking okay for the defense to hold on to B.
That big chow from Neptune clears out couches. That was a risky challenge, I'll tell you that much, on 9 HP. Dak on for 8. Clock stops at 109. Ooh. Big help from Lunar's little snapper there from Dak. Also gets the credit for the assist. Lunar's turned that into a double, and I don't even know at this point if M7 are going to have much of a chance to even think about this A zone. Second tick's already done. M7 looking to probably set up for exit at this point. You've got Spartan deep towards bedroom. Everyone else focusing on what's to come here from Restaurant.
Prelude gonna back up, and Neptune gonna go down, so have to play for exits. Mohawk kind of gets a little bit antsy, tries to peek around the corner. Push comes to him, and 3 members now through the back are about to flood through. Prelude's in a good position to maybe cut the play off. Gunzy's also going to eat a stun, so he's kind of locked in place for Prelude to make this play, and there it is. Prelude going to collapse. He'll find one. Cruz now left alone in the back.
Oh, Neptune! Oh my, that was one of the dirtiest turns we've seen in a minute. Cruz had him dead to rights. A little turn and prone shot back from Neptune. Oh, it does it to Dak. Oh man, dude, this guy is hearing people breathe through their nostrils right now. Are you kidding me? These are some quick reactions.
Oh man, just Neptune things, I guess. He's already on 14. Cruz almost gets a little revenge on him there with the AR, but Neptune continues to impress as he finds another one through the back. And Anarchy. Well, they had lots of time after capturing that first zone, and now they're down to a minute. They do manage to get through the front. They clear out the bedroom. There is a play to be made here.
Oh, sure is. Is it enough, though, to actually secure this tick? That could be a huge difference maker here. Contest is in. Gunzy trying to get activated, but Cruz helps out from up top. That's good for the first segment. Mohawk trying to get active, but once again, there's just so much assistance here from NRK. Now they have a chance to stack this. Hold on a second. They're going to get the second tick. Nade over the top does reduce the offense, but NRK are fine and still value to stay on the zone. Gunzy pushes forward. Spark can't quite get there. Looters is staying alive through everything, and he even helps out for the final kill. NRK take the opening offense. Now they're up 2-0.
I get the stats wrong, Alan. Was I looking at NRK that, you know, only averaged their opponents down to 0.5? Like, this has been insane against M7. Like, of all teams, when you talk about hotel control, like, we were really shaping this one up to probably be a closeout for M7 with the way that they have just dismantled their opponents in the past. But Anarchy, I think they want to see one more map, and they just need one more round to do so.
I mean, it's another huge map from Neptune. He's 17-10, but Prolo just has not gotten off the starting blocks. 4-13 through 2 rounds. On the other side, when everyone's really sharing the load at the moment. Gunzy first blood. M7 not able to hold on to even bottom positions underneath Valet. I mean, this is NRK really flexing on him right now.
It almost feels like the communication is a little bit misjointed, I would say there, right? Like Mohawk's even taking shots at like Spart, like through mid after, you know, 2 of his teammates die on the other side of the map. So a little bit frantic, but a chance to at least kind of, you know, stabilize in this very moment. But look at this play through the back for NRK. I like what I'm seeing. Cruz and Gunzy gonna try to make something happen. It's gonna have to happen quickly. Mohawk, though, he is ready for it.
Maybe gets caught with the trophy out, though. That's tough timing. Cruz turns that into a double. Long-range shots towards Spart. Not going to win the final gunfight needed. That should be the extra 60 seconds. M7 still hold on to a life lead. It's still been one of those offenses that doesn't feel too good right now, though, with NRK kind of shutting everything down towards B. Good read here from Lunars. Good read here. Wow, almost able to turn and get the second. But M7 have some space to work with. Hold your horses.
Through the back. There we go. Byron starting to get it going. 3 kills in a row. Chance for 4, but Cruz with the AR will be able to get the best of Proloot, and Dak up close will also be good on the point. Neptune now left all alone to try to fend for himself and find all of the NRK members. Won't be good to do so, but Spart at least has been able to push up through main. Has a good position to cut off the respawners.
And look at the health. M7 are not bothering with bedroom right now. They're looking to get these players right here through mid lobby. And you're going to win bar heady because of this. Just comes down to how do you get on the zone and hold on to the zone. Because, yeah, NRK are all over the backside of this zone, but Proloot is going to be littered with nades here. Shots on the cross, also good. Neptune confirms his trade, but Gunzy up top, not tested by Spart in the bar. So back and forth we go in the kills. Down to 60 seconds. Mohawk may have been red here over towards mid. This is all fine, I think, for NRK. I mean, you've got one player in the back in Cruz, but there's not enough time for them to just farm his kill over and over again.
50 seconds now. Haven't been able to deal with the bedroom position so far. I mean, they've tried. They've tried to get players on the zone, try to bait out these positions, but
yikes.
NRK continue to hold on, and not only do they hold on the bedroom, they hold on to the map here. I mean, M7 caught at the back of it. Look at the gun battles. They're battling out of spawn at the moment, starting to lose a lot of lives. Down to 12, and more importantly, down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this is done, brother. I don't know how you get on towards this B zone and cap unless you can get these kills quickly. Gunzy gets one. Help now from Lunars over the top. 20 seconds on the clock. Trophy needs to get into the point. That'll tell you that much. Cruz is already on the long flank behind bedroom. Lunars cutting it off through mid. I mean, this defensive setup for NRK is looking real saucy. Gunzy now from the front, but not even needed. Kills are out. I mean, are you kidding me?
No way.
3-0 for NRK on M7's by far best map mode combination by win, success, average point margins. And we're going game 7, brother.
We are going game 7. I get my wishes, and I get it in pretty weird fashion, but I'm okay with it. Anarchy. 3-0. Man, you would really think those names would be reversed. But they just came out cooking, and I mean, they came out from like their initial break off, you know, pushing through mid. It felt like they just wanted a piece of M7. Like, give us the gunfights. Let's try to put you down. You know, we're not going to give you any time to finesse your little B play that you love to send over and over and over again. And once they shut that down, it felt like, hold on, like, this isn't what usually happens. Usually we already have the zone and we're working towards A, but things got flipped. It got changed around, and we're now going to see a map number 7. Let's go.
Dude, I don't even have words to react to what we just had on broadcast right then. I mean, M7, yeah, yes, correct. They got smoked. And I guess you kind of point towards, again, the lack of success for Prolut to start. He does end up 10-19. It's still not great. But Mohawk only goes 11-19. Look on the other side, though. Cruz 24-15, 19 non-traded, and 2,500, give him 26 in 3 rounds. He almost had a grand worth of damage around. And some of those were really fast. I mean, that's just wow. Absolute wow. I mean, the non-traded across the board for NRK are insane. I think you can just point to that right there and say, if you're M7, if you're going to keep strong-headedly hitting over towards this B zone, you have to at least be able to trade.
Well, I think the craziest part about the map, especially, you know, through both of the defensive rounds, is how heavily they stacked the bedroom and got away with it. Like, you could even see when they were losing some of their numbers, like, players that were coming off of spawn weren't wrapping back through their side of the map to try to play retake through D1 and D2. They were actually reinforcing through mid or wrapping all the way around back to bedroom to get with their teammates. Like, how often do we see that on Hotel Control? I mean, I'll say never. We never see that. But that kind of change really did throw M7 for a bit of a loop. And they did not have a response, clearly. And now an Embassy, Embassy Search and Destroy for the last map. Oh boy, who knows what's going to happen here.
I mean, the numbers aren't really convincing for one side or the other. I mean, it's 3 map plays for M7. They've won it 2-1, but the maps have been close. On the other side, technically Anarchy haven't won the map yet, but they've been on average going to at least round 10 on all of their plays. So they're right within the grips of winning. And hey, I guess this sets up for our narrative really easily. We said if NRK were going to have a chance to win a championship today, they would have to just polish up what was almost in times past, right? All of the different almosts, all of the different woulda, coulda, shouldas. Tighten up the screws, polish that up. They were in contention for a championship. They've shown it so far. They did it versus Orbit. They're doing it right now versus M7. That's what very well may be standing in front of them, and possibly one of our first major championships going to a team that has not seen that kind of success to this point. So with that in mind, Game 7 comes up next. Get yourself primed. Get yourself ready. We'll step away for just a brief break. We come back, one more map in our Challengers NA regular season. Be right back. It's the final game of Challengers Elite before we start getting ready for Toronto, before we start qualifying teams for champs. And well, wearing the crown into Toronto from North America will put a lot of targets on your back, but also give you a lot of favor towards things like those coveted Challengers points. It's NRK Anarchy from the lower bracket. M7 looking solid until this point. Let's get it on.
Oh boy. What is this story going to be? Is it going to be you almost beat M7, or is it going to be the story of it coming true? My goodness. We're in for a map, that's for sure, ladies and gentlemen. Crew's going to work through this left side, see if he can maybe open something up, or at the very least hold it to make sure the flank is safe. And he is going to give it a peek. Spart sometimes likes to flirt with a sniper. Deep in the back. Yeah, I think that was a sniper shot. Cruz definitely playing with fire.
I'll say. Surprised he's still hitting this. Mohawk's rotating over. Prolut's nearby in this cross, and he just gets completely baited out into it. Dak does at least provide a response. That's actually a big kill through the middle of the map. It should allow NRK to at least approach this B site. It's only Mohawk who's here to defend. Gunzy, well, whoa, almost gets the bait. Breaks the glass. Lunars had a chance, but not going to work out. Gunzy on the plant. No, bails off it. Only 25 seconds. They're going to make a call.
Yeah, someone's going to have to go, and Spart's also pinching mid, but he doesn't check for Gunzy. You have to imagine that comm came through for Mohawk, and Gunzy's going to hit it. Gunzy's going to hit it. They're going to play for kills here. I don't know if this is the right call, but they do find Prolute. Mohawk would just have to rip him off the bomb. Just fight. Oh.
What was that round?
I don't know.
I mean,
that was panic.
You're absolutely right. How does Mohawk not calm that Gunzy cross? Spart's looking. I don't even know where Spart's looking. And then Mohawk at the end here, you think, okay, just chase down Gunzy, stop the plant, you win the round. But instead takes the long-range battle versus Lunars. And that's after, by the way, Gunzy nearly foils it by getting too greedy towards the pack. Okay, here we are, map 7.
Wow. And I was just about to praise M7 for, changing up their strat on defense with not just putting Spart, through the A lane, getting a first blood. Dak getting one back, huge. How about that stat, though? Grand Finals S&Ds, Neptune 1.50. That is a heck of a stat for this electric young man who has just been on fire.
That 9-2 is his win rate in opening duels, by the way. He is 9 wins, 2 losses in first blood engagements. That is unreal. That could be another big factor here. M7 taking their time on their offense, largely over towards A. It's Lunars who connects first. Neptune responds, though. Defense going to be stretched as Mohawk locks down mid lane. Should be a plan for Neptune when he commits.
Never an easy retake either for the defense. Having to usually take the high ground and come back over to the site, but Neptune hasn't opted in planning this very quickly. They are trying to work the clock. 30 seconds left, and still a lot of members worried about the flank, it looks like right now for M7. And Dak, as he just caught the timing. Oh, he doesn't finish up. Prolute, nade to follow, forces them out of the position.
Whoa!
Dak turns and finds Neptune. And now it's a 1v1 with Mohawk and Gunzy.
That silence out. We already talked about Mohawk in 1v1s. He just does not lose them all that often, but this is a much different look because he has to plant or play for the kill, and it looks like Gunzy will allow him to plant. Or will he? Oh, thought for a second with that little move he was going to try to make the play happen. Semtex out. Gunzy trying to work his way back in. He's got a good prediction here on Mohawk, but he's guessed a little bit too shallow. Mohawk playing deeper, out and over. Heady, this is a very big favor for Mohawk with the tack, and absolutely catches Gunzy off guard. We go 1-1.
I don't care what anyone says. Mohawk is the 1v1 king, and it is not even close. It is literally not even close. This guy will continue to win almost all of his ones, and that is a play where Gunzy has the advantage. The bomb is going down. There's 5 seconds on the clock. He chooses not to go for the kill and is maybe assuming that Mohawk's actually going to pull off of the bomb at the back end of the nade. But Mohawk, he knows he's got to plant. It's my only chance at really winning this. He holds to it, finds 3 kills in the round.
That's huge. Wow. Okay, here we go. Round 2, quickly, right through mid. M7 double stacking for trying to get forward. They do get Neptune in position. Stun lands. Help, though, from Prolute. So well designed. Stun comes out. That's enough for Neptune to say, I can sneak in from behind. Gunzy now in trouble. And, oh, that's beautiful from M7. Just down to Lunars. Pistol sniper combo in a 1v4. NT.
Yeah, NT. I was like, maybe if he gets that one right. But even then, Gonna be tough. Gets a hit marker. Gonna feel a little sour, but doesn't really matter. Still 3 more players you had to get through. Just a great round for M7.
Dude, I love that call, too. And let's be honest, like, that's multifaceted, that approach, where you have Neptune and Prolute stacked up through mid. You know, you've got Prolute on an AR. He's watching that door, just make sure no one pops out, or if those stuns come through, he can provide cover. But even if there's no action there at Kitchen, worst case scenario, now you've got Neptune forward. He can shut down the play over towards B. You rotate late. That time, they do gamble stack it correctly. NRK are stacked up in through mid. Prolute, perfect cover fire. Neptune, perfect finesse. Now Spart wants to get to work over towards this A site, and Cruz is going to give an offer here pretty early on. He's playing aggressive in through Vans. Yep, all these nades are tagging. Cruz on the way out, and whoa, just gets behind the cover of Xbox.
Yeah, he's going to be safe for now. Has a little bit of safety through mid, too. Dak and Gunzi just kind of layered on top of each other. We'll watch the mid-cross. Cruz pop. One! Oh, Cruz gets a second. Neptune there for the eventual trade, but a lot of the damage done. Now what would be a 1v3 for him turned into a 1v2.
How can you not get excited about that type of cover fire? I mean, that is Cruz saying, help, 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 SOS, and the flares go up, and 2 players from NRK are there to help give him his life, and he turns it into a double. That is how you repay your teammates for keeping you alive. Wow. 2 great little looks there as far as how both teams defensively are trying to control mid. And I'll be curious now that we kind of have those established. How does the offense try to adjust around that? You had a double stack right then and there, right on top, through mid for both teams. Does this call for more early nades early? Do you toss them, try to control mid by way of Semtexes and flashes? Or do you allow them to take that space and look to overwhelm later in the round? That's the real question. We'll see if that continues to be the case.
To be honest, I'm very impressed with, how many plays we've seen over towards A compared to B, and we'll finally now, we'll see kind of one of those first initial B plays. Mohawk, not sure where he throws that nade from, but it lands perfectly right in front of Dak. And that's really going to sting. Yep. We'll see if this kill will come through. Cruz able to find Neptune, who was trying to get a little aggressive, looking for a little bit more.
But there's still so many issues here for NRK to clear out mid. They knew that the player pushing forward in Neptune. They don't know where Prolute is, and they definitely don't know where Spart is. This is all about Mohawk just keeping his life. Oh, Prolute just a little bit too early on the trigger to split. Mohawk in trouble. Spart now the only one who can really make a play, and he's going quickly around the back.
Oh, he sure is. That Deddy should be popped, you have to imagine. Mohawk trying to make a play. No, Spart doesn't have the dead silence, just the confidence to hit this, and no, I have the time to do so. They're trying to work for a plant. Lunars is still caught up top. And Gunzi doesn't have a lot of security, but Prolute kind of throws away his life, maybe looking for a shoulder, and Gunzi's going to fly to A. Maybe come back. I mean, he's got a lot of options here, but low on time.
No, this is such a beautiful play. The rotation would have been great. I mean, Spart, the only angle he has is by playing from the low ground, because Lunars controls the second floor. So it's a really good idea to go to A initially when you don't know where the third player is, but now Spart has to make a desperate play, and the trade comes through just as the bomb is planted. Yeah, this is some exquisite mid-round adaptations coming out from both sides. Like, flat out, they are hitting each other with all the right moves at all the right times. Wow.
That was another first blood, right? Brought to you by Mohawk. Stops that push.
Yeah.
You're thinking there, like, there's so many of these moments where I think what we're used to in, like, the regular season is, like, these default moments where you get a first blood, everything slows down, and then there's a desperate play made with 30 seconds. But, you really said it. Like, it is just kind of these mid-adaptations coming through. Nobody really kind of just settling with hoping somebody gives you a free kill. Like, let's go out, let's get proactive. Let's try to win the round.
Both teams are going to have the same answer for that mid stack. They're just going to dive across with the cover of a trophy system. Neptune, though, wants to threaten this position. So Prolute carrying the bomb. But look at this quick flank from NRK. They are dead silence hitting all the way around the map. Spart's got an idea on one, but there's no way you think that all 3 members are here. And oh my goodness, M7 just absolutely get a hood pulled over their eyes. They've had no idea this was coming. And now Neptune's last one left alive for a 1v4.
1v4, and I mean, he's caught literally in his spawn. Bomb is caught on the cross. And how do you deal with this setup up top here? All of this should be heard too. Dead silence not active. Now they certainly know. Dax not in a good corner. Oh, hold on. Oh, Neptune! He puts together the second. Oh, for a pivotal round. That was looking great for NRK Anarchy. Now could be stolen away from a 1v4 brought to you by Neptune.
He's got a stun. Just comes down to, do you expect that Lunars is playing an off angle on Palm Tree? Does he pop up. Does he show himself? No, he doesn't. Oh my goodness. How many near 1v4s have we had in this grand finals, brother? 3?
Too many.
Too many. 3 too many? Oh my goodness. I mean, Lunars is really lucky that the timing of him checking over through mid works out here too, because if he makes that move even a little bit earlier, Neptune sees him for free.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like his head pops up over the top. Neptune's like, okay, thanks for the freebie, right? Thanks for the 1v4. I mean, I'm sure Lunar's, a little bit stressed there in the final moments, but he brings it home. A huge round to get. He's also now on 4 in a row. Important to note. 2 more kills. He's got a cruise missile. Cruise missile's great. You talk about embassy search and destroy. Could find value, but now it feels like a must-needed round for Millennium 7. Have to find something successful in the defense.
Yeah, this is all about NRK trying to get Lunars active again, trying to see if they can bait out this AR player up top for his free snipe. Not going to happen. Look at the adjustment as well. Dak is watching the flank here too, which is coming, by the way. Mohawk, a couple of tags. Gunzy not going for the plant yet. Here comes the wrap from Spartan number 5 in yellow on the minimap. If this is read by Dak, they could just go out to map point right now. And Cruz is actually going to be the one to see it. Oh boy. Now it's just down to can NRK adjust for this.
Yeah, I should be hearing all of this, yeah. No dead silence as we learned there on Spart, trophy player. But still trying to threaten. And Gunzy's found a couple kills in and around this area. Prolude giving him some shoulders. He's looking for one of those moments right now, but we're now down to 30 seconds. Gunzy's in a position to get the bomb down, and the bomb should go down. That will be the case. Time to play. Post plant setup, and Dak's able to find Spart.
Completely set your post. Insurance policy to be sure. Gives him a couple of tags. You have to flush him out of this. And that is too long.
Where do you look? Where do you look? Nowhere to go there for Lunars. He will be taken down, and that will be a round on the board. M7, good collapse. I mean, it took a lot of time to get there. You could feel Lunars kind of hearing a lot of the footsteps there left and right, ready for a push to come through the corridor, ready for that push to come through that top hallway.
Yeah.
And eventually it gets there. Huge round, and I mean, that is, one of those game-deciding rounds where if NRK win that, they are just in full control. They can do whatever they want and fly at you.
Especially considering the mental games they've already established, right? I mean,
exactly.
They have had so many different looks where they played passive, played super aggressive. They were hitting this side, hitting that side. There's so many things that M7 will have to try to think about. But now they've got a little bit of a cushion. They can still play their game. What will that call for here in a very big round number 8? Trophy system down. Quick cross on the way. And this time, Spart says, I'll watch the flank and I'll make sure I at least get one and get out. As once more, NRK are pretty heavy stacked here over through mid, but this time they're not taking the full wrap, but the bomb's going to get planted here at B.
Wow, that almost looked like a free pickup kill there for Spart, but just can't get the right angle. It's going to cost him, and Neptune's also going to drop in the process. At least the bomb is down, but Prolude, that is a huge win. Going to fly to the back. Cruz in a position to trade it, but doesn't want to expose himself, and Prolude gets the regen.
Oh, Cruz, gets surprised by Prolude right underneath. Dak now the last one left. Whoa, brilliant long-range shots towards Spart. Gunzy had him low, let's not be kidding ourselves, but that stun doesn't land. Mohawk has it lined up, and all of a sudden M7 have brought it back to within, well, tie game. 4-4 going into round 9.
Oh, man, we're going into round 9. Both teams now basically putting all of their focus back over to the B site. Getting across, getting the bomb down, not wasting a whole lot of time. I mean, that 1v1, though, from Prolude was like everything in that round.
Absolutely.
He loses that, all of a sudden, the collapse comes through, it's a 4v2, and they just start to slowly work you out of admin, and you no longer have a chance to kind of play for that post-plant setup. So, boy, oh boy, 4-4 the tally. NRK Anarchy, they've thrown a couple of curveballs into the mix. What will they do now in round 9?
Another opening look where Prolude kind of controls bathroom. Dak pushed off. He will be very weary of a potential Neptune to follow, but Neptune's actually up top this time, helping Mohawk. Shot lands, though. Huge connection for Lunars, and I think he actually knows that Neptune's up here.
Yeah.
And now he'll definitely will. Cruz gets the call out. Bomb is kind of stuck bottom side orange at the moment, as Gunzy is just kind of have to wait for help from his teammates that are on the other side of the map.
Gunzy's been in this position, it feels like the entire map when they're pushing over to B. He's just kind of waiting for some kind of security to get that bomb down, and often it feels like they've been waiting to those kind of last 30, 20 seconds or so. And Neptune, he's onto them. What's going on here? Gunzy waits, and well, the patience pays off. Spark can't peek. The cover fire should be there. One more play kind of unfolding through mid. Prolute looking for kills. Tags up Lunars. Can he put it together?
So
no.
good.
All up to Spark.
Dude, that little third defender, Dak comes out of bathroom to make sure that there is anyone lurking through mid, and we don't get a good look at him. It's a quick and easy cleanup. NRK Anarchy on championship point. And how massive would it be for those 4 players to have a crown in what has largely been their first, even relatively relatable year in Challengers? Can't let off now. They've shut down Neptune's first blood prowess to this point. What's the call if you're M7?
What is the call? A round where you have to deal with snipers potentially, deal with what has been this B hit, and oh my goodness, take a look to the back alley. It's a full flood through B, and this is going to give a lot of opportunity here for Millennium 7 to get over to the site. Obviously, they have no idea about this kind of blind counter, but they're going to figure it out maybe quickly, and they might be able to get a free bomb plant.
That nade doesn't quite land, though. That could alert the troops that defensively there could be a play coming around over towards A. They're going to play for full retake, though. And M7 has to be scratching that. It's like, where is everybody? Do they get a read on this? It's a 2-2 split for the post plant. Here comes the 3-man hit around the back. It's just going to be Dak watching through mid.
Bruce is going to have to open it up. He's going to dolphin dive across and try to bait out shots, I think. They're getting some information from the shadows, even up top. Neptune, does he push for this? Does he win this? Yes, they do! It's going to be 2 players down, make it 3. Last one up is Dak.
He's done it before, but this would be something different. Shots to Mohawk, good. Turn, Spart! Oh, my goodness. He would have been hard-pressed, I'd say, though, to try to get the time for the defuse, but regardless, he gave it a good look. 5-5. Round 11 for the championship and becoming Season 4 Elite's best from North America. Oh, I mean, you have to think that this is going default for default, but I don't know, man. I think NRK is going to throw something wild at this.
I think NRK is one of those teams that would be willing to say, let's throw a Hail Mary, round 11, map 7, let's put it all on the line. We'll see if they do, in fact, live up to it. Dak's been throwing this route in just about every single round of the attack, but this time he's not going to go to the window. And they're going to wait for this, but look at this. They're not waiting around. M7, pedal to the metal.
Oh, but out the window, Gunzy. Oh, he doesn't quite get the look. Lunar's not going to take the shot at Neptune. Cruz has to get one. Dak is on the way back, trying to save this round. But Neptune is in such a formidable position. Prolute's watching his corner. Dead silence already in play for Dak. He needs to clear this position out. Prolute traded. He knows Neptune's somewhere nearby. Have to have it. And Neptune, I think he's actually bounced out. Sure has. We go to a 3v2. M7 still with the numbers, but Neptune is kind of in a stuck position still in staircase. Here comes the hit. Over the top, that gets the kill. Trade is out, though, 1v2.
And how about it? All down to the man that makes the move across the world to see if he can make the dream come true. And it's a 1v2 in his hands with dead silence active, glass being broken, Spart watching the cross on the map.
Mohawk repositions. Spart is not here to help. Cruz looking to play for the kill. Over the top. No! Mohawk shuts him down. Oh, you got to respect the effort from Cruz. Tries Mo, but not to be, not to happen. And M7 from the upper bracket take it all the way through 7. But they will be here.
Oh, it is the story of almost for NRK Anarchy. That has been the story, it feels like, a lot of times throughout the regular season, throughout this playoff run, just when you think they had enough in the tank. Not able to get there, but boy, oh boy, they give us one of the best series we have seen all year long. They test M7, but there's something about that roster when it comes down to crunch time, when they need to win, they always make it happen. Another moment of it right there. Another round 11. That's not the first time they've had to close out a series on an Embassy S&D going the distance.
Dude, it's just, you couldn't have written it up any better, flat out. These two teams were so even coming into it. You could feel it from the winners finals, even though it was a 3-0 then, that there was going to be an opportunity for this NRK team to kind of get polished, get cleaned up, talk over the small things they missed out on, and they could compete with this M7 roster. And boy, did they ever. And especially here in the map 7, the fact that they kept Neptune out of the first blood category for a lot of it says, I think, a ton about how they wanted to play the map. And, you know, you may go back and talk about that 4-man defensive stack through B, kind of trying to blind counter. It's just one of those gut check calls. And I like the idea, again, that they're trying to keep this M7 team guessing. But, man, you have to give so much credit to M7. And Mohawk, how about after the fact that in the map 5, only got a single kill? How big did he come up in this map 7?
Yeah. As always. Feels like we see that a lot. And then the 1v2, no time. Drew's not able to get it done. Another 1v1 for Mo. Wow, man. What a series, right? Like, man, so close. You got to feel for the NRK Anarchy boys because they are quite literally the definition of an underdog here in playoffs. And, I mean, they had to beat so many great teams through North America to get to this point. And, I mean, to test a team like Millennium 7, get them to the distance, winning one of their best map mode combinations and blowing them out of the water the map before. We talk about resilience. I mean, we talk about that competitive drive. They showed it. They were just one round short.
Oh, God, when you put it like that. Wow. We're going to be in for one hell of an event in Toronto, I'll tell you that much.
Toronto's gonna
I mean, the European squads that looked super frisky throughout the entirety of the group stage. We had a banger over there that went 6. And now here, NRK, after 2 tight openers, really set the tempo in the El Asilo control, followed it up with an incredible Embassy hardpoint, and almost got it done, not just in the round 11 here on the Embassy, but they almost got it done in the round 11 in the Hotel Search, if you really want to, you know, cross your T's and dot your I's. But, man, the improvements, definitely formidable. But in the end, only one can be champion, and it's M7 who had put together one heck of a run through the upper bracket, improving upon their group stage phase. And now they find themselves, as they had once before for the majority of these guys at the end of the year, the team to beat from North America.
Back to back, looking to see if they can try to win another open. I mean, this squad, holy. They are a tough beat, but a lot to look over heading into Toronto to make sure they are still on this same level and some. NRK, they're going to look to come back, and I would still even argue that a lot of those players on this roster are better on land than they are online. So
yeah, it's true.
Who knows what happens, I think, with this team when they get to Toronto. They start to get that run, that passion starts to flow. Much different environment when you get to yell at your opponents, you know, across after, you know, beating them 3 on a hotel, right? You know, what kind of mental effect does that have? I'm sure we'll find out. It is not too far away, just about a week.
Oh, so there it is. How they met up in the winners finals, how they met up in the grands. And with that, of course, our top 12 teams that were here in Season 4 now see their regular season essentially come to a close. And the mad scramble for challengers points at Toronto, at the LCQ, is now underway. Everyone's going to be crunching numbers, looking at leaderboards, seeing who's doing what as we head over towards our last couple events. There's the breakdown, though. M7, $20,000 the richer for the first place championship here in Season 4. NRK will have half that in $10K. For second. Orbit, hell of a performance out of them throughout yesterday and today. $6K for their third place finish, and rounding out our top 4, Mitt, not quite able to join us here on this championship Thursday. But man, I'll tell you, we've got, I'll say those top 8 teams at least, major contenders, I would say, come Toronto in any form.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm excited to see, you know, with that Decimate roster, I think kind of falling short in playoffs, like if they even stay the same, you know, what are they going to look like? Because they were like undefeated in hard points before coming, and they were looking like by far the best team. But who knows what happens, man? I mean, that's just how it goes. We've seen so many teams go 5-0 during the regular season and then not always put it together in playoffs. But it's a different story. It's a different beast, and I'm excited to get there and see what happens, baby.
Not too far away there, friends. We have to say farewell from the Challengers Elite portion of the regular season, but now we start to look towards champs. It's Toronto coming up in just about a week and a half's time. If you're not going, make sure you tune in both to the main Call of Duty League channel, but also here on twitch.tv/Call of Duty Bravo if you're looking to see how the Challengers action goes. 3 days worth of coverage on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And until that point, we say farewell. Keep holding it down. Bye-bye.